Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter built a spaceship and become commander of the Wizarding Galaxy? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry discovers the Room of Requirement can build more than training dummies, he leads Dumbledore's army into creating a magical starship. Escaping Earth, unlocking godlike cosmic magic, and rising as commander of the Wizarding Galaxy, Harry faces threats far beyond Voldemort, where the stars themselves become his battlefield. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. We were experimenting with fuel sources, Admiral Potter said, and forgot that trying to run an experimental reactor from 30,000 miles introduced a time delay in our control of the remote unit. When you're a tenth of a second away and you need to react in a hundredth of a second. He held up his hands in a, well, what do you expect would happen, manner. So, you do have a base there, Hammond affirmed. Yes. That's where the prison base will be when it's finished in a few days. Why Uranus? Jupiter's gravity well is too deep, and the atmosphere is too unsettled for our comfort, and Saturn has too much debris from its rings, answered number 1. Uranus is easier to mine our fuel. Why can't we see your ships? The Secretary of Defense asked. The Admiral gave his head a shake. We use what you would call a cloaking device. It's quite complex. I certainly don't understand how it works, he said. However, the easiest explanation is that it renders the ships transparent to a broad spectrum of energy. We will not share this with your military, number 1 said, looking at the president. You have no use for such a thing on planet. It would merely cause wars. She obviously turned to Major General Hammond. That said, there are things we can give your Stargate teams that will greatly simplify their missions while making them exponentially safer than they are now, if you're interested. The alien behind them reached over her shoulder and removed a board that looked astonishingly like a wheelless skateboard. She dropped it, only for it to stop barely an inch above the floor. She stepped up on it. Almost totally silent movement, the Admiral said, as the alien combat operations commander took a quick and silent tour around the room. It leaves no tracks. The only thing that might give you away is the sound of air moving over your clothes when the invisibility cloak is activated. Then the combat commander disappeared. She did not teleport, as the others had. It has a top speed of about 100 miles an hour, and an acceleration of 1 gravity in space, given that there's no friction, said his first officer. It could go faster on the ground, but the wind turbulence makes it impossible to control, put in the Admiral. The combat commander reappeared on the opposite side of the room before disappearing, again. The government people were staring, wide-eyed. These will also not be given to your military. Any attempt by the military to take the devices given to Stargate will see the individuals responsible for giving the orders, and their departments, denied access to any technology we may make available to you. The alien reappeared, standing, relaxed, in her former position. The hoverboard was no longer in sight. We are aware of your NID, and their attempt to coerce the Talons into sharing their technology by imprisoning them in forced labor camps, the Admiral said. Abruptly, they heard Colonel O'Neill's voice. These people do have rights, you know? Then came Colonel Mayborn's voice. Do they? Under what nation's jurisdiction? They won't cooperate, you know. I assure you, Colonel, they will. Hammond's blood ran cold. How had they known of that conversation? Then came his voice. Colonel Mayborn has full authorization to relocate the Talons immediately. Nice little community with high walls, guards, maybe a little barbed wire, O'Neill said sarcastically. A moment later, came Mayborn's response. These aliens will live a better life than most Americans. They'll have a great view, the best food, every convenience, everything they need. Everything except a life. There was dead silence in the room. I'm sure the world public would love to hear how the US government planned an alien gulag to advance their military might, number 1 said dryly. And that visitors to the US have no rights. Despite anything the Constitution and your Supreme Court might say or have said. Any such attempts on our people will result in retaliation to the individuals who gave the orders, the Admiral said. We will use our truth serum to trace back the command. Is that a threat? The defense secretary said. Is it a threat, or a warning, for a Bobby to say to a man holding a gun, "If you shoot someone you will be arrested"? Said number one. Hammond took a long, slow breath, and let it out just as slowly. The others in the room were equally stunned. I am almost afraid to ask, but are those holstered items weapons? Oh, yes, Admiral Potter said, amusement clear in his voice. He reached to his side and lifted up a silvery tube with many black markings. No, said one of the aides in the room, disbelievingly. Yes, said Potter, as he thumbed a switch and a beam of light shot out to about 4 feet. Behind him, the combat alien lifted their cylinder and a light beam erupted from it. Number one shook her head, as if in exasperation. Potter held his straight up, while the other took several swings. It made the iconic vibration noise, then they lightly tapped his with a crashing crackle. At this setting, the toy mode, it's harmless, Potter said. But at higher setting it's quite capable of cutting through steel as easily as a knife through water. He glanced over at number one, then back at the president. Would you mind if we made a deal with Lucasfilms selling toy mode only units? I've been told they would be phenomenal sellers. He replaced his lightsaber in its holster. President Clinton slowly shook his head. You might run into some resistance from Lucasfilms. That looks like a copy of the lightsabers from Star Wars. For most of the profits, I doubt they'd say no, and, yes, it is, said number one dryly. We wouldn't be doing it for the profits, though, we don't need them. It's mostly for the fun. There was a flash of light and an open box appeared on the floor between the Admiral and the President. Potter stood and looked inside, then removed what turned out to be a silvery cylinder. He thumbed a switch and the light beam appeared. He nodded, turned it off, and held it out to the President. An early Christmas present. The Secret Service agents were visibly perturbed, as were the other people in the room. As a casual display of power, having something appear out of nowhere was second to none. Especially when they all knew it had to have come from somewhere else, hundreds of miles away. Or was it thousands? An aide came over and took it to the President. There are lightsabers in the box for each person in the room. There is an extra for your scientists, because, if there wasn't, they'd take one for themselves from the lowest rank in the room, and that would be rude. That there wasn't an immediate rush for the items said a great deal about their self-control. One brave soul slowly lowered his pinky into the beam, before looking up happily. Just feels a bit warmer, he said excitedly. For several minutes there was nothing but the sounds of lightsabers being tested. Are you responsible for the sudden remission or cure of cancer and AIDS in so many people in the United Kingdom? President Clinton abruptly asked. There was another long silence as the two aliens apparently conferred. Yes. It started when one of the crew members had a friend whose son was diagnosed with cancer, said the Admiral. It was an experiment to see if we could do it without getting caught. Unfortunately, we couldn't do everyone in a ward at once without attracting a lot of attention. An experiment. Number one answered. It is a matter of resources. We don't have the trained personnel to appear in every hospital in the world with a cancer ward on the same day. Then, of course, there's the problem of the hospital doctors and administrators letting us in to see the patients in the first place. For some reason, the Admiral Potter put in dryly, I don't think they would believe us when we tell them we can cure their patients, especially when they demand to know what medical degrees we have and we admit we don't have any. Or, at least, none that they ever heard of. Plus, we couldn't simply drop off the cure with a note saying, try this, now, could we? Who would have believed it to be true? Once we proved we could do it, surreptitiously, number one said, it became a matter of how fast we could move with the equipment and personnel we had. It is a simple numbers game. As long as we can cure them faster than they get sick, we can make progress. Now that the United Kingdom's children's cases have been reduced to curing cases as they occur, about 10 a day, we can move to other countries, like Belgium and France. Unfortunately, there will be a point at which the incident rate will equal our ability to cure. She paused. And we did notice you're bringing Yankee cancer patients into Lakenheath. The President's aides exchanged careful and obviously meaningful looks. If it's personnel, the President finally said, we would be more than willing to provide people if you can provide the cure. The two aliens looked at each other for almost a full minute. The combat specialist appeared to be watching a tennis match from the way they kept subtly twitching their head from the Admiral to number 1 and back. "We can do that," said number 1, finally. A large, thick object flashed into place on the side table between the two aliens. It was about the size of a 3-ring binder for regular paper, not more than 3 fingers thick. "This is a portable medical problem solver, or PIMPS, as we call it. Place it on the subject's chest or abdomen and then follow the instructions on the display." She tilted her head slightly as she picked it up and held it out. "Would you like a brief demonstration of its diagnostic abilities?" she politely asked. They stared at her, stunned. "There is nothing to worry about. The diagnostic is pain-free, and we won't initiate any corrective actions without your express approval and the subject's permission." The female looked across the room, clearly examining each person she saw. "Major General Hammond," she asked, again tilting her head slightly, "would you like to volunteer? It will only take a few moments. There is nothing to worry about. The diagnostic is pain-free, and, as I said, we won't initiate any actions without your express permission." Hammond hesitated, looking at the president. "Not to be insulting, sir," the alien admiral said, "but you appear to be the oldest person in the room, and the device is more likely to find something interesting. It will probably be something you already know about, and thus you can confirm the device is working." Reluctantly, Hammond stood. "I don't see why not," he said. "Where shall we do this?" The two aliens stood and moved their chairs back. At the same time, a thigh-high padded metal table flashed into view in the middle of the room between the two groups. "Please lie down on this table, sir, on your back," said number 1. "It's just for convenience's sake." Frowning, Hammond moved over and onto the table. He made himself as comfortable as he could. The female placed the box on his chest. "Just relax," she said quietly. "Louder," she said. "It turns on by pressing these two opposite corners," as she demonstrated. "Please come closer, everyone, so you can see." In a moment, everyone except the secret security personnel were grouped around the table. "As you can see, it now says, 'Scan subject.' Beside that are 2 boxes, one green and one red. The green box has, 'Yes,' written in it. The red box has, 'No.' We press green to proceed. It now says, 'Scanning,' and then, 'Completed.' It is very fast," she said as an aside. Below that it now says, 'Correct medical problems' with 3 boxes. The normal green, red, yes, no, boxes and a new orange one that says, 'Show details.'" The female explained. "Pressing the orange button gets us a list of the medical problems detected." She paused a moment. "The details are usually sorted in most dangerous to least dangerous, so someone who has received an injury in an accident will have the most life-threatening injuries listed first. The display now says, 'Circulatory system compromised with obstructing fatty deposits, heart failure within 5 years, 50% probability. Remove obstructing deposits.' With yes/no boxes. She turned her head to look at General Hammond. "Did you know you had circulatory problems?" The general slowly nodded. "My doctor has prescribed a diet to cut down on fatty foods and simvastatin to reduce my cholesterol levels." She nodded. "Do you wish to remove the fat deposits?" "You can do that?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. He thought a moment. If they could cure cancer without physically cutting someone open, perhaps they could do what she seemed to indicate they could do. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. "Yes." He shrugged. "Do it." Pressing the green box, she said. The display indicates working and finished. 3 pounds of intrusive material deposits have been removed. It now says, "Remove scar tissue, set circulatory system to optimal condition." She looked at the general with a questioning attitude. "Yes. If you can, please do. Working and done." It now says, "Respiratory system compromised with foreign substances. Efficiency reduced to 85%. Remove foreign substances and restored to optimal condition." She looked at him, again. "Do you smoke cigarettes?" "I started in high school and quit about 10 years ago." "Do you sometimes notice difficulty in breathing?" "Only with strenuous exercise." "Fix it." "Yes, please." "All right. Next, it says, severe damage to mandible and maxilla. Remove foreign substances and restore to optimal condition." He thought he heard a small chuckle. "Naturally. You have fillings and a root canal or 2. 3 root canals and 7 fillings." Would you like to have your teeth back? He stared at her, as did everyone else. She nodded. It won't restore impacted or problematic wisdom teeth, just so you know. She paused a moment. We've also instructed it as a default not to restore the appendix or tonsils if they have been removed for any reason. What about the nerves in the teeth? One of the aides asked. The device will remove the fillings and dental materials it has detected. After having scanned so many thousands of people, it now has a thorough picture of what the ideal tooth should look like for each location in the mouth. It will adapt that picture to match the general's own genetic profile, and will build new material in the cavity created, both nerve and calcium, as needed, and restore full functionality. It will also contour the new surfaces so that upper and lower teeth mesh properly, as well as match in color, which will be a nice, pristine white after removing coffee and tea stains. The room was completely silent. Wait, said the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Does that mean this thing can fix nerve damage? The Secretary of Veteran Affairs gave the female-sounding alien a narrow-eyed look. Depending on the reason for the damage, yes, she nodded confidently. Yes, interrupted General Hammond. Please repair my teeth. His next physical was going to drive his doctor mad. Done. It now says, minor scar tissue and incidental damage to organs. Restore to optimal condition? Yes. Done. She lifted the box off his chest. You may notice some unusual aches and pains in the next few days as your body adjusts to its new situation. You will also notice that you have more energy than before. According to the display, we've added about 40 or 50 years to your lifespan if you maintain a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, moderate meals, and so forth. It might be more. We have insufficient data on your people to determine that more precisely. They were stunned. She held the device out. One of the aides took it. As you can see, she said, it is very simple to operate. The only limit is how fast you can train people, and get hospitals to accept them, she said. Hammond, slowly sitting up and getting off the table, could hear the humor in her voice. You see the problem? While we can offer a great boon, no one will accept it from us because we are unknown. She turned back to the president. This becomes even more of a problem in non-first world countries. He felt different. It was easier to breathe. Aches he had never noticed were gone. She returned to her chair beside the admiral. In view of these facts, we request that your government, temporarily, act as our contact on this issue. Please tell the United Kingdom that we will be sending an envoy to the Queen and her Prime Minister tomorrow to discuss placing the pimps in their hands. They can handle the device's introduction and distribution to members of the Commonwealth. We will land in Buckingham's back garden at noon. I will have 1,000 of these where the runabout landed in a few minutes. Please tell us the locations at which you wish other batches of the devices to be delivered. We ask that you help spread these as far as possible. We expect you to share these out to other countries as fast as you can convince them to try them out. We will beam these directly to any location you request. Just give us the outside coordinates with a clear view from space. There is no reason that every city, town, and village in the world, no matter how small the settlement may be, should not have one of these. Also, ask the Chinese and the Russians when they would like us to drop off their pimps, said Admiral Potter. I think Tiananmen Square in China and Red Square in front of the Kremlin would be good locations to start. Again, there was silence in the room. The president took a deep breath. Well, we will certainly put these pimps to good use, after we give Major General Hammond a complete physical, of course. He looked over at his aides. And we will notify the United Nations Assembly of what you want us to do, as well as Queen Elizabeth and the Prime Minister of your intentions to visit her. Number 1 nodded. Finally, she said, we expect these devices to be used without restrictions on anyone who may, or may not, be considered a suitable patient. If we discover that any country is restricting their use to certain groups or individuals, or preventing other groups or individuals from using them, we will withdraw all the units from that country. So, no denying the unit to anyone because of the color of their skin, their race, their religion, and so forth. Nor prioritizing one group over another. If someone needs access to the unit, it must be made available to them at the earliest possible time. Should a country deny access to anyone, we will deny access to the units to that country's leaders. Should they try to use a device from another country, it will not work for them, Admiral Potter said. If they have already used a PIMPS, we will reverse the changes and restore that person to their original condition. Oh, of course, we expect that your government will want to have one of your aides carrying a PIMPS in his briefcase because you are a vital individual in the government, the female called number 1 said, and that a few others will be kept in places like the Congressional Building and Supreme Court Building. An action we anticipate every government will want for their leadership. However, we also expect you to make these available to anyone who might need its services, without restriction, in those areas. So, no rules that the one in the Congressional Building can only be used by senators and representatives, for example. Anyone injured or in need of medical help while in the Congressional Building, or close to it, tourists, protesters, homeless, and so forth, will be given access to the device. In any event, Admiral Potter added, tell each and every patient and his family that this device is being made available to them by the Defensive Space Force. He didn't mention that the units supplied to them would have that emblazoned on all 4 sides in multiple languages, as well as a logo, as Hammond had noticed. Attempting to conceal the device's origins will result in its removal. The battery in each unit is good for a year. The display will show a daily countdown for the last 10 days, then we will automatically retrieve it. Don't try to disassemble it. The technology is as far ahead of your current technology as your current microchips are ahead of the telegraph. The battery is especially sensitive to meddling, and will likely violently explode, destroying the city it is in. If we detect someone meddling with a unit, we will remove it to prevent such an incident, and not replace it. We don't expect this to happen overnight, interjected number 1. We understand it will take time to convince people that the devices do work as described, and that there aren't any gotchas hidden inside. She turned to look at General Hammond. I don't envy you the physical they're going to give to you. She turned back to the president. I suggest you try this first on the cancer patients in local wards. You know from the United Kingdom that that feature works. There's no reason to delay. Then start using them in a military veterans hospital to give your doctors experience in using the devices, and spread out from there. While they had been explaining things, Hammond had resumed his seat. He noticed the table had disappeared shortly after he left it. Frowning, he asked, did you have anything to do with the comet that hit Mars last August? The combat commander put its hands on its waist, tilted its head slightly, and stared at him. The other 2 leaned back and were silent for a minute. Well, Admiral Potter said, now that you know of us, I guess we don't need to hide what we're doing. We're currently terraforming Mars, number 1 said. Uranus base, in addition to collecting fuel for us, is collecting elemental nitrogen and oxygen. The Galileo moves what is collected to Mars. We were waiting for the next shipment to be ready when these Goa'uld showed up. Terraforming? Said the president, startled, as were all the other people in the room. Yes, said Potter. Earth is getting rather crowded for us. It is getting harder to conceal ourselves, and many of our animals and plants are on the verge of being discovered as you move closer to their habitats. We think moving them to Mars would be much safer for them, he explained. The greenhouses at Uranus base have been a help, but they are far too small for our complete needs. We expect the atmosphere to be breathable with a half to 2/3 surface ocean in 5 years. It would be a bit like standing on Mount Everest in summer, but survivable. It should take only 10 years to bring it into an Earth normal state. 10 years? Said one of the others, faintly. Now we don't have to pretend that the atmospheric changes are all natural, it'll be a lot sooner. We were going to make it look like a volcano erupted from the comet's impact had released all those gases and water, space out the changes, work only on the night side, and so forth. But now? We can speed things up. It shouldn't take more than 2 years. 2 years? Someone repeated breathlessly. Yes, then we can start moving the plants and other creatures. He sighed. We will be claiming the planet for ourselves, and we ask that you respect that and leave it alone. There was a stunned silence. General Hammond gave his head a quick shake, trying to recover his mental equilibrium. He was quickly approaching an information overload. Why not use a Stargate to go to another world that hasn't any intelligent life forms? We can't. Stargate technology is fatal to us, our plants, and animals, Admiral Potter said. Apparently, being reduced to our component atoms, and then energy, removes something vital to us, concluded number 1. A few have suggested that the soul does not survive the transition, but we haven't experimented for obvious reasons. However, examining the Stargate 1 team has shown that their souls are intact, so it must be something else. Couldn't you just use your ships to go to another world? It's possible, but, believe it or not, this is actually easier and quicker, said Potter. Not that we're in a rush, mind you. He paused. Our engineers are doing this to Mars just to see if we can. There's another group that wants to see if we can do the same to Venus. It's an interesting challenge, added number 1. Again, there was silence for a minute. Wait, one of the officials said disbelievingly, did you say, soul? Yes. The admiral said cautiously, you can detect a person's soul? Yes. All humans and many other creatures have a soul, number 1 stated firmly and flatly. We verified this many millennia ago. Hammond leaned back in shock, as did most of those seated. This was an earth-shattering revelation, something religion devoutly believed in. Many scientists had wanted to definitively answer that question, but were afraid to research because of the potential problems it would cause with the religious. Oh, my God, another official said breathlessly. We have looked for gods, the female said, quietly. We haven't found any, yet. She sighed. We know, for example, that all the Roman and Greek gods were one of us fooling the locals, masquerading, pretending. We finally outgrew that charade. She shook her head in disapproval, and it came out in her tone as she said, many of our abilities would make us seem god-like to primitives, after all. She sighed. Not the least of which is living for 1 or 2 centuries, or more, when they rarely survived to a 3rd decade. Hammond blinked. That made the previous revelations almost inconsequential. The implications were obvious. All the current major religions had the potential to be based on lies. There would be a lot of resistance to that. The evangelicals would go ballistic, and claim the aliens were Satan in disguise. The same is true for India, China, and other societies where the common people met ours, said Admiral Potter. We believe there is a creator of the universe. However, the whys and wherefores are complete unknowns, said number 1. Is there an afterlife? One person asked shakily, clearly dreading and hoping for an answer. The admiral sighed. Our most learned scholars all say that anyone who dies goes on to the next great adventure. Whether that is heaven, hell, or reincarnating back on Earth, or possibly on another planet is unknown. I don't know if you all have been briefed, he glanced around the room, but the Jaffa soldiers of the Goa'uld are humans, who have been spread throughout the galaxy by the Stargates. So, reincarnating on another planets is well within the realm of possibilities. There were stunned expressions all around at the revelations they were hearing. There are those who are afraid of death, among our people, who chose to remain here as ghosts, said the first officer, sadly. They refuse to say anything more about the afterlife. They claim they cannot say more on the subject. Ghosts were real. Someone exclaimed. Ghosts are not that interested in the living, however. They are mostly trapped in the drama of their deaths and former lives, said Potter. Nearly Headless Nick, for example, is obsessed with joining the headless hunt. Nearly Headless Nick, came the disbelieving objection. The Axeman didn't quite decapitate him, came the calm response. The officials were all exchanging disbelieving looks. The first officer stared at the admiral for a moment. Is there a heaven or hell? Another officer asked. The admiral shook his head. Not that we can detect. But, then again, the ghosts refuse to say one way or the other. He paused and shuddered. There are worse things. What could be worse than hell? Asked an incredulous aide. Potter looked at him. Oblivion. Knowing that this is it. That when you die, you will cease to exist. Your soul will be destroyed on your death. To never return. To never see your loved ones again. He shuddered again. That everything you did and experienced was pointless. He took a deep breath. Well, enough of that. Hammond didn't know what to think. He hadn't been that religious of a person, but to have almost all his beliefs about the religion he grew up in thrown into doubt was a tremendous shock. Creatures, another official said weakly. You said other creatures have souls. Could you elaborate? The two exchanged glances. Why they bothered when they couldn't see each other's faces was puzzling to Hammond. Or maybe they could. The first officer pulled out a book. From somewhere. Well, she said after writing in it and studying it for several minutes, I'm afraid I must decline to be more precise, at the present moment. They have not wanted to be known to you in the past, and I must respect their desires. You never see them, anyway. She closed her book and looked at the president. I can say, however, that many of the creatures you regard as mythological are real. I do have to warn you, though, that if you don't stop polluting and overfishing the oceans, you may start losing your submarines, cargo ships, and fishing fleets. There are some who live there who are beginning to get quite annoyed with you, and it is becoming more and more difficult to restrain them. I would say pissed, said Potter, and definitely not in a good way. The female looked at the Secretary of Defense. I don't care how powerful one of your submarines is, it will sink to the bottom if some creature were to wrap its propellers in a cast-off fishing net, which was then loaded with rocks. You would never suspect it wasn't an accident at first. Once is an accident, the Admiral said quietly. Twice is coincidence. 3 times is enemy action. That opened up a whole new can of worms. Hammond could see the Secretaries of Defense and the EPA giving the President alarmed looks. After a long pause, the President said, "Why are you being so forthright with information?" "Why not?" said Number 1, with a shrug. "This is all information we would tell you, eventually, anyway. Why put it off? Hiding it now, only for you to learn it later, would be detrimental to our future relationship." Everyone was quiet as they mulled over the implications of just what the aliens weren't telling them. Things like how many of them lived here, how long they had been here, what their intentions actually were. That was on top of what they had disclosed about the world's religions. Would they have revealed themselves if the Goa'uld hadn't come? Admiral Potter leaned forward. "Now, then, if you don't have any other questions, at the moment, what can you tell us about these Goa'uld? We have nothing in our library regarding them." "Nor the Jaffa, for that matter," added Number 1. "In order to continue protecting the Earth from those who threaten it, we need to know exactly what you've learned and what you've been doing with your Stargate program." The President looked at Major General Hammond and nodded. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I can give you a short summary, but you'll need to send someone to Stargate to get complete records." The Admiral nodded. "Not a problem. We're not sure how many there are, exactly, but the number we've been able to identify so far is 45 so-called system lords," he started. "For the most part, as you saw, they're posturing, immoral egomaniacs, driven by an insatiable lust for power. They trust no one, and no one trusts them. They will promise anything with no intention to follow through, and betray anyone to further their plans to gain more power, even their siblings, children, or parents. Becoming a system lord usually involves killing the previous one in betrayal, usually their parent," he said dryly. "Unfortunately, they assume the persona of a god and rule many worlds by force through their armies of Jaffa warriors. As a result, you can't trust anything their Avs say or do, as they might have been told to say and do those things by their god." He sighed and shook his head. "There is no more loyal a fighter than one who thinks their god approves of what they are doing and will generously reward them in the afterlife." He kept shaking his head as he said this. "Their main weakness is their short-sighted feudal nature. The Goa'uld will reluctantly unite to defend against an outside threat. However, they are primarily in a battle among themselves for supreme domination. The greatest danger, to their way of thinking, is the threat of a single Goa'uld rising and taking over the System Lord Collective, reducing the others to no more than servants." The Admiral nodded slowly. "Is there any chance we can make peace with them?" said First Officer. Hammond shook his head. "Any peace they make will only be long enough for them to build up their armies until they are large enough to overwhelm us. The only peace they will truly accept is one where they are in charge, and you are dead." "Huh," Potter said quietly. They sat quietly for almost a moment, then he said, "Give us a few minutes while we discuss this." After 10 minutes, Number 1 pulled out her book and started making some calculations. She stopped periodically with the attitude of someone listening. At the end, she sighed sadly. "Well," she said reluctantly, "if worse comes to worst, and they refuse to stand down, we can acquire the required number of Stargates, program them to the relevant addresses, lock them open, and portkey them deep into a star. Even with properly designed shielding, the gates won't last more than a second. Nonetheless, in that second, each gate will blast through their gate a 100-mile-long column of hydrogen and helium plasma compressed at several thousand atmospheres and at 1 million degrees Kelvin. The library simulations indicate the column will expand sideways at nearly the same speed. Everything within that cone will be vaporized. Everything within 100 miles outside the cone will melt, and everything within 1,000 miles of that will be set on fire. The column will, for the most part, of course, shoot off into space because of the planet's curvature and the plasma's speed. It will take an appreciable portion of the atmosphere with it. Also, some of it will go into orbit around the planet, radiating hundreds of degrees of heat over the entire globe. The primary damage it will cause to the planet will extend for several thousand miles in a line from the Stargate, at least. Atmospheric compression driven by the column expanding sideways will generate more heat. Plus, a significant proportion of the superhot plasma will spread throughout the region, starting fires everywhere as the vegetation instantly dries out. The plasma will vaporize a trench in the planet's crust down several miles into the mantle and tens of miles in length, creating a supervolcano as the mantle is exposed. The biggest problem, however, will be the matter carried into the atmosphere by the fires and exposure of the mantle, to set off a decades or centuries-long winter. In a few months, a significant portion of the planet, if not all of it, will likely be uninhabitable. She shivered. That should discourage their interference in our affairs, she concluded bleakly. Unfortunately, Admiral Potter said, I don't think we'll be able to get the Goa'uld to take our threat seriously until we actually do it. In my experience, egomaniacs such as you describe would never believe anyone was more powerful than they were. He shook his head sadly. Just as that Apophis refused to believe we were a threat to him. The room went dead silent as everyone considered what they had just been told. If we can do this, why can't someone else? Admiral Potter hesitantly suggested, looking at his number one. Maybe it would be a good idea to move the Stargate to a harmless location, such as a base on the far side of the moon? Hammond inhaled sharply, as did most of the people in the room. Admiral Potter was right. If they could do that, then maybe the Goa'uld could, too. They couldn't just bury it. A plasma stream at the temperatures and pressures they suggested would go through solid steel, even if it was meters thick, like a blowtorch would go through cotton candy. Miles-thick stone would be equally useless at stopping the conflagration. It might even make it worse to bury the Stargate face down. We would be more than willing to build you such a base, number one offered, and supply you several appropriately sized runabouts to move the personnel you would need on a daily basis. The president looked at Major General Hammond. Stargate is shut down immediately. He turned to the two aliens. When can you take the gate to the moon? Mr. President, said one officer, alarmed. Are you sure we should do that? He glanced at the aliens. With all due respect, he said, nodding at them, we don't know that what the aliens suggest is even possible, much less that anyone could do such a thing. Clinton looked at the man. Are you willing to bet the lives of the entire human race that they might be wrong? He paused and looked around the room. I'm not. He glanced at Hammond. From what I've seen in the reports, the only thing the Stargate have gotten is the attention of a race of egomaniacs bent on our destruction. He transferred his attention to the aliens. Meanwhile, these people have saved our planet from these Goa'uld, given us a cure for every ailment known to mankind, and offer to work with us instead of simply taking over, as I'm sure they could if they wanted. And, so far, all they've asked in return is that we share the information we have on the Goa'uld. Thank you, but no, Admiral Potter said firmly as he shuddered. Ruling is a nightmare I'll leave to you. Moving the gate has a somewhat selfish motive on our part, too, said number one. We like the planet the way it is, so getting the Stargate somewhere safe is in our best interests, too. So, when can you move the Stargate? President Clinton repeated. Number one looked at her book, wrote something. Just move it outside and we'll load it on a runabout. We'll have it on the moon in 15 minutes. She looked back up. You can send a detachment of soldiers to guard it during transit, if you desire. We'll place it on the surface, on a mountaintop, temporarily, pointing up. That way, if anyone tries to come through, they'll fall right back into it. And if someone does try what we just suggested, it'll vent harmlessly into space, away from Earth. The Stargate at our facility will take several days to move, Hammond said. There was silence a moment. Then number one held her hand out, palm up. Almost instantly a small stone-like object flashed into view. Hammond quickly realized that it was the same as the Star Trek-like symbol on their spacesuits. This is a comm link, she said and held it out to the general. An aide brought the device over to Hammond. He rubbed his thumb on his fingers as he held it cupped in his fingers, staring at it. If she hadn't told him what it was, he would have thought it a remarkably shaped, smooth stone that someone found in a streambed, and then tossed it away. You can stick it to your uniform by placing it against your uniform, like we have done with ours, Potter said, lightly touching the emblem on his left B, East. Hesitantly, the general pressed the stone on his jacket in the space between his medals and lapel. It stayed when he took his hand off it. It'll stay until you remove it, Number 1 explained. Until then, the material of the jacket will fail before the communicator comes loose. Have your people prepare the Stargate for transport. Make sure you disconnect everything you have attached to it. When they notify you that it is ready, tap the comm link and tell whomever answers that the gate is ready for transport. We will send down a runabout to the latitude and longitude of wherever you have space for it to land to get the gate. When you have a few minutes to spare from your medical examinations, we will beam you to Cheyenne Mountain, at the entrance to the complex. Go to wherever the gate is, tap the comm link to tell us you have arrived. We will beam to you a star-shaped device. Place it anywhere on the Stargate. We'll move the Stargate to where the runabout has landed. We will place the gate on the runabout and take it to the far side of the moon. Hammond nodded his understanding. How long it will take will depend on how fast you can walk from the front gate to where the Stargate is, the Admiral added. Then we can put you back to finish those medical tests. The president took a deep breath. Let's do that then, he said, looking at the general. He looked at everyone else in the room. This is top secret. No one is to even hint that the Stargates can be used in this fashion. If the Goa'uld haven't thought of it yet, let's not give them the idea. Is that understood? The aliens were silent as the other people in the room acknowledged the president's order. We have a way to safeguard this information if you desire, Potter said slowly. It will take only a few moments. Clinton looked over, intrigued and skeptical. The Admiral and his number 1 stood, and motioned everyone else to step back. They then motioned for the president to step over to them. We will remain in sight of everyone here, Number 1 explained as the combat commander moved over towards the others, and away from the 3. However, no one will be able to see us clearly, nor hear what we say. This is normal. The commander motioned them all a bit farther away. Just as the female had said, the 3 suddenly became indistinct. However, he could still easily discern who was who. He couldn't hear what was said. The Admiral waved his right arm several times. The president stepped back from the other 2 as they became clearly visible. There was humor in the Admiral's voice as he said, "Go ahead, ask what was just decided." President Clinton looked around the room curiously. "George," he said, "what did we just decide to do with the Stargates?" Looking back, puzzled at why the president was asking, the man answered, "Move them to a base on the far side of the moon." Why? Because they could be placed inside the sun, and are far too dangerous to keep on Earth. The president nodded. "You see, you can discuss it with anyone in this room, right now, who already knows the secret," Potter said. "The brilliant fact about it is that literally no one other than number 1 can reveal the secret." He gestured at the president. "Call someone into the room and try it, yourself," he prompted. It took only a minute to summon someone from outside the room. "The Stargate can." The president started, then stopped with a very confused expression. "You can use a Stargate to." He tried a second time, and shook his head in frustration. "To" was his final attempt. He walked back to his chair and dropped into it, shaking his head. Potter turned to Hammond. "You try to tell him." He indicated the aide who had just come in, about the Stargate issue. The aide was looking around curiously. Like the president, Hammond couldn't bring himself to say anything that would explain a Stargate could be placed into the sun to remotely destroy a planet. "You are dismissed," the Admiral said. After looking to the president for confirmation, the aide left, closing the door. "No one in this room," started Potter. "Or listening or watching through surveillance," interrupted number 1. After a brief nod to her, Potter continued. "No one listening can tell anyone who doesn't already know about the possibility of placing a Stargate in a star. People who don't know it, right now, won't think of it in the future. If, in the future for example, someone were to hear us and we didn't know they were listening, say via a hidden microphone or video camera, and we were talking about the Stargate possibly being used as a weapon, they would hear only static, or totally misunderstand the subject," the Admiral said. "If this is being recorded, only static will be on the recording," said number 1. That secret-keeping technique works only with small groups, however, she cautioned. The larger the number of the people who know the secret, the more difficult it becomes to establish and maintain. Clinton just shook his head. I have a few secrets I'd like to use that for, he said and grinned. Why don't you use that to protect your identity in public? Both aliens stood stock still for a moment. The third was obviously laughing again. The president smirked, then straightened. How can I, or anyone on my staff, contact you? A few minutes later, both the president and his chief of staff had one of the comm links, with a third in the president's pocket for the vice president. Looking up from her book, Number 1 said, "It will take us a few days to build an adequate base on the moon. As soon as it is complete, we will contact you, Mr. President. In the meantime, would you arrange a contact person for us as soon as possible so we can get up to date on the program?" The president nodded. I will have someone for you within the hour. I will also instruct the personnel at the base to expect you, and begin shutting things down until we have the moon base up and running. That will be perfect, Mr. President. The admiral stepped forward and offered his hand. The president shook it as the admiral said, "Here's hoping for a long and fruitful friendship, Mr. President." Oh, Admiral Potter said as he stepped back. You should definitely consider bringing the Russians and the Chinese into the Stargate program to prevent any future problems with their governments. Probably the British, French, Germans, Australians, and Japanese, too. Oh, before you go, the Secretary of Defense abruptly said, what would you have done if you couldn't defeat the two Goa'uld ships? Admiral Potter looked at him for a moment. Actually, we had worried about that, ourselves, he said. Nothing they could throw at the planet would reach it. We could stop that handily enough. However, that wouldn't prevent them from using a close-in, low-orbit offensive bombardment, and using their death gliders and ground troops. While our Marines could put forth a rather robust defensive action, they likely would have been outnumbered as other ships came to this system when they realized we weren't going to be pushovers. He paused and sighed. We were prepping the Galileo to act as an evacuation ship. The estimate was that we could probably manage to sequester 1 billion people aboard it. If we could hold them back for a week, we could get the Susong into service and put another billion on it. The biggest problem would be just getting to the people fast enough to take them to the ships, Number 1 put in. 2 billion people. Someone said breathlessly. How would you feed them, much less house them? Number 1 shrugged. That would involve using every trick we have, but we could do it, barely. As I said, the main constraint would be how fast we could get them to the ship. The room was silent again. The admiral clapped his hands together. But we did destroy the ships, so that operation wasn't necessary. He glanced around the room. Any other questions? Everyone was too stunned to say anything. The three aliens gave a small start to the right, and they disappeared in series of pops. That turned out better than I expected, Harry said after the three of them appeared on the requirements bridge. Lee's voice came on over the comm link. The modifications to a runabout to carry a Stargate are finished. He paused. What should we do with the Stargate we took from the Goa'uld? He paused. Although, we could use it to speed up our Mars project. Take a ship down into Titan's atmosphere where there's plenty of nitrogen, and just open it to a gate on Mars. No more shuttling back and forth. He sighed. We'll still have to harvest the oxygen from Uranus because it's bound up with water and methane, although it might be easier on Titan. We would need to get permission from the Yanks, but I don't think they would mind, Hermione replied. I'll see if we can schedule something. Sounds like a plan, Lee said. She grinned. On the other hand, we have a new research project. Making a ship capable of descending into a star and surviving long enough to do what we want. Can it be done with technology? Can magic do it? What if we combine them? She paused. I'm sure the astronomers and physicists would love to send a probe thousands of miles into our sun. Too true, he said back, but before we start on that, Harry said, we need to get started on a base on the moon. I've already asked Angelina if she or anyone in her group wants to tackle this, Hermione said. While I'm sure there are plans for those in the library, needing to locate the stargates at the top of a mountain with the base at the bottom will complicate things. It won't take more than a few days to build it, Lee said. We can tow the general construction units into orbit around the moon and have them coordinate the construction. The moon has all the needed materials, and they can build it in place. Brilliant. Talk with you later. Over and out, Harry said. Now then, Hermione, we need to think about using the Fidelius to make a few things secret. Like me being Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force. But what about the crew? She asked. It took them a short while to come up with the right wording. They both became the secret keepers for each other. One was, only Defensive Space Force crew members know that Harry James Potter, also known as the Boy Who Lived, is a magical being, a wizard, and started the Defensive Space Force, was a captain in it, and is now the head of it, an admiral. The other was, only Defensive Space Force crew members know that Hermione Jane Granger, a magical being, a witch, is an officer of the Defensive Space Force, and number 1, the executive officer, first officer, to Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force. Not long after that, they decided to cast a third Fidelius, which meant they had to bring in Lee. Only Defensive Space Force crew members know that some crew members of the Defensive Space Force are wizards, witches, werewolves, or other magical beings that can cast magic. Harry expected that to be hilarious. Some poor muggle, or wizard, could see them casting magic and wouldn't make the connection that it was magic. They would invent their own excuse. Even the magicals wouldn't realize that some crew members were wizards, witches, or werewolves. Naturally, due to the nature of the charm, all the current crew members would know the secret, but couldn't tell anyone else. Then it was back to planning what to do with the stargates. By evening, they had both stargates lying flat, face up, on a remote mountaintop on the far side of the moon. A runabout with the best shielding possible, both tech and magical, was parked nearby with a squad of soldiers watching over the gates. Harry had to wonder what the Yanks thought the soldiers could do if someone did show up, besides say, "Aha! Someone else is here." The DSF Marines, at least, had spacesuits and could use apparition if they needed to. Padma Patil and 2 Marines were in Cheyenne Mountain quickly duplicating all the files Stargate Command was willing to show them. It would probably take a few days to integrate all the information into the library. Now that they had offloaded the Naquita fuel reserves off the Goa'uld ships, they had plenty of it for their future needs, for quite some time. The fueling depots were still going to continue duplicating themselves until April. They would have 32 fewer depots for taking 4 to be GCUs, but would still be manufacturing around 1.3 tons per month. They would stockpile the material for its use in new ships. Or possibly building stargates. With duplication magic cast in the right places, all the ships, stations, and bases, and so forth, only needed to be fueled once. With the pressure for fuel off, they could just task 2 of the units to continue duplicating themselves to make up for the loss of depots, if they wanted. In fact, considering how much fuel they now had, they could have half the fuel depots collecting blocks of nitrogen and oxygen for Mars, tremendously speeding up that project. The Galileo and Requirement were hauling the bigger pieces of the Goa'uld spaceships to the moon and dumping them there. As soon as they finished collecting the smaller debris, both general construction units would be towed to the moon by the Galileo, and they could start constructing the new moon base. It would be located on a plain that was about 1,000 yards below the top of a crater wall and on the far side of the moon. It was along the moon's equator, and almost exactly directly opposite the Earth. No worries about accidentally sending a plume of million-plus-degree gases, or anything else, towards the planet. Padma had also passed on to the Yanks Angelina's request for what Stargate Command wanted in the new base. Just as important, Angelina had emphasized to them, was what they didn't like about their current base. She had also informed Stargate Command that construction on the moon base would start tomorrow, so they needed to be right quick with their requirements. Hopefully, they would have handed in their final requests by the day after that, when the GCUs were expected to be in place and ready to start. Those planning the new base on the moon did make one big change, though. They had realized that they could use the Goa'uld ring technology as a transport mechanism for the non-magicals, instead of using a fleet of runabouts. Unfortunately, it wasn't a straight shot, there was a limit of about 220,000 miles. That was just short of reaching the moon, which was only 221,000 miles away from Earth at its closest. Thinking carefully about it, however, they realized that was a good thing. It meant nothing the Goa'uld could send through one of the gates could use a ring transport to escape directly to Earth. They would put a ring transport station at the Lagrange point between Earth and the moon, called L1, and use that as a way station. With that in place, going from the Earth to the moon, or back, was a matter of less than a minute, faster than the runabouts. Plus, it added one more layer of security between the Stargate Moon Base and Stargate Earth Command, the main part of which would remain in Cheyenne Mountain. With the tech shielding always on, no one who didn't know where the Ring transport station was in space at Lagrange Point 1 would ever be able to find it. They decided to disguise the Ring transport system as a large, room-sized elevator to the former Stargate in the mountain. If the passengers never saw the rings activating behind a wall, they would never know they weren't still in Cheyenne Mountain. Putting rumble motors in the floor of the fake elevator would complete the deception. Gravity generators, and the lack of windows at the moon base, would reinforce that illusion that they were still on Earth. Step into the elevator on Earth. The doors close, the rings transport the elevator to L1. The L1 rings activate and transport the elevator to the moon, and they step out of the elevator into the moon base Stargate Command Complex, believing they are still on planet Earth. Naturally, they put a warning on the doors and wall to the elevator at both ends, warning magic users. If you can read this sign, do not enter this elevator, you will die when it activates. Press this button for help. It was hidden from the Muggles with a simple Muggle aversion charm. They would place tech shield units inside the mountain to protect the Cheyenne Mountain complex from external attacks. After that was done, no nuke, no matter how powerful, would harm the base. Once the Americans realized that, Harry knew, they would make it their major war headquarters again. Then it was on to planning the meeting tomorrow with the Queen's government about the pimps. Late that evening, General Hammond was in the war room deep underneath the White House. This time, it was with the full cabinet. Clinton walked in, with Al Gore, the vice president, behind him. He sat down at the head of the table and swept the room with his gaze, coming back to the general. He nodded to him. "All right, what did the doctors say?" George took a steadying breath. "There are still a number of tests that they're waiting for, but after a thorough set of exams, cardiology, endocrinology, X-rays, MRI, and just about anything else you can imagine, and the dentist said I have the most perfect set of teeth he has ever seen. The doctors have concluded that I am in perfect health for a 40-year-old man. I am actually 55. He glanced around the room at their stunned expressions. "The fat buildup in my arteries and heart is gone. The tar in my lungs from smoking for 25 years is gone. My scars from Vietnam have disappeared. And the bone scar that was visible in my X-rays from when I broke my arm as kid is gone. As if they never existed. Gone." He stared at the president. "Based on my results, as well as all the documented cases of American citizens with cancer that were cured in the UK, I can say that their portable medical problem solver works just as they promised." The Secretary of Health and Human Services, Donna Shalala, hung her head down, shook it, and sighed. "I almost wish they didn't." She looked back up. Over 16 million people in the US are employed in the health industry. Doctors, nurses, pharmacists, pharmaceutical companies, all the clerks who work in a pharmacy, and hospitals and their support staff are the most direct casualties. Then there are their support industries, the ones who make the equipment for hospitals and patients, such as X-ray machines, ECG monitors, mechanical ventilators, IV pumps, autoclaves, stethoscopes. Heck, even the companies that make wheelchairs and crutches. She shook his head again. "It's a trillion-dollar industry." She looked up at the president. "By this time next year, they will all be unemployed." Then she leaned back in his chair. "And the health insurance companies. They will all close down. Who needs health insurance when it's free?" She paused. "Well, not all of them. The ambulance operators will still be in business, but not the people who make the ambulances. Why use an ambulance when you can just drive a car and cure any accident victim a few minutes after you arrive?" She snorted. "Why not just put one of these in every police car?" The others were looking shocked. The Secretary of Labor, Alexis Herman, looked around. "That's 13% of all the jobs in America. There aren't enough jobs in the market to absorb such a huge number of people. The unemployment budget would have to go up about 100 times to match the demand." The Secretary of the Treasury, Robert Rubin, stared at him for a moment, then barked out a laugh. "The savings in Medicare will be nearly $190 billion, which, if I recall correctly, is about 100 times the projected unemployment expenditures. $70 billion in savings from the veterans' hospitals, minimum," the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Herschel Gober said quietly. About the same for the military, the Secretary of Defense, William Cohen, put in. The hospitals won't close down completely, the Rubin added. You're forgetting obstetrics. There will still be maternity issues to deal with, and delivering the babies. The same goes for medicines dealing with pregnancy issues. Everyone looked at him. James just told me last week that his wife is pregnant with their second child. There was a quick round of congratulations, and then they returned to the problem at hand. And people will still get headaches and upset stomachs, said Dan Glickman, Secretary of Agriculture. Not to mention people with allergies and their related problems. I'm not sure if that's something these PMPSs can fix. He looked at the Secretary of Health and Human Services. So, the pharmaceutical industry won't completely disappear. I think we need to concentrate on the emergency rooms and terminal care wards, first, Al Gore said calmly. We'll get the best press from immediately saving lives. Then we can move to the terminal care facilities, which will be the first to permanently close. Perhaps we can repurpose them to housing for the homeless. From there, we can move to the nursing homes. Only after we empty those wards should we start accepting the less urgent cases, which we can do at a much more leisurely rate to stretch out the impact on the healthcare industry. Say, on a 9 to 5 appointment schedule, only, instead of 24-hour as in the emergency rooms. Clinton was nodding. While we're closing the terminal care facilities, we can set up the procedures for getting the employees new jobs before they start flooding into the unemployment offices. Considering the logistics of just getting the units in place, we're looking at spending a couple of weeks just putting one unit in every hospital, Shalala said. In the larger cities, one unit would be in constant use just in the emergency rooms dealing with accident victims, so we would need 2 units before we could get to other patients. With the urgent care patients out of the way, we can set up schedules for handling the remaining cases, Alexis said, and stretch out the time frame for dealing with them. That will keep the hospitals open and fully staffed for some time, and prevent any massive layoffs. We can then spread the layoffs across several months, maybe as much as a year. The others were slowly nodding. It will also spread out the impact on the insurance and pharmaceutical companies, Janet Reno, the Attorney General, said. She paused a moment. You know, these devices will be a big boost to other sectors of the economy. Clinton just looked at her and raised an eyebrow. The number one cause of personal bankruptcy filings is medical bills, she explained. That will reduce turmoil and help stabilize the middle class. It'll also free up judges and lawyers for use in the criminal system, making it faster and more efficient, reducing costs there. There's something else to consider, the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, said. These portable medical problem solvers are being distributed worldwide. I've already contacted the embassies of our closest allies and explained about these pimps and asked them to tell us how many they need and where they want the DSF to put them. In the meantime, as word spreads, we'll see huge numbers of illegal immigrants and visa applications for the terminally ill or just the seriously sick. It's going to throw most of the world into chaos. She looked around. No matter how quickly we move, there will be many who will say we are moving too slow in distributing the devices outside the US. We should consider setting up hospital wards at all our embassies to curtail those criticisms. There's a possible outlet for some of the doctors and nurses let go from the hospitals, a team of 3 for every embassy, several teams in the large embassies, put in Rubin. I hate to say it, said the Secretary of the Treasury, but even with the reductions in spending in healthcare services from all departments, we will need to raise taxes to compensate for the number of people who lose their jobs. Al Gore sighed. We'll have to raise taxes on the rich. The Republicans will never go for that. They're already gleefully cutting programs in anticipation of saving money on military spending with Russia falling apart, said Clinton. Al shrugged. We can sell it as either raising taxes on the rich or watching people riot in the streets and attacking the rich because they're starving. Remember the French Revolution? It's cheaper to pay for their food and housing than it is to hire, train, and equip the police. Unless they want to see the US Army facing off against citizens, most of whom will sympathize with the rioters and refuse to obey an illegal order. I suggest we start a major infrastructure reconstruction, Alexis Herman. Many of the interstate highway bridges are reaching their half-lives and need to be inspected and possibly reconditioned. The same is true for many national parks, which are currently severely underfunded for maintenance. The meeting went on until late at night as they worked on contingency plans. The landing in Buckingham Palace's back garden went as expected. They flew into England from over the Atlantic to at least give the semblance of an impression that the requirement wasn't parked over the British Isles. Harry was sure the government knew otherwise, now, but the common person would see their flight path reported on the news services and not realize the truth. Their runabout was met by 2 Harrier jets as they approached Ireland, and the jets escorted them to London. Being Harriers, they were actually able to keep pace with the runabout as it slowed and hovered over Buckingham Palace, before settling down to one side of the palace back garden, in a space clearly marked for them. The jets began a regular flight path circling London. Meeting President Clinton had been one thing. Meeting the Queen, however, was totally different in Harry's mind. Clinton was a president who was replaced at periodic intervals, and a political animal, at best, not to mention he was a Yank. The Queen, however, was the Queen until she died. Plus, she was his queen, sovereign over his country. He had seen her on the telly, seen her pictures in the newspapers, and everyone not a pure-blood wizard or witch talked about her. President Clinton had been just an official. As at Camp David, there was a reception committee waiting for them. It was the Queen, the Prime Minister, and several other important personages. The absence of rows of troops in full uniform, Harry was relieved to see, told them that they wouldn't be subject to reviewing the Household Cavalry Mounted Regiment, nor any of the other parts of the ceremonies involved in receiving a foreign dignitary. It would have been intensely embarrassing, given the fact that both he and Hermione considered themselves British citizens first, crew members, second, and wizard and witch, third. There was, as expected, a section set aside for the journalists. What was unexpected was while there were a large number of people with cameras, there were only a few video cameras in evidence. Those few, however, appeared to be strategically placed so that they would always have a good view of the proceedings. Just as their compatriots across the pond had done, there was a collective gasp from them as they exited their runabout. The clicking of the cameras was a bit more subdued, however, probably because there were fewer journalists in evidence. Harry wouldn't be surprised if some of them had been at Camp David. He led the way over to where the Queen and the Prime Minister were standing. The nearby house guards couldn't help but stiffen a bit as they drew close. Harry stopped and bowed his head, as etiquette demanded, while Hermione and Ginny gave short curtsies. "It is an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty," he said. "I am Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force." He turned and gestured at Hermione. "This is my first officer, number 1. He pointed to Ginny. "And this is one of our combat operations commanders." The Queen nodded to each of them in turn. For a moment, she said nothing. "According to the American ambassador, I have you to thank for the sudden remission in cancer cases in the kingdom," she said mildly. "And that you have a gift of the same device to cure all diseases." "Yes," Harry said. "We recently came into a way to assist, and saw no reason not to do so." He sighed. "I wish we could do more, but we have a limited number of people." He smiled, although she could not see him. "You, however, do not have that problem." She nodded regally. "That is true. Also, no one would have believed us if we had tried to tell them what we could do." "That is also true," she said, somewhat wryly. "How much did the Yanks tell you?" "They provided us with a full recording of your talks with them." She frowned. "We were most upset that they had never disclosed to us their Stargate program." Harry nodded. "However, were your positions reversed, I'm sure your advisors would have suggested you not tell your allies about the discovery, too." "Undoubtedly," she said dryly. He took a deep breath. "Well, anyway, that's the past. From now on they will be coordinating with Germany, Russia, France, Japan, China." He nodded at her. "The United Kingdom, of course, and possibly other countries, on exploring the worlds available through the Stargate. We will also be training several squadrons of X-Wing spacefighters from those same nations." He chuckled. "I'm sure the competition for a spot will be fierce." "X-Wing fighters?" she repeated with an arched eyebrow. "The ships we used to remove the aliens threatening the world," he explained. He smiled and cast the Muffaliato charm. He leaned closer and held up his hand to his face as if he were confiding a secret, and so no one could read his lips. "Have your people check out the X-Wing fighter arcade game in the gaming arcades, if you want to step up," he said softly. "When it asks for the unit's carrier ship name, tell them to type in DSFS Susong." He spelled it out. "But don't just take the fighter booths, that's rude and unfair to the shop owner. I hear they're very popular." It has to do with their realism. He smiled. I'm sure their distributor would be happy to supply you almost any quantity you might request at his cost. He straightened and dismissed the charm he had cast. Well, I suppose we should do what we promised. He sighed. Here are 4,050 of the portable medical problem solvers. I believe that's enough for one in every hospital in the United Kingdom with a few extra. At his words, there was a bright flash of light and 2 pallets of the devices appeared beside them. Despite Harry's nervousness at meeting with the Queen and Prime Minister, it went off rather well, he thought. They secured a volunteer, an obvious military veteran missing his left lower forearm. The demonstration of one of the pimps regrowing his hand while in full view of the cameras almost started a riot among the press corps, who tried to get closer. He also repeated the restrictions they placed on the governments for using the devices. Which was great, as everything they said went out over live television and radio, unlike what had happened at Camp David. No one could claim they hadn't heard the warnings. Plus, people would know who to blame if the devices were removed from their country. Most of the pimps would be widely distributed throughout the British Isles by the National Health Service. The remainder would be sent to the other countries of the Commonwealth with instructions to get back to them with further quantities and the places they wanted them. Harry wondered how long it would take them to realize that the pimp's default, optimal condition, was somewhere in the realm of an appearance of 30 to 40 for anyone over 40. Below that was whatever their age was. They didn't have enough experience with the unit to know if it could do that indefinitely. If it did, they had the technological equivalent of the Philosopher's Stone. For Muggles and Magicals. For the next several days, things were rather busy on all fronts. Fortunately, the Christmas season was quickly coming, and he looked forward to 2 weeks at Grimmauld Place. Sirius seemed to think that the Wizengamot was under control. One of the fuel depots had been converted to a prison station, and they had transferred the Jaffa into it. As planned, it had been stripped down to only station-keeping engines and a power plant capable only of running the life support systems. A separate fuel depot was tasked with providing food, clothing, and other materials. Exercise rooms, theaters, and libraries were included. Teaching programs for English were provided through terminals. After that, they just sort of ignored them, except for periodic checks that there weren't any problems. Next month, assuming Teal'c didn't report any issues, they would start removing the Pritas from those Jaffa who wanted to be rid of them. They would suggest, though, that only those Jaffa reaching their time to replace their Prita take the offer. Those with younger Prita could use the advantages offered by the parasites until it was time to be replaced. Why give up an advantage until you had to? However, based on Teal'c's reaction, they expected many Jaffa would request the operation, anyway, just to be free. As soon as the general construction units completed the moon base, they would start X-Wings for the new recruits that the different countries were gathering. They might not have the magical enhancements that the crew pilots had on their X-Wings, but they were far superior to the so-called Death Gliders the Goa'uld preferred. Fortunately, they had plenty of Naquadah on hand, so the fighters still had long flight times and more than enough power for the plasma guns and lasers. They wouldn't need to divert any of the fuel depots from the current duplication program. They ended up designating the magically enhanced fighters as Z models to avoid confusion. The Yanks and British military were already assembling a wing of pilots for them to start training. Harry had already decided that the Muggle fighter wings would be a mixed group, and had so informed both governments. Training in the fighters would only begin if a squadron had a mix of at least 6 nationalities as pilots. This squadron was for the protection of the Earth, not for settling minor disputes between government rulers with thin skins, or ideological differences. The fighters would remain under DSF control, and the pilots would be taking oaths to back that up. With a Veritaserum test. First, for why they wanted to join. To protect Earth? Take the technology for their country? Attack their government's enemies? No one would be stealing the technology. The Muggle X-Wings could mock fight all they wanted. Lethal attacks against other X-Wings, or any DFS unit, were locked out. They decided to copy the general floor plan of the base on Earth, with several important differences. First, the gates would be nearly 10 miles, 16 kilometers, apart, but linked to the underground moon base via 2 elevators, each. Their departure, arrival rooms would look almost exactly like the original Stargate room, blemishes and all, with the same style of observation and control room deck overlooking the facility. The only difference would be that they would be much, much larger and roomier. They would be buried deep inside a crater wall, for the radiation protection the stone provided from space. The crater wall would have to be reinforced into a monolithic structure, with stress seams, to maximize that protection and add overall resistance to any outside forces brought to bear on it, either natural or not. One wall of each Stargate room would open to a zigzag tunnel that led to a massive X-wing hangar, capable of holding a full squadron of 17 fighters and 2 redesigned general-purpose ships. Without the expansion charms, of course. The hangar would have 2 massive doors. On the Moon, one would open to the zigzag tunnel that led to the Stargate and the other would open to a zigzag tunnel that went nowhere. On Earth would be a matching hangar, except its outside access tunnel would be real and the tunnel to the Stargate a fake. The pilot's elevator to the X-wing hangar would activate a ring transport to the appropriate Stargate. The wall with the observation and control room deck would have 2 doors. One would lead to a massive freight elevator. The second to a short hallway that led to a more modest elevator for groups of people in emergency evacuation should the larger be occupied or unavailable for any reason. That hallway also had a separate elevator and staircase to the observation and control room deck. The 2 elevators would descend to the actual base far below the Moon's surface. Both Stargate rooms would also be outfitted with several mini-guns that covered the entire space, but could not be used to target each other. Only the designers and selected personnel would know that the rooms, with the assistance of gravity generators, were actually mounted vertically in the crater walls so that the Stargates pointed up and away from the surface of the Moon. The elevators would move sideways from the rooms before actually descending. They turned as they did so, to be properly vertical. The shafts themselves would not be straight, either. They zigzagged 90 degrees sideways, much like the trenches that troops used in World War I, or the turbolifts in Star Trek. This not only would act as protection from conventional explosions, it would make it impossible to predict the elevator's exact paths and the location of the base underneath to anyone not in the know. Certain sections were designed to blow out in the event of an interior explosion so that most of the force was vented into space and not down into the base. As far as anyone in the elevators knew, they ascended straight up a short distance from the Stargate rooms into the main base, leaving them the impression that they were above the Stargate rooms, as they had been in Cheyenne Mountain. The elevators would move extremely fast, but the people inside would feel only a small change to indicate only vertical movement the entire time. The base wasn't directly below either room, but under the wall of another crater. The elevators also carried scanning equipment to look for anyone carrying internal passengers, especially the gold and other problematic items and substances, such as bombs, or their components. They made sure to include a search for the one that had been hidden in Cassandra. Combined with the Earth-based ring transport disguised as an elevator to descend to the Stargate Command Complex, no one on Earth would suspect that they were on the Moon and not simply under Cheyenne Mountain in the United States. Any invading individual or group would be easily contained, with multiple choke points at which they could be stopped with only minor effort. There were also separate power sources and multiple backups for the Stargate rooms, elevators, and different sections of the base. There would be no way to cut power to the entire base. Lee assured Harry that the Yanks were quite impressed with the planned base, as well as the choke points designed into it. They would be delighted, he insisted, with the finished product. The average worker would have a normal shift on the Moon base, return home to his family for dinner every night, and never realize he had left the planet. Even the security rooms had been designed to conceal this fact, as their displays would not show the true routes of the elevators, nor the true distances covered. A witch or wizard could circumvent most of those security measures, but would never survive the ring transports nor passage through the Stargate. The only access a wizard would have required the use of a runabout, X-wing, or starship. All of which had transponders that revealed their presence to Stargate security, and the DFS, whether they were cloaked or not. And even then, the wizard still needed either apparition or a portkey to get into the base. The second Stargate was their emergency backup if the main Stargate was unavailable, for any reason. Its controls were set to out of service. An impervious metal iris was kept closed over it as additional insurance against any accidental arrivals. Whether that could withstand a plasma burst was not something they wanted to test. It was the weekend following the moon base being completed and put into operation. It was their NEWT year and studying took most of his time. that Lee told him over the tricorder that their security had just proven itself worth all the effort. The planet Nausea, he said, was under a Goa'uld attack when the Yanks started their first mission from the new Stargate base. In helping fight off the attack, and bring through the survivors, Captain Carter was infected by a Tok'ra named Jolinar. He shook his head. However, 2 Prida victims were detected and beamed into holding cells when the freight elevator left the Stargate room with the evacuees. He sighed heavily. With Captain Carter being an SG-1 team member, we interviewed her first, naturally. He chuckled. Veritaserum works on Goa'uld, it seems. General Hammond was quite pleased with that discovery. He smirked. He took a breath. Apparently, Jolinar was being stalked by a Goa'uld assassin, which she said was called an Ashrik, who specializes in hunting Tok'ra. That was, perhaps, one of the reasons for the attack. The Ashrik was hoping the chaos would let him get close enough to Tokra's host to kill him. Anyway, the Ashrik, Edrek, was impersonating a wounded native Nausian, and was also beamed from the elevator to a holding cell. I tell you, Admiral, that Fidelius was a genius idea. I hit him with a confundus and no one said a word or blinked an eye. With the Veritaserum in him, he confessed everything. He's been killing Goa'uld and regular people for decades. They're in the process now of interrogating him and unraveling the Goa'uld hierarchy. He is, literally, a goldmine of information. Lee chuckled. We'll soon have the Stargate address for every Goa'uld home planet. The problem now is, what do we do with the Tok'ra? We're not going to let this Jolinar just waltz out of here wearing Captain Carter like a glove, are we? Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. They were currently in one of the empty classrooms not far from the library. Well, Harry said slowly, thinking, the only thing I can think to do is use one of the pimps to let the requirement beam the Tok'ra out of her. Then put the creature in stasis until we can return it to its companions. He raised his eyebrows as he waited for Hermione to say something. Which might be easy to do, considering the Veritaserum will force her to tell us an address to use to contact them. Or, at the very least, a drop point where we can leave a message for them. Hermione slowly nodded. Run this by the General. If the General agrees, we'll use a pimps to remove the parasite and keep it in stasis. She looked at Harry. From the Hather incident we know how to make a tank in which to keep it safe when we transport it through a Stargate. Lee nodded. Sounds good to me. He paused a moment, thinking. By the way, shall we interrogate Hather with Veritaserum to see what we can learn? Her information on the Goa'uld is hopelessly out of date, but we can get information on their homeworld and how they got to where they are. An excellent suggestion, Lee, Harry said. Just make sure you have someone outside the room watching on a tricorder with a set of stun drones at the ready in case she tries anything strange. He paused a second. By the way, what's the word on Snape's progress with a way to kill the Prida? Lee shook his head wryly. Say what you will about his personality, but he's a genius with potions. He has one that's harmless to humans but will kill Goa'uld via a direct injection or as an aerosol if they are outside the host. He thinks both methods will work with one in a host, and it even counteracts the toxin released when the Goa'uld dies that normally kills the host. I've been putting him off saying we don't have an infected host, but this Edrek sounds like a promising opportunity. Much as I hate to say it, we can use Hather to help refine the potion, later, if needed. Harry wrinkled his nose and shook his head, but then sighed. I suppose so. I really don't like the idea, but if anyone sounds deserving of being executed, it sounds like Edrek does. As for Hather, she did kill 2 archaeologists in Mexico and was prepared to slaughter more. He sighed. If we can kill the parasite without injuring the person, then maybe we should do it. Who knows how many people she casually killed in the past, too, added Hermione. As soon as you finish with Jolinar, see if the General will release Edrek to us as a test subject, Harry said, Hermione nodding beside him. You can tell the General that one of our best chemists is working on a way to prevent a Prida from infecting a host. The first test is something to kill the Prida in an already infected host. That way, a simple shot, aerosol, or gel pill would solve the question of if someone is infected. Tell him that once that's complete, then we can try to come up with a vaccine or something they could take before going through the Stargate to prevent it in the first place, Hermione added. What about the refugees? How many are there? Harry asked. Lee raised his eyebrows and shook his head. We certainly never thought this would happen, but we should have. He sighed. Several hundred survivors came through. Fortunately, there is an Air Force base near Cheyenne Mountain, and they managed to move them there rather quickly. The hospital had a PIMS, as did Stargate, so they managed to process them all, and none died after making it through the gate. They've also managed to house most of them. He grinned. Not a single one of them suspected that they were transferred from the moon to Earth. He looked back and forth at the other two. Moving that many refugees to Earth is a potential security problem. I don't doubt several of them will try to escape into the general population. Who knows what mischief he or she might cause, especially given that the Goa'uld might try to sneak deadly diseases through in that manner. I think the next project for the GCUs should be preparing an underground city not far from Moon Base. That would be one more security step in keeping potential problems away from Earth. It could be sectionalized to handle anywhere from a few hundred to a few 100,000. We would need to provide a separate power plant for the city, but that's about it. We wouldn't have to change the on-hand library much at all, except to provide food and backup for the pimps. As long as we disable the scan to create A-pattern functions, it would be safe to leave there. It was sensible. Harry pursed his lips. I don't see why not, he said. Except maybe make the city a couple of 100 miles away so we don't have to worry about attacks spreading from the stargates to the city, and vice versa. Just use a high-speed transfer system like the elevators from the gates to the rest of the undersurface base. Definitely, Hermione agreed. Maybe put it far enough underground so that it can't be detected. Wait, a better idea would be to put it deep underground and put a Muggle aversion spell over it so nothing can find it and attack. He widened his eyes with a sudden inspiration. He stared at Lee's image. Why couldn't we have that spell on the Z-Wings? He turned to look at Hermione. It would give our pilots maximum protection. Then if someone had a way to detect our tech shields, they would still overlook our fighters. We could make it a toggle, Hermione said excitedly, for when they practice with Muggle pilots. That way no one would suspect anything. We could put it on the runabouts, too, Lee said, getting excited, in turn, for emergencies. Then he rolled his eyes, and said, on that subject, I'm happy to tell you that we finally have anchor stones in place on the requirement. They both sat up straight at that news. We tested a small marble slab in one of the X-Wings. The tech shields were worthless, as expected, but the magic shield on the hull stopped the lasers all the way up to full power. They were only good for one hit at full power, though. Then the slab cracked from the heat. Then Bob, the head of the company, had a brainstorm. Lee grinned widely. Why try to stop it when you can reflect it for a fraction of the power? Reflect it? Harry said curiously. Yep, Lee said happily. Lasers are concentrated light. At the right frequency, with the right mirror, it simply bounces off. In fact, normally, some of the energy the laser beam has is lost to reflection when it hits anything. It's just that that percentage is so low, it is insignificant. However, the shield powered by the anchor stones can detect the exact frequency of the laser, and become a mirror for it at that spot. It works throughout the entire light spectrum, and even works on X-ray and higher frequency beams. He shook his head. The library calculated that the shield wouldn't start to fail until we went up against 9 ships with the requirement's defensive batteries. He grinned happily. No slicing and dicing for us. Anyway, he continued, the requirement uses 18 marble slabs, 10 tons each. 2 each fore and aft on each of the 3 sections, plus 2 on the top and bottom in the middle of each. He looked down a moment, then back at Harry. I was thinking we should offer Bob a bonus equal to the contract, and give the other workers the same size bonus to share. Harry nodded. I certainly don't object to that. His idea will save lives, I'm sure. Hermione? He turned to look at her. She was nodding. Fine, let's do that. He frowned a moment thinking. All right. Ask him if he's interested in a contract for the Galileo, Susong, the runabouts, and the rest of the Z-Wing fighters. He hesitated, and looked at his girlfriend. That still made him smile. She was frowning slightly. I think we should start with the Z-Wings, first, then the runabouts, then the other 2 battle cruisers. The smaller ships will be quicker to do, I imagine. Lee was nodding. What about the bases, construction units, and fuel depots? Harry suggested. She sighed and pulled out her tricorder. She wrote something down, then studied the result. She shook her head. That's not a contract, that's a career. We currently have 3,052 depots. In January, we'll have 6,104, in February, 12,208, and end March with 24,416. Both Harry and Lee were glassy-eyed as they thought about that.
Well, the marble isn't a problem, Lee said hesitantly, the units can make their own. How long did it take to enchant the requirement? She said.
He sighed. About a day to enchant each slab. She slowly nodded and tapped on her book like a calculator. It would take 67 years if they worked every day. Or 94 years if they took the weekends off. Assuming that each depot only needed one slab. Lee stared at her. Job security? He said weakly. Harry shrugged. Talk it over with the man. Maybe have him hire other firms to work under his supervision. If there aren't enough in England, then hit the continent, over the pond, or down under. If he can get 10 teams working, then it's only 10 years, right?
Hermione nodded. Just make sure they all take that oath to keep our secrets, first.
Not a problem, Lee said, nodding again. Anyway, the requirement now has anti-apparition and anti-portkey spells in place, as well as the laser shields and impervious spells. I'll make sure we add the Muggle aversion spell, too. Portkeys are limited to a certain area in each hangar deck, and the apparition and vanishing cabinets room. Crew are exceptions to the apparition spells, but limited to apparition room. Even knowing of the room, no one but crew can use apparition to and from it. He frowned. I think that's all the news. His eyebrows went up. Oh, and we're starting to get crew from the Dublin and Paris Enterprise stores. Plus, based on what Padma and Parvati tell me, we can expect to get a lot of interest from Indians when we open a store in Bombay. The wizards and witches there follow the caste system, so the lower castes will see the DSF as a way to escape being treated as second and third-class citizens despite their talents. He scowled. Apparently, their caste system makes the pure blood, half-blood, and Muggle-born nonsense look absolutely democratic. Harry grinned. Sounds good to me. He looked at Hermione. Well, if that's all, we need to head for dinner. Captain Lee Jordan, over and out. He snapped off a rather credible salute and his image disappeared. Harry shook his head as Hermione smothered a grin. Harry took a deep breath, steeled himself, and walked out onto the stage. He had given speeches to his crew, but they were friends for the most part. While he had been slightly nervous, then, it was nothing like now. There was a spotlight on the center of the stage. The auditorium was full of people, slightly over 100 of them. Of them all, he had met only 4. They were all Muggles. He took another deep breath and let it out slowly. He turned off his invisibility cloak and stood silent for a moment for them to realize someone was standing in the spotlight. I am Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force. He paused. I'm sure you all recognize me, which was his feeble attempt at a joke. He was wearing his spacesuit. The only identifying marks were his rank insignia on his helmet, shoulders, wrists, and ankles. He wasn't wearing the armor, just the regular robes. The audience barely stirred. He sighed. You have all been chosen by your governments, he said, to participate in the Stargate program exploring the worlds across the galaxy. Half of you are the American teams that have been doing just that for the last few months. 1/3 are exploration teams, 1/3 are medical teams, and 1/3 are backup and rescue teams. We will be breaking up the old teams and new people will be joining them, as well as new teams being formed.
He started pacing. The Yanks will tell you that this is not a risk-free operation. One team found themselves in the middle of an attack on the area around the Stargate, another found themselves on a world that was suffering from an all-life extinction-level event, another team was wiped out. The first 2 teams barely escaped the same fate. Other teams have been captured by the aliens on the world they visited, one team has simply disappeared. More than one team member has been attacked and taken over by Goa'uld.
He stopped and looked across the room. That is why you are here, right now. The Stargate program is currently suspended to allow the DSF time to provide you all with new equipment and training with it, so that the odds of your survival and returning home are as high as possible. The DSF believes in keeping their members as safe as feasible. He chuckled. The gates are not idle, however, they are being used to assist in terraforming Mars and Venus. That made the audience sit up and take notice. He waited a minute for the noise to drop down. He cleared his throat to get their attention. First, each of you will be fitted with a spacesuit like this. A helmeted Marine member of the crew walked onto the stage. He was wearing only the spacesuit. He stopped beside Harry and held his arms out to his sides. As you can see, the suits are what some call skin tight, which is why I and the entire DSF crew wear clothes on top of the suits. He paused. The spacesuits do not merely protect you from the environment as normal spacesuits do. They have communication and location equipment built in, so you will never be out of touch with the rest of your team. They also have camouflage built in. The Marine suit flashed from its current blue and silver to the camo-style troops used in jungles, switched to desert, and then forest in winter. It finished with sky blue. He stepped back against the stage curtain and faded from view as the suit matched the curtain's pattern, then it turned to black watch plaid. It then faded into a skin tone color that completely masked that he was wearing a spacesuit, unless you took a really close look below his waist. The audience burst into a surprised chatter. Unlike regular spacesuits, Harry continued, there are no bulky life support or oxygen tanks on the back, although the built-in oxygen tank has about 1 liter of oxygen. That may not sound like much, but the built-in tech breaks up your exhaled carbon dioxide to free the oxygen so that you essentially have an unlimited supply. Or, rather, limited to your battery's supply and your suit's current usage demands. The Marine's suit became white as he turned around. You'll notice the flat area across his back. An area 2 hands wide and stretching from his shoulders to his hip flashed gray. That is his hoverboard. It also covers some of the support equipment. The audience reacted to the word hoverboard. The Marine reached over his shoulder, pulled the hoverboard off, and dropped it carelessly to the floor. It flipped over and hovered barely a hand's width above the floor. He stepped up on it. Completely silently movement. The only indication of your presence is the wind passing over the suit and your clothes. The Marine took a quick run around the stage. It has a top speed of about 100 miles an hour, 160 kilometers, and an acceleration of 1 gravity in space, given that there's no friction. Acceleration in space, and speed on the ground is as long as its internal battery lasts, about a week at the highest rate, 2 months at the lowest. It will also treat any surface as the ground. He made quote signs with his fingers. The Marine executed a quick flip, and suddenly was coasting up the curtain. He repeated the maneuver at the ceiling, and coasted across it, upside down, over the audience. The final feature that you will all appreciate is the invisibility cloak.
The Marine disappeared. The audience was silent a moment, then burst into excited chatter. The invisibility cloak is powered by the suit's battery, but should be used sparingly, as running the suit's battery down can be catastrophic in the field. We do not suggest using invisibility for more than a day, total, on any mission. Hence the suit's chameleon ability to blend into the surroundings, which uses power only to change.
The Marine reappeared, still on the ceiling, his suit a solid white. Then it faded to match the ceiling. Only by watching closely could you see him move back to the stage curtain, and thence to the stage itself. For the rest of this month and next, you will be training in the abilities of your spacesuits, the hoverboards, and how to fight while using them. He paused a moment for the chatter to die down, again. While these are useful features, having to remove your uniforms and equipment supplied by Stargate Command to use them is problematic. Thus, you will also receive cloaks to wear over your uniforms and equipment. The Marine grabbed the collar of his spacesuit, gave a tug, and a floor-length cloak fluttered down to cover him. Anything you can fit under the cloak while it is closed will be concealed. He paused again. Finally, each suit is designed for you, and will only accept you as the wearer. It will not work for anyone but you. The same is true of the hoverboard. The tech used in the suit and hoverboard is far beyond anything that your scientists are capable of understanding at this point in your technological development. Heck, most of it is beyond my understanding. The hoverboard, for example, appears as a single, solid, piece of metal. A scanning electron microscope, I've been told, can detect some of the circuitry inside. However, trying to duplicate it would be like asking a scholar from 2,000 years ago to build a transistor radio out of a handful of sand, charcoal, some copper, and a chunk of iron. He might understand how a transistor radio worked, but to make one, he, and his children, and their children, would spend the rest of their lives making the tools to make the tools to make the tools to make the machines just to make the components. He sighed. He pointed to the first row. Will the first row please stand up and come up onto the stage? He swept his arm to point at the stairs at one side of the stage. At the same time, the curtain behind him opened to reveal a row of doors. There are several rows of changing booths. Here. Please select one and disrobe when you are inside. When you are fully disrobed, stand like this. He stood with his arms up and out at a 45-degree angle and his feet a shoulder width apart. The library will measure and fit you for a suit, and then construct one on you. It will tell you when it has finished. Then you can redress and exit the booth for the next person to use. For the next hour, all Harry did was act as a traffic control officer, calling up the different rows and sending the newly outfitted soldiers and scientists back to their seats. As the last person settled back in their seat, he stepped to the center of the stage again. The first thing you will want to know is how to take off the spacesuit, he chuckled. Place a finger of your right hand at the edge of where the spacesuit is on your neck. He did so himself. Now run your finger over to your shoulder, which he did, his suit peeling open, leaving his helmet still on. Then run it down your side to below your hip. You will then be able to remove the spacesuit. Putting it on is just as simple. Press the edges of the suit at your hip together, and work your way back up to your neck. That's it. He stopped and looked at them. Taking off your helmet is simple. Grab the edges of the faceplate, he demonstrated that.
Then pull it back to your collar as if you were taking off the hood of a hooded jacket, which he also demonstrated. He wasn't worried about them seeing his face. He had cast a notice me not charm on his features. They wouldn't remember what they saw, and if they compared their observations, they wouldn't agree on what they had seen. Also, he had a small tech shield over his face that blurred his features, so even if someone had smuggled in a camera, they wouldn't get a clear picture. As you can see, when the helmet is removed, it forms what looks like a thin band around your neck.
Putting on your helmet is just a matter pulling it over your head. Grab the band, pull it outwards and over your head. The faceplate will form as soon as you let go. Removing the helmet is the reverse.
He pulled his helmet back in place. One nice feature on the helmet is that you can make it transparent at will. His helmet appeared to disappear.
He waved his hand at the Marine, who was now wearing the standard uniform worn by SGC members. I now turn this over to the Master Sergeant, who will take you to the moon so that you will have plenty of room to practice. Good luck. There was a stunned silence. All right, the wizard shouted as Harry stepped back. You will follow the direction of the Marine at the end of each row. A Marine appeared in the aisle at each end of the auditorium as they turned off their cloaks. 3 of the runabouts had been refitted to accommodate all the people comfortably. Harry headed off the stage to disapparate to his waiting runabout. He still had a potions essay to finish. Lieutenant General Hammond. The additional soldiers from other countries had necessitated an upgrade in rank. Set the folder back on his desk. He had to admit that the DSF had come through with flying colors, delivering everything they promised in an incredibly short time. The base, built in under 3 days, was breathtaking in its duplication of the insides of the base in Cheyenne Mountain, with all the sections having to deal directly with the Stargate command on the moon. The transition from the base on the moon to Cheyenne Mountain was impossible to detect. That the Stargates were positioned to point away from the Earth and the moon, without revealing their orientation, was incredible. Separating the Stargates from the rest of the base with ultrafast elevators made security much simpler, too. Secret, too, was that there were 2 Stargates on the moon. Their detection equipment put anything Earth could supply to shame, and had already proven its effectiveness with detecting Goa'uld intrusions. The new city they were building, nearly 200 clicks from the base itself, and 10 clicks below the surface, showed they were serious about both security and safety. To anyone arriving through the Stargates, everything seemed to be compact and neatly placed under Cheyenne Mountain instead of spread out over hundreds of kilometers on the moon. Plus, each section was independent of the others with their own power units and security systems. And yet, the everyday workers in the Stargate program could go home at night to their families in Colorado. The truth drug supplied by the DSF was everything they had claimed. The assassin Goa'uld would take several weeks to fully interrogate, but they had already developed a detailed chart of the systems the Goa'uld controlled just from what they had learned so far. The decision had already been approved to turn the assassin over to the DSF for their testing of the drug to kill the parasite while leaving the human unharmed. Jolinar was a different problem. The Veritaserum, as the aliens called it, had proven that Captain Carter was a willing companion to the Tok Ra. The DSF had offered to sequester the Tok'ra using a PIMPS. They had promised it would be harmless to the captain, and so fast that the Tok'ra would never have time to react. One moment it would be in the captain, the next it would be asleep in a nutrient tank until Stargate Command could convince the Tok'ra High Command that they were serious about returning the lost Tok'ra. The president, instead, had suggested letting Jolinar remain with the captain through her training with the new equipment supplied by the DSF before doing that. That way the Tok'ra could tell its companions what the Earth forces were capable of doing with a high degree of accuracy, and perhaps get them to cooperate in eradicating the Goa'uld threat. They might also be interested in taking the freed Jaffa as their helpers in fighting the Goa'uld. The DSF was very interested in getting rid of their prisoners. Learning how to use the equipment was simplicity itself. It was mostly intuitive. Learning how to fight with that equipment, the learning curve was steep and very high. It would take every one of the 8 weeks scheduled before the team's use of their equipment was second nature. The next time one of their teams tangled with the Goa'uld would be very surprised at the outcome. Very surprised, indeed. After seeing the death gliders on Nausea, training for the X-Wings was moved up in priority by the Yanks, and the other governments now involved in the Stargate program. Fortunately, it would only take a few more weeks for them to be proficient enough in space tactics to actually pilot one off-world. Their prior combat training tremendously accelerated their adaptation to the new ships. The Queen had taken Harry's advice, and the British pilots were noticeably ahead of the other recruits. Maintaining that lead was not easy. It would be months before they were really skilled at flying them, but that was all right. Based on the death gliders the DSF had captured, the X-Wings were far superior in hitting power, maneuverability, and shielding. Those attributes more than made up for the pilots' relative inexperience. Unfortunately, they had habits that were excellent for a plane, but that were disastrous for a spaceship. Those would take many, many hours of flight time to correct. As a result, despite their decade or more experience at flight combat, those habits made the DSF pilots superior in space battles. Atmospheric battles, though? Well, they had a fix for that. They had 57 of the best pilots the world could field. Making copies of their training and experiences while they slept took only a week. The Z pilots were getting the benefit of years of on-the-job training in the next 7 weeks. They would be spending 6 weeks adapting and refining those new skill sets, and building their muscle memory, as it were. 3/4 of the people proposed for the Stargate teams and the X-Wing pilots by the different governments had been denied the training. The Veritaserum had forced them to reveal that they had had ulterior motives for joining. Defense of the planet against invasion, and defending the SG teams, and friendly aliens, on other planets were not their first priority. Meanwhile, Angelina's team had been sending out drones through the Stargate to all the worlds visited by the Yanks, so far. These drones, unlike the covert ones she had used before, were much larger and highly sophisticated recording devices. Each went up into a stable orbit, and then tried to locate itself in the galaxy. The drones looked for Cepheid variable stars and the compact radio source Sagittarius A, the center of the galaxy, as markers to where that Stargate was. She planned to retrieve and return each at 1-month intervals to track local spaceship activity, if any. It would take time, but they would be steadily improving their map of the galaxy. It was a tremendous help that they no longer had to hide their activities from Stargate Command or any of the other Earth-based agencies. There were actually 3 empty worlds that had been tentatively explored by the Yanks. A small fleet of drones were giving each planet a more thorough examination to see if the planets truly were uninhabited. Just because there wasn't anyone near the Stargate didn't mean they hadn't moved away from it for safety. Angela's team carefully logged the real position of each Stargate visited, and marked their gates for retrieval, if it became necessary. The new drones had already yielded results. The Susong was in transit to the planet the Talons had abandoned to pick up its Stargate, or, at the very least scavenge any Naquita still left. It would then head to the planet P3R233 to do the same. They would pay closest attention to that mirror Dr. Jackson had encountered. That they planned to seal away with appropriate warnings. They would also explore the rest of the star systems in both Stargate address blocks for habitable planets. Statistically, they should find at least one that was a good possibility for people. If they found a good candidate, They would leave the Stargate there for temporary easy access. Then, if it passed the tests and exploration showed it uninhabited by intelligent life, they could start shuttling some of the magical creatures to there with a starship. They would move the Stargate somewhere else so there weren't any unexpected arrivals after they had moved through any mundane equipment they might want or need.
The tentative plan was to move several square miles of the Forbidden Forest there as one section, and then just let it grow.
Tracking down Firenze was simple. He was the new divination professor, after all. Harry waited until the last class for the day left before going in. The classroom resembled a small meadow, with the ceiling reflecting the sky. The walls showed the trees and bushes that would normally be in such a setting, and the floor was the soft grasses and scattered flowers. The air even smelled like a meadow, with the air moving in soft zephyrs that barely moved your hair, but were warm on your face. On the hot days, he knew from 5th year, it was a cool breeze that wafted through the room. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter," the centaur greeted him, as if he had expected him. "Good afternoon," replied Harry as he headed for the professor's desk. "The heavens have been quite unsettled, of late. It shocked us all that you would humble Mars." He sighed and reflexively looked up at his false sky. "But Mars is brighter than ever. Puzzlingly, though, Jupiter is even brighter." He looked at Harry. "In terms you humans would understand, conflict and great migrations are looming large in the future." Harry shuffled his feet and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Yeah, well, that's kinda what I wanted to talk to you about." He paused to think how best to start. He'd spent hours already contemplating that, but nothing seemed right. He shrugged. 2 years ago, when you were hired by the headmaster, he finally started, I, and a few of my friends, discovered a spaceship. Firenze was watching him calmly. "We discovered over the next year that we could explore the solar system. Actually visit Mars, Jupiter, and so forth. We couldn't go farther, though, because we didn't have enough fuel. Well, that changed last August, and we've visited a few stars, and their planets." He paused, but the centaur merely looked at him. "Well, I know the Muggles are squeezing all the magical preserves and it's getting harder and harder to hide magic. So, I thought, why not move some of the preserves to other planets? Planets where there aren't any Muggles. Or wizards. So, they'd have an entire planet to themselves?" Firenze still had not reacted beyond looking interested. "So, I wanted your thoughts on if the centaurs would be interested. It wouldn't be immediately, of course. I'm sure you'd want to explore the planet a bit before committing to a move, but do you think the centaurs would be interested?" The centaur took on a thoughtful expression. "Another world?" He half whispered, gazing at the ground, and then turning to look out the window. "We've already found a world that orbits Rigel Kentaurus that's almost all ocean, and the merfolk have a small colony there, now," Harry said hopefully. "They're still exploring the area around their settlement, but so far they appear pleased with what they see. At the very least, it's not polluted and noisy with Muggle seacraft." "Yes," Firenze said, "the merfolk have been quite excited about a new settlement." He looked at Harry. "I knew you were involved, but the particulars were murky." Harry flushed. "We gave them communicators so they could tell their relatives that are still here what they've found and done at the end of every day." Firenze slowly nodded. "That's also how we handled the Acromantulas." He shook his head. "We didn't move them to a planet, though. We built a space station several times as big as all of the Forbidden Forest and put them in it. We trade Muggle-conjured food to them in exchange for their silk." Firenze frowned at him and snorted. "We centaurs know that conjured food is transitory," he stated. Harry shrugged and tapped his comm link. "Replicator." "Yes, Admiral Potter?" came the quick response. "Please send down a small table with a plowman's salad." Aye, sir. One moment." In a flash of light, a table with the requisite meal appeared in the room. Harry gestured to the table. "No magic, all Muggle technology." He grinned. "This way we don't even have to provide an animal for the Acromantulas. We just conjure, replicate, an animal that died mere seconds before we copied its pattern. The spiders never know the difference. We've been doing it for months, now." Firenze slowly nodded, staring at the table. "Anyway, we were thinking of just grabbing a square mile or so of the forest and moving it to the merfolk planet and dropping it intact on one of the larger islands. It's about the size of England, and in a temperate zone. But we sorta need someone there to manage the forest, maybe help it expand, and to tell us if there are any problems. He frowned slightly. We're also terraforming Mars, making it inhabitable by people? I'd like to ask the centaurs if they could help us figure out how we should do that. I mean, no one knows the forest better than the centaurs. Wizards certainly don't know enough about what's really in the forest. The centaur just looked at him. Harry cleared his throat. So, I thought I'd mention this to you, and you could think about it. Consult the stars. Tell me what you think next week, just before I leave for Christmas halls. Firenze slowly nodded. That would be wise. Harry reached into a pocket and pulled out a comm link. Here, he said, holding it out to the centaur. When you want to talk with me, just tap the stone with your finger and say my name. I'll answer immediately, if I can. If I can't, I'll call you back as soon as I can. The centaur took it, recognizing the Othela rune-shaped stone almost immediately. You can place it anywhere convenient and it will stay there. It won't get knocked loose or fall off by accident. It can only be removed when you lift it by the edges. He grinned. It's not magic, it's completely muggle, and has a battery that will last several years, so you can keep it. That way, if there's an emergency, or you want to talk to me, you can. Firenze slowly nodded as he continued to study the apparent thin rock. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for listening. Bye. He waved his hand slightly and left with Firenze watching him speculatively. Harry and Hermione were revising their potions homework in the common room when they decided to take a break. Plus, dinner was soon. After his conversation with Firenze, Harry had started to wonder how things were going with the merfolk. After casting the Muffaliato spell, he tapped his comm link. Lee, if you're not busy, how are things going with the colony at Rigel? Not bad at all, came his quick response. Let me check my notes. Oh. Let's see. The Galileo excavated into the island a bit to provide them an emergency shelter, with metal doors they can close. He chuckled. Just in case they attract the attention of something like the giant squid that thinks they'd make a nice snack. The entrance is covered with an aversion spell keyed to everything that isn't a merfolk or one of their pets, as well. The power plant, communication, replicator unit is on the largest island and the merfolk have several pimps. They're still a bit leery of them, but starting to really like how they can fix cuts and broken bones quickly. As soon as the fueling depots finish replicating, we can haul one to one of the gas giants in the system. By the time the planetary unit there starts to run low, an automated runabout can bring in the replacement fuel from the depot. It'll have more than enough in storage by then.
By the way, I think maybe we should move a third of our fueling depots there just to spread things out a bit. In case of, well, problems with the Goa'uld.
Other than that, things appear to be fine. They haven't given us any complaints, and seem rather pleased. They've been sampling the local plants and animals, and except for a few upset stomachs every once in a while, they seem to be finding plenty to eat. One of the crew, a Muggle-born who was interested in anthropology as a kid, has taken up the challenge to document their colony, and catalog all the animals and plants the merfolk can find. He's having quite a bit of fun, he says. The merfolk were a bit suspicious, at first, but they seem to have decided to like him. They've agreed to grow gillyweed for him, so in another month he'll have a native supply. He paused and shrugged. He's not exactly roughing it out there. He's remodeled one of the runabouts into a home and office rather than building a house on the island. By the way, all the runabouts have been modified to use Naquadah now, he added as an aside. From what he's saying, we can probably expect a good number of the merfolk from Earth to move there. Especially because they don't have to worry about being discovered by Muggles or limit their children to not overgrow limited resources.
Excellent news, Harry said. Has he asked them if we can transplant part of the Forbidden Forest to the island?
Lee chuckled. He said that the chief of the village said, as long as there are no wizards or Muggles, we do not care what you do on the land. Harry and Hermione laughed. Well, next time you talk with him, tell him to ask the chief if he has any objections to the centaurs living on the island. There's no guarantee they will, but they might be interested if the merfolk have no objections. The train's compartment was rather full for the Christmas Halls trip to London. Practically the entire upper staff of the DSF that hadn't graduated was there. Neville, Padma, Parvati, Susan, Hannah, Luna, Ginny, Lavender, Dean, Zacharias, Justin, and Ernie were crowded in with Harry and Hermione. It would have been impossible if not for the expansion charm. They were all laughing over the letters Hermione had been getting from her parents, not to mention the other Muggle-borns in the group who communicated regularly with their parents. Harry knew the Muggle-born and half-blood students who hadn't yet joined the crew would be astonished at how much had changed in the world since September when they arrived home for Christmas. The revelation of aliens and the Stargate program were the major subjects of almost every newspaper and news broadcast, according to Hermione's parents. Speculation was rampant, and stories of the different civilizations through the Stargates that had so far been encountered were eagerly devoured by the public. Conspiracy theorists were going crazy, if they weren't already, over the pictures and sightings of the Star Wars X-Wing fighters, the Space 1999 runabouts, and the Battlestars. Writers in Hollywood, as far as the theorists were concerned, were all aliens, or could see the future. The religious fanatics were even worse. Someone had leaked the story that the aliens had proof of the soul, and that people were not the only creatures to have them. Ghosts were real, too, but refused to talk about the afterlife and God, or gods and goddesses, as the case may be. They were split on whether the story was a hoax or not. Being told that the old Greek and Roman gods had been miscreant aliens had shaken many people. There were quite a few of the extreme conservatives who were saying the aliens who were supplying the pimps were actually devils distributing the tools of the devil, Satan. Or simply saying the aliens were lying. However, the sheer number of lives the devices saved, in more ways than one, made that a difficult argument to make. A lot of people were saying that if the aliens were emissaries of the devil, they certainly weren't doing anything that could be considered evil. Plus, unlike many of the faithful, they weren't going around killing others simply because they disagreed with them. Several of the theocracies had refused to allow the pimps into their countries, and then tried to bully their neighbors into doing the same. Their terrorist attacks on hospitals had not helped their cause. In fact, one neighboring country had retaliated by bombing the governmental building of the other country while it was in full session. When the attacked country had tried to launch a counter-strike, the requirement had used its dematerializer to confiscate the fuel for all their planes and vehicles, and then warned the attacking country to settle down or their air force and army would be neutralized, as well. When they complained about defending themselves from suicide bombers, Lee came up with a high-tech bracelet that could detect the presence of explosive materials on anyone within 10 meters not wearing a similar bracelet. It wasn't foolproof, but then what was? The pimps had everyone else in the world simply slack-jawed. Daily, there were stories of people moments from death being cured. Every day, reports were being made of where the latest delivery of pimps was taking place. The hospitals with a unit had to set up triage wards, insisting that those in most danger of dying be treated first, then taking the patients in order of the severity of their problem. Nursing homes were being emptied as formerly frail and bedridden occupants were discovering they felt 30 and 40 years younger. With an average of 40,000 people served per hospital in England, it was going to take a year, minimum, to treat everyone. And that didn't include the people who didn't feel it necessary to visit a hospital every year. For example, people with glasses. On the other hand, by the middle of next year, only accident victims and newly sick or injured people would be showing up. For other parts of the world, it would take years to treat everyone. India and China topped that list. They simply didn't have the infrastructure or trained personnel to do the job any faster. It takes time to train people, and with populations of over 1 billion each, they needed 100,000 people trained. Even then, it would still take at least 2 years, or more, to treat everyone. Which disregarded the time it would take just to get pimps to those 100,000 doctors, adding in travel time to the hundreds of thousands of small and remote villages all across China and India. In some cases, it would take weeks just to get to the areas that needed the units. China had already been warned once about trying to restrict usage of the units to only party members, and deliberately ignoring sections of the country. It would be interesting to see if they tried to keep the units from groups that were out of favor with the officials. The next time it happened would see the party members getting their recoveries reversed until the government was changed. Several dictators in smaller countries had already been deposed when the populace had discovered they had been banned from using the units because their leaders had tried to limit the benefits to their friends or supporters only. The other newsworthy item that was making headlines was from the astronomers reporting the obvious signs that Mars was being terraformed.
With Stargate Command temporarily offline, The DFS was using the stargates on Mars and Venus.
The Martian and Venetian teams were working together, Harry knew. A runabout had been modified to hold a stargate in a vertical position. It was currently flying a pre-programmed course through the atmosphere of Venus at supersonic speeds, or, rather, the equivalent in that planet's dense atmosphere. The carbon dioxide blasted out of the stargate on Mars at 800 plus degrees Fahrenheit, 450 plus degrees centigrade. The second stargate was mounted horizontally, pointing down, on its roving runabout on Mars. It was several miles above the surface so that none of the speed of the carbon dioxide coming out of the gate would accidentally rebound any of the gas away from the planet. With a pressure of over 90 times that of Earth, the hurricane force of the cone of air as it blasted down created a dust storm that was clearly visible through any telescope that resolved the planet as more than a tiny dot. According to the library, Hermione had told Harry, the rapid infusion of carbon dioxide from Venus in this manner, for 2 months, would raise the global temperature significantly, and help maintain the temperature through the gas heat-trapping properties.
With the methane they had already brought to the planet, it would be a tremendous jump in shortening the timescale to get a usable atmosphere.
Plus, such a carbon dioxide-rich environment would cause much accelerated plant growth until the oxygen levels stabilized. After waiting a few months for the atmosphere to calm a little, they would start bringing nitrogen in from Titan and oxygen and water from some of the planetoids in the Oort cloud. The goal was to end up with a normal Earth-type atmosphere and a significantly sized ocean in about a year. Then they would start moving plants and animals to their new home. They were even discussing a plan to repeat the 2 Stargate-equipped runabouts with the transmitting one at Rigel's planet. Putting a magic field over the Stargate to only let through water would prevent any accidental cross-contamination from the water world. It would significantly reduce the Oort cloud trips and effort. With the magnetic shield station in place, Mars would no longer be losing oxygen to the solar wind. In addition, the natural planetary processes that helped create an atmosphere would no longer be fighting a losing battle against the solar wind. They should have an inhabitable planet that would survive another billion years, at least. Meanwhile, Venus was losing a bit of atmospheric pressure while removing heat stored in the atmosphere. It wasn't much, by comparison, especially given that Venus had an atmosphere that was nearly 2,000 times the mass of the one on Mars, 90 times as massive as Earth's. However, every ton of air that the Venus team didn't have to deal with was a gain for them. Both teams wanted the process to go on for a longer time, but 2 months was all they were going to get. Dealing with the Goa'uld took precedence. Once the SGC teams were trained and ready, the 2 Stargates would be returned to the Moon for exploration runs. In the meantime, Ginny and Luna were quite eager to visit the Stargate teams in training and show them what combat on a hoverboard was really like. It took Lee most of the trip to bring them up to date on the various projects the DSF was running, and the progress the Muggles were making at getting the Pimpses distributed. Firenze had asked for more time to talk with his compatriots. The werewolf population at Uranus Base had nearly doubled over the last month. There, Hamlet had grown to be more of a village with a market, school, 2 pubs, restaurant, and a Medowitch in residence. It even had a tiny aura force to keep small arguments from spiraling out of control. There weren't any werewolves left in England, and the number still in Europe was dropping fast. Remus said that they had tripled the number of werewolves over last Christmas. Almost all were now taking classes in wand usage, and were thrilled at the prospect. Plus, many of the women were reduced to tears of happiness at the prospect having menstrual periods, something he had been told no woman really enjoyed. Remus had explained that having periods meant being able to have children. Children who wouldn't have to fear their parents. Several women, Remus told him, wanted to have Harry's children, as a way of expressing how happy they were. Harry was appalled. And a bit flattered. He resolved to stay as far from the base as possible, just in case. Unfortunately, there had been some die-hard fanatics who didn't want to live in peace. The wolf was just too much in control, even when it wasn't close to that time of the month. Being on the station did nothing to diminish their aggressive and violent tendencies. Those wares had been relegated to second prison base where they couldn't harm anyone not already aware. Neville was pleased to hear that the increased population had meant the greenhouses could, and had been, expanded to nearly 100 acres in size, each. They would be able to supply all but the rarest of ingredients for their potions in another couple of months. Having something that would be commercially available outside the DSF would not be possible for quite some time, unfortunately. Even though the acres they had allowed them to grow nearly 10 times as much as they had expected, selling to the Muggles would require far more acres than they could reasonably be expected to have under tillage. The stomach soother and headache remedies would have to wait until they could find an Earth-like planet they could easily reach with a spaceship. Which seemed to have been done. The exploration team on the Galileo had had great hopes for Epsilon Eridani. At a distance of only 10.5 light-years it would have been quite convenient. Its habitable zone is large enough. It has an asteroid belt that covers about the same range as their solar systems and left the inner area clear. Unfortunately, at only 1 billion years old, the planet in the habitable zone was too young for a really stable surface, and it was racked with severe earthquakes and frequent volcanic eruptions. The final strike was that the atmosphere was unbreathable and the outgassing from the volcanoes made it doubtful that would change anytime in the next billion years. The Galileo was currently at 61 V. Guinness, about 27.9 light-years away in the constellation of Virgo. It was a G7V main sequence star only slightly less massive than the Sun, with a composition nearly identical to the Sun. It also had a planet in the habitable zone, but a bit further out proportionally than Earth was, but not nearly as far as Mars. The planet was older and larger than Earth, somewhat, and teeming with life, but nothing intelligent had yet shown up in their inspection. It had almost 50% of its surface underwater and an axial tilt that provided a variety of climates, just as did Earth. The tilt wasn't as much as the Earth's, however. There were 2 small moons orbiting it, one that was almost 1,000 miles in diameter and the other only 500. It would an interesting experiment to see if a werewolf on the surface of the planet would react to either, or both, of the moons being a full moon. Even better, it was outside the address block with Earth, plus, as luck would have it, there weren't any stargates in its block. Before they started moving in, though, they wanted a thorough scan of the planet. They didn't want any surprises to pop up and bite them later. Speaking of werewolves, they now had 4 full squadrons of the X-Wing fighters. Their mock dogfights in space were a great way for the Wares to deal with the enhanced aggression, brought by their wolves, that they all had to deal with. And that was despite not transforming anymore. Having their lives back under their control made them extremely loyal to the DSF. Plus, no one was forcing them to cooperate. If they just wanted to live on the base and be a craftsman, merchant, or even a chess player, they could. The older Wares regarded the base as heaven in space. It was lunchtime when Lee finished. Angelina chimed in at that point. She was happy to report that they had managed to scan in most of the Hogwarts library, with only the restricted section not yet done.
The books were all available via their tricorders. That would make their research efforts for their assignments and exams, especially their newts, much simpler. Nothing could beat the convenience of the indexing provided by the library on the ships, especially considering the abysmal lack of any indexing or a card catalog of the books at Hogwarts. Not to mention the complete lack of an index in the books themselves.
She expected that now that they didn't need the room of requirement for connecting to the DSFS requirement, the vanishing cabinets took care of transferring the non-apparition capable crew. The restricted section books would be done by the time the 7th years graduated in 6 months.
After a wonderful meal beamed down to them, the rest of the trip they just talked and relaxed. With Draco at Hogwarts, to help his mother financially, it was a nice, quiet, pleasant trip.
With no signs of any activity from either Voldemort or his Death Eaters, the Christmas halls in Diagon Alley were a delight. Everyone was in a cheerful and happy mood. People who had been in hiding last year were out in force this year. Enterprise was doing a booming business, Harry was happy to see, when he went through looking for Christmas presents. Josephine was still finding half-bloods and muggle-borns who were interested in star traveling, or working in one of the many restaurants and shops they now operated, she said, when he talked with her briefly. Both Luna and Lee had contributed new pieces to sell, as had a few of the other crew members. The traveling cloaks were still a favorite, he saw. However, as far as he was concerned, the best part of the break was spending time with Hermione and the girls, without classes or studying to interfere. Hermione certainly seemed to agree. While it was too cold for swimming, her being 17 and considered an adult in the wizarding world, she could cast a warming charm that kept her and Harry toasty warm, and clothes optional for the two teens when her parents were at the office. Her parents were not stupid, they knew. But she was a grown-up, now, so they kept their silence and were relieved that when they got home that there were no signs of any impropriety. Josephine had been stunned when she first arrived in Bombay, now called Mumbai. She had known that India had over 1 billion people, which, naturally, meant they had a proportionally larger number of wizards and witches. She just hadn't realized what that meant. The magical shopping district in Mumbai, Usman Gali, Uneven Alley, was insanely crowded. The other 3 magical districts in the country, Vasama Gali, Irregular Alley, in New Delhi, Taracha Gali, Oblique Alley, in Chennai, and Vikarta Gali, Distorted Alley, in Kolkata, the new name for Calcutta, were equally crowded, she had been told. Each city was the destination to nearly 5 times as many wizards and witches as was Diagon Alley. And the competition? Unbelievable. Even with all the stores using extensive expansion charms, they were crowded. What dismayed her, though, had been the obvious caste discrimination at work. There were a number of stores with signs that said, "Only Brahmin," and many more that said, "No Dalits." Only after learning the language herself did she understand that the name, Usman Gali, also translated to Unequal Alley. And she had thought the pure bloods were awful bigots. On the other hand, did the crew really want to recruit people who wouldn't frequent a shop that allowed a particular group of people? Or would only frequent a store that restricted to their caste? Or thought that such treatment of other wizards and witches, regardless of their abilities, was somehow fair? While there was no agreement on an official language for India, Hindi-Urdu was the most prevalent in the Mumbai region. English, however, was surprisingly common, she discovered. With so many dialects, the only common ground the Indians could all agree upon was English. As a foreign language, even if it had been imposed by the United Kingdom, it favored no one religion, clan, group, or tribe. Most educated Indians spoke it quite well, and even the uneducated learned enough to get by. For the other store locations, Bengali and Tamil would be more commonly encountered. Fortunately, learning the languages well enough to converse fluently had been remarkably easy for adults. Unsurprisingly, in retrospect, India had developed special charms, combined with duplicated memories, to teach the basics for a new language. With so many languages and dialects, it had been a necessity to develop something like that. It wasn't overnight, but in 2 weeks' time, alternating 1 day learning with 1 day practicing, they could easily carry a conversation with only a small trace of an accent. Diligent work, she was told, could even eliminate the accent. She intended to be diligent. All the enterprise and return to tomorrow videos store managers and senior clerks completed the courses while the dickering for a location was ongoing. They didn't get any of the nuances, but those would come with time. Nevertheless, they were thoroughly grounded in the meanings of several thousand words, and educated in the grammar to a post-grade school level. The written forms were also learned in the same manner during the same 2 weeks. Which meant she and the others could read and write in Hindi better than nearly 40% of the Indians who spoke it as a first language. Already, several of the crew were experimenting with and adapting the Indians' techniques to make a memory learning set for runes. Those would be especially important for any non-European crew members. Otherwise, they faced a long and difficult time in learning the runes. The goal was to have a set that would give them Newt-level skills in only a week's worth of effort. Unfortunately, using that learning technique before or during puberty interfered with brain development, the Indians had told them. The suggested minimum age for using the technique was 21. Sadly. So, there would be no easy way to skip the years of learning wand usage, history, potions, and so forth. On the other hand, any new hires from India could be brought up to speed to nearly perfect English rather quickly. Even with the help of the Patil's family, just getting a location for their stores had been a trial. There was a months-long waiting list for even the worst locations, and years for acceptable ones. Limiting their options, of course, was that they wanted to have their enterprise store backed against a return to tomorrow videos store on the Mughal side. After reviewing their options, Admiral Potter had simply asked, "Why not just buy a good location? We certainly can afford the gold." He had shrugged. Sell a dozen tons of replicated Mughal gold to the Chinese Mughals, convert it to rupees, then convert that to whatever the Indian magicals use. The twins had face-palmed. Just look for a good location where we can locate a Quarks nearby. He paused. In fact, buy 2 locations, one can be an Enterprise, Return to Tomorrow set and the other a Quarks, Gus's Galaxy Grill. He frowned. Considering the population in India, perhaps the Muggle sides need to be much larger? Which was what they had done. The Pottles had helped them hunt down 19 squibs, male and female, for the Muggle side of the stores. The new hires were given strict instructions that they were to treat everyone who came into the stores as if they were their best friend's mother. The storefront in Usman Gali was a matter of an overnight cleaning and rearranging once they had the purchase agreement. The door connecting through to the Return to Tomorrow store was hidden behind a tech cloak, of course. Arranging the Muggle store would take a bit more time, as doing everything magically overnight would raise quite a few questions with the authorities, despite any bribes they might toss around. They would still use magic, of course, it would just be a little at a time to give the impression they were doing the work by hand. The Pottles managed to find even more squibs for them, from several casts, and their work with cleaning and arranging the shop helped camouflage what they were doing quite nicely. Providing all of them with fully furnished apartments over the store for themselves and their families got them dedicated hard workers. Use of expansion charms was not limited. Between the free meals from Quarks, Gus's Galaxy Grill and high wages, the new hires were fiercely loyal almost from day one. Then she added in that they would be using magical learning to teach them all a college-level knowledge of Hindi, both spoken and written, as well as English. That left the Indian squibs wondering if they had fallen into paradise. The new hires were ready to worship her as a new deity when she brought out a pimps and restored them and their families to perfect health. They almost cried when she picked 5 and handed each of them 1,000 quid worth of Indian rupees with instructions to go out and buy the best Indian movies on the video market. The only caveat was that the specific ones they bought had to be the best versions, so no used or poor copies. Setting up the international flow in the Usman Gali Enterprise and Quarks stores took a bit of gold, but, as the Admiral had said, they had plenty, didn't they? Dropping a month's wages on the counter each time she met the next bureaucrat in the ministry and asking to be processed immediately got her finished before lunch. As a result, the flow installation crew visited their stores that afternoon. 2 flows were installed, in separate rooms, in each location. One was the international flow that only connected to the other Enterprise or Quarks locations. The other flow was a general connection to the Indian flow network. Josephine was more than happy to allow the installers to visit the other stores and emplace the spells that restricted the newly installed international flow to just those locations. The installers used special spells to prevent the new flow from connecting to anything else. What the flows in the other countries connected to, the installers didn't care. She sent the installers on their way with a 6 months' wages bonus, each, for doing the job so quickly and expertly. Doing that assured her that when they added Enterprise and Quarks locations in New Delhi, Chennai, and Kolkata, the installers would deliver the best service possible. The vanishing cabinet room, opposite the manager's office, was hidden by a tech cloak device and a Muggle and magical aversion spell. Even if a magical finited that spell, the tech cloak kept them from seeing anything. Only someone wearing a comm link could see the door, or even open it. The locks on the door prevented anyone else from entering. If anyone apparated or portkeyed into the room without a comm link, they would be magically stunned immediately. If the stunners failed to stop whomever it was from continuing to move, the tech from the ship would render them unconscious. The vanishing cabinet led to the Hogwarts central terminus, giving them access to every other Enterprise, video store, and restaurant they owned. Not to mention the requirement or Galileo if either were close enough for the cabinets to operate safely. To help quell any unease at the Indian ministries about them using the international flow for illicit purposes, they had 2 Indian ministry officials in the flow rooms that first week as they brought in their merchandise from the other stores. They surprised the inspectors by posting a list of illicit items, in large print in both English and Hindi, on the wall beside the flow. She explained that she wanted there to be no doubts about what the employees were and were not allowed to bring through the flow. Nothing illegal would be going through her international flow. The inspectors each went home at the end of the week with a year's wages as thanks for being so accommodating, and they hadn't even had to pretend they hadn't seen any contraband. Plus, she had told the ministry that an inspector could walk in at any time for a surprise inspection. The store opened the week before Christmas. Like all the other enterprises, there were 2 signs in the window, opening soon, and Help wanted. There was a new sign, though, that no other stores in Usman Gali had in their windows. Dalits welcome. The signs were, of course, in both English and Hindi. Unlike her experiences with the other enterprise stores, Indians were not shy about investigating a store that had a sign of "Help Wanted" posted. She barely had time to post the signs before the door opened and an Indian came in. He barely glanced around the store, stopping as soon as he saw her partner for the day, Tim. He immediately headed for the wizard. "I would like a job," he said in Hindi. Tim gave her a surprised look, then nodded. He indicated the man should follow him and walked over to Josephine. "The one responsible for hiring is Manager Edgecombe," he said, also in Hindi, nodding at Josephine. "Why would you want to work here?" she said in the same language, glancing around. One wall was crowded with wizard-moving paintings of scenes from space of the Earth, Moon, Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter, as well as paintings made from their moons looking up at the planets. There was even one of the asteroid series rotating in the blackness. The galaxy on a pedestal was by the front window. There were several racks for English robes, and one rack for other popular styles in India. She had left room for several more racks for when they found what styles they needed more of on the floor. The patterns were, of course, space-oriented. The other wall was filled with the twins' assorted candies and prank items, at least the space-themed ones. The back wall, behind the counter and register, was filled with lightsabers and their personalization items. She expected them to be as popular here as they were in England, Ireland, and France. He shrugged. "You are English, no?" "Yes, I am. I am Dalit. Your sign says, Dalit welcome. The best way to show Dalits are welcome is having a Dalit clerk." This was very unlike the approach wizards in England used. And he had a very good point, too. She frowned, thinking. Then smiled. "If you could have any job, do anything you wanted, what would it be?" He gave her a completely blank look for a minute. "Seriously," she said, encouragingly, "what would be your ideal job? If you could have any job, at all." He stared at her, now frowning in thought. "An auror," he said slowly, using the Hindi word for their Department of Law Enforcement people. "But my poor education in magic disqualifies me." He gave her a steady look. "Dalits are only allowed second-hand wands and no more than 1 year of schooling. Just enough to prevent accidental magic." Angrily she closed her eyes and took a slow breath as she pressed her lips tightly together. She opened them and smiled. "Are you the only magical in your family?" He shook his head. "My father and sister are, my mother is not." She lightly bit her lower lip, thinking. "Come with me, let's see what you know." She turned and led him to one of the back rooms. "Show me the spells you know," she said. His wand was clearly old, nicked, scratched, and worn. His spells, she quickly discovered, were not that many. "Just to confirm, your wand wasn't matched to you?" He nodded. "It was my great-grandfather's," he explained. He followed her quietly as she went out front. "Tim, would you take Mr. Tiwari, here, to Ollivander's and get him a proper wand and holster? The one he is using apparently belonged to his great-grandfather." The Indian was giving her a wide-eyed stare. She turned to him. "If you're going to work here, we can't very well let you use a wand that is totally unsuited for you." She turned back to the Tim. "Take about 100 galleons out of the till in the Diagon Alley store and set up an account with Ollivander. We'll probably be doing several more." Tim nodded and headed to the back. "Come along, Mr. Tiwari, this'll probably take an hour or so." "I'm hired," he said, surprised, looking back and forth between them. Provisionally, Josephine said. "We'll try things out for 2 weeks. In any case, you'll keep the wand in addition to your wages. We'll discuss it more when you get back." Dazedly, he followed Tim into the back hall, to the international flow. She turned back to door as it again opened and a curious man looked inside. "Welcome to Enterprise," she said. "I'm sorry, we're not officially open yet, but feel free to look around. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask." The customer slowly closed the door behind himself and started to meander around the store. She tapped her comm link. "Juliana, I just sent Tim off with a prospective employee to get a new wand. It looks like it's going to be busier than expected. Could you get me 2 volunteers for the day?" It was slow in the morning, but steady. Tiwari was delighted with his new wand. and astonished at how much better his casting was. He was shocked to discover that they planned to pay him a wage the same as the stores in England. He would be making more in a week than he had previously ever made in 6 months. Then she offered him and his family an apartment over the store. Plus, she expected him to spend 2 hours a day studying magic in one of the back rooms, starting with the Hogwarts first-year charms and transfiguration texts. Teaching him the register was easy. Then, while the two volunteers she had asked for watched the store, she and Tim gave him a detailed tour of their products. He sampled the prank candies and built his own lightsaber. They used one of their tricorders to scan him, and had him change into his Enterprise robes for the rest of the day. Then they explained the curse resistance of all the clothing they sold. He even had a limited comm link for easy communication with the store and the other clerks. He was amazed at the reasonable prices. Not to mention stunned at the meals being offered through Quarks, which wasn't set up yet. The manager was more than happy to bring over what they ordered. Business picked up after lunch. She was surprised at how quickly word about the lightsabers got around. 3 more Indians came in asking for a job. One left when he saw he would be required to work with Tawari, a Dalit. The other 2 were still interested, but Josephine could see, just from their reactions, that they didn't like the situation or thought they could bully him. Tawari was puzzled at her insistence that prospective employees be interested in space, or even fans of space-oriented shows, but he wasn't about to object. He was hired for simply being the first to ask and would do nearly anything to stay. The lightsabers were all gone by dinner time. The bins of candy weren't empty, but several were close. Josephine thought they might have to use modified expansion charms that shrank the space as it emptied to always make the bins look full. She also thought that would decrease the number of times in a day they had to refill them once word got out about exactly what Enterprise sold. Their new employee spent the evening bringing his family to their new apartment. That it had a television and videocassette player, despite being in the magic-rich alley, left them all speechless. Josephine had thought Christmas in India was more of an afterthought. The number of Christians in India, after all, were only about 20 million, less than half the population of England. However, she learned that the number of non-Christians who also celebrated was over 5 times larger. Those numbers were reflected in Usman Gali. Making it much more crowded, though, was that from the 21st to 25th was Pancha Ganapati. That was an ancient holiday full of family-centered happenings, but with 5 days of gifts, not just one. The store was packed with customers from that day forward. The tech items were easy to replenish as needed. The magical? Not so much. Josephine had to start limiting the number of each candy purchased by a single customer. Fortunately, with Tawari's help, staffing was complete the next day when she hired 10 more employees. Not all of them were Dalits. 2 were Shuddha, the artists, laborers, and servants caste. And 1 was Vaishya, merchants, traders, and farmers caste. Apparently, the Dalits' welcome sign had chased off the Brahmin, priests, advisors, and intellectuals caste, and Kshatriya, leaders, military, and landowners caste. She suspected that Tawari had carefully coached the Dalits the night before about needing to be interested in space. She had the suspicion that they had spent the night watching selections from the pile of Star Trek, Star Wars, and Battlestar Galactica tapes she had made sure that Tawari's apartment had had before leaving last night. Not that she cared. Not all the wares at Uranus Base were interested in space, either. That didn't prevent them from being part of the crew. Besides, Tawari had said he wanted to be an Auror, and the crew needed a few more Marines. He might make the cut once they beefed up his magical skills. And who knew how the others would fit in? Only time would tell. In the meantime, she was on the lookout for anyone who had the right attitude and potential to be crew.
Then Christmas halls were over and it was back to Hogwarts for the new term for the crew still in school.
On the train, the crew made sure to visit the Muggle-borns and half-bloods who followed the happenings in the Muggle world. They pointed out that talking about those things would be considered boring by the pure-bloods and other half-bloods. The other magicals were completely uninterested in what might be happening in the rest of world. If they did want to discuss it with others, there would be weekly meeting in a certain classroom. In truth, it was a thinly disguised recruiting effort for the crew.
One unforeseen effect from distributing the pimps so widely was that hundreds of people had been discovered as squibs. From St. Mungo's using the black families, device, they were able to define the probable pure blood family they came from. Most did not know of their magical heritage, and there were many whose parents and children were also squibs. The crew intended to keep a close eye on them for fully magical children.
They also discovered a few dozen Muggle-borns who had returned to the normal world but hadn't kept contact with any of their magical friends, or the friends had been killed by Death Eaters. The result was that they were building up perhaps the single most comprehensive database of family relationships in the world. With luck, they might be able to discover just what it was that determined which children would be magical and which ones wouldn't. Once at Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, and the other Newt students were quickly buried in work. Harry and Hermione still made time for the dueling club. By this time, they had instilled the cooperation ethic in the first and second years, with enough crew in the fourth and fifth years that they were confident it would continue next year. Harry was happy to see that there were a few Slytherin half-bloods attending the sessions in the library. Maybe, in a few years, they might find a few Slytherins in the crew. Still, they buckled down to studying and practicing.
Meanwhile, Teal'c had passed the 1-month point, and over 1,000 of the Jaffa made the transition to becoming Tory. By the end of January that number had doubled. The remainder were still skeptical, or hung desperately to the belief that their God was real and not a pretender.
A number of the captured were pilots for the Death Gliders, and were eager to learn about flying the X-Wings. The rest were willing to actually take the fight the Goa'uld instead of merely resettling on a new planet. Naturally, they used Veritaserum to make sure the former Jaffa were being truthful. Surprising everyone except Teal'c, the volunteers all easily passed as trustworthy. The Marines were delighted to have mock battles with the former Jaffa. They quickly developed strategies to deal with almost every standard Jaffa practice. The Jaffa they trained with, only a few, at first, were stunned at the Marines' capabilities with stealth, communications, and tactics, and then there were their weapons. It wouldn't be long before there were more former Jaffa in the Marines than there were currently Marines. As long as they were loyal to the DSF, Harry didn't care. It was the Friday, January 30th, that things went pear-shaped, naturally. Harry was just finishing up his potions assignment that afternoon when his comm link vibrated. He tapped the code for wait, then hustled upstairs to his dorm room. Lee's image appeared as soon as he opened his tricorder and tapped his comm link. Lee was shaking his head. "I swear," he said, "the Stargate 1 team has worse luck than you, Harry." Harry just looked at him, eyebrows raised. The first world they went to today, when we returned the Stargates to the base, was P3X775. They at first thought they were in an uninhabited area, but then they heard someone crashing through the undergrowth. Lee sighed. He claimed to be being chased by something he called Taldor. He pursed his lips. Turns out the native was a criminal escaping the law. He rolled his eyes. The Taldor were the law enforcement arm of their planet, Rillon, and because he was captured with the SG-1 team, they were considered criminals, too. Especially because they trespassed with weapons on the Rillon ancient grounds, which is a crime by the standards of the Taldor. Apparently, their law is black and white only, no excuses. The team was sentenced, then transported to a Stargate and sent to a world called Hadante, their version of a prison. The gate at Hadante doesn't have an outgoing dialing unit. He grinned. While their Stargate equipment was taken, the spacesuits, camouflaged as skin, weren't noticed. Lieutenant Rascal managed to change Colonel O'Neill's drone programming through the beacon drone that accompanied the team to Rillon. The team went through the Stargate to Hadante 1 at a time, so there was a moment where we had complete communication between their new location and Uranus base. Rascal had already alerted the Galileo, Susong, and Requirement, and triangulated the subspace distress signal as soon as it appeared. The Susong can rescue them late tomorrow, not that they know that, if they don't get out on their own before then. He sighed. Unfortunately, Colonel O'Neill's drone used all its battery power sending the distress call as soon as he went through the gate.
He paused a moment to see if Harry had anything to say. Then he continued. Stargate Lieutenant General Hammond and Stargate Team 9 are currently trying to negotiate with the Taldor to get the team back, and their equipment. He shook his head. They aren't making much progress, and I don't think they will.
Harry thought a moment. It bothers me that they would so cavalierly treat someone who came through the Stargate and doesn't know if the planet is occupied. He frowned. Well, anyway, have the Susong head for the prison world, just in case, if they aren't already. I'll talk with Hermione, see if she has ideas on if we should do anything more. He sat thinking. He tapped his comm link. Hermione? Got a moment to talk? Shortly before curfew, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were on the requirements bridge with Sirius, watching as the ship started for Rillon. The Galileo would take up position over England in the interim. The headmaster appeared rather frustrated, Harry said, his lips quirking in humor. Sirius grinned and shrugged. He didn't like me pulling the house business card to get you 3 out of Hogwarts for the next few days. He frowned. Are you sure this is the way to handle this? Harry shook his head. I don't think we can just let it lie, there's just too many ways it could go wrong if we do. He looked over to Hermione and Ron. Well, it's going to take us all night to get there, we might as well get a good night's sleep. They all nodded. Ron and Sirius headed for their cabins while Hermione followed him into his. The next day, at 8 o'clock for the crew, but closer to noon for the locals, the DFS Battlestar requirement silently slid into position over Rillon. The Talder Tallel, or speaking area for their so-called justice, Marietta reported, in a derisive tone, is 500 miles directly below us. The left wall is a view of the speaking area floor from one of the drones that went through with the general, Lee said. He gestured to the apparition, vanishing cabinet room wall reserved for displaying apparating and portkey destinations, when possible. He shook his head wryly. General Hammond is still trying to negotiate a release for SG-1, and their equipment. He sighed looking at the general with his escort standing in the spotlight in the center of the room. Harry looked at Hermione and the team of 3 Marines that were their escort. Ready? They nodded, Hermione a bit nervously, the Marines stoically. Harry grabbed his collar and his helmet popped up over his head. Hermione grabbed her collar only a second later. They were now in full armor, as were the Marines. I'll be listening, and if I think of anything, Ron said, or we see anything you don't, I'll let you know immediately. He had wanted to go, too, but they decided he would do better up here to handle any emergency tactics, should they be necessary. Both squadrons of Z-Wings had already launched and were executing a search pattern over the world. In an hour, they would know of every hamlet, village, town, and city on the planet, as well as having an exact idea of the technological level of the inhabitants.
The remaining 2 XE-Wing squadrons were stationed with the other 2 battle cruisers.
On the count of 3, Harry said, 1, 2, 3. All 5 started to turn right, and disapparated from the requirement. The general and his escort weren't the only ones to jump when the crack of the 5 apparating into the Tallel chamber sounded. I'm sorry to interrupt, General, Harry said to Hammond, but we will be taking over from here. The 4 cloaked portkey drones they carried flew to their designated targets. Who are you? Yelled a male's voice. We've located your missing equipment, Harry continued, ignoring the voices of the Taldor trying to question him, and will return it to you shortly. He grinned, not that anyone could see his face except the crew members with him. Colonel O'Neill and his team will probably make their way back to you in a day or so. If not, one of our ships will be where they are, later today, and can get them. The general recognized Harry's suit and robes almost immediately, but was still astounded that they were present. The 3 Stargate Team 9 members were still blinking in surprise. Harry tapped his shoulder and said, Scotty, 4 to beam up. He had a hard time suppressing his laugh as the general and Team 9, with incredulous expressions, portkeyed out with the attendant sounds and illusions from the telly show using a spell developed by a die-hard Trekkie in research and development. Harry turned back to the Taldors in the room. With his enhanced infrared vision from the helmet, they were clearly visible. 2 of the Marines moved to watch his back, while the 3rd and Hermione watched the sides. Despite your rudeness in not telling us your names, I will tell you mine. I am Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force. I am here because you have broken the law. It is my duty to tell you the crimes you have committed, render my verdict, and carry out the sentence immediately. Broken the law? Said one outraged voice. What law have we broken? Another exclaimed. Nonsense, cried a third. Harry made an exaggerated shake of his head, and placed his hands on his hips. I don't understand your reactions. After all, that's what you told the Stargate team when you detained them after they came though the Stargate. Aren't you just going to sit there and accept what I say, as you expected them to do for you? After all, you did claim that ignorance of the law was no excuse to escape punishment. He was met with dead silence. He sighed loudly and dramatically. All right, I suppose, just this once, I can explain. He affected the attitude of one going beyond what was expected. First, the Stargate team that came through the gate were an authorized group of Stargate explorers. As such, they came armed. That's because the Stargate teams have been attacked on other planets when they came through the gates. Some have even been killed. So, bearing weapons is merely good sense if you want your explorers to return to you, alive. They did not know, and could not have known, that the area they were in was sacred to you, nor that bearing weapons in that area was forbidden. Second, a man came to them begging for help. Again, they did not know, and could not have known, that the man who came to them was a criminal. You brushed aside their defense of being off-worlders who were ignorant of the law and the situation, as irrelevant. You convicted them of unlawfully being in a sacred area, unlawfully carrying weapons in a sacred area, and unlawfully helping a criminal. Then you confiscated their equipment and sent them to a prison world, Hadante. A prison, which I have been told, you cannot retrieve them from. He scanned across his audience. This is an accurate summary of what happened, correct? You agree that that is what happened and what you did? Nodding heads, followed by one of them saying, yes, that is correct. Excellent, Harry said. I accept your confession that you unlawfully detained an authorized team of explorers, unlawfully denied them adequate legal counsel, unlawfully discounted their defense, unlawfully convicted them of trumped-up crimes, unlawfully deprived them of their equipment, and then unlawfully sent them to a prison on another planet from which you cannot retrieve them. But they broke our laws, one of the Taldors exclaimed, as several others agreed. And it is possible to retrieve them, said another one. Harry tilted, and you have broken our laws, he said reasonably. We are a starfaring race, with many worlds under our purview. As such, our laws have priority over local laws, just as your worldwide laws have priority over local laws in small villages. He paused a moment for that to sink in. The sentence is being carried out as we speak, he finished. Because you clearly cannot tell the difference between visitors and criminals, we are removing your Stargate. You need not ever again worry about anyone arriving here via the gate and disturbing your sacred grounds. So that they are not abandoned to slowly die on Hadante, we will, of course, retrieve all the people you have sentenced there and bring them here. But we don't have any place to put them, cried one person. Harry shrugged. Not my problem, he said. You should have thought about that before you started breaking interstellar laws. He paused. Are there any other worlds where you've stranded people? He said in a flat tone. Silence greeted him. He stared at them. For your sakes, there better not be any.
After a pause, and a signal relayed to him by Ron, he nodded. The sentence has been completed. You no longer have a Stargate. Good day to you. He started to turn right, and all five disappeared with a loud crack.
Sirius was laughing loudly as they apparated into the transfer room.
Harry looked over at Hermione. How'd I do? Just like we practiced, she said smugly, smiling. Harry looked around the room. Besides Sirius, who was also wearing his helmet, there was only the General and Team 9 standing. Ron was probably on the bridge. The General was shaking his head. Did you see their faces when you said interstellar law trumped planet laws just as planet laws trump local laws? Sirius crowed. They looked like they'd bit into a limo.
Well, Harry said, at least now no one else is going to stumble into their hands and get shafted. Everyone nodded agreement with that. And we have another Stargate to play with, Lee said, chortling over the intercom. By the way, he continued a moment later, the Stargate is set up in Outrigger 1's launch, landing bay, as planned. We can access Hadante any time you want. With the extra dialing device from Apopha's ship, we can easily rescue the prisoners and the Stargate team.
Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded back. Okay. Send through the beacon drone, the remote DHD, and the communications drone to explain that we are setting up the Stargate to return them to Rillon if they want, or Sanctuary if they do not. Don't forget to emphasize that we will have medical teams ready for any who are ill or wounded.
Make sure you have the Veritaserum and pimps on hand. We can interrogate the prisoners as they come through to see if any were sent through for ridiculous crimes, and take care of any who are injured or sick. Remind them all to expect the prisoners to act like He gave the general a quick glance before altering what he was about to say. Day and to expect treachery. He sighed. There probably won't be any, but hope for the best, plan for the worst. The Marines who had accompanied Harry and Hermione were already headed for Outrigger 1 to assist their other squads in maintaining order.
Would you like to see the bridge? He said to the general.
If you have no objections, yes. Harry started for the bridge. We weren't expecting to find you here, General Hammond. He smirked. I'm sure you didn't expect us to show up, either. The general nodded. No, I can't say I did. Was it a long trip? Not really. The beacon drone deployed by the team when they first went through allowed us to locate this star rather quickly. Hermione, meanwhile, was alerting the bridge crew that the 4 Stargate members were on their way. After a moment, Hammond said, "You were rather high-handed down there." He shook his head. Interstellar law, he finished ruefully. They were rather high-handed in their treatment of SG-1, don't you think? Turnabout is certainly fair play. Harry was silent for a few steps. Besides, I'll bet the Rillons will look back on this and decide they came out ahead with the removal of the Stargate. Based on the conditions around the gate when SG-1 arrived, it certainly didn't look like they used it all that much, anyway. The Colonel was about ready to call the planet uninhabited, if I remember right. Perhaps. In any event, we'll have this all sorted out pretty quick, and you sent home soon enough, Harry finished. As they were stepping onto the bridge, Lee had an update for him. Ah, General, Harry said, the captain of the Susong tells me that SG-1 left Hedante a short time before they arrived. According to witnesses, they managed to manually dial the Stargate using a power supply that another inmate provided them. The 5 of them managed to make it through the gate before it closed. He chuckled. I imagine you'll find SG-1 waiting for you when you get back. While Hammond and SG-9 admired the bridge, and what they could see of the ship from it, the Marines quickly and efficiently processed the hundreds of prisoners they had. There were 23 prisoners who were only guilty of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Surprisingly, only 5 of them asked for sanctuary when it was offered. The others were too xenophobic to trust the Marines who were processing them. When processing was finished, through several of the smaller drones they had left behind, hidden using tech cloaks, Harry called the Taldors. They were in a meeting room discussing what they were going to do with the prisoners that would soon be returned to them. It was fun watching them all jump as he said, "This is Admiral Potter speaking." The Rillonians were looking around the room with astonished and frightened expressions, trying to locate where his voice was coming from. The prisoners have been retrieved from Hedante. They have been given meals, any illnesses they had have been cured, and any other physical problems they had, have been corrected, including regrowing missing limbs or organs. They are in perfect health, now.
The officials sat in stunned silence. The prisoners are being sent down from the Battlestar requirement to the site where the Stargate used to be. They will be waiting for your law enforcement people to show up.
Wait! Cried one of the Taldor. Did you say regrow lost limbs and organs? Harry grinned at Hermione and the others. Why, yes, can't you do that? No, said another Taldor, looking excited. Well, Harry continued, it's irrelevant, anyway. You clearly don't want contact with anyone not on your planet. He paused. You should probably send your law enforcement people to your sacred grounds before all your prisoners run away, he added thoughtfully. He switched off the microphone. The general was staring at him. It's clear from the way they treated those they sent to Hedante that they wouldn't share the pimps equally, as we require, Harry said, then shrugged. Maybe having this as a carrot will get them to change their ways. Hermione snorted lightly. I doubt it. Harry pursed his lips, then said, so'd I, but one can hope, right? The others nodded. Once that was done, they sent General Hammond and SG-9 back to Moon Base using the Stargate they had recovered from Rillon. The Susong was performing a cleanup operation on Hedante, picking up a few people who had been too afraid to trust the devices sent through the Stargate. The planet was, it appeared, rather lifeless. It was certainly incapable of sustaining any sort of population. The only reason they could see for the gate's placement there was mining. The Stargate would be retrieved, and the address block scouted for a suitable inhabitable planet to leave it on for later exploration. Surprisingly, SG-1 had not yet returned to Earth. Before the requirement started her journey home, they replaced the beacon drone with a sturdier unit that had an upgraded subspace radio. It was left in a geostationary orbit. The drones on planet were also upgraded units that could be recharged as needed from a drone designed for the purpose, with its own charging station on the beacon drone. The crew wanted to keep an eye on the Rillons for a little while. Just in case. The trip home was spent with Harry, Hermione, and Ron working on their assignments that were due on Monday. Lee gave Harry a call on Monday, just before curfew. As expected, SG-1 finally made it to Moonbase. Rather than dialing up Earth directly and leading anyone directly to it, they went to P2A509, where SG-3 was scheduled, then used that gate to go to Earth after they contacted the other team. His image projected by the tricorder shook its head. One of the other prisoners helped them. He blew out his cheeks as he exhaled heavily. Talk about a griffin in sheep's clothing. Apparently, the person who helped them escape managed to kill off half of Rilland's population, on purpose. They called her Linnea, Destroyer of Worlds. Unfortunately, SG-1 didn't know what her crime was that landed her on Hadante, and brought her straight back to Stargate Command with them. She's quite a genius, and managed to learn enough in only an hour to run Stargate's computer system. He rubbed his forehead. Fortunately for us, they didn't notice another Taldor prisoner, Simeon, sneaking through the Stargate before it closed. SG-3 managed to catch him and took him back with them. He didn't want to go and told them the reason was Linnea. He was worried she would kill him by accident when she unleashed another plague. He shook his head ruefully. The monitor listening in on Team 3's drone passed the word to the wares watching Earth's Stargate. Linnea was just about to step through the Stargate to another planet when our safety control officer overseeing the gate closed it and stunned her with a drone we planted on the back of her head when she first came through.
He pursed his lips. SGC is debating what to do with her. They owe her for helping them, yet she was justifiably exiled to that prison planet. He paused. I suggest we stay out of this. I've explained her being stunned as a reaction due to her close proximity to the gate when one of our people issued the emergency shutdown because it was an unscheduled event. They seem to have accepted it. I did suggest that they improve their security on their computer system. He sighed. Thank Merlin we decided to stay with the Yanks computer dialing instead of using the one we salvaged off the Goa'uld ship. She would have been out of there half an hour before anyone knew she had been justifiably sentenced to that prison planet. Harry could only shake his head, in turn. The wares at Uranus base were certainly earning their keep.
Admiral. It was Lee's voice from the comm. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been on their way back to the library after dinner when the call came in. He and Ron were in one of the bathrooms.
We've got a situation. One of the planets, P3X974, Cimmeria to the natives, is being attacked by the Goa'uld, and they've asked Stargate Command for help defending themselves.
Harry took a deep breath. What do we know? Well, it's a planet we sent a drone through earlier, so I've got the report from that. Apparently, several hundred Jaffa and workers arrived in one of their pyramid ships and are building 2 more to act as docking bases for a larger mothership. They've slaughtered anyone who got close to them. They've killed a large portion of the natives in the area. He sighed. Making it a bit worse is that Stargate Command is responsible for the Goa'uld being there. The basic story is that the planet was protected from the Goa'uld by something the natives called Thor's Shield. When SG-1 first visited the planet, Teal'c was trapped in whatever it was. To free him, SG-1 destroyed Thor's hammer. Unfortunately, Stargate Command is reluctant to help now. Harry sighed. And you think we should? If nothing else, we can evacuate the natives before their ship and main force arrives. Can we get there in time? Marietta says it's only about 5 hours away at best speed. He paused. The Marines can engage their ground forces while we ambush the Goa'uld ship when it arrives. Can Stargate send through X-Wings? With the Stargate under watch by the Goa'uld? I'm not sure they would want to risk it, and I don't blame them. Any ship going through it would be destroyed before it could clear the gate enough to take off. Harry sighed. Okay. Clear the requirement of non-combatant personnel, notify the Marines and all the Z-Wing pilots that they have 15 minutes to board or miss all the fun. Fun? Hermione said, appalled. You know the Marines, Hermione, he said. How do you think they'll respond to actually going head-to-head with Jaffa, and not in a mock battle? He heard her sigh. Plus, the other Z-Wing pilots have all been disappointed that they missed the action with Apophis ships. True, said Ron, nodding. 5 minutes later, using the secret tunnel to get outside the Hogwarts protection spells, they apparated aboard the ship. 10 minutes later, they were on their way. 5 hours later, as they approached Cimeria's star system, Harry launched both Z-Wing squadrons. See if there are any other villages or areas under attack by the Goa'uld, he said as they left the outriggers. Keep your shields up, full cloak. Maintain a sharp watch off planet, too. We don't know which direction the Goa'uld ship will come from. Don't take a Felix Felicis gel until ordered, unless you think you are in immediate risk of being attacked. Marines, you're going in under stealth. Take your gel tabs as soon as the drop craft hits the atmosphere. Drop crews, take yours, now. He watched with a bit of trepidation as the 4 heavily armored and modified runabouts followed the Z-Wings in launch. Each one was half the size of a regular runabout, but carried double the plasma and laser cannons. Each held a Marine platoon, 3 squads of 3 teams each, 27 fighters. With the pilot, co-pilot, and gunner, that made the total complement 30. With magic on their side, the Marines should easily be able to roll up the Jaffa troops. They probably didn't need this many troops, based on how easily their smaller numbers had handled Death Eater attacks, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. One ship, requirement DC-1, would secure the Stargate to prevent any incoming Jaffa reinforcements and to prevent any escapees warning their headquarters of what was happening. DC-2 would surround and protect the cave the locals had barricaded themselves inside. The other 2 would surround and neutralize the Jaffa at the building sites. From the chatter, they were quite looking forward to clearing the ships. Shortly after they left Earth orbit, Captain Bell, from the Galileo, had relayed to them that SG-1 had been given permission to do what they could to help the Cimmerians. However, once they entered the system, the monitoring drone uploaded what SG-1's drones had recorded. The hoverboards and camouflaged suits made a huge difference, but the Jaffa were using the sounds of their rifles and the movement of the plants around SG-1 to locate and forestall their attacks. Daniel had been trying to access something called Hall of Thor's Might in the hope that additional weapons might be discovered that the natives could use. Or perhaps somethings with more hitting power that a staff weapon or machine gun could muster. There was also a system lord, Harur, on site, apparently. Zach, Harry said. Have you had any luck identifying which of the people down there might be hosting Harur? We should just beam them all into the brig, then sort them out, he grumbled. Harry shook his head. It's better to stun and marble them, first. That way there won't be any chance of mistakes. Harry, Hermione unsteadily said from her station. I've been reviewing the footage from Daniel's drone in that Hall of Thor's Might. Check the left view screen. He glanced over. Yes, he said, studying the image of a thin humanoid with very large cranium, and gray and hairless skin. Its eyes were large, black and almond-shaped, with facial features restricted to little more than a pair of small slits in the place of the nose, and a small mouth. He turned back to Hermione at hearing her make a slightly strangled noise. She was staring at him disbelievingly. Harry, it's a Roswell Gray, he just stared at her. She huffed. All the UFO believers have been saying that the Roswell Greys have been watching the Earth for centuries. That an alien race actually looks like them is big news. She shook her head. For all we know, this ship might have been one of theirs.
The others on the bridge looked just as startled as she was.
Harry raised his eyebrows. Huh. I guess we owe them a big thanks, then, don't we?
She just stared back him. She shook her head and looked back at her display. It seems that the Hall of Thor's Might is simply a communications room, and Thor kicked Daniel and Samantha out.
She shook her head with a wry smile. He's apparently unhappy that SG-1 disabled his hammer, and just now accidentally revealed his true likeness to the Cimmerians before the Cimmerians had developed enough to contact Thor on their own. Lee looked up from his station. The Z-Wings report there are only scattered settlements over this continent, perhaps 200,000 inhabitants, all told. He paused. They also say that the only Goa'uld Jaffa presence is in the vicinity of the Stargate. He paused again. The Marines have reached their landing zones and started moving to their objectives.
Over the next half hour, only positive reports came. The Marines established a perimeter protecting the Stargate with minimal effort. The same was true of the area around the cave with the local natives.
The DC-2 platoon made contact with SG-1 and regrouped closer to the cave. They left one squad in a loose perimeter around the cave, with the other two joining the Marines from DC-3 and DC-4 in assaulting the pyramid ships. The Jaffa had caught on that someone was attacking their positions and sounded a recall alarm. Hermione had sent down one of the pimps to Colonel Jack. She had suggested to Colonel Jack that because SG-1 had a bit of a rapport with the natives, they should be the ones to begin treating the injured and sick natives. One of the crew talked SG-1 through their first use of the unit, and then waited on standby in case there were any problems. Which was a ploy to keep the SG-1 team away from the fighting where they might have seen the requirement's Marines using magic to take down the Jaffa. In addition, the requirement began disassembling the two pyramid docking units. They could have just grabbed the three and pulled them into space for the disassembly, but preferred removing the Jaffa and any workers in them first. That way they didn't kill anyone unlucky enough to be on the ships at the time. Angelina coordinated with the Marines, making sure their heads-up displays kept them advised as to the positions of the enemy. As a result, it was, according to the Marines, annoyingly easy to capture the Jaffa. They had emptied the two units under construction and were giving the third, the original ship, a final check for anything interesting when Hermione said, "Admiral, a ship has just entered the system. It's not a pyramid ship. It's about the same length as the requirement, and under half the size of a mothership." "Angel," Harry said, "prepare to hail them. Like last time, use all frequencies." Aye, sir. The system is on." That was a bit faster than he had anticipated. He took a moment to think. "Incoming unknown spaceship." Harry started. "This is Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force ship Battlestar requirement. You are entering an active combat system. To avoid being drawn into the hostilities, please withdraw to the edge of this star system and await further orders. I repeat, you have entered a live combat system. Approaching further might put you under attack by the Goa'uld. We expect the arrival of a Goa'uld mothership at any moment. Please withdraw to the edge of this system." Meanwhile, Ron was saying, to crew, Marines, Z-Wings, and SG-1, an unknown alien ship has entered the system. It may or may not be a Goa'uld. Crew, prepare for combat maneuvers. Marines, I show no more Jaffa or other personnel in the Goa'uld emplacements or surroundings. Move to your extraction zones. Both Z-Wing squadrons, take the first gel tab now. First squadron, when the ship has settled into orbit, form a globe around it and ready your lasers. Second squadron, prepare to defend the known villages. Organize at your discretion. SG-1, please explain to the locals that an unknown ship has arrived and we may need to evacuate them to our ship at any moment. Keep them calm. Incoming transmission, Angelina said, on front view screen. The section directly in front of them switched from the planet below to the same image of an alien that Hermione had shown them before. Focus on the Admiral, Ron called, and transmit. I am Thor, the creature said. I did not expect to find you here. That's okay, Harry said, we didn't expect to see you here, either. I suggest you withdraw from the system unless you wish to engage the Goa'uld mothership we have been told is on its way. It is of no consequence. Thor paused. Are you a Tok'ra? No, sorry to disappoint you. We have, though, taken care of all the Jaffa on the surface. When it arrives, we will take care of the mothership as well. Thor stared at him. What are your intentions towards the Sumerians? Harry shrugged. Nothing. We have no need for another planet, nor the responsibilities and problems in ruling one. We are here only because the Stargate 1 team accidentally destroyed the inhabitants' protection from the Goa'uld, and the Sumerians requested their aid. Are you part of this Stargate? No, Harry answered simply. We heard that the Sumerians needed help fighting the Goa'uld, so we came to help. This Stargate, they did not know you were coming? No, they did not. They do know we did come here, and are on site at the moment. Unfortunately, Thor being a non-human meant that Harry could not tell if he was happy, angry, or ambivalent to their conversation. Lee and Hermione were both talking to him over his suit's comm. Well, then, Harry continued, after a moment, because you seem interested in this planet, are you capable of handling the incoming Goa'uld mothership? Or would you rather we do it? I will withdraw to the orbit of the furthest planet and watch. Thor's ship is moving away from the planet, said Angelina. Harry smiled. Would you like us to remove the Stargate once we finish with the Goa'uld? I assume you are here to replace your hammer, which will prevent any further incursions by the Goa'uld. However, leaving the Stargate will still allow someone else to interfere with the locals and possibly again disable your hammer, either by accident or on purpose. Do you need it? Harry shrugged. Not really. If we get it, we'll just put it on an unoccupied but habitable planet for later use. Have you done this before? Harry frowned. We've retrieved 3 from worlds that haven't the capacity for life anymore. All were worlds wiped clean by the Goa'uld, and 1 from a world where the inhabitants did not want its presence. You have placed these on planets with life? 2 of them. The other 2 we only recently acquired. Would you like the addresses? Thor was silent for a short while. You may take it. Thank you, Harry said. The signal from Thor cut out. The Goa'uld mothership slid into the star system not much later. The central pyramid made it a rather easy identification. Harry hailed the ship the same as he did Thor's ship, then added, "This world is interdicted to the Goa'uld. You will leave or suffer the consequences." The Goa'uld stared at him from the viewscreen, frowning. "I demand to speak to System Lord Harur." It was Harry's turn to frown. After a moment's consultation with Lee and Hermione, he said, "If this Harur was on the planet, he is not anymore. He is of no concern of yours." The Goa'uld stared at him a long moment. The screen returned to the view of the planet below, then the Goa'uld mothership turned and left the system. Hermione sighed. "I bet we just put a new system lord in power. With any luck, there will be a power struggle and they will be too busy to be concerned with us," Lee said. Harry clapped his hands together. "All right, let's send SG-1 back through the Stargate and then portkey it up here." He looked at Lee and Hermione. "On the way home, we can comb through our captives and find this Harur. Once we copy his memories, we can see if Snape's potion can kill the Pritta without harming the host." The professors weren't happy that an unusual number of students had missed classes on Thursday to apparently play a game of some kind. However, their grades were good enough for the professors to overlook them skiving off those classes, with the stern warning of not to do that again. Friday night, Harry was just getting ready for bed when his comm went off. Naturally, it was Lee. "Merlin," the Commodore said, "I will be so happy when you get out of Hogwarts." His projection shook his head wearily. "That SG-1 team is cursed." Harry grinned and shook his head. "What happened this time?" Lee sighed. "They were visiting what appeared to be a desolate, airless world, P5C353. The only reason they went there was because the MALP picked up an unusual radiation combination. After exploring a bit, they found a massive building made to house what they thought might be a time capsule, a sphere about the size of a quaffle. It had obviously been made by oxygen-breathing creatures before the planet lost its atmosphere. They decided that discovering what the power source was that could still be working after tens of millions of years, if not longer, was worth taking it to Moon Base. It was very heavy. It took 2 of them to carry it. He shook his head, again. They had been examining it at the base for a while when it started to get hot and emit radiation. Worried it might explode or something, they decided to take it back to where they found it. Unfortunately, just as they activated the gate, the sphere suddenly shot out a long tube that jammed into the floor, then sent a second to a wall. He gave a relieved grin. That was when Lieutenant Rascal activated the portkey. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Really? And where did he send it?" Lee rubbed his forehead. "We decided that we should always have a couple of runabouts parked near the base. When anything strange comes through, we have them hover at maximum portkey range. He sent it to one of those. It seemed safer than sending whatever came through the gate to a cell where it could still cause damage to the base, or perhaps spread an aerosol or bacteriological agent. Because this sphere was found on an airless planet, the roundabout doesn't have an atmosphere, either." "Good thinking. What happened then?" "Well, now that we have a permanent connection in the control room, not to mention an office and a liaison in the moon base, I told Stargate that we had removed the sphere before it could cause any further damage, and that they might want to examine the damage the sphere did to their base very carefully, in case it was trying to spread a pathogen. The Goa'uld are certainly not above doing something like that. Just to be sure, I'll have the ship rescan the impact points and beam anything that appears to be a contamination into space. I've already had the ship scan the sphere, and it appears to be a highly sophisticated computer of some kind, almost at the level of the library. Anything biological? There do appear to be organisms at a virus level stored in a large cavity inside it, but most appear inert right now.
Keep it in a parking orbit for now. Destroy whatever components you need to make the engines non-functional for anything but station keeping, just in case the computer decides to try to take control the runabout.
Will do, he said, tapping on an out-of-sight control panel. After a few moments, he said, done. They were quiet a moment, thinking. Send the Sioux song, came Hermione's voice, to pick up the Stargate from that planet, if it isn't contaminated. Maybe scan for any other of these spheres, too, Harry added. I think the Sioux song should come here and grab that runabout with the sphere in it, instead of heading directly to P5C353. Ron said over the comm. Don't take it on board, tow it and dump it back on its planet of origin. We can check on it later without risking anything here. Lee nodded. I can put a monitoring comm tricorder in the runabout so we wouldn't have to waste time going there to see if anything has changed. Harry nodded. Yes, that's better than keeping it here, if it is dangerous. I agree, Hermione said. Lee gave a snappy salute. Aye, sirs. Harry rolled his eyes, as he imagined Hermione was doing, too. Anything else? He waited a beat. Then it's time for bed for me. At lunch on Monday, Hermione had a few updates for him. You know the dozen volunteers the Galileo took to 61V. Guinness at the end of December? She grinned excitedly. Well, they've gone through full moons for both the moons, the farther one twice and the closer one 3 times, without a single nudge from the wolf. She clapped her hands. This means the werewolf curse is somehow connected to the Earth-Moon magic field, and once they leave it, it has no effect on them. She grinned again. Harry grinned back. Excellent, he paused. That reminds me, he said, thinking. I need to check with Professor Firenze about moving part of the Forbidden Forest to Mur Island at Rigel Kentaurus, and maybe another part to 61V. Guinness.
She nodded. Also, Teal'c passed the 2-month mark without any issues. It looks like about 80% of all our prisoners will have the operation by the time we are through. General Hammond has suggested Planet P2A509 as a new home for them, and we've started to send groups of them through with prefab housing. Stargate Command has a rotation of X-Wing squadrons for protection, just in case. She sighed. The ones who refuse to give up their belief in their God remain on prison base.
I'm sure they'll come around once they see recordings of their God dying when we use Snape's potion, Harry said. Lee has told me that several of the freed Jaffa have asked if it would be possible for us to retrieve their families. She gave him a speculative look. Harry raised his eyebrows. Is it possible? She wagged her head side to side. If we can get one of the battle stars close enough to the planet without detection, we could beam their families directly aboard. But we would have to have some way of identifying them before that. Harry rested his elbows on the table, clasped his hands together, and rested his chin on them, thinking for several moments. Why don't you and Lee see what you can come up with in the way of a stripped-down ship? No labs or anything else fancy, he said slowly. One capable of infiltration into Goa'uld territory with the best shields and magics possible, oversized engines, and as many laser systems as you can fit. He paused, still thinking. We can use the rings to send down the free Jaffa. They can spread out and find their families. When they do, we can beam them back, then stasis the people and shrink their belongings, like we were preparing to do with the Earth evacuation. He paused. Be sure to add the same Goa'uld and explosive detections that the moon base has. If we plan it right, and we can get there undetected, we can pull all the free Jaffa's relatives off planet in one trip. He smiled. If it works, it would be quicker and safer than trying to shepherd several thousand people through a Stargate without anyone noticing. Hermione nodded. I'll ask Angelina if the library has any ships designed for running blockades with large cargoes. She chuckled. If it doesn't, I'm sure Lee and I can come up with something. Sounds like a plan, Harry said, turning his attention back to his meal. Several hours later, he again entered the small meadow classroom. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, the centaur greeted him, as if he had, once more, expected him. Good afternoon, Professor, replied Harry as he headed for the professor's desk. I thought I would check in with you on what we discussed last time. Are the centaurs interested in helping us move part of the forest to the Mur Island at Rigel Kentaurus? And are any interested in moving there permanently? We've already talked with the merfolk. He grinned. They said, as long as there aren't any wizards or muggles, we don't care what you do on the land. Firenze gave him a long glance, then looked off in the direction of the real forest. Mars is still bright, as is Jupiter. He paused. The elders are undecided. Perhaps a few of the younger centaurs might be willing to go there for a month, then come back to give their impressions? Maybe one of the elders could go along to see what the stars say, there. Harry suggested. While it is a long way from Earth, the constellations are quite similar because most of them are defined by stars tens or hundreds of times further away. Much like moving from one end of the forest to the other doesn't appreciably change the way the mountains in the far distance look. He paused, then added, plus, they could give us their opinion on how the part of the forest we select will fare when we move it. Also, they'll all have comms, like the one I gave you, so they can talk with the elders, here, anytime they want. Firenze again gave him a long look. Many distrust the word of wizards. Harry shrugged. Then this is a test of bravery for any that volunteer, and a test of the word of myself, the Admiral of the Defensive Space Force. Harry sighed. We're merely offering this to you to prevent any more clashes between wizards and yourselves, and discovery of yourselves by the muggles. We aren't going to force you. No matter what, though, we will be moving large sections of the Forbidden Forest to several new planets. We will warn you beforehand of which areas we intend to take. That will give you adequate time to make sure none of your folk are within those areas. I will convey your message to the tribes. Harry nodded. That was odd. He thought there was only one tribe of centaurs in the forest. I can't ask for more. He paused, then said, would you be interested in visiting the island this summer? Just to see what I'm talking about. Firenze looked at him speculatively. Yes, he finally said, I think I would. Harry left the classroom pleased that the centaurs had not rejected the idea out of hand. He wondered if he should approach Professor Flitwick or the goblins in Gringotts next. Would the professor keep their secret from Dumbles? In between some of their other missions, the Galileo was still charting the nearby stars. Located just 24.8 light-years away was 107 Piscum. It was classified by the Muggle astronomers as K1v, indicating it was generating energy in its core from hydrogen fusion. It was, he had been told, somewhat older than the Sun's 4.5 billion years at 6 billion years. The star was smaller than the Sun, with 86% of the mass and 82% of the radius. In addition, it shone with only 46% of the Sun's luminosity. The effective temperature of the star was less, too, at 5,172 Kelvin versus 5,772 Kelvin for the Sun. On the other hand, it had a habitable zone that was quite wide, with the inner limit of about half the distance as Earth's distance from Sol and reaching to Earth's orbit at the outer limit. The important point, though, was the planet that ranged from 70 to 80% the distance from its Sun as Earth's distance from Sol. That gave it a year of about 255 days. It had an axial tilt of 20 degrees, too, which amplified the seasonal changes brought on by the planet's eccentric orbit. Thus, it had much warmer summers and colder winters in one hemisphere, while the other had much cooler summers and milder winters as a result. Oddly, there were 3 moons, although they were closer to extremely large asteroids with sizes of 600, 400, and 300 miles. Their orbits were 24 days, 12 days, and 6 days, respectively, give or take a few hours. The largest was the furthest at 200,000 miles. The planet, itself, was slightly larger than Earth, and had a flourishing biosphere, with about a dozen continents in an ocean that covered 67.5% of the surface. As of yet, they hadn't found anything to suggest there was intelligent life on it. He thought the goblins might like it. It made a good candidate for the other magical creatures, too. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had just finished their last Friday class and were headed back to the dorm when their comms went off. Less than a minute later they were in an empty classroom surrounded by privacy spells. A projection of Lee was standing beside Hermione's tricorder, shaking his head. Cursed. I tell you, they're cursed. He frowned. Or maybe blessed. Harry and the others chuckled. Colonel O'Neill's team? Harry said. Lee nodded. Just as they shut down the gate from sending SG-3 through on a routine mission, another gate connected to them. Before the iris could close, a paper came through. That got them to raise their eyebrows. Lee rubbed his forehead. It seems that Teal'c's son on Shulik, Ryak, has been taken by Apophis to be his pupil. Teal'c, naturally, wants to rescue his son. Everyone agrees that it is probably a trap of some kind. Apophis is using Ryak as bait. The moment they step through the gate, Apophis will know they're there. He's gotta be expecting them, he's not stupid. Ron made a disgusted face. If they aren't immediately caught or killed, then Apophis probably expects to use them to expose any disloyal Jaffa who helped Teal'c. Or perhaps, even do like he tried to do with Cassandra, slip a bomb or something else into SGC. Lee shook his head, and we only just started research on a blockade runner that would be perfect for this. We could examine each person we brought up and neutralize anything the Goa'uld planned long before we returned home. How far away is this Shulik? Hermione asked. Marietta says it's 20 hours away, about 2,000 light years, based on the information we got from the Goa'uld ships when Apophis came here. Harry puffed out cheeks and exhaled slowly. Well, he said slowly, we could take the requirement as a sort of proof of concept for the blockade runner. Test our cloaking and defensive shields. Apophis wouldn't expect that. He's expecting Teal'c to use the Stargate. Ron said. We still have the Cimmerian Stargate. We could take that with us. If we run into problems, we can send SG-1 back to Earth and they can try to infiltrate while we distract Apophis. He paused a moment, then added, no matter which happens, it'll give us important information for designing the blockade runner. Harry nodded. Lee, run this by General Hammond and see what he thinks. Also, Ron again spoke up, see if we can send some camouflage drones through to do a bit of preliminary scouting. An hour later, they were on their way to Shulik. Travel time gave the students in the crew plenty of opportunities to finish their assignments without the distractions of the castle, and get a good night's sleep. Their cloaking shields worked perfectly, although it was difficult to tell how much to attribute to those and how much to the notice me not charms broadcast by the anchor stones in the ship. There were 2 pyramid ships parked on the ground not far from the small city that apparently was the capital of the planet. A third one was in orbit. There weren't any of the bigger motherships. Had Apophis only had 2? Still, they were soon in place directly over the on-ground Stargate. Moments later, the SG-1 team was in a deserted alley in the city. They would find Braytak first, as Teal'c knew where his friend lived. With his help, they would try to locate Teal'c's wife and son. Harry stared at the Stargate image projected on the forward view screen. You know, he said out loud, I wonder what all the Jaffa would think if we stole Apophis Stargate. Drop a pair of portkey drones on the dialing device and gate. Take them straight to an empty hangar in one of the outriggers. He grinned at Ron. Not much of a god if he loses his Stargate on his home planet, right? Hermione, Ron, and the others on the bridge all stared at him. Ron smirked. Take the pyramid ships, too. Harry sighed. Too bad we don't know how to fly them. Ron shook his head. We can toss around asteroids tens of miles in size. I don't think grabbing and towing 3 pyramid ships will be much of a challenge. Or once we have them, loot the Naquadah and toss them into the sun. What about their crews? Hermione said. Ron shrugged. Just beam them out of the ships, either to the ground or to the brigs. He looked at Zachariah. How many are we talking about? He slid the control stones around, focusing the scanners, moved a few more, frowned, and moved them again. Looks to be about 1,000, each, for the grounded units and 3,000 in the orbital. Ron smirked. Start with the orbital and beam the Jaffa to a clear spot a couple of miles away from the city, beeped. Then do the same for the grounded units. Once they're empty, haul up the ground-bound pyramids and park them beside the orbital one for us to loot. They considered the logistics and decided that, if nothing else, they would take the ground Stargate as soon as SG-1 had retrieved Teal'c's wife and son. Once the SG-1 team was back at Earth, then they would see about taking out the pyramid ships. Oh, Hermione said quietly. Harry and Ron stopped talking and waited.
Bad news for Teal'c, she said. He found his wife, but she's remarried, to someone named Frotak, apparently.
Everyone on the bridge winched in sympathy. Does that change anything? Harry said, raising his eyebrows. I'm not sure yet, they're arguing. She moved a stone on her console and they listened in for several minutes. Looks like the mission is still a go, she said finally. Evidently, she said slowly, a few minutes later, Drayok wanted to get their son out of the camp. I think it's a slum, she said, frowning, from their description. The purebloods gave her curious looks. She shrugged. Nocturne alley? They nodded their understanding. She sighed. And it appears SG-1 will move out at dark. So, Harry said, Zack, how good of a scan can you get for us of the pyramid ships so we'll know what pieces we want and what isn't worth our time? Zack snorted. The Naquadah. Everything else is just raw materials for us. Their personal armor can't hold a candle to ours, their weapons are jokes. He sighed. About the only other thing worth any effort is draining their computers of all the addresses they have logged. That shouldn't take more than half an hour. If Hermione could put together a miniature library, just something big enough to hold the same amount of information without the remote communications so we don't accidentally transfer in something nasty, it wouldn't even take that long. He shrugged, then we could go over what we had at our leisure. Hermione nodded. I'll get right on it with Angelina. The plan SG-1 used worked perfectly. They quietly slid into the hallway that led to Ryuk locked room on their hoverboards, cloaks activated. The guards went down without even a murmur. Blowing open the door with C4 was just as quick, but noisy, unfortunately. Ryuk took one look at them and charged past them, screaming, Guards! Fortunately, the portkey drone was already prepped, and it took only a second to ram into the boy's shoulder and activate. The target is secured, Hermione said through the linked comm stones SG-1 were wearing. Braytak and Frodak were looking around, panicked. Where did he go? They said almost simultaneously. Teal'c reassured them that the boy was now safe from Apophis, and they needed to return to Frodak's home as soon as possible, which they did. Ginny was waiting in the portkey room when the boy arrived, and promptly hit him with a stupefy before he even realized he was no longer in Apophis Palace. From there, it was a quick trip to the medical suite for a full scan. After removing the Prita and restoring the child to Earth normal, the library confirmed that the boy was, indeed, the genetic child of Teal'c. There were also no Naquadah bombs hidden in him. However, there were two different viruses hidden in his teeth. If he were to bite down hard, the two teeth would break and the viruses combine. Once combined, according to the projections from the library, a deadly virus that was lethal to all oxygen-carbon-based lifeforms would have been released. His teeth were quickly restored to normal and the viruses torn into the elemental atoms. Once back at Frodak's home, Teal'c explained to them and Drayok that the Tauri could remove their Pritas and restore them to perfect health so that they didn't need a Prita to survive. Then he asked if they were going to stay or if they wanted to go to the safe planet that the Tauri had given them, to join the other 2,500, freed, Jaffa. Braytak decided it would be better if he stayed to pass on the message that the Tauri had a solution for freeing Jaffa from the Pritas, and that they were very capable of going up against the Goa'uld. The other two wanted to wait until morning to make a decision.
After a quick consultation with Hermione, Zack, and Ron, Harry decided they could easily make use of the time to dismantle the pyramid ships. He told Teal'c to tell the two that they needed to have their decision ready in the morning. They wouldn't get more than that.
As soon that was dealt with, Hermione and Zack started on the orbiting pyramid ship. They beamed all the sleeping Jaffa to a spot that was 30 miles from the nearest settlement of any kind. Beeped, of course. Then they started working their way, deck by deck, picking off Jaffa who were in solitary positions, sending them to the same spot as the others. After taking all the individuals they could find, they hit the communications room and bridge, clearing them in a matter of seconds. After that, it wasn't much work to send the rest to the surface without worry of being found out. A drone beamed over to the ship provided them a picture. Then 2 platoons of Marines were sent aboard to handle the remaining Jaffa. 2 hours after starting, they had portkeyed the Naquadah fuel, and any other caches they could find, into the requirement's starboard side outrigger bay. Zack, with a guard of a squad of Marines, spent some of that time pulling everything he could find from the ship's navigational systems and its library of Stargate destinations. While the access points to the pyramids on the ground from the outside were many, the roads to those points were much more limited. That made it easy for most of the 4 platoons of Marines to cut off access to the pyramids from the outside. Naturally, they had to watch both the roads leading to the pyramids and the exit roads from them.
There was one squad from each platoon tasked with securing both the bridge and the communications room of each pyramid, Drones scouting ahead made it simple for the Marines to apparate into the rooms and make quick work of the Jaffa. Then it was just a matter of cleanup. It was nearly morning when Colonel O'Neill followed Frotak into the palace and caught him trying to betray SG-1. 5 minutes later, the entire team was on the requirement. 5 minutes after that, they were on Earth.
That was when the 4 platoons lifted off in their drop ships and a portkey removed the Stargate to the requirement. As soon as the Stargate was secured on the outside of the ship, facing away, Zack lifted the grounded pyramids into space. It was unfortunate that they hadn't had a chance to locate Apophis. On the other hand, they had left several stealed portkey drones in his palace, as well as a stealed runabout in orbit with a complete subspace communications system. They had a full crew of werewolves on 24-hour watch. As soon as they positively identified him, they would drop a portkey drone on him, and then activate it. All the portkey drones had the top of a 100-foot-tall stone tower at the bottom of the deepest ocean as their destination. Going from a normal atmospheric pressure to a spot where it was over 1,000 times higher would kill him instantly. The extra portkey drones were for any Goa'uld lords stupid enough to go into the palace. In the meantime, the Jaffa waking with the dawn were going to be mightily confused as to where the pyramid ships and Stargate had gone. On the other hand, the requirement returned home early enough on Monday not to miss any classes for those of the crew who were still students. The invigoration potion was a big help. The nearly 100 tons of Naquadah and another Stargate were just icing on the cake. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were in an empty classroom, with the appropriate privacy spells cast, getting Lee's latest report. Apophis is gone. We got him, and he's gone, he said. We dealt with him yesterday. Good thing we didn't portkey him immediately, too. Turns out there were 4 other, lower-ranked Goa'uld working with him, according to Braytak. We got all of them, and Braytak is spreading the word that the Tauri killed Apophis and took the pyramid ships and Stargate. He's getting a lot of interest from the Jaffa about ditching the Pritas, permanently. I'm thinking we should place a medical replicator and subspace communications unit there pretty soon. Having the pimps on planet will offset the disadvantages of losing the health benefits of the Pritas. Good thinking, Harry said. I say go ahead with it. In fact, make a standard unit powered by Naquadah, now that we have so much of it. We can carry a couple in each battlestar that we can distribute whenever the need arises. Ron nodded. Why not make an automated refueling ship just for the medical units? Dedicate one of the fuel depots to supplying it. Whenever a medical unit starts to run low, it signals the fuel depot, which sends out an automated runabout with Naquadah and uses a repeating portkey to that medical unit to deliver the replacement fuel once it's close enough. Harry nodded. That's even better. Let's do that, Lee. He grinned. I'll put those on the schedule. The first medical unit shouldn't take more than a week to prepare. No need to rush for the rest. We can park one of the present fuel depots and a modified runabout at a nearby Uranus-like giant planet in each system, or at least, in a system that is close by. Those 2 won't take more than a day to modify. We can schedule the Galileo to haul the first units to Chulik, and drop off the pimps to Braytak. He looked off to the side for a moment. Next, we managed to catch another Goa'uld. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. How? He said, echoed by the just as surprised Hermione and Ron. Well, remember the first planet Stargate visited? Abydos? The one Daniel came from a year later? Well, when he left, he told them to bury the gate, then unbury it a year later so he could return with his kidnapped wife.
Evidently it has been an Abydonian year since then.
He sighed. To make a long story short, Daniel went through to Abydos, where he wanted to tell his wife's father that he had failed in finding her. However, he found Shar was already with her father. Unfortunately, she had been taken over by a Goa'uld, one called Amone, the wife of Apophis. In addition, Shar was, and is, pregnant. Fortunately for Daniel, the Goa'uld was sleeping so that the child, a boy, would not end up stillborn. So, he hustled them through the Stargate to Moonbase and used one of the pimps to remove Amone from his wife. She's in good condition, as is the baby. She's in the infirmary and they expect the baby at any moment. Amone, meanwhile, is in one of the requirement's Prita holding tanks. He chuckled. This gives us another adult Goa'uld for Snape to use as a test. He frowned. On that subject, Hather's host took an injection rather well, no ill effects, physically. The Goa'uld tried to flee, only moments after getting the injection, but died on the floor in a few seconds. Next, Snape tested an oral potion on Edric, with much the same result. He sighed unhappily, shaking his head. However, both hosts were quite insane. Snape doesn't believe his potions were the problem, saying the possession by the Goa'uld was responsible. He paused. It'll be at least another month before we finish with interrogating Harur. I'm thinking of asking General Hammond if he could swing getting a volunteer from a prisoner with a life sentence to agree to taking a Monet and letting us test the potion on him or her, offering commutation of their sentence in exchange. Harry made an expression of disgust, Hermione echoing him. Maybe have them take a crew team to one of their prisons and we can use Veritaserum to find a candidate who we wouldn't mind releasing from prison, suggested Hermione. Lee nodded. That might work. I'll run it by the general and see what he thinks. He sighed again. Until we know the potion doesn't cause problems, we can't use it. Harry shrugged. In the meantime, we've got the library protecting us, so we're not totally bollocksed. Finally, I think we have a blockade runner candidate. Hermione and I decided to use twice as many marble block anchor stones as the other ships because it will be going deep into enemy areas, without backup support. He looked back and forth between them. However, in view of how we seem to be picking up stargates left and right, I think we should reconsider the design. If we included a stargate on board the blockade runner, it would simplify things considerably and make the ship much smaller. So, we would only need room on the way out for the Free Jaffa to identify their relatives. Once we get the relatives aboard, either with portkeys or beaming, depending on the exact crew we use, we can send the families onto a deserted planet, using it as a way station. If we use a different planet each time, there's no way we or they can be traced. The ship would come back with a minimum crew and nearly empty.
Harry looked over at Hermione and Ron. Hermione nodded slowly, thinking. Ron was looking thoughtful. Harry shrugged. That sounds good to me, but I leave the decision to you two. You know more than I do on this. General Hammond dropped the SID representative report from Colonel O'Neill on the planet they now knew was called Sworian back on his desk.
He gave the other papers a final glance before straightening them all, putting them in the folder, and closing it. From what SG-1 had recovered from a rather lengthy exploration, the entire civilization, no, every species on the planet, had fallen to an insect that reproduced by injecting its victims with a viral agent that transformed each individual victim into multiple copies of the original insect.
At least, they assumed that was its reproductive cycle. It might have something different, entirely, and its injection was just its way protecting itself from predators, by converting them into allies. He shuddered to think what might have happened if they hadn't been wearing those new spacesuits.
The insects had tried numerous times, fortunately without success, to sting SG-1 while they had been exploring. They had used the invisibility cloaks to escape each time they were swarmed, and the lightsabers had been surprisingly effective at killing the insects. Especially so because the lightsabers didn't cause any damage to the spacesuits or cloaks, meaning they could swing the beam blade over a team member and kill any insects the beam encountered. Much easier than trying to shoot the insects off, not to mention safer. He would have to see about convincing the DFS to supply full-featured lightsabers to all the teams. At the moment, SG-1 was the only team so equipped. It had been a bit of a joke, actually, as no one could really imagine a use for the weapons. Guns were more useful in a firefight, until this mission. While it might be nice to see what another civilization as advanced as Earth's might have developed, the risks involved were just too high. No matter how careful they were, it was always possible that someone would make a mistake. If someone infected managed to get outside the base, or, heaven forbid, an insect managed to escape to the outside, the planet would be doomed. He had already issued orders that all insect samples collected from the planet be destroyed. He didn't want to take the chance that even just a sample was enough to infect the planet. It was obvious that the insects hadn't evolved on that planet, otherwise the inhabitants of Svorine would have succumbed to the insects long ago. They must have been brought back to the planet by an exploration team. Leaving the Stargate intact was just begging for the insects to spread. Someone else might stumble onto Svorine and accidentally bring the insects to their own planet via an infected person. Or, worse, it turning out that the insects developed a hive mind and managed to figure out how to use the Stargate themselves. And they then started to spread throughout the galaxy. He closed the folder and headed for the office occupied by their liaison with the Defensive Space Force. He would share the contents with that person and strongly recommend the DFS dispatch one of their battleships to remove the Stargate from the planet. It was simply too dangerous to leave there. If the DFS declined, then they would see if a Naquita-enhanced nuclear device could destroy the Stargate. It was the week before the Ides of March. The past few weeks had been pretty quiet. The Susong had been to Svorine and successfully retrieved the Stargate. A survey of the planet had shown that, except for the insects, no lifeforms bigger than a mouse were still alive. In the interest of preventing the accidental spread of the bugs, they had bombarded the planet with small asteroids until the entire surface was lava and the oceans reduced to steam. The steam would sterilize the planet of the virus, they hoped. They used small asteroids to control the splashing of anything into space, and keeping the atmosphere intact. The outgassing from the exposed mantle rapidly transformed the atmosphere into a noxious mix of methane, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and ammonia, which were all rapidly degrading the oxygen.
The Susong had also dropped off one of the medical units with its attendant fuel depot, modified cargo runabout, and pimps at Chulik. They had buried it deep underneath one of the oceans so no one would stumble upon it by accident. The medical unit had been modified to include the ability to make more pimps, as needed.
Braytak, naturally, had been notified, and there was quite a queue of Jaffa seeking to be free. Seeing their god so easily disposed of had been a shock to many. Having the large number of survivors of the assault on Earth returned home to them bearing tales of what they had seen members of the DFS routinely do that dwarfed their god's abilities had been the final nail in that coffin. Their god had simply been a trickster alien, nothing more, nothing less. Not trusting the Goa'uld to leave them alone, a large number of the now free Jaffa had decided to emigrate to the safe world the Tauri had supplied.
Seeing their Stargate instantly restored to its place for the immigrants to leave, then removed to prevent any returning Goa'uld, had merely been icing on the cake to the Tories and DSF's reputations.
Chulik was firmly in the anti-Goa'uld camp. The prison base only had Haruur's Jaffa who refused to admit their god wasn't one, just 23. The rest had chosen to be free, and were at the Tauri's safe planet. Each Battlestar now had a Stargate in a special chamber 5 floors below the bridge. The Stargate was at the exterior wall of the ship, pointing into space. When it was needed, that exterior wall was automatically extended outward before the iris was opened. It created a room with nearly the same floor plan as at the original SGC. Just big enough to do the job, but not the warehouse-sized rooms at Moonbase. In an emergency, the entire room and Stargate could be ejected from the ship. The Centaurs, meanwhile, were still debating Harry's offer. They had sent a group of 9 to the island on the Mer world to investigate things. It had been a mixed group of 2 elders, 5 warriors, and 2 females. According to Padma, they were communicating almost daily with their home tribes. The Greek merfolk had moved 1,000 settlers to Mer world. Apparently, it was getting very difficult for them to deal with the increasing multitudes of muggles, not to mention the escalating pollution problems. Having a place free of both problems was a bit like heaven for them, even if they did have to deal with new creatures who viewed them as possible snacks. Their colony was closer to the equator and on the opposite side of the island for the English village. Meanwhile, the requirement had removed the thousands of pieces of scrap metal and plastic orbiting around the Earth. They had left only the functioning satellites. The non-functional units had been returned to the originating countries for either refurbishing and reusing, or recycling of the components. Several satellites had appeared to be hunter-killer units. Those had been returned to their home countries with the warning that trying to put up more would end up with them being confiscated. The spy satellites had been let intact, but now all the magical communities knew of the danger. As a result, the different magical governments had placed powerful illusions over wizarding locations. Speaking of recycling, Harry had been startled when Hermione had told him about the continent-sized island of garbage floating in the Pacific. It didn't take long to remove it. With the patterns for common plastics in the library, finding and removing the billions of pieces of remaining plastic that had been scattered across all the oceans had been a tedious, but worthwhile, endeavor. It had also generated a lot of goodwill with the merfolk. It didn't solve the noise or oil pollution problems, but it was still a big help to the ocean creatures. For the first time since World War II, plastic was not free floating in the world's oceans. The ship had also cleared out all the sunken ships and other trash that had been lost to the seas and rivers since the beginning of the century. They had decided to leave the older wreckage on the grounds that it had historical significance. Plus, if it had been there for 100 years without causing problems, it wasn't a problem. The more recent wrecks that had turned into tourist attractions were also left intact. In essence, any wreckage too deep to be reached by tourists was removed. The rivers, starting with the worst polluted rivers in the world, the Mississippi, Nile, Niger, Ganges, Burganga, Sarno, Marilao, Yangtze, Indus, Yellow, and Sittaram, were similarly cleared of toxic wastes, trash, and debris. But only as they emptied into the oceans. If people wanted to poison themselves with irresponsibility, that was their business, but dumping their lack of concern on the rest of the world was not going to be allowed. Wildlife was already beginning to reappear in areas that had been declared dead zones for decades. Air pollution was a separate problem. The polluters had the means to stop the pollution, they just didn't want to. The crew was investigating if they could trap the pollutants to the local areas. If the polluters had to live with what they were doing instead of letting it drift off to bother someone else, maybe they would fix the problems. While the crew could deploy technology to prevent the problems, they would get no thanks for it. It was better to let the polluters handle the issue themselves. Or the polluters could ask for their help in fixing the problem and not creating the pollution in the first place. If not, well, then, the polluters would have to live with air that was so polluted they couldn't see across the street. The crew still at Hogwarts had cheated. Not only did they have the notes from the previous years, they had built up a library of memories from those who had taken the different classes. Being able to take a class in a pensive the week before the actual class took place gave them time to absorb some of what was being taught. It also let them ask the questions that would normally only occur to them after the official class.
One benefit of that meant the 5th and 7th years were a lot more relaxed than their non-crew counterparts, and received better grades, to the pure blood's displeasure. They had just finished dinner and were headed to the common room when Lee's call came in.
Once they were behind a few privacy charms, Lee explained. Remember when Jolinar used Captain Carter as a host? He said. Well, Captain Carter had a dream last night that was a memory of the Tok'ra evacuating a planet for another, P-34 to 353J. She thinks it's worth trying to see if the Tok'ra are still there. Have they sent through MALPS? Harry asked. They're doing that right now, Lee said, looking away, obviously at a display of some kind. Another desert planet. He paused. It'll take about half an hour for the drone to reach orbit and give us a positive fix on it.
Harry nodded. He looked at Hermione and Ron. Do you think we should go there? Considering they will literally be going to what might be the Tok'ra's main headquarters. Ron said. I think it would be prudent, if we're close enough to make the trip in a reasonable time. Hermione was nodding. Harry turned back to Lee. Ask the general to delay sending a team through until we can get the requirement in orbit. He glanced at the other two. Based on how well we evaded notice at Chulak, we should be able to provide backup if they need it. Lee nodded. Aye, sir. He said with a salute, and his projection ended. Harry tapped his comm badge. Attention all requirement crew. As Lee had promised, they knew within half an hour where the planet was in comparison to Earth. It wasn't quite in the exact opposite direction as Chulak, but close enough to not matter. It was farther away, though, at nearly 2,300 light years. It would take a day to get there. General Hammond had agreed to wait until they were approaching the system to open the Stargate. The requirements being in movement meant it had no reliable address and the transmitting gate would reject it in favor of the planet's almost stationary position. The planet was, as expected, mostly desert. Scanning showed that once, millions of years ago, it had been a lush, green planet. However, while once it had been near the middle of the habitable zone for the star had aged and was using a mix of hydrogen and helium fusion. As a result, the star was hotter than it had been, and the planet was approaching the inner limit. In another few million years it would be uninhabitable. The drones on the Stargate team quickly led them right to the Stargate 1 team. They maintained their position overhead, and sent a quick notice of their arrival down to them. As they had planned, They quickly swapped out their normal drones for Portkey units. Their timing was excellent, as not too many minutes later, the team was surrounded by Goa'uld. The wizards were ready. At the first sign of hostile action, they would retrieve the team. Fortunately, there wasn't any overtly hostile reactions, and the team soon found themselves in a deep underground base. Hermione had to interrupt as Captain Carter was explaining how she had been the host to Jolinar. Hold a moment, Captain, she said softly, the privacy charms allowing only Sam to hear her. And why should we trust you? Said the one called Cordish. O'Neill irritably stood up. You know something, he said, walking over to the two aliens, Grand Council Garshaw of Belody and Cordish. I've been asking myself the same damn question. Why should we trust you? You are, after all, Goa'ulds. Daniel tried to step in. Jack, he said, alarmed at where the conversation was going. Jack turned slightly and held up a warning finger. Ah, don't. We've done nothing but get interrogated here. Now, are we prisoners? And are you Goa'ulds? Daniel tried again. Only to get another raised finger in warning. Nay, Jack said. You are not, and I have told you we are not Goa'uld, denied Garshaw. Harry saw Hermione whispering something to Jack over his comm. After a moment, Jack rolled his eyes. Cut with the sophistry. Claiming you are Tok'ra and not Goa'uld is ridiculous. Tok'ra, by your own admission, means, against Ra. Well, Ra is dead, so the label Tok'ra is now meaningless. It's like asking me if I'm a Tauri, and me replying, no, I'm a Colonel. There was a long silence as the two Tok'ra looked at each other. Finally, Garshaw sighed. We have the same symbiotic creatures within us, yes. Jack threw his hands up. Well, then, you are Goa'uld, if that's what you call the symbiotic creature in your head. The two Tok'ra stood silent. Now, then, you can see how we might think you would be a danger to humans. You take humans as hosts. Goa'uld take hosts. Tok'ra do not. Garshaw corrected. Ours wish to be so. The conversation went on from there into the whole philosophy of why a human would want to be a host. That led to the introduction of Sarush and Selmak, a Tok'ra who was dying. And Martouf's odd suggestion that one of the SG-1 team volunteer to be Selmak's new host. Hermione had a few words about that, and she shared them with Jack as Sam rushed out of the chamber they were in. Jack paused a second as Hermione shared her thoughts with him. Wait, you mean to say that Selmak is an ancient and wise leader, Jack said, who you will lose without a new host, and there isn't a single solitary Tok'ra in this entire base willing to sacrifice its life for the good of all the rest. He shook his head. I think you are almost as selfish as the Goa'uld. Among the Tauri, if a similar situation arose, there would have to be a lottery to select one from the many who would volunteer. And yet, here, you can't even find one. He huffed and shook his head. And why haven't you prepared a larval tank or small habitat for Selmak so that it has a safe place instead of dying with Sarush? That seems like an incredibly obvious thing to do. He turned and followed the others out of the room. On the ship, Harry turned to Hermione. Could we use one of the pimps to help the woman, Sarush? It might not save her life, but it could extend it long enough for them to find a host. We might have to have the Goa'uld remove itself, first. We should make the offer to return Jolinar, Ron suggested, and help the woman at the same time. We'll return Jolinar, first, as a gesture of goodwill, so they know we mean no harm. We can get them to verify how long a Goa'uld can survive outside a host. As long as it's at least 30 seconds, we know the pimps can do its job in time. He shrugged. Harry nodded. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He looked over at Angelina. We can send a Marine squad as guards with the tank with Jolinar, and they can cover whomever is on duty in medical using the pimps. He grinned. We should probably go, too. He looked at Hermione. Ron, I think you should stay up here to give us proper oversight. I'm sure we'll be too close to catch all the nuances. Back on the planet, Garshaw had just finished saying to Jack. I do not believe you could be of any service to us, you are neither strong enough, nor advanced enough. Jack started to say something, but stopped as Hermione once more passed their suggestions on to him. He smiled. Perhaps we are not, but our allies are. We haven't come right out and said it yet, but we do have Jolinar in stasis and can return it to you any time you desire. That was one reason why we were searching for you, to return Jolinar. Martouf took a startled step forward. Jolinar is alive. Who is the host? Jack shook his head. It's not in a host. We have it in a larval tank, in stasis. As far as it's concerned, it left Captain Carter only seconds ago. Garshaw stared at them. You have a larval tank. Where did you get it? Jack shrugged. We had a run-in with Heather and she left it behind when she couldn't take over Stargate Command. Garshaw took a stunned step back. Heather. We thought she died thousands of years ago, when Ra left the Tauri planet. Jack raised an eyebrow. Rumors of her prior death appear to have been greatly exaggerated, at least until now. We can confirm that she is dead as of last month. But Jolinar is still alive. Martouf repeated. Jack tilted his head to the side. Well, in stasis. He paused. Look, rather than doing a Susie two-step, why don't you talk with our ally about this? The Takra exchanged glances. How would we do this? They are not here. Jack grinned. They can be here in 2 seconds. Now, the Takra looked alarmed. They also say that they think they can not cure Sarush, but make her healthy enough to travel to another world to find a host. I will try to convince the Council of Takra to meet with you, Yosef said hesitantly. Jack shook his head. Look, do you want Jolinar back? Do you want to save Sarush and Selmak's lives? It's that simple. Martouf nodded eagerly, as the other three looked uncertain. Then it's done, declared Jack. Everyone move over here, he said, motioning they should leave one half of the chamber they were in empty. Puzzled, the Takra complied, as did the rest of the team. There came a quick series of pops and 8 of the DFS crew appeared wearing their spacesuits with helmets deployed. One carried the familiar small briefcase shape of a pimp's. He recognized both Potter and number 1 from their rank insignia. 5 were clearly DFS Marines, with the 2 to either side of the Admiral and his second being commanders. The other 3 were facing the rest of the room. All 8 made a strange motion with their right hands. Jack stepped forward with one hand held out. Welcome, Admiral Potter, he said cheerfully. Number 1, he nodded at the one beside Potter. Number 1 carried what looked like thick suitcase. The outnumbered Takra guards looked alarmed, but pointed at the strangers with their weapons, nonetheless. Admiral, Jack said jovially, pointing as he spoke, this is Yosef, Garshaw, Cordish, and Martouf. He waved an arm dismissively at the guards. These fine Takra are our guards. He turned back to the Takras. This is Admiral Potter of the Defensive Space Force, beside him is number 1. Harry, Hermione, and the one who was carrying the pimps all nodded at each name. Before our healer can begin, Harry said, how long can a Goa'uld survive outside of a host without harm? Several minutes, Martouf said, if it is not in a hostile place. Yosef and Garshaw frowned at Martouf. Daniel and Sam both frowned at the Takras. Number 1 stepped forward and held out the suitcase. Inside this is the one who claimed to be Jolinar, and from whom Captain Carter received the coordinates for this system. Garshaw gingerly took the suitcase. Jolinar is currently in stasis, which will be dispelled as soon as the suitcase transits a Stargate, ring transport, or beaming. Please have your medical experts examine the tank inside this suitcase carefully to make sure we properly prepared the larval tank fluid. If you are unsure, then prepare whatever suitable carrying system you need and transfer Jolinar to it. Again, Jolinar will only awaken after transiting a Stargate, ring transport, or beam. Which, Jack knew, implied that whatever created the stasis being used was of the same energy that the DFS crew said the Stargates destroyed. If you would take our healer to the patient, he will ascertain just how much we can help Sarush. For the most optimal results, it would be helpful if you could get Selmak to exit her for the minute or so that this will take. Martouf eagerly set out from the room, back the way the group had originally come. The doctor and 3 Marines followed him. Wait, called Garshaw, halting the group before they had all left the room. How do we know we can trust you? That you won't kill her instead? Potter shook his head. If we wanted to kill her, or any of you, we would have thrown an asteroid at the planet and destroyed this entire complex before you even met the Stargate team. The Takra all blinked. That's a rather bold statement, Garshaw said skeptically. Potter turned to look at her. Have you detected our ship currently in orbit over this world? You know from your watchers that we didn't come through the Stargate. It was these who destroyed the two Goa'uld motherships sent to destroy the Tauri, Teal'c said calmly. That was you. We had operatives who died on board those vessels, Garshaw said, glaring at them. We did not know you had agents on those ships, Potter said quietly, but we would not have acted differently even if we did. We value the lives of 5.5 billion people more than the handful of agents you lost. That you do not makes me wonder just how different from the Goa'uld you are, really. Garshaw took a sharp breath. Martouf turned away and continued on the way to Sarush's room, the rest again trailing him. I will try to convince the Council of Takra to meet with you, Yosef finally said, turning to leave. Ah, excuse me, Jack said. Yosef stopped and looked at him. Are we prisoners here? Well, Yosef said hesitantly, until we decide what level of information to entrust to you, we cannot allow you to roam this facility freely. I'm sorry. She turned and left the room, passing the guards. Jack made an expression of displeasure. Potter snorted. Come on, Jack, he said reproachfully, you know Stargate Command would do the exact same thing. Daniel and Sam did poor jobs of hiding their smiles at Harry's reprimand. Besides, the Admiral continued, you know we can leave any time we want. The two Takra guards looked a bit alarmed at that news. Still, it wasn't long before their healer and the guards returned with Martouf. Martouf was shaking his head. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. He looked at Garshaw and Cordish. She looks decades younger, and says she feels decades younger. The device their doctor used is, he shook his head in shock. The doctor looked at Potter. The pimp's is uncertain. Her physiology isn't exactly like the Jaffa or humans, but it estimates that with the toxins removed, and the repairs completed, she should live for another 50 years, easily. Toxins. Garshaw and Cordish echoed incredulously, exchanging looks. The doctor turned to them. Oh, yes, the pimp's was quite certain. It was no bacteria or virus that caused her illness, despite the resemblance of her symptoms to those pathogens. He shook his head. The damage to her organs was quite severe. Complete failure causing death was estimated at 36 hours. Unless Sarush had been off planet in the last few months, you appear to have a sleeper agent here, Jack said dryly. While the Takra were considering that alarming news, Yosef came back in. The Takra Council has agreed to meet with you. Follow me please. She turned and started out again. Potter turned to the doctor and nodded. The doctor dropped his right hand to his leg. He began a slight turn to the right, and disappeared with a pop, startling the Takra. Watching the tunnel grow was fascinating, and soon enough they were in the newly constructed council room. There were more guards waiting for them, making the numbers of the two different groups almost the same. Garshaw, with a sweep of her arm towards another entrance, said, People of the Tauri, allow me to introduce the Grand Council of the Takra. The Council of Six, including Cordish, studied the group for a moment. A female member looked at Potter, frowned, and asked, Are you androids? Harry shook his head. No, we are not. Just as Sarush, the Jaffa, and many others, we are related to the Tauri. Why do you hide your appearance? Demanded one of the males on the council. Harry looked at him. Why do your agents hide in public instead of boldly declaring who they are? If there was a Jaffa or Goa'uld in the vicinity, they would be instantly attacked, was the puzzled response. So, you hide your identities to avoid notice among those you do not know who might attack you. He paused. We do the same. But we aren't your enemies. Protested one of the council. Neither are you our friends, he replied. Jack sighed and stepped forward. Never mind that. They're too shy to reveal themselves to us, either. He looked at the council members. When acting for the Defensive Space Force, they are always in spacesuits. That way, without the suits, they can move and live on Earth. Among the Tauri, I guess you'd say, without anyone suspecting they aren't a normal person. Harry chuckled. We are the normal ones, he said, humor evident in his voice. It is you Tauri who are unusual. He shook his head. We simply wish to go about our lives without being pestered by those who feel entitled to our attention. More than one eyebrow was raised among the Takra at the easy banter. One of the Takra, Cordish, cleared his throat. This medical device you have, he said to Potter and his number one. It appears to be quite advanced, technologically. Would you be willing to trade us a few of them? I assume you have more. Potter and number one looked at each other. We have no problems with giving them to you, but the handheld unit is only a small piece of the entire medical unit. The medical unit, itself, is quite large. He looked around the room. It's about 10 times the size of this chamber. You would find it very difficult to move once it's placed on planet. He paused. However, once the unit is in place, any pimps on the planet will operate as intended. The handheld unit we used accessed the medical unit on our spaceship. He paused a moment. I suppose we could construct a special unit you could shove through a Stargate at need, just bury it nearby for easy access. He glanced at number one. She was writing and tapping in a book no one had noticed her take out. If we were to reduce the range and power, she muttered, decrease the size of the onboard fuel, ensure that most materials were nearby to reduce power requirements, use an external transport unit, limit simultaneous instances. She paused and tapped her pen thoughtfully on the book. Finally, she looked up at the council. We could compress it down to two 37-foot sections. She glanced around the room. Roughly 3 times the size of this chamber, in other words. She glanced back at her book. It would take a day to build. And you would need to keep certain materials on hand at all times. Pure carbon, water, blocks of rare minerals about this size. She mimed a hand-sized box with her hands and book. They started discussing more details on the medical unit when someone motioned at the door to the chamber. Martouf went over and listened, then hurried over to the council members. Master Garshaw, he said, we just received word from our scout in the Shorinka quadrant. The Goa'uld system lords have been told where we are. They have dispatched 2 motherships. When will they arrive? Garshaw said. Within the day, perhaps hours. Garshaw turned to the others and ordered, start the evacuation. We can help, Potter said. Any assistance is welcome. Excellent. He turned to the 3 Marines. How'd the system lords find you? Jack said, looking around puzzled. Garshaw shrugged. We don't know. It happens periodically. Are we talking about a spy here, or what? Well, if the spy's here, moving to another planet's not going to do much good, Daniel said. Potter turned back to Garshaw. Have 3 of your people escort these Marines to whatever needs to be moved, and we will beam the items directly to the Stargate and your people can take them through to your next destination. It will drastically reduce the distance you have to travel. 3 of the council members were not shy at waving over a Marine. I can have another 30 Marines here in 5 minutes, Potter said. There was a pop from behind him as a Marine appeared, then a second. Jack frowned and turned to Teal'c. Teal'c, you know those little white tennis ball things? The long-range visual communications device. Teal'c said. Right. How small do they make those? I have seen them small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Cordish moved towards the door with the other Takra, accompanied by the Marines. We can also beam things to the requirement if you can't move them through the Stargate fast enough. Garshaw. Jack said. The Takra turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Jack looked back at the door. Cordish was not in sight. I think you might have a spy in your ranks. Garshaw shook her head. Nonsense. The Takra are loyal for life. Then how did the system lords locate you? Garshaw glanced at Teal'c, then back at Jack. How did you find us? Well, we did have a spy in our ranks, Daniel said wryly. Jolinar of Malk Shur, through Captain Carter, Teal'c stated. Garshaw sighed. I suppose you know the name of the spy. Jack nodded. I've got a pretty good idea of who. The Takra again raised an eyebrow. Well, I don't want to point fingers, but I'd keep my eye on Cordish. Cordish. Do you folks make a habit of walking around with those little teleball thingies? What are they? He glanced at Teal'c. He speaks of a long-range visual communications device, Teal'c explained. We don't have those, we have no use for them, Garshaw said dismissively. The system is not secure. Jack wagged his head to the side. Well, your buddy Cordish has one. Garshaw's eyes widened, and she angrily shouted something in a foreign language to the guards in the room, then turned and headed out the room's door to the hall. He's this way, ma'am, one of the security commanders said, jogging to catch up. The Marine with him has already stunned him. Number 1 turned to Jack. Do you have one of those communicators available? If we can get hold of one, we can quickly find any others, in case he has spares hidden away. I think I can remember the way to where he had his, Jack said cautiously. They started off. Number 1 returned to the ship as soon as she had the orb Cordish had been used. The library, she said through the Admiral, found 2 other communication orbs hidden in stockrooms. 3 drops of their truth serum, Veritaserum, they called it, revealed that Cordish had been a sleeper agent for hundreds of years, hamstringing their operations and waiting for an opportunity to remove the Takra completely. Cordish had, indeed, disclosed the Takra base to the Goa'ulds, when he realized just how much of a problem it would be for the Takra and the Tauri to join forces. It was worth the risk of exposure to prevent the alliance. They also got a list of the various operations he had compromised, and the drop spots that the Goa'uld were now monitoring. It would take time for a complete interrogation, but the most important agents could be extracted, and operatives warned of places to avoid. Yosef and Garsha were furious at Cordish's betrayal. Several hours later, a Takra guard came into the room they were using for the interrogation. Our scouts have spotted the Goa'uld ships entering the outer reaches of this system, he reported bluntly. Fortunately, most of the base had been moved through the Stargate to their new, temporary, location. They will start attacking from the air and through the gate within hours, Garsha said. We must destroy the complex. Potter shrugged. Almost everything is already through the Stargate to the New World. Anything that isn't, we can take aboard our ship and send to you through a neutral Stargate, later. But what of the Goa'uld motherships? If you have any of your agents aboard those ships, warn them to get to an escape module or death glider. When they launch, shut down all power and drift. We will rescue them. He turned his attention back to Garsha and Yosef. Would you like to see how we handle Goa'uld motherships? You are going to confront them. Absolutely, Potter said. They have to learn the lesson that sending ships against us will always end with them losing. He paused. If you do have any agents on those 2 ships, you'd better warn them, now. Garsha pursed her lips, but turned to the Takra guard and rattled off something in the Goa'uld language. The guard ran out of the room. It will likely take a quarter of an hour, she said, if we are lucky. Potter nodded. Lieutenant Commander Johnson, order the launch of both XE-wing squadrons. All pilots are to take 1 gel tab before launch. 1 wing to each of the Goa'uld motherships. Pass along that only the motherships and powered death gliders are to be attacked. Unpowered units are to be towed from the battle area for rescue or salvage. On the motherships, take out the main engines, first, any defensive fire stations, second. Defensive fire stations and death gliders are to be targeted according to their threat level against any XE wings. The planet has no inhabitants that we know of to worry about. Squadron leaders, assign roles and coordinate the initial shots. We will attack on my signal. Garsha was giving him an incredulous look. Now, then, he continued. Johnson, remember the warning we gave the last 2 motherships. When the 2 Goa'uld ships are close enough, in about an hour I've been told, declare the planet beside us as being currently under the control of the Takra and the DSF and that the Goa'uld are to leave immediately, or suffer the consequences. He smiled. Number 1. As soon as the base is completely evacuated, except for this room, portkey the Stargate to the requirement in one of the hangars. Have a Marine platoon ready to receive any visitors. He turned to Jack. Colonel O'Neill, why don't you gather your team? We can send you home from the ship. Jack nodded slowly. Yeah, sure, sounds good to me. Harry smiled. I promise we will share a written transcript of the interrogation with you when we return to Earth. Yeah, that sounds good, he said, turning to exit the room with a slight smile of his own. Harry glanced at the Goa'uld in the chair, staring at them thoughtlessly because of the Veritaserum. Rather than risk losing this spy in the confusion at the new location, we will take him and return him to you later. By the way, we can remove the Goa'uld from him at any time, without risk to the host. They continued their interrogation until a Takra came running in. We are the last, the tunnels will finish collapsing as soon as we exit. Harry nodded. Time to leave. Number 1. Beam up SG-1 and any remaining Takra, he said, portkey the Stargate to the prepped flight deck and prepare to capture any Jaffa coming through it. The prisoner and chair vanished as the ship beamed him to their brig. A waiting wizard promptly stunned him to prevent him from avoiding that fate by committing suicide. Harry dropped his right arm to his leg and began a slight turn to the right. No one was there to hear the pop of his disapparition. As they headed to the bridge from the arrival room, he relayed to Garshaw, Yosef, the two Takra guards, and the four SG-1 team members what the ship was transmitting to and receiving from the Goa'uld. The two ships, it appeared, were under the control of a Goa'uld system lord named Indra. He was a bit calmer about the situation than Apophis had been. I am here to eliminate the Takra menace. If you surrender, it will be quicker. The Admiral sighed. Johnson, repeat the command for them to leave. Beam any Jaffa who come through the Stargate into the barracks brig, just like we did last time. When we are close enough to the Goa'uld ships, start doing that to their Jaffa. The four Takra was giving him a curious look. The Jaffa are just following orders, he said with a shrug. Once they're in range, we beam them, BPD, into a repurposed barracks on the ship. Without any weapons, they're harmless. What do you do with all your prisoners? We prove their God isn't one by showing them we can do things that the Goa'uld only wish they could do, and we are not gods. Then we offer to remove the primitives and restore them to being Tauri. If they accept, we move them to a safe planet where they can live. Then, when we have time, we visit their home planet and rescue their families. That's what we did to Apophis, Jaffa on the Chulak. He stopped a moment. Did you know we killed Apophis and are currently holding Heru'ur and Aminet prisoners? Garshaw stared at him. We knew Heru'ur hasn't been heard from recently, and his holdings are in civil war with the rumor he is dead. Apophis has been struggling against the Tauri for many months and losing status. Our agents on Chulak told us of the destruction of all of his ships, that his Stargate on Chulak disappeared, and that Chulak has declared itself a planet of free Jaffa. They were unable to tell us how this was being done. Potter nodded. If you want your agents off Chulak, have them go to Bratak and request a pickup. We'll send them on to a pickup point you indicate. Indra, it turned out, was just as stubborn as Apophis had been and refused to leave. It wasn't much longer before his two ships were unknowingly inside the requirement's beaming range. He apparently thought the Takra were still on planet, and that the requirement was lurking behind it. Lieutenant Commander Johnson, Harry said calmly. Have both squadrons take their second gel tab. Coordinated fire for the engines, then fire at will in 5 minutes. The requirement scans of the other motherships that had invaded Earth, and the pyramid ships Chulak had given them exact blueprints of where things were in the incoming Goa'uld ships. They took advantage of their knowledge to plan their attacks to remove the vessels, capacities to both communicate and to flee when they saw how hopelessly outclassed they were. The Takra were stunned at the visuals being displayed on the displays on the bridge when the 5-minute wait time was up. SG-1 was a bit more prepared given that they had seen something similar several months before, but were still stunned at the rapidity of the engagement. 17 XE wings firing a salvo of nearly meter-wide laser blasts at each Goa'uld motherships carved through the engine sections of both the pyramid ship and the mothership shell that circled around it in a matter of seconds. The XE wings' pinpoint accuracy severed all connections between the engines and the massive power plants that powered them. The two ships' ability to move was limited to the minor self-powered maneuvering engines. They didn't even have the ability to remain in stationary orbit above the former Takra base. Before the Goa'uld and Jaffa knew they were under attack, their ships were effectively reduced to drifting hulks. The second salvo, less than a second later, severed the communications arrays from the rooms that controlled them. The rooms, themselves, were destroyed and most of the equipment vaporized. The only communications that remained were internal, and with the scores of death gliders the ships frantically began to launch. The death gliders were useless with no visible opponents. Some began blindly firing at random into space, others set courses for the planet beside them. Jaffa began charging through the planet's former Stargate into the hangar bay. The Marines, one platoon of 30, however, were well prepared. They dropped the Jaffa with stunners as fast as they appeared, and the ship used internal beaming to move them into a prison barracks. Their clothes and weapons were reduced to their components and stored as raw material. The requirement maneuvered closer and the scanners swept through the ships, beaming the Jaffa and Goa'uld to the barracks brig. Separating the two was easy, as all the Jaffa had primata in their stomachs and the hosts had Goa'uld wrapped around their spinal cords. The requirement hadn't been prepared for so many prisoners, so it was quickly decided that they would pack the Jaffa prisoners into a standing room only situation, then Harry would cast a stasis on the entire room. That way the Marines didn't exhaust themselves with using individual stasis charms. Meanwhile, any hosts were beamed into the regular brig, where a separate detachment of Marines stunned them. Once everything settled down, they would veritaserum them and separate the Takra agents, if any, from the regular Goa'uld. Snape would have plenty of subjects to test his potions on. Then they would start on spells to selectively kill Goa'uld while leaving their hosts unharmed. They managed to keep the loss of life to a minimum, and to capture Indra before he could escape through the Stargate on his ship. It was a simple matter of watching the Stargate. When someone shut down the connection to the planetary gate and started to tap in a new address, they beamed him to the brig. After scavenging all the naquadah from the ships, they allowed them to fall to the planet below. Falling from such great distances, tens of thousands of miles, removed any possibility of the ships being anything but scrap metal in a massive crater. While the crew went about their jobs, Harry and Hermione gave Garsha and Yosef the same song and dance routine of their abilities that they used to convince the Jaffa that their gods were frauds. Both were very impressed and freely admitted that neither the Takra nor the Goa'uld could do any of those things. They also repeatedly asked if any of the DFS crew might be interested in being a host. Harry knew no wizard or witch would agree to a possession where the possessor wasn't more powerful or knowledgeable than the host. And the Takra certainly weren't either of those. They might know more about the galaxy, but inherently, they knew nothing of magic and thus brought nothing to the table that might interest a wizard. Harry realized he was glad he was wearing his full spacesuit. He worried that otherwise one of the Takra might decide that taking a wizard or witch by force was well worth, temporarily, abandoning their principles. He wasn't sure if the Takra were as good as they pretended. Depending on how good their information was and how frequently they shared what they knew, it might not even be worth making an alliance with them. The risks nearly outweighed the benefits, even at this early stage. Garsha and the other Takra went through the ship's stargate to an intermediate location. Harry did not mention that they had already sent an orbital drone through the other gate when the evacuation had started. Nor, expecting the Takra to move to another world as a precaution against Cortish's treachery, that several orbital drones were hidden among the packages and waiting for just such a move. Angelina had provided Jack with a transcript of Cortish's interrogation. Unfortunately, most of the information demanded had been about specific operatives and places that only the Takra understood why they were important. On the other hand, it would give Stargate Command a handle on how deeply the Takra had infiltrated the Goa'uld hierarchy. Jack was quite happy when he and his team finally stepped through the Stargate to Earth. The rest of Cortish's interrogation would be handled by the same crew experts who had interrogated their other Goa'uld prisoners. Those transcripts, too, would be passed on. It was amazing what you learned in answer to questions like, what secrets do you know that your superiors don't think you know? Or, who are you really working for and what doesn't she or he want anyone else to know? Harry, Ron, and Hermione had a meeting after breakfast the next morning where Harry explained his reservations about the Takra, and the crew dealing directly with them. He wasn't surprised to discover that both felt pretty much the same as he did. I'll make sure, Hermione said, that the modified medical unit we supply can be remotely shut down if the Takra show any signs of treachery like the other Goa'uld. Perhaps we should go one further, Ron suggested, have two settings, depending on what they do to provoke such an action. One to simply turn it off, the other to have it remove every Goa'uld from every host in range. Harry slowly nodded. But only if all three of us, and Lee, agree that such an action is necessary. No one can make such a decision on their own. They spent the remainder of the trip back to Earth discussing the problem. They set parameters to trigger the different responses, even allowing for a situation in which one or more of them were compromised by a Goa'uld. It was very complicated, but magic would help prevent them from taking any actions they might later regret. The requirement made it back to Earth early enough that the students on board only missed their Monday morning classes. They had also already separated the Takra agents from the rest of their Goa'uld prisoners. Veritaserum had made that a quick and simple task, and prevented any possibility of double agents. They had been then sent on to the Takra's current home as soon as the requirement made Earth orby. Bringing Lee up to speed on the issue did not take long. That evening, finding a way to prevent one of the wizards or crew becoming a host suddenly became much more important. Snape's potion, Lee said, grinning briefly, does no harm to magicals or muggles, it turns out. Surreptitious ingestions to prisoners in Azkaban, or the disbursement of aerosols, had no ill effects. Their use on several hosts from Shulik and the motherships at the former Takra planet has revealed that the sanity of the host after the parasite's removal depends solely on the length of time the person was a host, and the things they had experienced as such. He shook his head. The shorter the possession, the more likely the host will make a full recovery, but nearly all will require many sessions with mind healers. He sighed. While I was discussing the problem with one of our healers, Lee said, his projection rubbing his forehead over his right eye, he suggested that we should develop an artifact that would do the same thing. He shook his head wryly. We have spells on buildings to kill pests, why not do the same with bracelets, necklaces, earrings and such for the Goa'uld? Now that we have enough mature Goa'uld, we could do that with items attuned to only them. He chuckled. It wouldn't even be dangerous for the volunteers. They just take Snape's potion beforehand and then we put a Goa'uld host near them and see what happens. Harry and the others nodded. That sounds like a good approach, he said admiringly. We could even incorporate the artifacts into the life support systems of our suits. Not everyone wants to wear jewelry all the time. Yes, added Hermione, it shouldn't take too long to tailor one of the pest spells to select only Goa'uld. Harry grinned. He recognized the glint in her eye. The spell should repel the Goa'uld if they get too close, and actually kill them if they try to enter the host. She mused. Well, if there's nothing more, she said, pulling out her tricorder and starting to write, querying the library for which books in the library would have the closest solution to their problem. Harry laughed. Unless it was vitally important, they wouldn't get much more out of her tonight. Sorry to wake you, Harry, Hermione, Lee said. After a quick tempest, Harry saw it was 6 in the morning. Hermione was, of course, still on the witch's side of Gryffindor. SG-11 has disappeared. Harry sat cross-legged a moment in his bed, sheets pooled in his lap, still bemused with sleep. Disappeared, he finally said. All their comms and drones went offline at nearly the same time, according to the message from the orbital drone we put up when SGC first went through. While he was mulling that over, Lee continued. They were on a planet named PXY 887 conducting exploratory mining. The first team through the Stargate had found something the Muggles are calling trinium, a super light, super strong mineral. The metal's properties has their military salivating at the possibilities. SG-11 was doing a bit of exploratory mining to see if it was worth pursuing as a full mining operation. He pursed his lips. There are natives on the planet, the Salish. They are apparently descended from natives from Earth, from the North American North Pacific coast, specifically, according to their specialists. They were taken by the Goa'uld and deposited on PXY 887 millennia ago, we don't know why. We've found numerous villages scattered all across the continent hosting the Stargate. However, they are at a primitive state, barely out of the hunter-gatherer stage, only starting to explore planting crops. The closest village is about 25 miles, or about 40 clicks as SGC says. However, the last video transmitted by the drones is of a very friendly native, Tanane, approaching them and politely asking them to stop their mining. The team was using explosives to map the underground deposits. Captain Lawrence Connor, the one in charge of SG-11, told Tanane they had planted 2 of their explosives and only set off the first. He explained that his team needed to set off the second sounding explosive for safety reasons, then they would stop so he could discuss things with Tanane and his elders. It was a short while later, just before they could set off their second sounding explosive, that the drones and comms quit transmitting. There didn't appear to be anyone around any of them. Lee stopped and sighed, waiting for Harry to say something. Harry rubbed his now healed but old scar. Not the Goa'uld, right? No signs of them, anywhere, Lee confirmed, shaking his head. What's SGC doing? I told them our communications had ceased, and there doesn't appear to have been any fighting, nor warning. It's 11 o'clock at night, their time, so when SG-1 reports in tomorrow for work, the general plans to send them through to reconnoiter. How far away is this planet? 3004 light years, about 2 days, 10 hours, and 40 minutes travel time. Hermione. Harry said. There was a brief pause. They were able to capture, disintegrate, teleport, SG-11 without any warning. Maybe they're magical or used portkeys. I don't know. Whatever happened, I don't think SGC can handle it, even with the tech improvements we gave them, she mused, and then sighed. I think we should go there, she said slowly. Harry nodded. He had that feeling, too. Ask the general if he would be willing to wait until we get there, she said to Lee. Harry rolled out of his bed and poked Ron several times. Ron was always difficult to get up in the mornings. Harry slipped on his robes. He could finish the rest of his routine aboard the ship. Ron was mumbling and rolling over in bed. Alert to all crew. Stargate Command has run into potentially hostile aliens, not the Goa'uld. Their team on planet abruptly disappeared, no signs of a struggle. Travel time to the planet is 2.5 days, so we will be gone a minimum of 5 days. For those aboard the ship who do not want to go, the requirement will be leaving in half an hour. Anyone who wants to go have the same deadline. Class assignments will be relayed to the ship. Admiral out. Harry flicked his wand and sprayed water from it onto Ron. Gah! Ron yelled. Not that anyone could hear him over the quietus Harry had cast on Ron first. After a bit of cursing, and Harry's brief explanation, Ron slipped on his robes and shoes. While Ron was getting dressed, Harry asked Dobby to take him to the requirement. He made it to his cabin on ship a few minutes later and finished his morning routine. He arrived on bridge only moments before Hermione. Course is plotted and ready, Marietta said calmly. Ron came onto the bridge, walking quickly. The requirement has 4 squadrons of XE-wings on board, and will have 7 platoons of Marines at departure time, Luna said as she walked in. All tech cloaks and laser batteries are over 98%, said Angelina, and auxiliary protective spells are fully charged and ready for activation. Only 10% of the laser mounts are manned, however. We've heard from all crew who wish to be aboard. Non-combatant crew have all left the ship, Marietta said, and the last crew to board should be here well before departure time. Good, Harry said. Let's go as soon as possible. Aye, sir, Marietta said. He looked at Hermione, Ron, and Luna. We can review the videos the comms and drones captured while we're having our breakfast. He turned and headed for the meeting room behind the bridge. It was as Lee had said. One moment the men and women of the 8-member team were there, the next they weren't. It wasn't simultaneous, each person or group disappeared when they weren't visible to the others. It started at the blasting site and swept from there through the camp. One of the surveillance drones, high overhead, caught several of the team members vanishing. None, either individually or in a small group, were in a line of sight to the others as they vanished, so no one noticed anything unusual until they, too, disappeared. While their disappearances were similar to beaming in that there was a brief flash of light, they didn't appear to be the same method. They did see a wolf lurking nearby, but there were no signs of Tanane or any other natives. Not disapparition, then, Hermione said. It does look like beaming, but beaming makes no sense. Beaming groups is easy, the whole team should have vanished in under a second as the automatic controller flipped from one to the next. This took almost a minute from beginning to end. Ron frowned. That wolf scouting through the camp afterwards is odd. I would expect the team's sudden disappearance would spook him, especially as he seemed to be looking at one of the people when they disappeared. Luna smiled. The explosion must have hurt his feelings. It is his world, after all. Ron looked over from the display at the other two. I've seen the garden gnomes lose the plot when an illusion the twins set up winked out suddenly. That wolf just stared a moment, then turned and trotted towards the rest of the camp. After a silent breakfast, they hauled out their books and parchments and started on their assignments. 9 hours later, mid-afternoon aboard the ship, Lee hailed them. General Hammond was very appreciative of the recordings we gave him of what happened to SG-11. He has their specialists looking them over now. He's agreed that it would be better to wait until we were at the planet before doing anything. He did suggest that we take the Stargate to the ship as soon as we arrive, then SG-1 could come through. We could then beam them down to the closest native village and ask for Tanane. Lee chuckled. Even if they sent SG-1 through right now, they wouldn't arrive at that village until we got there, anyway. This way they can better spend their time planning what to do instead of just trekking through the forest for 2 days. He shook his head. Well, at least it's been a quiet 2 weeks since the last time SGC got into trouble. He grinned. In other news, we've managed to cover for the Hogwarts crew that went with you. A couple of doses of polyjuice and nobody important realizes you aren't here. Sirius has managed to alibi you, Harry. He, as well as the parents of several of others, including yours, Hermione, called family privilege and apparently picked their children up to return after Easter halls. So, everyone is good for the next 3 weeks. He glanced at them. Your class assignments have just been uploaded to your tricorders, as well as the drone recordings of the class lectures, so you should be good for those as well. On that note, they pulled out their tricorders and started watching the recorded classes. While it was mid-afternoon for the requirement and late morning for Stargate Command, it was very early morning for the area around the Stargate. Still, they had planned for that eventuality. They had barely slid into place, hovering over the Stargate on the planet, when the two prepared portkeys popped into the designated clearing on the planet, flew over to the Stargate and its dialing device, and brought them back to the requirement's left side outrigger. The waiting wizards took their gel tabs. As soon as it was in place in a prepared cradle, the gate activated and SG-1 came striding through. The drones that had been on planet had been thoroughly examining the villages nearest the gate. Tanane, they had verified, lived in the closest village. Just so we're clear, Harry said, the purpose of this mission is to retrieve the missing members of SG-11, nothing more, right? Jack nodded. If we can find out why they attacked our people, that would be good, too. Ron raised an eyebrow. Not that anyone on SG-1 could see that. I think it's rather obvious. Jack looked at him. If someone from, say, Ecuador, flew into California and started a mining operation, your military would immediately order them to stop and leave. If they gave some bollocks reason about finishing what they were doing, first, your troops would immediately arrest them and haul them off, right? Jack frowned but nodded. Yeah, I guess so. So why are you surprised someone did that to you? You were in the wrong here, not the right. You should be apologetic for causing a problem, and asking their help in retrieving your missing personnel. Harry shook his head. Your military has gotta stop acting like they're the biggest bully on the playground. You aren't. The Talons and the Goa'uld have already shown you that you aren't. Why are you still acting as if you were smarter and more powerful than anyone else? You should have asked the natives, Hermione said, as soon as you realized that there was something here you wanted to exploit, instead of just waltzing in and acting as if no one would dare object to what you do. These people were here, first. You need to respect that. Otherwise, someone bigger than you will do that to you and say, why are you objecting? We're just doing to you what you do to everyone else. And what will you say back? Jack pursed his lips. Dan was nodding agreement. Sam was looking back and forth, but seemed to feel Hermione's argument was sound. Teal'c was giving them a bland stare, not giving away what he thought. Anyway, Harry said briskly, we picked a beaming spot not far from the village. Remember, this is a friendly visit. Your tech shields should be more than enough to protect you from anything the natives can throw at you. He frowned at them. So, because the only weapons you have are lethal, let my Marines handle any hostiles. He nodded to the 6 Marines beside them. Jack did not look happy, but he nodded his understanding. Right, we're just. He glanced at the others, errand runners. Okay. On the count of 3, Harry said. The Marines quickly moved to surround the 5 as Hermione and Ron stepped back. They would remain on the ship. Moments later, the 4 members were beamed into a small clearing. The almost simultaneous 7 pops of Harry and the Marines apparating around them echoed in the forest. Well, Jack said dryly, I don't think anyone missed that doorbell. Harry pointed. The village is that way. The Marines kept a loose formation around and in front of them. It didn't escape anyone's notice that it was Harry they kept in the center of their formation. Rather protective of the Admiral, aren't Shaw? Harry heard Jack say to the Marine closest to him. The Marine snorted. Not exactly, she said. It's more we're here to prevent someone from doing something stupid and getting hurt trying to get at the Admiral. Jack just stared at him. The Marine shook his head. Listen, the Admiral went up against a 4-meter tall, 1-ton mountain troll. Yeah, a big stupid humanoid that few adults could survive meeting, much less fight, when he was 11, and knocked the troll out. When he was 12, he killed a 20-meter basilisk snake, big enough to swallow a man whole. Its venom kills a man in seconds, and it can kill with a single glance if you look it in the eyes. He did it single-handed, with a sword. And he had never picked up a sword before. He's the only known survivor of a basilisk bite. When he was 14, he took a fake egg from a dragon. At Jack's incredulous look, the Marine shook his head. It was in a contest where the other contestants were 17. The Marine shook his head again. He should never have been in it, but they made him participate. The dragon, his voice trailed off for a second. Okay, imagine a 6-ton flying alligator, elephant-sized but longer and thinner, with a 20-meter wingspan, and can throw flames hot enough to melt metal at 16 meters. Now imagine that as a nesting mother and trying to sneak an egg from her nest. That was the challenge. Of the 4 contestants, he was the only one without burns, and had the fastest time. He shook his head. Well, I can't say more. Just, if we come up against something big and it decides to attack, our job is to protect the bystanders. Harry was shaking his head in despair, listening to the Marine talking about his exploits at Hogwarts with Jack. Only Merlin knew how the analysts at SGC would handle that load of dragon dung. The stories weren't the most outrageous exaggerations he had heard of his Hogwarts years, so far, but any effort he put into trying to correct them would be ignored. As usual. There are several natives approaching your position from 12 o'clock, Angelina said over his comm. We should be meeting someone soon, Harry said out loud. We're not that far from the village. Jack had turned to stare at him. He turned back to the Marine. You're joking, right? The Marine shook her head. You haven't seen him practice with his lightsaber. She paused. So far, everyone who has underestimated him has lost. Only our combat commanders can beat him, and then it's not every time. Harry raised his eyes to look up at the sky in frustration at listening to what the Marine was saying when he saw the movement in one of the trees ahead. Because they were with Muggles, his wand was in his lightsaber. Without thinking, he had his hand up and the beam glowing. Incoming. He shouted as something shot at him from that tree. For a few seconds there was just the buzz of the lightsabers as they dodged and swatted the incoming projectiles. They weren't arrows, Harry saw, looking at one of them on the ground that he had dodged. They were darts, like the ones Muggles used to knock out dangerous animals. Then it was quiet. None of the Marines had been hit. Each of them were pointing their lightsabers at the infrared blot of one of their adversaries. The Stargate team hadn't been so lucky, they had been hit several times. Fortunately, the suits and tech cloaks had protected them. That wasn't very nice, Harry yelled, to attack visitors without warning. Should we respond in kind? There was silence from around them. The man-sized shapes in the trees quickly fled. Harry sighed. Well, despite the friendly appearance, at the camp, they seem to think anyone they don't know is an enemy. Or else they've experience with raiders. Dan said. According to what I've read, the American Indian tribes were always fighting with one another for prestige. Rarely were the fights deadly. I read one report by a French priest where he saw a battle between 2 tribes in Wisconsin that lasted for several hours, and the only injuries were bruises and minor cuts. Despite all the combatants having knives and hatchets. It was called counting coup, where you tried to get close enough to touch your opponent without him touching or hitting you. To actually kill someone was considered a major faux pas, and the offender was ostracized by both tribes. Well, they do have bows and arrows for hunting we saw from the surveillance drones, so if they wanted to kill us, they would have used those, Sam said. Jack was looking at one of the darts. The tips are discolored. Probably a drug or mild poison of some kind, so I think they wanted to capture us. Harry looked at one of the Marines. Someone gather those for study. The Marine nodded and looked at one of the others, who started half-heartedly collecting the remains of the ones they had struck with their lightsabers, as well as the intact ones that had missed. He dumped the ones he collected into an expanded bag on his belt. The Marine lingered behind as the group started forward. When SG-1 wasn't looking, he used Accio to summon any he had missed. They had halved the distance to the village when Hermione told him, 3 natives are approaching from your 12 o'clock. Ship says 3 natives are approaching us from dead ahead, Harry repeated for the others' benefit. They stopped and waited, the Marines forming a loose perimeter, with the SG-1 team foremost by Harry. Shortly, Tanane and 2 companions of similar dress and age could be seen picking their way through the trees. Harry recognized Tanane from SG-11's comm and drone pictures. The others he had seen in pictures, but their names were unknown. Tanane smiled on seeing them, giving a curious glance at the Marines and Harry whose faces were hidden behind their helmets' visors. Hi, he said congenially. What brings you here? Why were we attacked without warning? Jack said a bit belligerently. No one attacked you when you walked into our camp. Tanane shrugged nonchalantly. They thought you were coming to Count Coup or take a wife. We have only recently returned from winter camp, and others think it will be easy to sneak by our scouts. He smiled at them. No harm was intended. Jack frowned and slowly nodded. He glanced back at Harry. The wizards were standing still. Their heads, hidden by helmets, were moving back and forth, scanning their surroundings. I am Colonel Jack O'Neill, this is Dr. Daniel Jackson, he proceeded to name the other members of SG-1, concluding with, and this is Admiral Potter. Long names, Tanane said with a mild frown. Jack shrugged. There are a lot of us, so short names are confusing, Dan said apologetically. In a crowd of 1,000, many people would have the same name. There was a moment of silence as the natives thought that one over. Well, Jack said, we were looking for our friends. They were here a couple of days ago, and they have vanished, gone missing. Tanane nodded as if that made perfect sense. They're not missing. They're with the spirits. Jack stared at him, eyebrows raised. They're dead. Tanane looked startled and taken aback at that. No, no, he said, hands raised to protest, with the spirits. SG-1 exchanged puzzled looks. The spirits, ventured Sam uncertainly. You don't know the spirits, Sam. Tanane said, just as puzzled. Oh, Daniel said suddenly moving closer to Sam and Tanane, we know the spirits. We definitely know the spirits, but there are so many in the forest. Specifically which spirits are they with? Still smiling, Tanane said, ZLS probably. Maybe Takaya. Harry thought Tanane was a bit creepy with his constant smile. Why were they taken? Jack said. We saw your friends making war on our mountain, trying to take the K. Jack said. Trinium, maybe. Sam said, looking at Jack. Yeah, that's what your friend called it. He paused a moment. After ZLS took your friends, he told me to shoot an arrow through the circle of standing water to warn your kind not to return. I guess you didn't understand. Jack frowned and glanced at Harry. Sorry, but we never saw an arrow shot through the gate. Tanane looked up at the sun. Actually, Kono should be arriving at the circle of standing water, soon. He looked back at them curiously. As soon as we learned that our friends had been taken, we started out for here, not using the circle of standing water, Sam added. So, Jack said, how can we get our people back? Jack said. It's not our custom to abandon our friends, added Sam. Tanane nodded genially. You cannot be blamed if you never saw the warning. I could introduce you to ZLS, and we could tell him it was all a misunderstanding. You'll take us to where our friends are. Jack said. I don't know where your friends are, but ZLS will. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Right, Jack. Right, Jack said grumpily. Tanane and his companions started off in an apparent random direction, not back towards the village. Shrugging, Jack started to follow him. Clearly, Teal'c said quietly, he is blaming the spirits for his actions. Perhaps, said Sam as she followed Jack, but the tech to make them disappear as we saw is far beyond these people's capabilities. Daniel sighed, and hurried to catch up with Jack. Harry listened as Dan proceeded to warn the colonel about what some of the Native American rituals involved in talking with spirits, and to go along with whatever was suggested by the natives. Sam moved up to Tanane and asked about the K, how the natives managed to remove the impurities that made it crumble so easily. After his brief explanation, he started calling ZLS, which astonished Dan. He had been expecting an elaborate ritual of some kind. After the third or fourth time, a snarling wolf walked out from behind a tree. Interesting, came Hermione's voice over the comms. That wolf wasn't there a moment ago. Tanane ignored the voice. Takaya, my friend, he said approvingly. My, your coat shines beautifully today. A little flattery couldn't hurt, Jack, he whispered out of the side of his mouth. Jack looked at Tanane a moment, then looked at the wolf critically. After a moment, he said, I can honestly say that I have never seen a finer looking wolf as your friend, he said to Tanane. Tanane nodded approvingly. Ask her about your friends. Jack looked at the wolf, back at Tanane, and then to the rest of the SG-1 team. Finally, he shrugged. Turning to the wolf, he said, we mean you and the others here on this planet no harm. We're not sure why you took our friends, but I apologize for any misunderstanding you've had with our friends. If you would release them, we'd be very grateful. For a moment, the wolf stared at him, then a raven cawed and flew over the group to land in a tree to one side of the group. The wolf turned and stared at the raven. Tanane. Is that ZLS? To which the native replied, yes, it is, Daniel. Sam moved closer to the raven. As the colonel said to your friend, she glanced back at the wolf, we meant you no harm. The Goa'uld have marked our planet for destruction, and, K, looks as if it might be a very useful material in that struggle. That's why we were mining it. There was a moment's silence, then the raven cawed. Harry felt his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. It sounded as if the bird had somehow said, I'll think about it. He relayed what he thought he'd heard as the others were arguing about whether the bird had agreed to release the other team or not. The bird flew off and the wolf walked behind a tree and disappeared. We should go to the village to wait for ZLS decision, Tanane said. It's not disapparition, Hermione said as one of the Marines walked over to where the wolf had vanished. No signs of magical residue, came the dry voice of the Marine a moment later. Illusions. Hazarded on Marine. No, Hermione said, I had a drone land on the wolf. When the wolf disappeared, the drone was left behind. They hadn't gone far when a raven cawed and landed on the branch of a nearby tree. The wolf walked out of the deeper forest to stand under the same tree. Well, that was fast, Tanane said, surprised. The raven cawed a few more times. Tanane turned to Jack. ZLS has granted your request. Your friends will be released. Jack nodded cautiously. Did ZLS say when? Colonel, Sam said. A mist had formed to one side of them, into which the wolf walked. A moment later all 7 of the missing SG-11 team members were with them. Those aren't the missing team members, Hermione said into Harry's ear. Both SG teams were startled when the Marines and Harry suddenly pulled up their lightsabers and pointed them at the newly revealed SG-11. Stand back, SG-1, Harry commanded. Those are not SG-11. The Marines moved quickly to cover their perimeter as SG-1 stepped back from the aliens. Harry kept his lightsaber, and the wand hidden in it, pointed at the raven. The wand tip, he knew, was glowing red with magic in anticipation of a cast, either defensively or offensively. No one else could see it over the glowing red lightsaber blade. He also knew all the Marines were doing the same. Stargate came here in peace, Harry said loudly. When someone came unannounced into their camp, he was welcomed quietly, and was listened to when he spoke. You, however, have attacked without warning, twice, and lied to us about freeing those you hold captive, or are they dead? They are alive, the one who appeared to be Lieutenant Connor said. Then release them, Harry said, still confronting the raven. Tanane has told us that you told the Salish to send a warning through the Stargate to stay away. As far as SG-11's families are concerned, you killed them. You clearly intended to never send them home, otherwise you would have sent them back with that warning. We wouldn't be here if you had done that. It will take time, came the somewhat annoyed response. We have plenty to spare. Harry said. One of you may go, the rest will remain. You would hold us hostage. Normally, I wouldn't care, but you've already lied to us once. Besides, if we don't hold you hostage, how do we know you aren't lying, again, and will simply disappear? The raven flapped its wings and lifted off the branch. Mic off, Harry said, then cast, Accio Raven. With a squawk, the raven jerked and was summoned to Harry's hand. He would have missed except for his seeker reflexes allowing him to seize the bird's legs in his left hand, then used a sticking charm so it couldn't escape him. He held the bird upright, not wanting to panic it further. The raven stays, he said, turning to face the fake Connor, ignoring the bird's frantically beating wings. His lightsaber now pointed at the speaking spirit. Relax, ZLS, he said to the bird. I have no intention of hurting you. I'll let you go as soon as SG-11 returns. The raven still struggled. He sighed and swept his lightsaber under his left arm. He tilted his wand just enough to cast a low-powered sleep spell on the bird, slowing its efforts and calming it a bit. Tanane was giving him a horrified look, matched by nearly all the fake SG team members, except Connor. One of the imposters at the back of the group stepped backwards into the mist that was still there, gradually disappearing. Connor's expression was carefully blank. You were at the mountain, doing things without our permission. Colonel O'Neill will apologize on behalf of Stargate Command for failing to seek permission before starting, but mining without permission is not something that should be a death sentence. Even in a sacred area. It was done with ignorance of the importance of the site to the Salish or you. They are alive, the one who appeared to be Lieutenant Connor insisted. Then release them. There was silence for a moment. We will, of course, leave as soon as you return SG-11 to us, Harry said. You do not want us here, and we will honor that. How do we know this? The spirit objected. Perhaps you will come back later, when the Salish have gone to their winter camp. The same way we trust your words after you have lied to us and impersonated our friends, we don't, Harry said. But we have already removed the Stargate from the planet, we will take it with us when we leave. Without a Stargate Command can't come to your planet. The fake Connor stared at him. Harry shrugged. It's easy enough to test, have one of your people go there and look. It shouldn't take you more than a few minutes. How do we know you haven't just moved it somewhere else, and will bring it back, when the Salish leave for winter camp? He asked suspiciously. Harry smirked. You don't, you'll just have to trust that we are more honest, and have more honor, in what we say than yourselves. They stood in silence for several minutes, then people started coming out of the mist behind the fake SG-11 team. The Marine on the left waved and pointed as she said, over here, move over here. The released team hesitantly moved to where the Marine pointed, staring at their counterparts still standing near the mist. Those appear to be the SG-11, Hermione said in his ear. I'll beam them up and we'll give them more thorough tests. She paused. That the comms all give the correct passcodes and indicate that the team members are genetic matches, so far it looks good. As soon as the team stopped moving, they disappeared in a flash of light as they were beamed to the ship. They will be given a bit closer scrutiny on board the ship to make sure they are not another substitution. It won't take more than a few minutes. The fake Connor pursed his lips. They are the real team members. Harry shrugged, just as you claim to be the real SG-11. As someone famous on Earth once said, trust, but verify. Quote. The standoff held until Hermione once more came on the comm. They appear to be who they say they are, right down to the DNA. Plus, their Veritaserum answers were correct. Harry sighed. Well, he said out loud, everything seems to be fine. None of the Marines changed their stances. He turned Jack. Jack, if you would please apologize on behalf of Stargate Command to Tanane and his people for not asking permission before starting mining exploration. Jack pressed his lips together and frowned, but turned to face Tanane. I apologize on behalf of Stargate Command and Earth, he said stiffly. We should have approached you first before beginning any operations here on your planet beyond just looking around the area of the Stargate, the circle of standing water, you call it. Please forgive our transgressions. Tanane looked at his spirits, but they all had blank expressions. Yeah, Sure, he said hesitantly. No hard feelings. Thank you. Tanane, Jack said. Jack turned to the fake Connor and nodded, then turned to the raven that Harry still held. The bird had quieted down and was watching and listening closely. ZLS, I apologize on behalf of Stargate Command and Earth. We should have approached the Salish first, and they would have told us to contact you about doing more than just looking around the Stargate. The bird just stared at him. Thank you, Jack, Harry said. See you on the ship. Immediately after Harry finished speaking, Jack's team disappeared in a flash of light. Harry looked at the bird he still held. I apologize for upsetting you and holding you here, but I'm sure you realize that it was prompted by your own dishonest and dishonorable actions. We have removed all of Stargate Command's equipment, including the unexploded ordnance, so that no one in the future might be harmed. We have restored the areas we disturbed, and the area of the Stargate is now just a field. We will take our leave now. We do not intend to return. On the comm, he said to the Marines, all together, disapparate to the ship. I will follow as soon as you leave. In a practiced maneuver, the Marines swung their lightsabers to beside their legs, turning them off as they did so. As soon as their hands were at their sides, they began a slight turn to the right, and disappeared with a single loud pop. Harry then did the same, only letting go of Zell's just before he began his turn. In a second, the only ones left in the small space in the forest were the spirits posing as SG-11, Zell's flapping her wings to keep from falling to the ground, and Tanane with his companions. Very well done, Harry said to the Marines in the apparition, vanishing cabinet room. I couldn't have asked for better. They all saluted him, grinning widely. Dismissed, Harry said after grinning back at them, the rest of the day is yours after your debriefing. He turned and headed for the bridge. As soon as Harry arrived, Hermione informed him that both Stargate teams have already been sent back to Stargate Command. If you have no objections, we're ready to return, too. Harry shrugged. We've mapped the system, right? No reason to hang around. Hermione nodded to Marietta. The planet beside them suddenly dwindled to a point, as did its sun a moment later. I also placed a notice me not spelled and cloaked observation drone in a geostationary orbit over the mountain, Hermione said, just as we did at Rillon, in case of an emergency. Watching the stars slowly moving around them, Harry said Ron and Hermione, having you up here telling me what to say, at times, was extremely helpful. He paused. How did you know the first SG-11 was fake? Hermione huffed. It was ridiculously simple. The comms and suits they wore were fake. The moment they appeared out of the mists and we didn't get automatic contact from the comms, I knew something was up. A sharply focused scan showed they weren't completely human. She shrugged. They would have been found out the moment they stepped into Stargate Command, anyway. Was the Veritaserum necessary? We couldn't know if the new team were just more sophisticated versions. She sighed. Beyond that, I don't know. It's possible they have hidden compulsions placed on them. I've alerted their handlers to keep a closer eye on their actions on missions and on base, as a precaution. Any evidence on where these spirits were hiding on planet? According to the ship's deeper scans, most of their industry and cities are either underground or extremely well camouflaged to blend into the terrain. That's why the drones missed them. They were looking for obvious signs of habitation. Like our refugee city on the moon, with proper ventilation and displays as windows, you wouldn't know you were miles underground unless you were told so, nor could anyone find them with a simple surface scan that only went a few yards below ground. Most of their residences appear to have one wall that is actually on the surface, but well disguised as a cliff wall, or rocky mound. The entire side of a mountain cliff could be fake, housing tens of thousands, and no one would notice with a visual scan. Ron sighed. Well, I'm starting to get hungry. Lunch, he said to the others. Hermione was almost dancing as she came into the common room. She looked around and skipped over to Harry, who had his current assignment spread across a table. Ron was on the other side of the table working on his. We did it, she said breathlessly, grabbing his head and giving him a big key. Harry, slightly bemused, now, stared up at her. Did what? She took out her wand and gave it a quick wave. The room's sounds immediately became quieter. You know how the room of requirement made a portal that reached from here to the ship at Uranus. Harry nodded. We finally managed to figure out how the room did it. No longer are we stuck with putting a ship in Earth orbit to transfer back and forth. And getting to any of the stations is as simple as walking through a door. We have a runabout out there now, testing for a limit. So far, everywhere inside Neptune's orbit seems doable. She clasped her hands and spun in a circle, before dotting him again. It's a bit like the vanishing cabinets, but the initialization sequence is a bit more magic intensive. It took both of us to set up the link. It was quite exhausting, too. She stopped and furrowed her brow in thought. We'll have to bring in a couple of granite boulders to be the magical batteries for opening a portal, each time, she mused, then snapped out of it. This means we can speed up the atmosphere transfer, too, without using the gates, again. She paused. And free up the freighter and crew from their shuttle duty, too. She nodded to herself. That'll speed up the terraforming by years. Think it might be capable of reaching Rigel Kentaurus. Her eyes grew wide as she gasped. She immediately sat down at the table and pulled out her tricorder. She flipped it open and began writing something, the rest of the world already forgotten. Harry grinned and went back to his assignment. That night, in bed, he thought about his goal of moving the other magical races. The merfolk were decidedly pleased with their world. While it had a few surprises for them in creatures that wanted to hunt them, much as sharks did on Earth, they weren't insurmountable problems. Plus, they had found several fish that were as tasty, if not more, as the ones on Earth. The Mer world now had a small group of centaurs exploring the largest island. While there were several predators on the island, none were a serious threat to the centaurs. Firenze told him they seriously were thinking of bringing a few of the unicorns with the next group of explorers. The stars were not opposed to setting up a colony on another world. The continental centaurs near Greece seemed especially interested in moving. He had been surprised when he first had ventured into the forest with Firenze nearly 2 months ago looking for one of the centaurs to start the dialogue about a new world. He had expected them to either avoid him or chase him off. Instead, the small patrol they found, or who found them, he wasn't certain, had led them back to their camp. We've been expecting you, Mr. Potter, Megorian said on seeing the boy with Firenze. The stars tell us change is coming. Rigel Kentaurus has been especially bright, lately. Harry gave the centaur a surprised look. He nodded nervously. Well, I know you don't pay attention to what wizards do, but I thought you should know that we, my friends and I, have a starship, a ship that can actually go to the other planets and stars. We went to Rigel Kentaurus and discovered it has an inhabitable world. That is, a world where creatures like us can live. He paused. Megorian just looked at him. He cleared his throat. It's mostly a water world, with only few islands. The largest is as big as England, but closer to the equator. There are several others almost as large. He took a steadying breath. I thought you, he glanced around the clearing they were in and at the other gathered centaurs, might be interested in living on a world where there aren't any wizards. The centaur raised an eyebrow. The others murmured behind Harry. I made this offer to the merfolk and they've set up 2 colonies on opposite sides of the largest island. Kentaurus. Megorian said, glancing up at the sky. It was still daylight. He looked at Bane. That would explain much. He glanced back at Harry. And what would you gain by doing this? Harry rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. Well, as I told the merfolk, this world is getting more and more crowded with non-magicals, and it's getting harder and harder for magical creatures to hide and keep the secret. If some or most of your people move to Kentaurus, that will help keep the secret. The added advantage, from your point of view, is that you wouldn't have to deal with wizards interfering in your lives. Megorian looked around the clearing, with a significant glare at Firenze. For some of our brethren it is becoming more and more difficult to evade the humans, he finally said to Harry. We will think on this. Harry held out one of the calm stones. This is a communications device. Tap it 3 times with a finger and say my name. If I can, I will answer immediately. If I'm in class or somewhere where I can't respond, another will take the message. Megorian took it with a look of distaste. It's not magical, by the way, Harry added. It's about as magical as your bow and arrows. He paused. Plus, if you want, you can put it on something and say, stay, while holding it there, and it will stay there. You can stick it to almost anything. Megorian nodded and turned away. Harry shook his head ruefully. That was as clear a dismissal as anything. He turned and walked back to the castle, Firenze pacing him. He had been quite startled when 2 weeks later Megorian had called him on the comm and told him he had several adventurous stallions and mares interested in exploring this new world. Last month, they had transported the group of 9 to the planet. They had left all of them and Megorian with the long-distance comms so they could easily communicate their findings, questions, and decisions with each other. The centaurs seemed quite happy with the results, so far, Firenze had told him earlier today. Especially so as they appeared to feel that the unicorns would like this new world, too. Harry hoped so. Now he needed consider how to get to someone important with goblins. He sighed. He would probably have to go to Professor Flitwick. Which would mean revealing the requirement, both the room and the ship. On the other hand, now they weren't dependent on Hogwarts. Their vanishing cabinets and apparition room was outside the Hogwarts grounds. Plus, the Enterprise stores were recruiting from the continent and India, and soon from the colonies and Australia. There was even a small group of half-bloods tracking down former Hogwarts graduates, both those who had stayed in England and those who had emigrated. Finally, with him an adult, the headmaster had no hold over him. With the dark mark no longer visible, as Snape had shown the old wizard, he couldn't hold the threat of Voldemort returning over his head. If truth be told, in view of the fact that the goblin's magic was incapable of detecting Riddle at all, it was quite likely the Wraith had lost contact with his remaining soul anchor and had finally passed on. There was, of course, no way to prove it one way or the other without hunting down the Wraith, which was too risky an operation to attempt, he thought. He nodded to himself. Tomorrow, he would make an appointment with Professor Flitwick and see what he said. You won't believe me until I show you, Professor, Harry said to Flitwick. He and Hermione were in the wizard's office after classes on Monday. The professor looked doubtful. Honest, Professor, Hermione said. This is all on the up and up. All right, the wizard said, standing up from behind his desk and walking briskly to his office door. Let's see this hidden room. A few minutes later, they were standing in a corridor on the 7th floor with a tapestry of a Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach ballet to trolls on one wall. The twins had removed all their spells from the corridor itself. There was no need anymore. There were 6 separate, secret passages in the school to which they had added branching passages. The branching passages were all behind doors that were spelled so that only crew members could find and open them. The doors opened much as the brick wall by the leaky cauldron led to Diagon Alley did. The passages, naturally, led to the DSF off-campus meeting room and central apparition and vanishing cabinet terminal room. What you do is walk up and down this corridor thinking of what you want, and the room creates it, Harry explained. He demonstrated what he meant. I'm thinking I want a place where I can train to duel, he said out loud. On his third pass, the door appeared. He stopped and opened it. See, look inside. My word, Flitwick said in surprise. It was set up with training mannequins at one end. The mannequins held wands in the standard position for dueling. A bookcase stood nearby, filled with books on dueling. There were chairs and a rack of towels beside it. They waited several minutes as the diminutive professor examined the room. Come on out. Harry gestured from the door. You can explore this room later. The next one will shock you. They left the room, and Flitwick watched curiously and excitedly as Harry again walked up and down the corridor the requisite 3 times. I want the room of lost, abandoned, and hidden things, he said out loud, each time. A new door appeared. As promised, Flitwick was speechless at the sight that greeted him. While the crew had raided the room for galleons, gold, jewelry, gems, and valuable old books, there was still thousands and thousands of other items in the massive room. I think this room is even bigger than the Great Hall, Harry said, hands on his hips, looking around. Flitwick was examining a few of the closer items, including what looked like a rapier stabbed into a cushion, with a blood-stained dagger beside it. This room has all the things people left behind at the end of a school year, or things people wanted to hide. He pointed at a pile empty sherry bottles, and never came back for them. It also has lots of Hogwarts things that aren't in use or are broken. He gestured at a triangular table with one clawed and two pawed legs. It can also create things, like, he paused and thought. I need. An American walkie-talkie. A blocky box-like thing appeared, about the size of one of his books, but not as wide, and it had a metal antenna sticking out of the top with buttons on one side. He sighed as he picked it up off the floor. Unfortunately, anything created in the room can't be taken out of it. Flitwick watched him walk out the door, and the walkie-talkie vanished as he passed through the doorframe. But what I really want to show you is next. If you thought this room was amazing, the next one will flat out make this look pedestrian. Flitwick gave him an astonished and doubtful look, but followed him out, carrying the dagger he had seen. The dagger did not disappear as he left the room. The room can also make passages to anywhere, for example, your office. He walked back and forth the requisite times, then opened the door. Flitwick looked into his office and slowly nodded. Or, he closed the door and walked back and forth again, my room at number 4 Privet Drive. The door opened to his bare room, decrepit bed, table, threadbare rug, broken toys piled in the corner, and all. Come on, he waved to the professor as he walked inside. Take a look at the room where I lived for the last 6 years, and the house for the last 16. He walked inside. Hermione gave him a wan smile and stayed behind to protect the door from interference should anyone stumble upon it. The professor gave a disapproving look at the shabby room. This is really your room. Harry sighed and looked out the window. Yes, ever since I got my Hogwarts letter. He glanced at Flitwick from the sides of his eyes, not looking at him directly. They moved me in here from the cupboard under the stairs because they were afraid wizards were now watching them. Flitwick gave him a sharp look. Cupboard under the stairs. Harry shrugged and opened his room's door. The difference between his shabby room and the neatly wallpapered, carpeted, and orderly hallway was immediately apparent. As were the locks on the door, although they were currently hanging open. Flitwick eyed them with raised eyebrows. Harry gave him a rude smile. I couldn't do magic outside of Hogwarts. The locks were very effective. He led the way downstairs. He was sure the professor took note of the many pictures lining the walls featuring his 3 relatives, but not him. Not to mention the almost showroom appearance of the sitting room. The professor did stop in front of the cupboard under the stairs and looked at the sliding barrel bolt lock on the door. A lock clearly designed to prevent something on the inside from getting out. He gave Harry a long look. Harry shrugged. The headmaster knows all about my living arrangements here, both before and after my Hogwarts letter. He looked off towards the little whinging playpark. Mrs. Arabella Figg, a squib who lives just a street over, kept him posted. It was late afternoon, so neither Dudley nor Vernon were home. The house was quiet and his aunt wasn't in the sitting room. Neither was she in the dining room nor kitchen. He assumed she was out gossiping with a neighbor. He led the professor into the back garden. He waved his arms and spun in a circle. As you can see, we really are here. Flitwick crouched and examined the ground, then cast a spell of some sort. He stood and cast a narrow-eyed look around. Perhaps, he said slowly. But if this room is as good as you say, it could be using magic to fool me. Harry nodded. Yeah, that's what we thought, at first, about the ship. Flitwick narrowed his eyes slightly at that. Ship, he said suspiciously. You'll see, soon enough, Harry said. He pulled out his wand and thought a moment. Accio worm. Nothing happened for a moment, then a worm came flying through the air. Harry caught and handed it to Flitwick. I doubt there are any earthworms in the room. Unless the room can summon things from Hogwarts greenhouses, Flitwick said with a raised eyebrow. Harry sighed and banished the worm back to where it had been. He thought a moment longer. Okay, Harry said, if you really want proof, why don't you apparate to Hogsmeade and Hermione and I will meet you at the gates. After all, it's impossible to apparate in Hogwarts. And if Hermione and I walk to the gates, it's impossible for the room to simulate us meeting you. The professor looked around, then apparated to the fence at the rear of the back garden with a crack. He looked around, then disapparated with another crack to somewhere else. Harry waited patiently. Flitwick suddenly appeared with a crack. He sighed and walked back to Harry. Well, Unless you've been a projection of the room this entire time, there's no way it could fake my apparating. Harry nodded and they went back inside. Frowning heavily, Flitwick stopped at the cupboard under the stairs. He glanced up at Harry's carefully neutral expression, and then opened the cupboard door to look inside. While the old cot had been removed, his uncle hadn't bothered to paint the insides, so Harry's old scrawl of Harry's room was still visible when the wizard shoved the coats to one side. So were some of the other drawings he had made on the walls. The wizard pulled on the light bulb cord. Nothing changed with the audible click. The bulb had burned out at least a year before Harry had received his Hogwarts letter. The Dursleys were so used to the cupboard being unavailable for things, they hadn't used it enough the last few years to bother with replacing the bulb with one that worked. They went upstairs in silence. Flitwick had a hard look on his face. That the headmaster was going to get a drilling on Harry's circumstances was clear to Harry. Once they were again in the castle corridor, Flitwick looked up at Harry. "While that was interesting," he said, "I don't think it was what you meant when you said that what you would show me next would astonish me." Harry nodded. "That was merely to show you the room can make portals to other places besides inside Hogwarts." He walked up and down the corridor, again. This time a steel door appeared, the same one that had appeared for many months until they had acquired the vanishing cabinets. Not that Flitwick knew that. "You remember Lee Jordan, right?" "Yes. Of course. Well, in October of '95, with the pink toad refusing to teach us any DADA spells, we found the room of requirement and used it to make a secret room where we could study and practice our spells. It was a classroom she couldn't find simply because she, and her sycophants, didn't know it existed. And it didn't exist when no one was in it. Only those training in the room knew it existed. Lee wanted to see if the room could do a spaceship." At Flitwick's blank expression, Harry explained. "The non-magicals are very interested in stories about space." He waved his hand up to indicate the sky above the castle. "They have many stories, both books and plays, of ships built to fly to other planets, and even other stars." Flitwick nodded. "Ah, yes, I remember your mother mentioning they had built a ship to go to the moon." He smiled, remembering, and she did mention several moving pictures about space. She even insisted I see one. "I think it was called Star Wars." Harry nodded. Lee wanted to see what the room could do about that fantasy. What would it come up with? He looked at the door. It came up with this. He walked towards the door, which hissed open just before he reached it. Hermione and Flitwick followed him inside the metallic corridor. "It took us weeks to realize that the room hadn't made a simulation of a starship. Instead, it had opened a portal to an existing, real starship." Flitwick stumbled, as if he had caught his foot on a slightly higher paving stone. "A real ship. In space. As in, hundreds of miles above the Earth," he said, stunned, and looked around at the metal walls. Harry shook his head. "Make that millions of miles. We discovered it was almost at the orbit of Jupiter." Flitwick stopped. "You're joking." Harry shook his head. "It took us until December to move it to Jupiter to take on more fuel. Then, in January, we moved it to Uranus for various reasons. In the summer of '96, we moved it to Earth, over London, 600 miles up." Flitwick gave him a hard look. "Apparition range." Harry nodded. Lee, the twins, and several others who had graduated Hogwarts wanted easy access to the ship without having to sneak into the school. The short wizard slowly nodded. They resumed walking. "Runes," Flitwick said, looking at the labeled doors they passed. "Yes, they are somewhat archaic compared to what Hogwarts teaches. They don't quite have the same meanings that we are taught in runes class. But they are close enough to understand. It appears that they are the written language of the ship's builders," Hermione explained. "But fascinatingly, they are not being used in any magical way on the entire ship. They are just used for labeling things, and books in their library." The professor gave her an absent-minded nod. A moment later, they stepped out onto the bridge. Flitwick stopped, stunned again. He was looking at the British Isles from a viewpoint he had only ever seen when looking at a globe of the Earth. He slowly walked over to the windows, and just stared. He could see the shadow of the sunset creeping across Europe. He didn't say anything until Luna said, "Magnificent view, isn't it?" He didn't jump, but he did turn around to face her. He took a slow look around the bridge. He blinked on seeing that not only was Luna there, but so were Marietta Edgecombe, Cho Chong, and Angelina Johnson, each seated in front of podium. He looked over at Harry, took a deep breath, and let it out. Why are you showing me this? 10 minutes later, pacing back and forth, Flitwick said, so, to sum up, you have found a world you think the goblins might like and you want to offer it to them. Just as you found a world for the merpeople, the centaurs, and the unicorns. Yes. Flitwick didn't say anything for a few moments. Before I could say anything, I would need to see this world of yours. When could we take a look at it? Harry looked over at Marietta. Time to 107. She smirked. 16 minutes including final approach. It's all plotted and laid in. He turned to the professor. I can get us down to the surface 15 minutes after that. We can be back before dinner. After blinking a moment, the professor gave him a big grin and gleefully looked out the windows at London. Yes, let's. After warning the onboard crew that they were about to take a jaunt to 107 Piscium, and waiting a few minutes as the various crew members exited or joined the ship, they were on their way. As Flitwick stared out the window at the slowly changing positions of the closest stars, Harry had Angelina give him a rundown on what they knew about both the star and the planet. While the three of them took a runabout down to the planet, Harry had the Angelina locate the observation drone the Galileo had previously left to study the planet. It would have accumulated extensive and detailed maps of the surface, with numerous videos of the many animals and plants on the planet, as well as the rest of the star system. Angelina would transfer everything to a tricorder they would give to the professor. It would be limited to that information only, and contacting Harry, Hermione, or Lee, of course. The first location they visited was a great plain, with a large mixed herd of animals grazing. The ship was, naturally, cloaked, so they didn't spook the creatures. Would you like to take one of these back to prove this isn't a fantasy? Harry said. A few minutes later, Flitwick had stunned, shrunken, and stasised two different animals. Their second stop was near a mountain range, where they collected two more animals and a few samples of rocks. Then they visited the seashore and took a sample of the water. It was as they flew back to the requirement that Flitwick began to appreciate the size of the ship. On the trip down he had spent his time staring at the planet. Why is this ship so big? He asked incredulously. Harry shrugged. From the design specifications, it has a crew capacity of around 15,000, Hermione said. About half of that is in support services, such as maintenance and repair. They didn't have magic. The flight bays, the big pods on either side of the main part, house the X-Wing fighters, the runabouts like this one, and several other small crafts for various purposes. The warehouses for spare parts and such maintenance equipment as the ships need are included. They also hold quarters and entertainment facilities for most of the smaller ships, crews and their families. She sighed. We only have one wing of X-Wing fighters, 17, at the moment. It's manned mostly by werewolves, at present. The Wers find the practice fights with the ships one way to deal with their wolves' aggressive tendencies. Werewolves? He asked, startled. Oh, yes. She paused and looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. She looked back at Flitwick. One of the functions built into the ship was the ability to fabricate a duplicate, or build something from the library of stored plans for other ships and bases. It's not a dedicated unit for that, so it's slow at it. It took the ship months to build the first base in orbit around Uranus, Harry said. Hermione huffed. Then, Sirius decided to play a prank on Remus and took him to the base on the night of his transformation, and nothing happened. Nothing, squeaked the professor. She shook her head. He didn't transform at all. And he didn't on the following month, either, Harry added. Only a few believed him when he started telling the other wares. But then he took a few of the braver ones there the next full moon, and they didn't change, either. That made believers out of them, Harry said dryly. After that, it snowballed. We have every werewolf who lived in England now living full-time on the base, and most of the ones from the continent, around 350, I think. They're trying to track down the wares in the Americas, Australia, Africa, and Asia, but they are finding it tough going as most are very good at hiding. They're quite happy to have normal lives now, and they feel that acting as our flying firepower, they can repay us. Plus, flying the X-Wing fighters in mock battles bleeds off most of the aggressive tendencies. Wait, Flitwick said incredulously, how are you feeding them all? Oh, Harry said, the ship has what's called a matter replicator. We just give it a sample of what we want it to replicate, like a steak dinner, and seconds later, you have 2 steak dinners. Magic isn't involved, so Gamp's laws don't come into play. And once the pattern is stored, you can make as many as you want. So, feeding everyone is simply a matter of having enough energy to power the replicator. The runabout glided into its bay and settled down. And with the millions of tons of helium-3 on Uranus, we have enough power for many centuries. Hermione concluded. Flitwick looked at her. Oh, right, she said. Helium-3 is what we're mining on Uranus to power the ship and everything else. He slowly nodded. As promised, they returned to Hogwarts in time for dinner. It was a mostly silent trip as the professor mulled over what he had seen and heard. They went to the apparition and vanishing cabinet's room to return to Hogwarts. Angelina had prepared it for them by hiding the vanishing cabinets behind a don't notice this spell key to only let crew members see them. They explained that room was the only room in which apparition would work. A moment later, they were in Hogsmeade. What other surprises do you have for us, Mr. Potter? He asked, half jokingly. On the way to Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione told him about the Yanks Stargate program, and that the non-magicals thought the magicals were actually aliens who could pass themselves off as humans. The statute of secrecy was being carefully followed. They also explained how they were terraforming both Mars and Venus, and that they envisioned Mars as a future home for all magical creatures. Once they reached the castle, it was a very quiet professor who accompanied them to his office. It will take a few days, he said, for me to contact a friend in Gringotts. He sighed. Many goblins have almost as little regard for half-bloods as some pure-blood wizards. So that will require a few more days, a week probably, for me to meet with the right goblins, explain what you are offering, and show them the samples and tricorder. He frowned. Then it'll be up to them to verify what they can and decide this isn't a trap of some kind. He shook his head. Give it a couple of weeks, if things go smoothly. A couple of months, if not. Harry shrugged. There's no real hurry, truthfully. I just thought I should make the offer. That is most generous of you, the small professor said approvingly. Your parents would be proud of you, especially your mother. Harry felt a warm glow inside at his words, and smiled. Let me put these away, the professor said, waving the tricorder and gesturing at his pockets. A few moments later, they were headed for the Great Hall and dinner. Miss Granger, you mentioned that you managed to make a portal similar to the ones the room creates. It was a combined effort, Professor, she said. It was me, Lee Jordan, and Angelina Johnson. She paused. We know we can reach anywhere in the solar system. Lee and Angelina are on the Galileo trying to set one up at Merfolk's World. She frowned. It takes a lot of power to set one up, though. The 3 of us almost exhausted ourselves setting up one at the inner edge of the Oort cloud, 2,000 astronomical units away. They're taking turns charging up the runes on a giant boulder to see if that will make it easier to go further. Then there's getting it to work underwater and filter out any possible contaminants as the next problem, she mused. Flitwick stopped. They stopped and looked at him curiously. Miss Granger, I would like to see one of the portals you created, as well as the spell work you put into it. It's mostly runes, though, she explained. He shrugged. I will bring Bathsheba babbling with me. She looked at Harry. It's currently in a runabout, for safety reasons. Harry just shrugged. I could land it, cloaked, over by where the stadium was built for the first task in the Tri-Wizard, I suppose, she mused. After dinner, she said to the diminutive professor. He nodded. Yes, that will do nicely. They had reached the Great Hall. Flitwick headed for the head table, and they headed for the Gryffindor table. As they sat, Harry said, I think your next project should be to develop a way to prevent someone from making a portal to a room or area you want to keep them out of. He grinned. I think Gringotts and the Ministry would pay quite well for something to keep intruders out. Hermione rolled her eyes. Like we need money. It'll be gold we don't have to sneak by the goblins to get things we haven't scanned. She pursed her lips and murmured, yes. Flitwick had sat beside Professor Babbling and seemed to be in a deep conversation. Both kept looking up at Hermione the whole meal. Babbling seemed especially excited towards the end of their conversation. Hermione pulled out her wand and gave it a slight twitch, then reached to the collar of her robes. Harry couldn't hear what she said, but he assumed she was asking someone to move the runabout with their test portal assembly to remains of the stadium. Finally, after explaining to Ron where they had been this afternoon, the trio stood and started for the doors. The two professors almost jumped to their feet and hurried out the professor's door beside the head table. Both were waiting when the trio left the Great Hall. Need us along? Harry asked Hermione as they met with the professors. She sighed. No, not really. I'll just open a short portal to one of their offices. She gave a wry grin. I think it'll mostly be me explaining the runes and spells we used to set it up. I know Ron would be bored to tears, and so would you, I guess. I can tell you everything later. Okay, he said, see y'all later. He turned to Ron. How about a game of chess? Hermione and the professors head out the castle doors while he and Ron headed for their dorm. After losing 2 games to Ron, Harry settled down to the latest assignments from his classes. He had just finished for the evening. Hermione still hadn't returned, when Lieutenant Rascal gave him a call. They had spelled the comms to let people know when they were paged, and by whom, without anyone else hearing. After retreating to his dorm room and setting up a silencing spell, Harry contacted the lieutenant. As Commodore Jordan has said, he said dryly, SG-1 is cursed, with more than normal stupidity. Oh, really? Yes. The team was at a new planet and Colonel Jack O'Neill deactivated his helmet to take a closer look at an artifact, and it grabbed him by his face. It didn't kill him, and, in fact, everyone thought nothing more had happened other than that. He came back through the Stargate just fine, none of the detectors went off at all. He seemed fine for a day, but then he began speaking in a new language. The lieutenant sighed. To make a long story short, it seems he accidentally triggered an alien library computer to download the entire database of the Ancient One's repository of knowledge into his mind. Unfortunately, the human brain hasn't evolved enough to assimilate that much information that quickly and began to subsume his personality. Their doctors had no solution and said he would probably end up comatose in another day or two. However, before he went silent, he couldn't speak English because he kept using alien words instead, but he was still functional. He was able to install numerous new Stargate addresses, not known to the Goa'uld, into the dialing computer. Many of them were in our database, but not all. Apparently, they had been established after the requirement was abandoned. Then he built a supercharger for their Stargate and began dialing out. He huffed. I was going to shut down the gate, but the destination dialed had 8 chevrons instead of the normal 6, and it actually connected. Predictably, Colonel O'Neill headed for the gate. He paused. At this point I didn't see the point in stopping the colonel. He seemed confident he needed the address he dialed, and if I stopped him, he'd end up functionally dead, anyway. I managed to get several drones through the gate before it shut down. Unfortunately, wherever he went, it is even out of subspace radio range. After a short time, the gate reactivated, and he came back through. He said he went to the Ida galaxy where the Asgard removed the knowledge that was overloading his brain. He seems okay. I gave him a complete scan and could detect no abnormalities. I had one of the healers check him out, and she found nothing magical had been done to the colonel. Fortunately, everything he saw and heard on the other side of the gate was recorded by 2 of the drones hidden on his uniform. He paused. The recordings are quite interesting. I've sent the recordings to your tricorder. Harry sighed. Okay. Thanks for doing an excellent job, again. I'll get back to you later if I have any questions. Oh, you'll probably get a laugh out this, but the Asgard on the other side of the gate claim that humans were on their way to being one of the 5 great races in the galaxy. Harry snorted. I agree. Lieutenant Rascal, over and out. When Hermione met them in the common room the next morning, she looked as if she hadn't had a lot of sleep the night before. Despite that, she was practically vibrating with excitement. Harry had barely asked her if she was all right when she launched into her explanation. A mastery. She started breathlessly. Professor Babbling said it was probably worth a mastery. She danced a jig in excitement. I showed them the portal. The runes are carved on both sides of the portal. Then opened it to each of their offices in turn. It works a lot like the room does. You just imagine where you want to connect and walk back and forth 3 times to set the destination, then it opens up. Except you have to charge the runes first if they haven't had enough time to charge from ambient magic. But that's a minor problem. All we need to add are more aggressive charging runes. It'll be a cinch to do that. And a rune that glows green if there's sufficient charge for a local portal. We can easily limit it to only on planet. I've already told Angelina and Lee, and they're working on the runes to prevent someone from opening a portal to where they aren't wanted. A mastery. Already. She hopped in place excitedly. I'll be joining them after classes today. To say she was distracted in her classes would be an understatement. However, distracted for her merely meant she wasn't as intensely focused as usual. Harry was pretty sure he and Ron were the only ones who noticed. And that was the pattern for the next week. If she wasn't in class, she was with Lee and Angelina, working on the new runes. She disappeared as soon as the last class was out and didn't reappear until curfew. With her tricorder, and access to the digitized Hogwarts library, she could finish her assignments anywhere. The portal to Mer World was on a back burner, apparently. The days passed quickly, with the intense pressure that the 7th-year NEWTs were known for. A bit over 2 weeks later, almost at curfew, Hermione once more came into the common room dancing. She flopped down on the chair beside Harry at the desk he was using. Done, she declared happily. We can both create a portal, and block an area from an incoming portal. It does require a few rune stones to define the area covered for blocking, but it works. She sighed contentedly, then grimaced. Now we have to write it up in a parchment for the International Masters Runes Journal. You should do 2 parts, Harry said, leaning back in his chair. Part 1 should be the rune stones to protect an area. When that's finished, send it out to the journal with an invitation for them to come see the working unit you made. Once they see the working unit, they'll know you aren't trying to prank them. Then send the manuscript to the Ministry and Gringotts so they can get prepared before the second part, how to create a portal, is sent in to be published. She looked at him quizzically. Shouldn't we send the whole thing to the journal, first? Harry shook his head. Someone would leak it. Then someone else would try to break into Gringotts or the Ministry before the journal could publish the blocking runes. Yes, she said, deflating slightly and nodding slowly. There is that. How does it work? She smirked. We went back to the original runes that create the portal and added a few that check for the blocking runes. If they detect any, the runes creating the portal, stop. She sighed. We had to hide the checks in the other runes so they couldn't be disabled. She grinned. Lee is quite devious. He assigned a value to each rune, and then added the whole set together to get a checksum. If you remove any rune, and I mean any rune, the entire set fails to do anything. She giggled. The best part is, the checksum is self-recursive. Each time you start it, it randomly selects a rune, and starts there to assign values before it calculates the total. The end result is always the same, but removing a rune to try to determine its value and crack the checksum won't work. She sighed. We need to set up a store selling the rune blocking stones. The blocking range of 1 stone is 11 times the height or width of a portal, which we made 11 feet for the portal runes we intend to publish. 2 stones separated at the maximum distance make a rectangle that is 21 times the portal size in length by 11 times wide. 4 stones make a square box and 8 stones a cube with sides 21 times the maximum portal size. Then you just add more stones as necessary. We don't even need to involve crew members in the stores, we can hire anyone, Harry said, musing out loud. We'll need to inform the non-magical governments of the portals, and provide them with the stones for all their important buildings. He frowned. You know some wizards will take advantage of the portal to do mischief. She shrugged. The ship can replicate 1 million of the rune stones in under a minute. Then it's just a matter of pumping a little magic into them. Once they've got magic, they'll power up properly in a couple of days. He sighed. Okay. Let me know when they're done and I'll set up an appointment with the Queen and the Yanks. He sat still a second, then buried his face in his hands and groaned. And there's something I never thought I'd say. Ron and Hermione laughed at him. Lee Jordan contacted him late one night. We almost lost SG-10 today, he paused. Or maybe I should say, over the last 3 days. He chuckled. This time it wasn't SG-1. He paused. They were visiting P3W451, an apparently deserted desert planet. It was in a twin star system where the companion star was a neutron star. The neutron star was slowly siphoning material from the planet's star. It seems they had bad timing as the neutron star hit its mass limit and collapsed into a black hole shortly after they arrived there. Fortunately, their hoverboards allowed them a rapid return to the gate. As per procedure, Major Boyd used his comm to issue an emergency panic dial to the MALP so the gate would be just opening when they arrived. He sighed. What happened next is complicated. They were already in the heavy time dilation field from the black hole. What took them a minute was barely a fraction of a second on Earth. 2 hours their time was a second on Earth. However, when the gate activated, the gravity wave from the black hole leaked through and slowed down time long enough for SG Command to realize something was wrong and allow the gate to open. Lieutenant Rascal was on duty and immediately noticed that everyone at SG Command was moving very slowly, about 1/10 as fast as they should. He sent an alert out immediately to both the non-magical government and to the other wares in the Overwatch group. When the computer in SG Command tried to shut down the gate because of the anomaly, it was slow enough for him to override before it could completely execute. The time dilation field on P3W451 kept the gate open for the 5 hours it took for the 4 members of the team to realize it was open and come through on their hoverboards. Rascal had programmed the computer at the gate to shut down as soon as the last person exited it. Lee shook his head in disbelief. For SG-10, it had been only a few seconds from them opening the gate until they went through. For SG Command, it was 7 hours. For us, it was nearly 3 days. Why didn't you contact me earlier? Realistically, there was nothing you could do. All SG Command was doing was simply waiting for the other team members to come through the gate. Harry slowly nodded. Yeah, he finally said. I guess you're right. I think Rascal needs a promotion. He seems to be pretty on top of things. It was the 4th Saturday in May that Lieutenant General Hammond was at Camp David, standing outside the main building, Aspen Lodge, again. President Clinton, select members of his cabinet, the Secret Service, and a squad of Marine Guards were there as well. Unlike the previous meeting at Camp David, this one had no journalists present. At the appointed time, 3 space-suited DSF crew members teleported to the lawn in front of them only a yard or two away, facing them. From the insignia, one was clearly Admiral Potter, the one beside him was number 1, and the third was probably one of their combat specialists, Hammond assumed, if he was reading the insignia on their helmets correctly. After an exchange of greetings, they went inside to the same meeting room they had used before and settled down into the chairs arranged around the room. The Secret Service agents took up positions in the corners of the room. The Marine Guards remained outside the room. Now, then, Clinton said with a slow drawl, Lieutenant Commander Pottle told us you had something important to discuss. Yes, the Admiral said. Several of our experts were intrigued by the Stargate system you have discovered, and decided to see if they could design something similar for us. He paused. They succeeded in creating a portal. Everyone in the room stiffened. Hammond leaned forward. This was astonishing news, a possible game changer. He sighed. At the moment, unfortunately, it is only useful in this star system. We are still in the process of determining how to set it up to reach other star systems. That was disappointing. He pursed his lips. Unlike the Stargate system, however, it does not use an addressing system. Instead, you only need the origin device to create a portal. We can, for example, open a portal to anywhere on the planet from this room, if the portal device was in here. There was dead silence. Hammond felt his eyes widen and eyebrows raise in surprise. So did most of the others in the room. Anywhere, the president said incredulously. The Admiral and his number 1 nodded. The president took a big breath and slowly let it out. If you don't mind, we can bring the portal here in a few minutes, and demonstrate what it can do. He looked down at the floor. Is this a wood floor? Yes, sir, It is hard oak over 6-inch timber joists on 12-inch spacing, one of the attendants said. The admiral shook his head. The portal is quite heavy, solid granite, we should put it on the ground or concrete. He smiled wryly, otherwise it would go straight through the floor. How about out front? Clinton suggested. The admiral nodded. That would do. 5 minutes later, after they had relocated outside, a 6-foot wide by 6-foot tall granite slab appeared, growing from a small dot that appeared far away to suddenly stopping right in front of them. It tottered a moment, as if it were about to fall. The admiral, number 1, and the combat specialist held out their right hands and the slab steadied. Number 1 took a close look around the slab, and nodded, apparently satisfied it had weathered its trip unharmed. General Hammond, is anyone in your office? Said number 1. Surprised at the question, he said, no, of course not. It's locked whenever I'm not there. Good, number 1 said. We've never been there, so this will be an excellent demonstration. She looked at the admiral. He walked back and forth in front of the slab, pacing while thinking. On his third pass, the front of the slab shimmered, and door appeared. He turned and opened it. He gestured to the general. Look inside and tell me if this is your office. Hammond hesitantly moved to the door, then looked into his office. He gave a startled look to the admiral. It certainly looks like it, he said. Potter stepped through and waved the general inside. Make sure this is your office. Hammond was shaking his head in disbelief as he checked the drawers of his desk to see the things he normally kept in them. Then he walked over to the door to the rest of the Stargate complex and looked outside. He was, indeed, inside the complex. The others at Camp David were watching through the open portal door. He closed the complex door and looked around the office. He nodded to himself and walked over to his phone. He picked it up. This is Major General Hammond, put me through to Camp David. After a short wait, he was talking to a captain at the camp. The president is in front of Aspen Lodge, send a runner to him that I am calling from Stargate Command, and verifying my presence there. That's all. The officer on the other end repeated his message back to him, he verified it, then hung up. The president was staring at him. He and the admiral stepped out onto the lawn. The door disappeared, leaving the slab as it had been originally. That appeared to be my office, Hammond said to the group, shaking his head wryly. But as soon as a runner shows up, we'll have positive proof. Mr. President, how would you like to visit the moon? Admiral Potter said. Hammond, and everyone else, gave him a hard look. Was he serious? Of course, he was serious. He wouldn't have asked if he wasn't. Less than a minute later, the entire group was standing in a vast giant chamber that Hammond recognized from the photos Daniel had made. Mr. President, I recognize this from the photos taken by Dr. Jackson. He turned slightly to face Admiral Potter. This was where you had a Stargate. The Admiral nodded. Yes, before we realized how dangerous it was, and disassembled it for raw materials. He turned to number 1. Nothing was said, but a moment later, everyone suddenly felt lighter. I had number 1 turn off the gravity field in the floor. What you feel now is only the moon's gravity. One of the Marine guards on the other side of the portal stepped inside, and almost fell in the lower gravity. As he steadied himself, he held out an envelope. Mr. President, you have a message. The gravity quickly returned to normal, and the Marine walked over to Clinton. Clinton took the envelope, opened it and read the message, then read it aloud. Major General Hammond called from Stargate Command, and said he is verifying his presence there. They all exchanged significant looks. The portal was real, they weren't in some kind of alien simulation. President Clinton refolded the paper and put it in his coat pocket. Thank you, Sergeant. The Marine saluted and marched back through the portal. The gravity dropped back to what it had been before the interruption. They spent the next 10 minutes jumping and trying to walk. Feeling a bit foolish, even Hammond made a few jumps. He was surprised at just how far, and how high, he was able to jump. If you'll follow me, Potter said, there's a hidden elevator to a lookout above us. Intrigued, they followed him and were soon staring out at the moonscape below them, the sun hanging barely above the horizon, the stars mere points of light. With no atmosphere, which meant no moisture or dust moving in currents above them, They didn't twinkle as they did on Earth. Unfortunately, we are located dead center on the backside of the moon to keep from being seen from Earth. He paused. I do have a camera with me, though, number one said, if you'd like a picture of yourself with the moon's landscape in the background. I can leave the negatives with the president to be developed. No one refused. Not surprisingly, most of the subjects wanted the president and the admiral standing with them. It was a strangely exhilarated group that returned to Earth. Once they were back on Earth, the portal slab was sent back to wherever it belonged. Then they adjourned once more to the previous conference room. That was very informative, Admiral Potter, Clinton said, and grinned. Quite fun, too, but I get the feeling that wasn't the sole reason you asked to meet with me today. You are correct, sir. Number one said and paused. She reached into one of her pockets and pulled out a hand-sized, cubical rock. I'm sure you understand how much of a security risk the portal device is. And it was, Hammond realized. Anyone who had one of those portals, or access to one, could wreak havoc. No place was secure. Robbing a bank would be child's play. Open the portal to the vault at night. Open a portal to Fort Knox, even. Not to mention assassinations would be impossible to prevent. Militarily, you could attack an enemy position by appearing inside it, no matter how remote or well protected it might be. This device, she continued and held it up, prevents our portal from forming within 18.4404 meters of it, in all directions. Placing two of these 36 meters apart forms a lozenge shape 18.4404 meters in diameter by 70.4 meters long. Arranging four make a rough cuboid with rounded corners 70.4 meters wide and long by 18.4404 meters high. 8 can make a cube 70 meters on a side. You can add more and arrange them how you want, as long as you don't exceed making them 36 meters apart. We thought you might want these to protect certain of your sensitive buildings and locations. We have 1,000,000 of these made. We will send down 10,000 to the landing pad we first used, outside. Give Lieutenant Commander Pottle the coordinates of where you would like the others sent. We will open a portal to those locations and move through however many you need. Hammond didn't know what to say. Nor did anyone else, at first. Are you afraid someone will steal your tech and use it against us? The president said. The admiral shook his head. Not exactly, Mr. President. As in all populations, there are some who feel that the laws do not apply to them for various reasons, and what they do is somehow okay. Ours is no different. Once knowledge is out on how to form these portals, bad actors will make themselves known. Imagine if everyone knew how to make C4 out of flour and other ingredient you can find in any kitchen pantry, number one said. They all shuddered. Hammond frowned. Well, isn't that true of your teleportation? Number one shook her head. Remember, not all of our people can use that ability safely, and it is limited to what they can conveniently carry. There are also the limitations on needing to know where they are going. Jumping blind into a building could leave you partly in a wall, floor, or ceiling. Outside is safer, as you normalize to the ground. Everyone looked a bit sick at that thought. However, if you are interested, we can provide similar devices to block our ability, with the same area coverage features. We will make the devices do both at the same time, Potter said. Hammond and the Secretary of Defense both were looking at the president and nodding. Yes, please, Clinton said, we would like that very much. We'll drop off 10,000 of those devices tomorrow, the admiral said. We will also drop off 1,000 devices that will make a hole in the teleportation coverage so that you can have a secure room for us to use when we need to contact you or deliver something. You have to use them in sets of 8 to mark the limits, but they can enclose a cuboid up to 4 meters on a side. One of the 8 will come with an on-off switch for emergency use in areas you don't normally want us to access, number one said. There was silence for a moment. We can do the same for the portals, too, if you are interested. Only those we will design so that the portal can only appear in one specific spot, say, 1 centimeter thick by 3 meters in diameter, the admiral added. The Potter and number one looked at each other for a moment. Those would only need 4 control units to mark the portal size limit, number one said. The size of the units would be the limit of the thickness of the space for the portal. Well, Admiral Potter said, clapping his hands together. I think that's everything. He looked at number 1, who nodded. If you'll excuse us. He looked over at the president. Before you go, thank you very much for keeping us in the loop on this. Clinton stood and walked over to the admiral and held out his hand. They shook hands. It seemed like the best thing to do, Potter said. Keeping secrets from allies about something like this would hurt us in the long run. Still, thank you, Clinton said firmly. He frowned. What will these devices cost? The admiral shrugged. You have already paid for them in the assistance you have given us, and not treating us as a threat. Oh, number 1 said, we will be visiting the Queen tomorrow, so you needn't worry about informing her and the others in the Commonwealth about this. On that note, the 3 members of the DFS teleported away. They apparated into Buckingham Palace's back garden at the appointed time to find the Queen and other important members of the British government waiting for them. He recognized Prime Minister Tony Blair. Your Highness, Harry said, giving a short bow as he had been instructed. Hermione and Luna curtsied. I see you've used one of your pimps. You're looking decades younger. She smiled, and feeling decades younger, too, she said. Your sharing of those devices has saved tens of thousands of lives, and will save millions more. We will never be able to repay such generosity. We are in your debt. He bowed again. Once we perfected the technology, we couldn't keep it secret from our friends and neighbors. We are delighted to share it with the rest of the world. Then came a round of introductions. Deputy Prime Minister Michael Heseltine, Foreign Secretary Robin Cook, Home Secretary Jack Straw, the Director General of the British Security Service Stephen Lander, Head of the British Secret Intelligence Service MI6, Sir David Spedding, and the Chief of the Defence Staff, General Sir Charles Guthrie. After that, they moved over to the back garden terrace. The conversation about the portal went pretty much the same as it had with the Yanks. Being already outside, summoning the portal was fairly simple. This time, it was number 10 Downing, the private residence for the Prime Minister, that Harry demonstrated. This time, Harry suggested that Tony Blair call one of the telephones in the palace. While they watched from the lawn as he sat at his desk in his office, Harry and Hermione explained about the portal blockers, and the teleportation blockers. The last were actually anti-apparition shield generators. The security officials were most grateful for that protection. Soon enough, an aide came hurrying onto the terrace and with a phone on a ridiculously long extension cord and handed it to the Queen. It was a bit amusing to watch the two talking on a phone when they could see each other, and many miles apart. Then it was a trip to the moon, with pictures as souvenirs. It was the Saturday before the regular end-of-year exams started when Angelina contacted him. He was with Hermione and a few others of the crew studying for the newts that would start the week after. Harry had to prepare for charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration, and potions. Hermione, meanwhile, was taking charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration, potions, arithmancy, and ancient runes. With Tommy's parasite gone, and his scar mostly healed, Harry was finding it much easier to memorize what he studied and concentrate on what he was doing or needed to do. He was also more powerful. Apparently, the parasite had been siphoning of some of his power to survive and prevent Harry's magic from removing it. Rather ironic, he thought. His reaction times were also faster, and his wand movements sharper. Plus, he was better at applying what he knew to the problems he needed to solve. As a result, over the last year he had mastered more spells, wanded, silent, and wandless, than anyone else in Charms and Dada. Although, for those last two it didn't take too many to achieve that status. Silent was difficult for everyone and only the most frequently used spells by each person were mastered. Very few mastered more than one or two wandless spells. He was going to give Hermione a serious challenge in getting the highest newt scores for several of their shared classes. Admiral, I've found something I think you need to see, Angelina said to him over the comm in a privacy mode. It's not an emergency or anything, but it is important, really important. I don't want to discuss it over the air. I'm on the ship. The privacy setting was working perfectly, none of the others reacted to her quiet request. He leaned back in his chair and stretched. I think I need a break. Several of the others also sat up and stretched, too. Hermione didn't move. He lightly tapped her foot with his. She glanced over at him, frowning. He motioned with his eyes and a slight movement of his head, up. She stared a moment longer, then sighed. I could use a break, too, she said, closing her book and putting it in her expanded bag. She followed him out of the library. He headed for one of the secret passages that shortened the trek to the Gryffindor common room. Midway through it, they moved into one of the passages they had added that led to outside Hogwarts protective spells. While they walked, he told Angelina they were on their way. 15 minutes later, they were on the requirement. Angelina greeted them, and led them to a nearby meeting room. So, he said as they settled around the table, what's up? She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. The pimps have scanned and treated tens of millions of muggles by now. I decided to see what genetic diseases the medical unit on planet had come across. I wanted to make sure that it hadn't missed the Tay-Sachs disease markers, for example, because they are harmless by themselves. It's only when they combine in children that it's deadly. While Hermione knew what she meant, she had to explain it to Harry. Anyway, she concluded, just for grins, I asked what differentiated magic users from non-magicals. After all, it has treated thousands of magicals, too. She paused and took another deep breath. It seems there's one major gene groupings that all magical users have, but non-magicals have most or all of those pieces missing. Only when all the pieces are present is someone a wizard or witch. If they're missing one or two of the more critical pieces, then they're squibs. Missing minor pieces seems to affect how much magic they can control, how well they control it, and any special talents wizards and witches have, but those aren't limited to any one piece or section. The only special talent the computer pinned down was the animagus. The sample isn't big enough, yet, for any of the others. Hermione leaned back, clearly stunned. You found the magic gene, she said breathlessly, then leaned forward intently. Angelina nodded. I asked the computer, and it says it can add the missing clusters to anyone. Hermione's jaw dropped. We can make people magical. Angelina nodded. Apparently so, and I have no idea what to do with that information. Harry just stared at her. They could make anyone a magical person. Hermione, he said quietly, we need to make that a Fidelius, like, right now. If the ministry were to find this out, they would try to stop us from doing anything with the knowledge, if they didn't outright obliviate us. After staring at him blankly for a moment, her mind obviously racing at the implications, she stood. Angelina, you will be the secret keeper that we discovered the magical gene group and that the DSF medical units can make anyone a magical, she said shakily. Shouldn't we make the knowledge completely secret? Harry said. She shook her head. If we want to make someone magical, we have to be able to talk with them first. If we decide to push it in any way, I'm sure Angelina doesn't want to have to tell the secret to hundreds of thousands of people, right? And with that many secret knowers, the Fidelius would probably crash. Angelina readily agreed. By carefully wording it, we can talk about it and offer to make people magical without directly mentioning the secret. We don't have to explain how we know what makes people magical, and how we're doing it, keeping it a secret. She looked at the other two. Only we three will know the gene groups exist, and that the medical units can add them to non-magicals. She paused. We can even come up with a fake potion using really rare ingredients that we say makes them magical. A few minutes later, no one would ever suspect that there were gene groups that made mundane people magical, nor would they think the crew's medical units, either on the ships or on planet, had found the magical gene groups, and that their ships and medical units, the pimps, could actually add those gene groups to anyone to make them magical. How do we know this will work? Harry said. I mean, it should, but how can we be certain? We can't just go up to a muggle and say, hey, want to be a wizard? Plus, it would cause problems when they attracted the ministry's attention with accidental magic. Hermione pursed her lips and started pacing. We should probably start with a known squib. They already know about magic, and would jump at the chance to gain the ability. Angelina nodded. But who? We can't just start asking around for squibs. Beside, most of the families with a squib in them are reluctant to admit it, except muggle born with siblings. You forget, We hired squibs to run some of the Return to Tomorrow stores in England, on the continent, and India, not to mention the Muggle restaurants paired with Quark's, Gus's Galaxy Grill, Hermione said, and grinned. There must be at least 50, including their families. I think we should start with Mr. Filch, Harry said. If it works for him, then we know it's doable. The other two looked at him like he was crazy. He shrugged. He would be a good start. If this works and he starts to show magic powerful enough to use a wand, we can start a rumor it's because he has lived in a magic-rich environment for so long. That would deflect attention from us. He paused, then added, we can say the same for the squibs working in the Tomorrow stores beside the different magical centers, like Diagon Alley, Rue Oblique, and Schiefstrasse. You think he would trust us? Angelina said incredulously. If we're honest and tell him we think this will work, but we aren't positive. And if it does, it might even take time for the effects to make themselves evident. He'll probably think we're trying to prank him though, Hermione said. I'll offer to swear an oath we aren't pranking him. Maybe give him a bag of galleons or gems to prove we're serious. Hermione turned to Angelina. If this works, have the medical units automatically upgrade any child under 11 they find who is a squib to a full magical. She glanced at Harry. Children being detected as magical would not draw any attention. Maybe even notify the parents of squib children the units have already discovered that their child needs an additional checkup, and do it to them, too. Harry and Angelina nodded. We also have some squibs in the Marines, most from the Royal Marines. If it works with Filch, we can power them up and just have classes for them. The Wurs teaching at Uranus Base won't mind a few extra students. They can then take their owls later. She paused. Some of the Wurs are squibs, too. I still think we should start with Filch, Harry said. Hermione frowned. But if it's a gene cluster, she said, musing, why do the gates and beaming cause a problem? Harry shrugged. Maybe the gates disrupt the magic and it takes time for the magic to re-establish itself. The magic disappearing so suddenly causes the magical equivalent of a heart attack. Maybe that's how the death curse works. It stops a person's magic and the shock of the loss kills the person. He paused. After all, if you stop someone's heart, it doesn't restart itself. Maybe a person's magic is the same. They talked a bit more. Then Harry and Hermione headed back to the castle. Once in the castle, they pulled out Harry's map and tracked down Filch. There really wasn't a reason to delay. Plus, trying to do any studying while wondering if they could give a squib magic would make it nearly impossible to concentrate. What do you want? The unpleasant man growled when they came up to him. He was mopping the floor outside one of the classrooms on the 4th floor. Filch was a rheumatic man with hunched shoulders and a hunchback. He had a horrible, pouchy and pasty face and bulging, pale eyes, along with sunken, veined cheeks. His hair was long appeared greasy, but not as greasy as a certain professor they knew. He also had a bald spot on the top of his head, quivery jowls and knobbly hands. Filch usually wore a worn brown coat over his robes. Hermione stepped forward. We have an experiment we want to try that only you can do. She paused at his incredulous look. This isn't a prank. We're willing to swear a wizard's oath to you about it. She opened her bag and took out another bag. She held it out to him. We're willing to pay you for your time. He hesitantly and distrustfully took the bag and looked inside. His eyebrows shot up seeing the large amount of galleons and gems it contained. There are 100 galleons in there, plus gems worth much more. She paused. They're all real, not fashioned from leprechaun gold or glass to fool you. What is this experiment? He said suspiciously as he shoved the bag into one of his work robe's pockets. Could we discuss this somewhere more private? He scowled at her, but led them into the nearby classroom. She started casting privacy charms as soon as the door to the classroom closed. He watched suspiciously. This is so no one can overhear us, she said, turning to face him at the end. She gestured at Harry and herself, think we have a way to give you magic, enough to use a wand. He stared at her for a moment, then snorted and sneered at her and Harry. Right. He started for the door. I'm not a simpleton. And I'm serious. What have you got to lose? If you don't let us try, you'll always wonder if you missed your big chance, Harry added quietly. The man stopped, his hand on the door's handle. As I said, this is an experiment, Hermione said. We think it will work, but we aren't positive. If it doesn't, you've lost nothing and you're several hundred galleons richer. It'll only take a few minutes, Harry said, and it won't hurt. If you feel anything, it'll be your magic. He paused. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it will take after we do the experiment for the magic to appear in you. He glanced at Hermione. It might take a few minutes, it might take a few days. Filch stared at them with narrowed eyes. Not a prank. Not a prank, Hermione stated earnestly, I swear. This is an honest to Merlin experiment. He stared at them both a moment longer, then gave a loud, harumph, sound as he left the door and took a few steps back towards them. Probably because Hermione was one of the few students who had never given him any trouble, nor been anything but polite to him. What'll I do? Harry took out his wand and transformed one of the desks to a bed. Lay down on this, first. It won't take long at all. We just want to check your health. Giving them distrustful looks throughout, the man slowly moved over to the bed and laid down on it. Hermione pulled one of the pimps out of her expanded bag. Filch stared at it. What's that? It's a simple diagnostic tool Street Mungos uses on their patient. This will tell us how healthy you are and make sure that you don't have any problems that would prevent our experiment from working, she said as she enlarged it. She placed it on his chest. Just relax, she said soothingly, and activated it. He stiffened up. She studied the display, which the man couldn't see, of course. First, it says you have several small ailments, but nothing that will have an impact on our experiment. She looked up at his face. I suggest you go to St. Mungo's, it can fix all these, including your bald spot and back. It'll even make you look and feel years younger. He stared at her, disbelievingly. I suggest you ask Madame Pomfrey about their new, black box. He rolled his eyes, clearly not believing her. She lifted the pimps and put it back in her bag. She pulled a vial out of her purse and handed it to him. Drink this. A potion. She nodded. It has some really rare ingredients that arithmetically should do what we want, giving you the ability to cast and use magic. They had had the ship materialize a mouthful's worth of a ginger and chili fizzy drink in a vial before returning to Hogwarts. It was red, cold, and bubbly, with a sharp burn to it after you drank. Just down it all at once. Filch eyed it suspiciously, then drank it. His eyes bulged and he appeared at a loss to breathe for a moment. He wasn't used to spicy foods, apparently. She handed a cup. It's water, she said by way of explanation. He grabbed the cup and gulped the water down. And, we're done. That's it, he said, surprised, when he could finally get words out. Yep. Filch slowly got off the bed and stared at them distrustfully. Like we said, we don't know exactly when this will take effect, Harry said. He held out his wand. Give it swish. Glancing back and forth between Harry and the wand, Filch took it, and skeptically gave it a wave. Nothing happened. He stared at it, frowning, then stared at the two of them. Harry shrugged. I had hoped you'd get an immediate response, but, he shook his head. Try again, Hermione urged. Take a deep breath, let it out, and want sparks to come out of the wand when you wave it. Staring at them mistrustfully, he did take a breath, then stared at the wand, frowning, and gave it a more vigorous wave. A tiny spark, so dim they almost missed it, flew off. His eyebrows shot up almost to where his hairline used to be and he had a stunned expression. He waved it again, and two tiny sparks flew off. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks as Filch stared at the wand in shocked amazement. A wand never did that before, he said, astounded. You should go to Madame Pomfrey and tell her you've been feeling odd the last few days. Have her do a scan to see if she can detect anything different than normal for you. She paused. She has treated you for injuries, before, hasn't she? He said glancing at her from the wand. Yeah, sure, several times. Then she can tell if you appear to have started getting magic. Don't tell her we did anything. Harry warned. If the pure bloods hear about it, they'll try to stop us from doing it for other squibs. Suggest that maybe living in the castle for so long, its magic is so much more powerful than anywhere else, that must have finally built up to be noticeable. Hermione said. We don't know if this is all the magic you'll get, or if it will increase with time, Harry said. Hopefully, if we are correct in our analysis, you will eventually be as strong with magic as most anybody. He smiled. How strong your magic gets depends on how well you understand the magic you cast, and how well you understand yourself. You don't need to tell us anything directly, Hermione said. I'm sure the gossip mill will keep us adequately informed. Harry held out his hand, and, after a moment, Filch reluctantly gave him back his wand. She pulled out her wand and cancelled her spells on the room. I'm sure we'll see you later, Mr. Filch, she said as the two students left the room. Filch watched them go with an odd expression of joy and disbelief, combined. They hadn't gone far when they heard him exit the room and close the door. They watched as he hurried off in the opposite direction, towards the hospital wing. He did stop long enough to grab his mop and broom and drop them off in the maintenance closet at the end of the hall on the way. They headed back to the library. Harry sighed. And now, we wait. The rumor mill came through for them. At dinner they heard that Madame Pomfrey had been astounded to discover that Filch was no longer a squib. Her tests showed he was slowly gaining magic. At the moment, a wand barely reacted to him, but that was a distinct improvement over previously. She thought that maybe staying in Hogwarts for decades, a very magic-rich environment, had somehow caused this change. At the rate of improvement, she estimated his magical abilities would stabilize sometime this summer. He would have a wand before school resumed in September. He was wandering around with a smile, which creeped out more than a few of the students. A couple of days later, he visited Street Mungo's. The change when he came back made him almost unrecognizable, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. Even his cat, Mrs. Norris, didn't recognize him until he got close enough for her sniff his fingers. He looked decades younger, as if he was in his 20s. He had a full head of thick black hair, his hump was gone, and he stood straight. He was still pale. They were in Scotland, after all, but he looked healthy. The newts were everything they had been promised, and worse. By the time they were over, the 7th years felt as if their brains had been put through a sieve. But they were over. Unfortunately, newts took place after the regular exams, which meant that the Express left Hogwarts the next day, so there was no massive celebration party. Most just wanted to sleep. On the other hand, Argus Filch, Hogwarts' lowly squib janitor, was indeed now a magical. The morning before the Express left, while everyone was rushing around making sure they had everything before heading to the train, Harry tracked down Filch and discovered that Madame Pomfrey had told him that he appeared to be becoming an average wizard. He would be getting a wand before the month was out. With that endorsement, the order went out to all the pimps to automatically upgrade any squib child under 12 to a full magical as soon as they are detected. The proper procedures were to be locally stored in all pimps. The Marines who were currently squibs were all being contacted and gentle inquiries were made to make sure they would want to be made magicals. All, it was anticipated, would say yes, so the Wers at Uranus Base were informed that they soon would have adult students. The squib werewolves were also being informed, and it was less sure how many of them would be interested. The trip to London was their party. For those who were not crew members, they spent their time racing up and down the train, saying goodbye to friends, and making plans to meet up during the summer. For the crew members it was different. While they did make plans to meet friends, they didn't have to worry about getting jobs. Whatever they wanted as pay, they could get from the ship. As long as they didn't upset the goblins in Gringotts, no one cared. The same was true for almost anything else they wanted. The ship only needed the pattern to supply what they wanted. That meant, of course, that the pay wasn't very important. With money being no problem, they truly could do anything they wanted. Be that exploring new planets, helping with the challenges in terraforming Mars and Venus, piloting the X-Wings, researching magic, researching the tech available to the DSF, researching how to integrate magic with the DSF tech, running any of the Enterprise stores, Return to Tomorrow Video's stores, Quark restaurants and groceries, Gus's Galaxy Grill restaurants, 10 Forward restaurants, any combination of those, or anything else they could think of. They spent their time discussing which option was best for them. Naturally, when they arrived in London, they all apparated straight to the requirement overhead. Their parents, and siblings if there were any, had already been picked up by runabouts disguised as buses or taxis. It started with a lavish dinner. Over dessert, a quick summary of the stages of the different projects was presented. Terraforming Mars was well ahead of schedule, thanks to the new portals. Harry and Hermione had created two 300-yard diameter portals on Venus that led to Mars. They would have raised the temperature of Mars by a significant amount if not for four portals on Uranus that were pumping nitrogen and oxygen at near liquid temperatures to Mars at the same time. Each one had taken a day, and exhausted both teams. Fortunately, they had been spread out over the weekends. Although still near the freezing point of water at the equator, the pressure was beginning to approach Earth normal. Similarly, Venus's air pressure was falling, although the temperature hadn't fallen at all. The Tech Sun shield had reduced the amount of sunlight energy reaching the planet, but it would take time to bleed off the energy stored in the rocks and atmosphere. The Merworld project was proceeding nicely, and they now had 4 villages scattered around the main island. A small colony of centaurs had established themselves on the island. They were mostly the ones from Greece, where they were being tightly squeezed for space. The unicorn colony seemed to be thriving, according to the centaurs, and the small bits of magical forest they had taken from the Forbidden Forest and the Grecian forests were flourishing nicely. It would still take centuries for the magical forests to spread across the island. The werewolf colony on 61V Guinness planet, Lysown, was also flourishing. All the werewolves they could find in England and the continent had been relocated to either their Uranus base of one of the battlestars. As yet, the goblins had not made a decision on 107 Piscium's planet, but it was expected that a large number of them would move there. The offer of a set of portals that led to each of their major banks was a strong incentive, however. Now that the DSF could create the portals, getting the larger magical creatures to another planet wasn't the onerous and dangerous task it would have been. Instead, they could open a portal and trick the creatures through it, either to the contents under pressure or directly to the destination planet. The goblins were not averse to sharing their planet with dragons, giants, trolls, hippogriffs, griffins, and other dangerous wizarding creatures. They wanted something against which their warriors could test their mettle. By then, it was fairly late. The graduation party would officially start tomorrow. The twins promised it would be one that no one would ever forget. As part of that celebration, the requirement would visit Merworld, Lysown, and the as yet unnamed Goblin World at 107 Piscium. Centaurs were at each one, assisting the crew in establishing proper magical forests for the magical creatures that were being introduced. Lee had managed to set up a Fidelius on the 3 planets with a simple secret. The Goa'uld do not know that 107 Piscium, 61V, Genus, and Rigel Kentaurus have habitable planets. Since none of them did, it was easy to establish. It had the advantage that the secret was a secret from only the Goa'uld. Any number of people or creatures could know the truth, but the number of Goa'uld was a tiny number by comparison. Harry and Hermione were up early the next morning, as they always were. Lee took the opportunity to brief them on the DSF. First, the DSF Dogon had been completed and was being used as a training ship at Uranus base for the battlestars, runabouts, and X-Wings. It was being manned mainly by Indians, with a growing number of Yanks from the Enterprise returned to Tomorrow stores in New York, Los Angeles. Gathering discontented Japanese was turning out to be difficult. Their magical culture was more accepting of new magic users. The more experienced English crew members were officers as the others were brought up to speed on operations of everything they needed to know, including fluent English and the ancient runes. The Indians, especially, had a long learning curve. Most were from the lower castes and poorly educated in both technology and magic. The Indian Magical Ministry had no idea of the talent they were throwing away once these people were properly trained. The Continentals had been using the Galileo and Susong as their practice vessels up till now. The Galileo had taken semi-permanent station over the fake SGC base on the moon where they had practiced the basics of the X-Wings launching and retrieval, as well as general ship activities. The Susong had been for exploration training cruises and running errands pertaining to SGC. So far, the Susong had visited the closest 100-star systems, spent a day making a preliminary examination of each, and left survey drones to be picked up next year. Each of the battle stars now had 3 squadrons of X-wings, and 2 platoons of Marines for the drop ships. No one was exactly sure how it had happened, but it seemed each of the ships had a crew of house elves in residence. Lee didn't know how many there were because each time the ships were close to each other, they seemed to trade and share house elves. Apparently, despite the automation on each ship, there was plenty for the house elves to do. During the weeks that Harry, Hermione, and the other seventh years had prepared for and taken their newts at Hogwarts, the Wares and Lee had been kept busy watching what Stargate Command had been up to. One notable incident involved an alien named Michello who tricked Daniel Jackson into exchanging bodies and left the base under Cheyenne Mountain for Colorado Springs. Stargate caught up with him fairly quickly, fortunately. They forced Michello to return to his original body, but used one of the pimps to restore him to good health. He was astonished at their generosity despite his attempt to take over Daniel's body. He gleefully began sharing his discoveries and creations with the Stargate scientists. Several DSF crew members joined them. Then SG-1 accidentally crashed a survey unit on a planet they were preparing to visit and hit a field of plants. When SG-1 went to collect the unit, they discovered it had somehow caused a plague to break out that swept across the natives. At first, they thought they had it, too, as Jack O'Neill and Daniel Jackson seemed to be infected. But when they returned to Star Base, the symptoms went away. It turned out that the natives were in a symbiotic relationship with the plant in the crash site field, and that the survey unit had contaminated the plant with something from Earth. The plant was signaling its distress sonically, causing the natives to fall ill, and the SGC team. Complicating matters, the one plant seemed to have transmitted the contamination to other plants of the same type, causing the plague to spread to villages far away. Daniel finally came up with a cure. Next, a genetically engineered young boy mysteriously appeared at Stargate Command and pled for help. He claimed that the Goa'uld were chasing him to find his race of invisible beings, known as Ritu. He warned Colonel Jack O'Neill that a rebel group of Ritu planned to wipe out all humans in order to defeat the Goa'uld. The boy, Charlie, gave SG-1 the coordinates for the rebel base. SG-1 checked it out and found a large group at work. Fortunately, the tech that the DFS had watching the gate only needed a bit of tweaking to reveal the presence of a Ritu trying to access the gate. However, they discovered 5 Ritu rebels were already on the base. Fortunately, magic easily revealed the 6 invisible aliens to the on-site DSF liaison there. He used his invisibility tech cloak and hoverboard to track down and capture the aliens, one of whom turned out to be the boy's mother, who had secretly followed him to SGC. The others they tossed back through the gate to the rebel base. Before shutting down the connection though, they brought back the dialing device for that gate to Stargate Command. The rebels would be unable to leave their planet without a spaceship. Lee had sent the Sioux Song out to the rebels' base's planet to retrieve the gate itself and prevent them from importing a new dialing device to restore use of the gate. While SGC was investigating the information, the genetically engineered boy's organs were rapidly deteriorating. Using the SGC's pimps, they were able to repair the organs and prevent further deterioration, and he and his mother were given sanctuary on the free Jaffa planet. After breakfast, they went down to Merworld and spent the day enjoying the gorgeous, untouched beaches. Harry and Hermione touched base with the merfolk in each of their villages, made sure they were happy with the way things were going, and listened to their few complaints. Then they visited the centaurs to see how well their village was doing, and for their complaints. The introduction of the magical plants was going well, they reported, and the acre of the forbidden forest they had transplanted was thriving. It would be a few centuries before they had a true magical forest, but the centaurs were confident of the eventual result. There might even be new magical plants and small animals as the native plants adapted to the presence of such strong magic in their world. The next day they visited 107 Piscium, just to get an idea of what the world was like. So far, all that they had done was transplant an acre of the forbidden forest with the centaur's help. That afternoon was Lysown, to check up on how well the werewolves who didn't want to live on a space station were adapting to their new home, and the absence of losing control once a month. It wasn't large, with only a small school and a few entrepreneurs starting businesses. Their village could have been on the continent on Earth, as far as they could tell, if there hadn't been two moons in the sky. The moons appeared bigger than Earth's moon, but each was actually smaller and closer. They were working energetically at expanding the acre of forbidden forest that had been transplanted a few miles away from the village, as well as caring for the farms they had established. The unicorns and a small tribe of centaurs seemed to be doing well, too. The medical units had been installed on all three planets, of course, and expanded to cover incidental replicator needs. The new natives wouldn't be building any starships, but any farming or construction equipment they needed, not to mention clothes, meals, and so forth, were readily available. It was quite an experience. Then it was back to Earth and their boring jobs, for the adults. Not surprisingly, several of the adults asked if there were jobs they could do in the DSF. Harry quickly redirected them to Lee as being the best person who would know what skills the DSF could use or how they could be integrated into the workforce. Hermione's parents, for example, were quickly discovering that with the pimps now in the hands of the NHS, the need for their job skills was quickly drying up. Harry suggested that they take that world cruise they had always dreamed of making. Money, after all, was no longer a concern for them. Hermione could give them all they needed. In fact, now that he thought about it, he had seen more of foreign worlds than he had of Earth. As a result, the four of them embarked on month-long world cruise that started on July 2nd, when the QEII docked at Southampton, and ended on August 4th, again in Southampton. It was one of the most relaxing times he had ever had. Not a high bar to achieve considering his only other trip had been with the Grangers to visit France the previous summer, and that was before he and Hermione were a couple. The only studying either of them did was each other. Harry thought it disappointing that the ship wasn't French, with their casual topless habit around the pool. Sirius had been upsetting Wizarding England since December by being serious and pointing out all the deficiencies of the ministry in general, and the Wizengamot in particular. With the conservative grip on the Wizengamot reduced to only a few bitter members, he used his clout as the richest family in England to pass laws that brought the wizards and witches into compliance with English laws. Muggle baiting was a prison sentence. Killing a Muggle, except in self-defense, was Azkaban or the Vale, depending on the circumstances. All positions in the ministry were to be based on skills and time in service, not who they knew or who their family was. Veritaserum was required for all crimes in which there was a reasonable doubt that the one on trial might not be truthful. If the suspect was thought to be powerful enough to beat Veritaserum, they were to be given a cleansing routine, and hit with a confundus just before testifying. Or, they could provide their memory of what happened to prove their innocence. As a last resort, they would be forced to give a wizard's oath, on their magic, that they had not done the accused crime. Tests would also be made to determine if the suspect had been obliviated, and an estimate of the amount of time lost. If it covered the time frame of the crime, then they would be forced to give a wizard's oath on their magic that they had not committed the crime with which they were charged. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than criminals using bribery and family connections to escape judgment as had been the rule in the past. Mr. Finch Fletchley had arranged for Sirius, Director Bones, and a few of her top oars, to visit Scotland Yard and see just how much of England was under video surveillance, and that there were many, many private companies doing so, too. Seeing how the inferior Muggles took the tiniest bits of evidence to find criminals was truly eye-opening. The statue of secrecy was in serious danger of collapsing if wizards didn't change their attitudes and attire when in Muggle areas. As a result, he and Amelia Bones worked hard to get laws passed mandating better behavior by wizards when in areas frequented by Muggles. Wizards and witches who didn't properly obey the statute of secrecy would be fined on scale that ramped up as the incident escalated in seriousness, up to Azkaban time. The Daily Prophet began running articles highlighting and ridiculing wizards and witches wearing inappropriate clothes when among Muggles, with pictures. They paired those articles with ones that the illustrated robes that wizards and witches could wear that wouldn't attract attention from the Muggles. The public ridicule probably did more to make wizards and witches behave in Muggle areas than anything else. The graduates, Newt's scores were waiting for them when they arrived home. Hermione was over the moon. Not only had she scored outstanding plus in runes and charms, but her collaboration with Angelina and Lee in creating the portals had landed her a mastery in charms. The first 2 weeks they were back, Harry and Hermione spent going through the paperwork that Lee accumulated on what the DSF had been doing. Plus getting Harry's signature on papers that required it, as Admiral of the Fleet and head executive of the DSF businesses. During that time, SGC discovered a Goa'uld lord, Seth, living on Earth, apparently for thousands of years. He kept recurring in history as a powerful religious leader. This time, he had a heavily armed cult following. The SG-1 team faced off with both government agents and the cult, which only ended when Samantha Carter managed to kill the Goa'uld. Unfortunately, their next incident that required intervention by the DFS wasn't even on a mission. While starting to give a congratulatory speech at a promotion ceremony for Captain Samantha Carter, who was moving up to the rank of Major, Colonel Jack was suddenly beamed away. It seems, Lee told Harry over the comm, he was beamed to an Asgard ship where Thor told him that the Goa'uld system lords plan an attack on Earth due to the killing of Apophis. The system lords will send a fleet far more powerful than the one SG-1 faced at his hands, Thor said. He paused. Because that was only 2 ships, this means we could be facing as many as 200 Hotax. He sighed. Unfortunately, the majority of the Asgard fleet is busy, those said. They apparently are having difficulties of their own in their galaxy. However, Thor did offer Earth a membership in the Asgard's Protected Planets Treaty as a way to hold off the Goa'uld. Harry sighed. He tapped his comm message to all department heads. He waited a second. This is Harry, this is an emergency. Something has come up and I need your advice. Come to the command deck meeting room as soon as possible. After a moment's further thought, he had Dobby contact Amelia, Hermione's, Colin's, and Justin's parents. He needed a wide range of opinions, and with the Grangers being dentists, the Creevys being a milkman and housewife, and the Finch-Fletchleys very upper crust, all muggles, that would give the greatest spread. Getting Sirius and Remus was probably a good idea, too. It took half an hour before all 27. Mr. Granger was booked with an appointment he couldn't cancel, were in the conference room. Joining Harry, Hermione, Lee, Sirius, and Remus were Hannah, Neville, Marietta, Luna, Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, Susan, Justin, Terry, Padma and Parvati, Anthony, Cho, Angelina, and Zacharias. Between them all, they covered the gamut from pure bloods to Muggle-born, and represented every department in the DFS. After explaining the situation as they knew it, Harry went on, the battlestars being invisible is of limited use. Once we start shooting, the debris fields will disclose our positions, and they aren't as nimble as the XE wings. Each of the battlestars could easily handle 4 or 5 Hotax each, maybe more, without straining the shields too much, but if they were to gang up with a dozen or more Hotax on each, we would lose. Optimistically, we might be able to down 15 Hotax each before the battlestars were destroyed. We have barely enough XE wing fighters to assign one to each of the remaining 140 Hotax. Assuming, of course, that they only bring 200 ships. He glanced around the room. The last time we went against Hotax with the XE wings, it took 7 to down each one. And they only need 1 to destroy our planet. In other words, we are woefully outgunned. Ideas. He looked around. Oh, and we don't know exactly when they will come. It could be a week, it could be less. Everyone sat in silence, absorbing what they had heard. Mr. Edgecombe was the first to speak. You can't get more XE wings because there's a pilot issue, right? Hermione nodded. We have another 70 XE wing fighters, but no pilots and no time to train more. We could pull the Mars and Venus bases to Earth-high orbits, Lee suggested, and have the 2 general construction units modify them with extensive weapon loadouts and maneuvering engines. That should make for a good last-ditch defensive line to surprise any ships that try to get close. The modifications should only take a day, maybe a day and a half because most of the infrastructure is already in place. Mr. Creevy leaned forward. How many guns can you equip those bases with in that time? Lee looked over at him. Lasers, actually, but around 1,000, enough to equal a battlestar. He sighed. But I think we would need 14 battlestars to be assured of winning. The adults' eyebrows went up in surprise at that. Mr. Creevy frowned, thinking. We can't put mines in place because we don't know from which direction they will be coming, Mr. Edgecombe mused out loud. Putting weapons on the moon won't work, for the same reason. I detest saying it, Mr. Finch Fletchley said, but what about evacuation? Is it even possible? It's possible, Harry said slowly, but we would only be able to handle perhaps 3 or 4 billion, and it would leave the planet virtually defenseless as the Battlestars would be doing that instead of fighting. He sighed. The adults exchanged amazed glances. Only 3 or 4 billion. We would have to put all of them in stasis, Angelina said. The problem would come afterwards. It would take years to develop the infrastructure to support those people once we arrived at a planet. Plus, it would be a logistical nightmare trying to keep families together, not to mention deciding who was released from stasis and in what order. Never mind the disaster of all those languages and cultures mixed together. And that doesn't even begin to cover the logistics of dealing with magicals. Hermione sighed. And then there's the problem of convincing people that there is a disaster coming and to cooperate in evacuating. I would prefer we concentrate on defending the planet, Harry said, and save that plan as a last resort if we can't come up with something else. He paused a moment. Still, we'll prepare the contents under pressure to hold as many stasis passengers as possible, with maximum use of enlarging charms. If we could manage anything like Scamander's trunk, we might even be able to take the entire population of Earth. I'll start my team on searching for suitable planets, Zacharias said. I'll have my team double-check our plant and animal inventories, Neville added. There's no reason we can't start stockpiling the plants right now. We can even move Uranus base and the greenhouses to Merworld or Piscium. We'll have to set up the War Overseers on the moon, temporarily, Remus said. Setting up the facility won't take one of the GC units more than a couple of hours. Could you use an invisibility spell to hide the planet? Mrs. Granger said. Lee shook his head. That would only be a temporary solution. There are too many gravitational anomalies that would crop up, meteor groups that mysteriously changed their orbits or suddenly disappeared, and so forth. Could we make the sun unplottable to the Goa'uld? Zacharias said. Maybe we could make the Earth and Moon a Fidelius secret to the Goa'uld, suggested Ron, a moment later. Hermione shook her head. It's too late for the Fidelius. Their navigators probably already know where Earth is. The Fidelius doesn't remove the information from them, it just makes it so they can't tell anyone else. She turned contemplative. But the system being unplottable. That might work. The navigators wouldn't be able to type in the coordinates without making a mistake. She paused. If we can get it to work on something as big as the solar system. If we can somehow gather the magical strength necessary. I know we can't place mines, Mrs. Edgecombe said hesitantly, but can't we, I don't know, throw mines in front of them when we do discover where they are coming from? Mines with those laser guns so they can shoot at several ships at once. Mr. Creevy looked up. That could work, he said thoughtfully. I don't know if you can do it, he said as he looked Lee. Make a couple of hundred of those, shove the mines into their formation as they arrive, send the mines the targeting information from one of the Battlestars, and have them fire in mass bursts on 20 ships at a time. If each one is as powerful as one of the XE wings, then 10 or 20 firing on one ship should disable it, right? There was a space movie I saw with something like that, Mr. Finch Fletchley said. The Last Starfighter. He frowned a moment. There was a scene where this ship was surrounded by the enemy and he ran out of missiles. He did something. What was it called? He shook his head. Anyway, it turned the ship over to an automatic targeting system and it started spinning on all 3 axes and shooting at the enemy ships. Naturally he destroyed them all. He grinned. They didn't show it, but I sure he sicked up when the ship stopped spinning. Lee perked up. Ships that were basically just laser mounts, a computer, and minor engines. Yeah, he said, nodding. That's doable. We could even have the XE wings tow them into position. Angelina looked over at Harry and Hermione. Actually, for something that simple, couldn't we have a few thousand of the fuel depots convert themselves to automated laser platforms? They could cannibalize their own structure for most of the components, right? A couple of asteroids strategically positioned could provide whatever other materials they needed. Most of the crew nodded at the thought. Fuel depots. Mrs. Finch Fletchley said sharply. A few thousand. Madam Bones said almost at the same time. Lee shrugged and quickly explained. When we first found the requirement, it was almost out of fuel. it was something we had never heard of, which we later discovered the Goa'uld called Naquadah, and it wasn't in our solar system, nor any that were close to us. We managed to cobble together a nuclear reactor of using helium-3 as a fuel, which is freely available on Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus, and Neptune and could be harvested by the requirement. It wasn't as efficient and required massive fuel tanks, but it worked. That's what we used for 9 months or so, at first. Then we realized we could make Naquadah. Unfortunately, it's not very efficient and the requirement would spend all its time just making the fuel and doing nothing else. So, we started building fuel depots that would gather the helium-3 we needed to make the Naquadah. Unfortunately, each one takes a month to make about an ounce of Naquadah. It would require tens of thousands of them to get the tons of Naquadah we needed for the battlestars, not to mention the hundreds of pounds each X-wing needed. So, the first fuel depot we built we had replicate itself, and then both replicated themselves again, and so forth. It took over a year and 3 months before we had enough, but eventually we had enough to make nearly 1.5 tons of Naquadah per month. When we had enough fuel depots to supply the battlestars, runabouts, X-wings in the quantity we expected to use, we stopped replicating them and started making the Naquadah instead. It was, what? He looked at Hermione from the older adults, 45,000. Hermione had her notepad out. 49,148. Where are they? Burst out Mr. Creevy. Everyone looked incredulous. Most of the crew had known about the fuel depots, just not how many. Most are in close-in orbits around Uranus, Hermione explained, hidden under both a tech cloak and disillusionment, aversion, and don't notice this charms. 24,000 are now in other star systems orbiting giant planets to avoid the all-in-one-basket issue. Lee heaved a big sigh. Then we realized we didn't need full fuel tanks for each ship, we only needed enough Naquadah for a few seconds and could use a doubling enchantment to create the Naquadah that we actually used in the ships as we needed it, just like the never-out inkpots or the never-ending scrolls. We've been warehousing the extra Naquadah against future ships we may build. How long would it take a fuel depot to convert itself to a weapons platform? Madame Bones said, frowning. A couple of hours to reprogram the computer on the depot, a few more hours to debug it, then a day, maybe 2 for the physical conversion. But that would only get us a small number, Lee said, shrugging. Manpower. Angel gave him a look that clearly questioned his intelligence. So, reprogram the first one and have it transmit the required changes to all the others. Lee stared at her, then held his head in his hands, elbows on the table, shaking his head at his missing that obvious point. I dare say, said Mr. Finch Fletchley, that we could surround the Earth in a cloud of 10,000 of these things and dare the Goa'uld to try anything. Reserve the rest as reinforcements if they try to concentrate on any one area of attack. With a ratio of 100 to 1, Mrs. Finch Fletchley said, I don't think the Goa'uld ships would stand a chance. We could temporarily park them at the Lagrange points, and move them into position when the Goa'uld fleet arrives, Hermione said quietly, thinking. The Lagrange points would also give us early warnings should they not come into the system from the side the Earth's on at that moment. All of them could keep watch north and south of the orbital plane, too. They discussed the idea some more. Finally, Harry said, all right. Lee, Angel, get your teams together and come up with a program for the fuel depots to rebuild themselves as weapon platforms and start the first one. While it's working, adapt the point defense program from the battlestars into a targeting system for the new platforms. Right now, concentrate on a program that can take the targeting information sent via a battlestar. If we have time, modify it to determine its own targets, based on distance, most dangerous, and highest value. The engines will need to be robust enough to allow it to maneuver freely, so it can move itself to the best firing position. Later we can add more so they can move around in the solar system as needed. The power unit needs to be big enough to keep the lasers continuously firing indefinitely, and keeping up the tech shield. He glanced at Lee and Hermione. Do we have enough Naquadah? Hermione referred to her notebook again, and laughed. The fuel depots have made 5.4 tons of Naquadah since they came online in April. However, we've taken over 200 metric tons of Naquadah from Goa'uld ships and worlds that declared they didn't want a gate or the worlds were uninhabitable. That gives us a bit over 8 kilograms or about 18 pounds per depot. About triple what each XE-wing carries. More than enough for each platform to survive an attack from a dozen Hawtaks, indefinitely. Harry nodded happily. Have the Sioux Song, Dogon, and Galileo start moving the fuel depots to the Lagrange points, as well as a few asteroids for raw materials while you're working on the program for the first fuel depot. Ginny, Luna, you can organize the Marines for another rescue effort, and have them help Neville's team in acquiring the plants and animals. Also, Lee, make sure the Battlestar captains know what's happening, and that the XE-wing pilots are on a proper combat-ready rotation. Oh, and make sure the stocks of Felix Felicis are distributed, and see if Slughorn has any more for us. Slughorn had been making a continuous supply of the rare and expensive potion. He was quite rich, now, as were his assistants who were doing the brewing under his supervision. He turned Bones, Director Bones, would it be possible to get several time turners? 24-hour units. The programming team could isolate themselves on the requirement while working on the problem. That way we don't waste any time that we don't have to. Neville and his team could work on getting plants and animals we don't already have in stasis. Hermione, Cho, and Marietta can start on the enchantments for space enlarging the contents under pressure and the greenhouses to the maximum. She frowned. I think I might be able to, but I can't guarantee success. The Unspeakables are very protective of them. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Perhaps you can persuade them if you tell them that if they refuse, it is highly likely there won't be a planet for them to hide the time turners on. She nodded. Dobby, he called. Dobby be here, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir, was the immediate enthusiastic response. Would you get a box of Felix Felicis gel tabs from stores? Aye, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir. The house elf cried out, disappearing and reappearing almost immediately. He held out the small box of tabs to Harry. Taking it, he opened it and handed 2 gel tabs to Bones. Each gel tab was in a tiny parchment wrapping with Felix Felicis written on one side in large letters, and 1 hour dose, take orally, wait 5 minutes, written on the other. Take one of these when you think it might help the most. It gives you an hour of good luck. He turned back to Dobby, ignoring the director's stunned look. Please take Director Bones back to her. He looked at the director and frowned. Office. Home, she said, still staring at the tabs, but then quickly put them in her pocket. He nodded. Her home. And can you listen for her to call you? I'll be calling from the ministry, she said. Aye, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir. As soon as the 2 disappeared, Harry began handing out the other doses, 3 each to Hermione, Lee, Sirius, Hannah, Neville, Marietta, Ron, Susan, Justin, Terry, Padma and Parvati, Anthony, Cho, Angelina, and Zacharias. The remaining 9 he pocketed himself. Use these at your discretion for when they will provide the most help. Ginny and Luna already had 3 tabs as part of their normal combat kit. Then he clapped his hands. Well, that's all I have right now. I'll let the rest of you get started on what you need to do. Angelina shrugged. I doubt I'll need more than Padma, Anthony, and Terry, who are already here. We can start laying out the parameters for the program while Lee and Hermione get their assistance. They were starting leave the room for the apparition room when Dobby announced, Dobby be here, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir. He was holding 3 time turners, each with a ridiculously long chain. He stared at the house elf a moment, then nodded. Right, he said. Director Bones took one of the gel tabs before going to the ministry. Yes, sir, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir. Dobby said enthusiastically. Bones must have used the good luck to acquire the time turners, then time turned herself back to when she left Dobby for the ministry, before he had even had time to leave, Harry realized. Give one to Hermione, Harry said. One to Lee, and the 3rd to Neville. Hermione, who do you think you'll need? Dobby, would you please listen to Hermione and Lee for this, and fetch whomever they need? It's very important. Yes, sir, Master Admiral Harry Potter, sir. He hurried over to the 2. Before you all leave, I'd like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Edgecombe, Mrs. Granger, Mr. and Mrs. Creevy, and Mr. and Mrs. Finch Fletchley for their help. They are all more familiar with non-magical solutions than most of us. Using the fuel depots as weapons platforms is something I'm not sure any of the others of us would have thought of doing. So, thank you for agreeing to help us. They all murmured their own thanks for being invited. Okay, I'll be heading down to Stargate Command to tell them some of what we've decided, and to see if they have any more information. General Hammond was surprised when his comm suddenly came to life. He kept it under his left side epaulette where no one could see it, but it was still readily available. Now that they had a liaison of the DFS in residence, though, it had never been used. He kept it simply as an emergency measure. He had just hung up the phone after briefing the president and fielding his questions as well as he could. His next action would be to head to a conference room where he intended to discuss what they might expect from both the Goa'uld and the Asgard with SG-1. General Hammond, came an easily recognizable voice. This is Potter. I have been briefed on the situation with the potential invasion by the Goa'uld. May I come down there and discuss our options with you? Hammond didn't know how they did it, but no one else could hear the comm he wore. Fortunately, he was alone in his office. Of course, he said. He stood up from his desk. I'll meet you in the teleportation room. The Admiral surprised him by not appearing in his normal clothes and spacesuit, but looking as a normal Caucasian in a uniform. The only feature consistent with his past was the blank mask and helmet over his face and head. The other surprise was that it was a United Kingdom Royal Air Force uniform with a rank insignia of an Air Commodore that he was wearing. No spacesuit, this time, George said. The Admiral shook his head. I'm still wearing the spacesuit, it's just set to transparency. With its skin-tight fit, it can only be detected if I'm attacked, and that by the fact that I can't be injured. George nodded. That made sense, and did fit in with the camouflage capabilities of the suits worn by the Stargate teams. And the uniform. The DSF met Thor and the Asgard when we were at Cimmeria. I do not want him to think that we have anything to do with Earth, directly, until we have no choice. I would like you to tell everyone that I have been sent to observe the negotiations on behalf of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. Which is why I contacted you directly. It gives our liaison plausible deniability that the DSF is involved, and none of the personnel will make that connection. The face mask and helmet will make that difficult, George said dryly. I wanted you to know that it was really me, Admiral Potter, arriving. He reached up and pulled on the fastenings for the helmet. It dropped to his shoulders, and disappeared, just as did the spacesuit helmets the Stargate teams used. Hammond carefully studied the suit of the man-alien in front of him. He was average in build and looks, with the sort of face that was also average. He was neither outstanding in looks nor ugly. He would have blended in on any street in America without anyone commenting. We have incorporated special tech into the suit that hides my actual appearance. He smiled. Blend 1,000 different pictures of an average man, and that's what you see. 5 minutes after we part, you will not remember any of my features, just that I was average. And 10 people will describe 10 different versions of average. The general nodded. The perfect disguise, in other words. A picture of him would match up with literally thousands of people, the difference is so minute it would difficult to point them out. While cameras will be able to remember the illusion, it won't be of much assistance. Hammond nodded again. How should I introduce you? Air Commodore Black will do. It is close, but will not be traceable to me. I was just about to meet with SG-1. Shall we, Commodore? Lead the way, General, lead the way. While they were walking, Hammond had to ask, isn't having the gates and most of our base here on the moon already telling the Asgard that the DSF is involved? Not really. They can easily detect the presence of the ring technology, but they have no yardstick on actual human technology development. Between what you've managed to steal and your own ingenuity, you could have set up this base on your own. If they've seen the X-Wing fighters in the base, then they can't rule out that you built this yourself. After all, until you ran into them on Cimmeria, they had no idea you were in conflict with the Goa'uld. As for our ships and bases, I guarantee they can't detect them. They had barely sat down in the conference room and Colonel O'Neill was reassuring the general that the Asgard, while not necessarily on their side, were definitely not on the side of the Goa'uld, when Thor suddenly beamed into the room. They had 4 days to prepare. he told them, and the Asgard wanted O'Neill to be the lead negotiator. O'Neill was not pleased. After he left, the Commodore sighed, held his hand straight up and twirled it. Well, he said, it looks like the blocking devices given to you by the DSF don't stop the Asgard. You should complain to them about that oversight. I'll have to warn the British government, too. General Hammond gave him a steady look and wondered if Potter was being facetious. Yes, of course. Potter looked at Jack. It's nice to see that the Asgard have such confidence in you, considering what I've heard about some of your missions. The colonel gave him a startled look. I don't know why they would think I'm best to head this negotiation. I'm not very good at that sort of thing. Black grinned at him. I'm sure you will do fine. You'll piss them off and keep them off balance. You can't do better than that in a negotiation. He looked around, and George nodded at him to continue. All right, now to why I'm here. The DSF wants me to share some information. They are working in the background to come up with a counter to the fleet of 200 Hotaks that Thor warned you were being gathered for an invasion. Now that we have a time frame with a minimum of 4 days, they should be able to be more specific in what they can accomplish. At the moment, if worse comes to worst and the fleet is sent, they believe they can evacuate about 4 billion people with their 4 battle stars and another ship, a freighter, the contents under pressure. Hammond joined the rest in staring at him, mouth gaping. 4 billion. Major Carter said in disbelief. Black nodded. I was told they would be in stasis and stacked in honeycomb-like cells, but they would be safe. Stasis. Jack said. Think frozen like popsicles, Black said by way of explanation, but they aren't really frozen. No food, air, or watering needed. Once they get to another planet, they can easily be restored. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Building something to live in and making a working society. That will be a logistical nightmare I wouldn't wish on even the Goa'uld. Everyone shuddered at that thought. However, they also said that if we can stall them long enough, a week more at the most, they will have prepared a trap that should be big enough to stop the Goa'ulds cold. They said they estimate that each of their 4 battle stars could eliminate up to 15 Hotaks each before being overwhelmed, which was why they developed the evacuation plan. Even towing the Venus, Uranus, and Mars bases here and upgrading their weapon loadouts wouldn't be enough. However, the trap consists of repurposing their fuel depots into the equivalent of laser mines. Each one wouldn't be capable of taking out a Hotak by itself, I don't think, but 10 of them. That would do the job. The only question is, how long it will take them to do this repurposing. Fuel depots. Jack said. Well, all their ships use Naquadah, like the Goa'uld ships do. However, this star system, and those around it, don't have any. So, they build and use fuel depots that harvest helium-3 from the giant planets to make Naquadah for them. The problem is, they only get an ounce a month from each depot. That means they have a lot of fuel depots, more than enough to make 10 mines for each Hotak. They have 2,000 fuel depots. Sam said incredulously. Potter nodded. More, actually. They're aiming for 20 of these mines, minimum, per Goa'uld ship. They plan to use their cloaking abilities to throw them into the fleet the Goa'uld bring and get them well positioned before having them target individual ships and then all go off at once. He sighed. But it takes time to repurpose each fuel depot. How much time? Hammond asked calmly. They don't know yet. After the first one passes its trials later today, they'll have a time frame. With any luck, I was told, they can get the minimum 2,000 in 2, maybe 3 days. Just how many people are they throwing at converting these depots? Jack said. Potter shrugged. I wasn't given a number, but a substantial portion of their personnel are working on the problem, I believe. Again, he paused. If we're lucky, it won't be a disaster if the negotiations break down. That garnered another set of incredulous looks, with more than a bit of relief, too. How can they do so many so fast? Said Daniel. Black shrugged. What I was told was that they were just adding the laser mounts to the fuel depots, and using the non-essential areas in the depots as material sources. Not having to build the power units, engines, and the rest of the structure is a great time saver. Additionally, each fuel depot is he stopped and glanced at the SG-1 team. You remember the food replicator, right? They all nodded. The fuel depots have larger, but limited, versions of those and will be doing a good deal of the actual changes to themselves. They are working on the first unit right now, and as soon as it is up to the required specifications, the other units will be given the programming to duplicate the changes. Then it's just a matter of checking them to make sure that there aren't any unforeseen issues. He frowned. I imagine they'll be having their general construction unit checking the converted fuel depots. Being dedicated to construction, it should only take a few minutes to check each one, I should think, and it can do multiple units at a time. Hammond sighed. All right, I need to brief the president on the situation. He stood and headed out of the room. Commodore Black looked at Jack and smiled. While we're waiting for more information, how about a tour of this fabulous facility? Josephine Edgecombe stared at her notebook. No, she reminded herself, her tricorder, in horror. She had read the mission summaries about the Yanks and their stargates, and the Goa'uld ships that had shown up to attack in December. As had every member of the DSF, including the various managers of their non-ship companies. Since then, things had been going so well, too. They had 10 enterprise stores in India, now, with their attendant return to tomorrow's stores. Quark's restaurant and grocery stores had been very well received there, as had their Muggle companion Gus's Galaxy Grill stores. 10 Forward seemed to be the favored location in the Muggle sections of France. Crashdown Cafe and Mos Eisley Cantina had been selected for the Yank in Canada. In Japan, they had opted for Gundam Cafe. Plus, all their locations were doing well at recruiting crew members. In the Muggle world, the pimps had revolutionized the poorer countries by removing the need for money to fix any medical problems. The hospitals and clinics were just big waiting rooms, now. Plus, nearly every village in the world had one, now, with the bigger populations having more. Famines were a thing of the past. Any country suffering from food shortages was supplied what they needed from the replicator by the DSF crew. The Marines were occupied putting down the various violent terrorist groups, as well as going after the human smuggling rings. Crime rings were being rounded up almost as fast as they could be found. And now, this. She couldn't help but think of her analogy from a year ago, that they were on a boat for the stars, leaving the dock of ordinary wizards and witches behind, only to discover that the ocean they sailed had enemies waiting for them. The incident last December had sent them all scrambling in preparation, pulling resources and drawing up evacuation plans. All for nothing, thank Merlin. Still, it had pointed out several flaws in their communication methods when dealing with both wizards and muggles. They now had a hierarchy of who was responsible for what. Rescuing the muggles would be easy, the ships could beam them directly aboard. The wizards and witches would be the real problem. While the entire muggle world had seen the Goa'uld ships being destroyed, the wizards had barely even noticed the brouhaha. Instead, not having access to muggle news outlets, those that had seen the Bright as the Sun battle had decided that it was just some unusual magic and dismissed it from their minds. It had driven quite a few muggle-borns to investigate the Enterprise stores. A poster in the stores of one of the Goa'uld ships that the government had released had made it easy for them to identify that the stores were a bit more than they seemed, and the DSF acquired more crew members. The ministries of the various magical countries, however, had just ignored it all as a Muggle issue. The DSF ships would scan each person before taking them, and not take any magicals. Instead, they would report the location of the magical to the designated retrieval crew members. If the magicals were children, their Muggle parents were moved to them. Those crew members would apparate to them and carried pictures of the destination, for those that could apparate. For those who couldn't, the crew members had portkeys that sent their passengers directly to a ship. They had made tens of thousands of the portkeys over the last 8 months. They could only hope they had made enough. And here it was happening again. Only this time it was an invasion fleet. Fortunately, the kids, no, young adults, that's what they were, young adults, had a plan they hoped would stop the Goa'uld in their tracks. Unfortunately, the plan required, almost literally, every crew member who could cast a portus spell to do so. Thank Merlin, all the managers and crew members had been taught that spell after the first incident. Other magicals that worked for their various businesses, both magical and muggle who were considered essential in an emergency, had been taught, as well. Now they needed to make tens of thousands more portkeys in only a few days. This time for the new weapons platforms, each one a unique location. That could have been a logistical nightmare. But Hermione and her team had come up with a simple fix. The requirements computer would keep track of the portkeys, and send to the notebooks a picture of each finished platform's fueling location with the exact position the portkey needed to be aimed at. Each had the platform's identification number plainly displayed. The ship sent the portkey items, in bulk, to each person, then rotated the pictures as each portkey was finished. Managers would gather the completed portkeys and portkey the groups to where they were needed. To help organize, that was her job. Now, she headed out of her office in Enterprise to the front. Fortunately, there weren't any customers at the moment. Most of the students shopping for the new term at Hogwarts had finished, and only a few stragglers were about. She reached the door and flipped the sign to closed. Then altered the sign for normal store hours to show it would be closed for the next 5 days. She turned back to Charlie, the clerk on duty at the moment. "Come with me," she said, and headed to the back. "Jonathan," she said to their shoemaker. He looked up from his current project. "A moment of your time, please," and nodded back to her office. After they were seated, she started explaining. "The owner, Mr. Potter, has an emergency assignment. He needs several thousand portkeys made, and is willing to pay you double for your time. Do you know the portkey charm?" "Not really," Charlie said uncertainly. "I've only done it once or twice," Jonathan said. "If you're interested, I'll teach you," she said to Charlie, and to the shoemaker, she said, "A refresher will only take a few moments." They both agreed. "But I have the day's orders to finish first," Jonathan cautioned. She shook her head. "Sorry, but this takes precedent. We'll give the customers a discount for any lateness in delivery." Jonathan shrugged. "Okay. Excellent. Give me a moment, and I'll get the others here." She cast several Patronus spells and sent her hummingbirds to each of the other employees, asking them to come in for special work at double pay. Then she walked Charlie and Jonathan through the process. While they were practicing, she noted in her tricorder that she was ready, and the first batch of portkey items arrived on her desk, along with a dozen picture frames similar to her notebook but limited to only display the target picture for each portkey. Once they were comfortable with it, she explained the procedure they would be following, and had them start. "Pace yourself. When you start to feel tired, take a break," she said as she headed out to the back door to return to tomorrow's store. She needed to alert her George to turn the store over to his assistant manager, and join Charlie and Jonathan in making portkeys. Then it would be time to head to the vanishing cabinets and flow room. She had to contact the other Enterprise stores, with their companion return to tomorrow's stores, and get them started making portkeys. The head of Quark's restaurant and grocery stores, as well as 10 Forward, the Crashdown Cafe, Mos Eisley Cantina, and the Gundam Cafe locations, with their Muggle companion Gus's Galaxy Grill store, would be doing the same. With any luck, all the stores' employees would have 500 done by the end of the shift. Hopefully, tomorrow. And each day after that, they could hit 1,000. If the other crew members were available could do as well, they would have the 24,000 they needed in about 11 days. Then it would be on to making more evacuation portkeys. It was too bad, she reflected, that the Mars and Venus projects, while years ahead of their schedules, were still too volatile for colonists. Using a Fidelius, there are humans, also known as Tori, on Mars and Venus, would have made it possible to use those portals Hermione and her team had invented to evacuate the wizards and witches to safety. Just set one up in Diagon Alley, and every other important location the wizards had, and people could just walk through to them after arriving via flow, portkey, apparition, or night bus or its equivalent. They could even bring along any animals or pets they might have. But, as she well knew, you worked with what you have, not what you wish you had. She briefly wondered what Marietta was up to, probably piloting one of the battleships and plotting out the courses they would have to fly to evacuate the entire planet. The concept of dealing with that many people in such a short time simply boggled at the mind. As they left the room, Jack said, "Contents under pressure." Harry grimaced. "I asked, too. I was told it was either that, size isn't everything, or postage due." However, Because its main task was moving liquid oxygen and nitrogen from the giant planets to Mars, they decided contents under pressure would be most appropriate. Jack gave a slow nod while the other two looked astonished. Teal'c just stared at him. Harry thought the names weren't that awful, but then again, he was pants at naming things. He had seen videos of the SGC complex on the moon, but those didn't give him a sense of just how big the facility was that the DSF had copied. It was easily several times the size of Hogwarts or the Ministry, and the tour took hours. Lieutenant Liu gave no indications that he realized it was Harry whom SG-1 was escorting when they dropped by his office. The lieutenant told them that number 1 said while there were a few problems that had cropped up, things were progressing nicely and they should make their deadline of 4 days for that minimum number. The tour was actually interesting to see with barracks, exercise rooms, and kitchens for the on-duty personnel, just in case. There were many laboratories, organic, chemical, metallurgical, language, biological, medical. That one was almost a full hospital in what it could treat, photographic, and even a crime lab. All with the most modern equipment possible. Considering the scrapes they had gotten into, Harry was sure each and every one of them was in use. The barracks and other living spaces were mostly empty. Usually, everyone just went home at the end of their shift. A few were billeted in the facility at their request, however, they were mainly bachelors wanting to save on rent or soldiers on temporary assignments, TDY, they called it. Admiral, came Hermione's voice over his comm as he walked into the main room with the Stargate with SG-1 near the end of the tour. The first weapon platform is complete and tested. It took 41 hours and 23 minutes. We just finished time turning back to now with the completed program, and the requirement is currently transmitting the program to the other fuel depots. We should have 24,000 weapons platforms in 2 days. We're distributing the naquita each platform will need via portkey, but the average person can only make about 10 or so portkeys a day. With 100 people doing nothing else, we'll need at least 22 days, and that's if all goes as we expect. The platforms with only the naquita they had made before the conversion will only last a few seconds before going completely dead in the water with only their muggle and magical aversion and disillusion charms to hide them, if we've installed the magical protections, yet. She sighed. I'll calm Lieutenant Liu that we've started changing the fuel depots and hope to have 8,000 completed weapon platforms in 4 days. We should have all of them prepositioned at the Lagrange points in a few more hours. While they have big enough engines to move themselves around the solar system, albeit slowly, it's more efficient with regards to naquita to have the XE wings move them to where they are needed when the Goa'uld arrive. We'll keep the unfueled platforms in place as an emergency reserve. Hermione explained that because Lee's people had already been on the requirement, he and Angelina's team had used her time turner to go back first and spent most of their 24 hours perfecting the program for targeting the foreign ships and designing an encrypted friend or foe identification system for all their ships. The Battlestar's point defense program was an easy adaptation for the targeting system for the new platforms. They can take the targeting information sent via a Battlestar or determine their own targets, based on distance, most dangerous, and highest value, and link together to group aim selected targets to remove hotax with a quad shot from each platform. Simulations show that they should be able to hit up to 24 targets simultaneously. Based on the Apophis ships and what the X-Wings did then, we expect it'll take less than 5 seconds for 20 platforms using only one quad laser each to reduce a hotac to a helpless unpowered wreck, meaning 20 platforms could simultaneously take of 24 hotacs. She sighed. In theory, we could eliminate the Goa'uld fleet before the Goa'uld even realized they were under attack. By then, Lee said, both teams had returned to the meeting room barely 3 minutes after leaving. Then Hermione, Neville, and I time turned and took a runabout with our teams to Uranus base. She sighed. Unfortunately, the fuel depots aren't very big. Most of their space was taken up with living quarters and a control room for any supervisor or maintenance staff who might go there. Stripping out all that and you have a room that's barely the size of the Gryffindor common room. That includes the station keeping engines, tech shield generators, replicator, computer system, everything. Leaving everything in place, we have a globe that is perhaps 15 meters in diameter. Putting in bigger engines for fast maneuvering, including moving quickly around the solar system, didn't increase that by much. Hermione's team and mine spent a good deal of time going over what we could reasonably expect from each fuel depot in both materials and performance before we settled on each finished weapon platform having 6 maneuvering engine nozzles to not interfere with the targeting on the 24 quad laser mounts, and vice versa. Still, Hermione put in, if all the mounts that can see a target fire at it, that's the same as 12 X-wings, each with its own target area on the Hotak. Potentially. Then, Harry realized, each platform could potentially take out a Hotak on its own. He hoped it was so. Neville and his team spent their time inventorying what plants and animals they had already on Uranus base and in the greenhouses, Lee said. By then we had returned to the present, so Neville and I, Hermione said, time turned our teams to work on expanding the inside spaces of contents under pressure and the greenhouses. The greenhouses are now each about the size of Hogwarts Valley in Scotland. Contents under pressure is about double that size, and according to the computer on Uranus base, can hold 8 billion people. Getting them all there might be a problem, but it has the capacity, she concluded. Both teams were magically near exhaustion, but the ward stones are fully charged. While they did that, I was telling the Wers at Uranus base to dispatch all their runabouts to bring in more raw materials from the asteroid ring, Lee said. As soon as Hermione got back to the current time, we time turned again and uploaded the finished program to the selected fuel station, Lee continued. Then we used one of the GCUs to monitor the transition. That also allowed Hermione's team a chance to recover. Magically, they spent almost the entire time sleeping. For me and my team, it was pretty boring actually. After the transition was complete, we did a test run at low power using one of the other fuel depots as a target, and refined both the targeting program, which didn't need much, and the construction program, and then did it again. Once we were finished with the fine-tuning, which took 2 days, we time turned back 24 hours to now to transmit the program to the other fuel depots and bring you up to date, Hermione said. It shouldn't take the Battlestars more than a few hours to corral and position the fuel depots at the Lagrange points, with a couple of asteroids each for raw materials. Then it's a matter of how much extra time you can get by stalling the Goa'uld. Every 12 hours is another 1,000 platforms we can fuel with sufficient naquadah. Harry nodded, although they couldn't see him. He pretended it was in response to something Major Carter had said. Hermione had had 4 days and Lee 3 days in the few hours he had been in SGC, as had their teams. Thank Merlin for time turners. It wasn't long after that SGC received word who the Goa'uld representatives would be. Dr. Daniel Jackson briefed them not too much later. First was Cronus, a bitter enemy of the Tok'ra. He had been the one to dispatch the Ashrak Edrek to kill Jolinar. Yu, the second one, they knew little about, just that Yu was based on one of China's greatest emperors, or maybe had been him, it was difficult to disprove. Yu, Daniel expected, would be the most willing for Earth to join the protected planets, because his territories are located on the far side of the Goa'uld Empire and thus Earth's survival would destabilize his enemies with little adverse effect on himself. The final one was Nirdi, who had either created or impersonated the Indian god of destruction and death. She was also the Goa'uld who destroyed Cassandra Fraser's planet Henka. The communication on the planned negotiation also included the rules they had to follow. They started with the removal of every weapon from the premises. Stargate Command was quite upset at that stipulation, but hurried to comply, nonetheless. They also sealed off the base from Earth. The living facilities would be pressed into serious use. Fortunately, the barracks were set up as a series of singles rooms, except for the enlisted personnel who had to share 2 to a room. Hermione and Lee kept Harry up to date on the progress of the conversions. The next few days were boring for Harry as he wandered the SGC facility. The only upside was that his father's cloak let him frequently sneak to the teleportation room and add his efforts to making portkeys for the platforms. That was boring, too, but at least he felt he was doing something important. Not too surprisingly, he could do 40 portkeys a day, making up for the fall-off in production from the others tasked with that chore as they pushed themselves to exhaustion each day and had insufficient time to recover before doing it again. Still, By the time the three Goa'uld were due to arrive, they had hit their goal of 8,000 platforms with 15 pounds, 6.8 kilograms, of naquadah, each. It wasn't a full charge, but enough to give each one at least a chance of surviving the coming encounter with Hotax. The pressure was off, but they planned to continue powering up the platforms until they were all fully operational. Everything over the 10,000 mark was to be split between the four battlestars to carry with them and be dispersed as needed. While the platforms were all too large to fit in the outriggers, it was simple to add a series of recessed bays to the hull surfaces that faced the main ship to hold a platform. Using self-shrinking charms on the weapons platforms, they could carry several hundred, if not 1,000, on each outrigger. The mood was tense at SGC as the Stargate powered up and the wormhole horizon appeared that morning. All the weapons had been removed from the facility, for a limited definition of weapons, that is. The dining hall still had plenty of knives, forks, spoons, and chopsticks, all of which could be used to kill someone. There were also many ropes and chains that could likewise be put to deadly use. And those, to Harry, were the obvious ones. Naturally, Harry, as Air Commodore Black, and Lieutenant Lou both had their wands in their wrist holsters, not that anyone else knew that, of course. They also didn't know that there was a full squad of DSF Marines in position, and they intended to shadow the Goa'uld every moment they were on the base. The first to come through was the one Daniel had named as Cronus. He was a Caucasian with dark brown hair, brown eyes and an oblong face. He was wearing an outfit reminiscent of an ancient Roman officer. The second was a woman, Nirdi. She had a very slight Indian cast to her face, with a black diamond-shaped tilaka between her eyebrows, in the so-called third eye position. She wore a Hindi-style silvery headdress, pearl-beaded top, bare midriff, and matching skirt. The third, Yu, was dressed in a red Mandarin outfit, with a Fu Manchu mustache, including a long tendril extending from his chin. He was almost a parody of the stereotype of East Asians. All three looked displeased to be at SGC. Nirdi and Cronus fairly oozed disdain towards their hosts. Yu was more composed with a stoic, unchanging expression. Naturally, the first two criticized everything. Harry snuck into the meeting room under his invisibility cloak, with every charm he could think of to hide his presence. It must have worked, as none of the Goa'uld or SGC gave any indication that they knew he was in the meeting room. It was a short meeting. The Goa'uld traded insults about why they were here. Then, when Colonel O'Neill said he thought the meeting was to be in English, the Goa'uld left. It was probably good that they left. Thor told them some truths about both the Goa'uld and the Asgard while they waited Goa'uld to be placated. The problem in the Asgard's own galaxy, Ida, was far more severe than they had first hinted. They were, in fact, bluffing the Goa'uld into thinking they had more resources available than they really did. Then he left a calm stone with Jack. It was considerably bigger than the ones the DSF used, probably to prevent anyone from realizing that smaller versions were available. But that was all right in Harry's book, as it was the Goa'uld who were delaying the meeting. Plus, it gave him sufficient time to place several listening charms. He had not been allowed access to the room during his tour, as it had been in the process of being set up, and then the room had been locked with an airman guarding it while under video surveillance. It was the video that prevented him from using Obliviate and Confundus charms to get past the guard. Now, that was taken care of. Unfortunately, it wasn't a long delay. Apparently, Daniel, as Jack said, was very good at groveling, and the Goa'uld were ready for another meeting after lunch. It, too, was short, and ended with the demand that Earth surrender both of their stargates. That required a meeting with General Hammond and the Secretary of State. As soon as Jack relayed the demand from the Goa'uld regarding SGC's two stargates, Harry, as Commodore Black, insisted they should call in the DSF liaison as this affected them, too. Harry, of course, had already briefed Lieutenant Lou over the comm while this meeting was being arranged. Once the man arrived and was told the problem, as he had been told by Harry, he acted surprised, then laughed. He shrugged his shoulders. It's not a problem. Remember, the DSF has two extra, one we took from Rillon and one from Hodant, and we certainly have no use for them, except for the naquadah. He smiled. It would give you the exact same setup, one gate without a dialing unit, and one with. Harry acted as surprised as the others at the suggestion. And the DSF would just Give them to us. Jack said, incredulous. As I said, we have no use for them, we were just going to use them for the Naquita. We shouldn't give in too fast, Harry said quietly. We need to make them think we agonized over the decision. They might think something is fishy if we cave too easily. I suggest tomorrow we tell them our leaders are debating this. Then the day after that, tell them we think our leaders will agree, then the next day, give them a reluctant agreement. He sighed. The only real question is, how are they going to get the gates? Are they going to send a ship? The discussion wandered for a few moments, then General Hammond got up to make a phone call to the president. And Harry thought he had secured 3 more days of delay. Unfortunately, they had no sooner left the meeting room when Harry's comm went off. Admiral, came the alarmed tones of a marine. I just caught one of the Goa'uld in Cronus' quarters trying to kill Cronus while he was talking with Teal'c. I've stunned everyone. Harry coughed, pounded his chest twice, and cleared his throat. Sorry, he said out loud, slightly hoarsely, I swallowed wrong. The double tap had been on his communicator under his RAF coat and signaled he had heard the message and couldn't verbally respond. There's something I need to tell General Hammond, he said, and headed for the man's office at a quick pace that wasn't quite a run. He managed to catch the general just as he was reaching his office door. Just a second, General. Hammond stopped and looked at him inquisitively. He cast a quick privacy charm on the two of them. I can't explain, he said quickly, but something has come up. I need you to pretend we're both in your office for a while. Let's both go in, but you stay at the door as I go in ahead of you. I'll turn on my suit's cloaking device, you step inside to close the door and I'll sneak out, then you can close the door. I'll call your comm as soon as I get a handle on what's happening. You can make your call to the president, in the meantime. It worked like a charm. The cameras would show him entering, but not show him leaving. 3 minutes later, the door to Cronus' room opened and closed, but no one saw anyone go in or out. Corporal Miller, sir, the wizard said with a salute. There were 2 visible unconscious individuals on Cronus' sitting room floor. The corporal was pointing his hand at an apparently empty spot. Switch to infrared, sir. Now visible was the clear presence of a female, and from the dress it was Neardy. Report. Harry said calmly. Cronus' quarters was my observation assignment. I was to stay in the sitting room and report any suspicious activities. I was not to go into the bedroom or bathroom. Cronus spent most of his time just sitting in that chair, apparently thinking. He pointed to a comfy chair in one corner of the room. Nothing happened until there was a knock at the door. The Goa'uld detector in the hall told me that there was a Goa'uld outside. When it opened in response to Cronus' command to enter, Teal'c came in. The detector showed the Goa'uld was no longer in the hall. Cronus asked Teal'c why he was here, and Teal'c immediately said he came in answer to a request from Cronus. Cronus denied having sent any such communication. Teal'c suddenly collapsed as if he had suddenly been struck in the head, as did Cronus a second later. I immediately cast a wide area stunner and called you. Afterwards, I cast Hominum Goa'uld and it pointed me to the female on the floor. Knowing I couldn't see her with normal vision, I did a frequency scan and discovered her in the infrared spectrum. Harry sighed and hit his comm. Hermione. Lee, we have a situation. It took only a few moments to bring them up on the situation. We'll send down Healer Hallie with a pimps, Hermione said. I'm sending a picture of the spot from my suit, Harry said. While they waited, Harry, Lee, and Hermione debated what they should do, and decided to wait on the healer's opinion. A few minutes later, Healer Hallie portkeyed into the room. The 4 discussed the best way to handle the situation. It'll be tricky, Hallie said, but with precise obliviations, confundi, and a bit of stage positioning, we should be able to pull this off. First, they used the pimps to heal Teal'c, then Hallie carefully removed his memory of being hit and falling. For Cronus, he removed the memory of seeing Teal'c reacting as if he were hit, and falling to the floor. Then they moved the 3 to their stage positions. With Hallie's help they positioned Cronus as if he were about to land on one of the comfy chairs, with Miller holding him at an angle with Mobilicorpus. Harry held up Teal'c as if he were standing. Hallie put Neardy facing Cronus in a modified incarcerus that left her standing and only lightly tied. The three DSF members were disillusioned and had the aversion charm on themselves, with exceptions for each other. Then Halley moved to Cronus and cast a mild renervate, one designed to gently bring someone to consciousness. Then he cast Confundus on the Goa'uld. As Cronus' eyes fluttered, the healer said, "Something hit you in the side of your head. You can see that Teal'c is too far away from you to have done that." As you stumble to the side, you watch Teal'c. Miller began to slowly move Cronus into the comfy chair with his wand. Halley hurried over to Teal'c and cast a stronger version of the renervate and then the Confundus. You see Cronus move as if he has been hit in the side of the head. You realize it is a trap. You immediately leap to catch the assailant. Harry slowly tilted and levitated the Jaffa, leaning head first towards the invisible Nirdi as Halley gently lifted his arms, widespread. It looked as if Teal'c was trying to tackle someone. Only close inspection of the memory would show he wasn't jumping. Cronus landed in the comfy chair as Teal'c crashed into Nirdi. Halley cancelled the Incarcerus and levitated Nirdi sideways as Teal'c crashed into her. Teal'c was coming out of his confusion now. Cronus bounced in the armchair and settled. Halley carefully guided Nirdi so that as she fell with Teal'c on top of her, she would hit her head very hard on the low table in front of the couch. It was the sort of table that Aunt Tunia had always called a coffee table, even though they never had coffee on it, only tea. When Nirdi was in the correct position, all three cancelled their levitation spells and quickly stepped back. As planned, there was a loud crack as Nirdi's head hit the table. Teal'c landed half on, half off her. There was a moment's silence, then Cronus surged to his feet yelling, "Who dares? Who dares to attack me?" Teal'c, meanwhile, feeling the limp legs under him, started feeling around for Nirdi's hands. "I do not know," he said dryly, "they are invisible." "You," Cronus said accusingly, "you are responsible for this." Teal'c, having found one arm, quickly grabbed for the other. There was no way to know if the person had a weapon in hand. He glanced at the Goa'uld and raised an eyebrow. "You. Why would you attack you?" Cronus stared at him a moment, nonplussed at the question. "No," he said angrily, "I mean you, Teal'c, you set this up." Teal'c looked back at him. He was now holding the empty hands of the person he had tackled. "Why would I sabotage negotiations and potentially destroy the people who gave me sanctuary?" He sat astride the torso of the person he had caught, holding their hands in his. "Perhaps if you were to help me tie up this person, we could ask them who sent them. Would that not be a better solution?" Cronus stared at him, frowning fiercely, but then moved over to one of the drapes, pulled it down and started to tear off strips, which he threw to Teal'c, or at. It was difficult to tell his intent. "We should alert the general that you were attacked and we have a prisoner," Teal'c said. Again, Cronus stared at him, but then stalked over to the door, flung it open and yelled, "Betrayal! I have been attacked." Harry, Healer Halley, and Corporal Miller portkeyed out as people came running. He just as quickly portkeyed back to the hall outside the general's office, and waited. Only moments later an airman came running up and knocked on the door. After a brief pause, the general opened it and stepped into the hall. Harry brushed past the general and gave the door a slight push to open more as he snuck in, and then ducked behind it, out of sight of the airman and any hall cameras. The general now knew he was back. Harry quickly cancelled his tech cloak and stepped up behind the general. It took only a few minutes before Harry, Jack, George, Dan, and others were in Cronus' crowded room. Teal'c and Cronus both explained what had happened and what they had done. Teal'c added, "This is not anyone from Stargate. The clothes I felt are fancier and of an expensive style, and it is a woman." He was still sitting astride the body he had tackled. Harry said, "I don't think we should do anything more until both Nirdi and you are here to see for themselves." Fortunately, both their rooms were not far, and you made a quick appearance. Nirdi, however, did not respond to their attempts to get her attention, and the order went out to find her. "I thought only Hather could turn invisible," Jack said as they waited. Both Goa'uld looked up startled. "Is she still around?" he continued. SGC did not know of all the Goa'uld the DSF had captured and executed. "Is there any way we can force this person into visibility?" Harry asked. Both Goa'uld shook their heads. An airman came in and saluted General Hammond. "Sir." No trace of Neardy can be found in the base. Only her quarters haven't been searched, sir. Should we get a transface eradication rod? Suggested Major Carter. It might be a Ritu rebel. The two Goa'uld scowled. It is not an insectoid form, but a mammal, Teal'c said. Jack shrugged. It still might help. An airman took off at a run. What about a Goa'uld healing device? It might tell us something. By then, two airmen with a stretcher had shown up. Teal'c gingerly moved off the person while keeping a good grip on their hands. The airman took only a few moments to move the body to the stretcher, and then handcuffed both arms and legs to it to prevent their prisoner's escape. To prevent any misunderstandings, I would like all three of you to witness this, General Hammond said, gesturing at the apparently empty stretcher. One of the airmen placed the torn drape across the stretcher, outlining her body. Which means we must open Neardy's quarters. I would like you both to watch so there will be no mistakes on our part and that Neardy won't misunderstand our intentions. Knocking increasingly hard didn't work. Nor did using the phone intercom system to call inside. Eventually, they had to use the emergency override to unlock the door and get inside, where they discovered that Neardy was not there. While the group headed for the medical section, another, more thorough, search of the complex was initiated. Once in medical, the transface eradication rod did not help determine who was on the stretcher. The Goa'uld healing device did not make the person visible, but it did reveal that the person on the table was a female and host to a Goa'uld. It also woke her up. You might as well reveal yourself, Neardy, Harry said. We searched your quarters and the entire base without being able to find you. With the only other two Goa'uld on the base being Cronus and you, who are both here, you are the only suspect left. She slowly reappeared, glowering at everyone. Cronus was giving her a look that promised much pain in her future. Yu was too. Primarily because she hadn't shared her new ability or the technology that accomplished it, Harry suspected. It seems, General Hammond said, that either Neardy tried to sabotage the negotiations for reasons of her own, or this is all an elaborate ploy to trick the Asgard into thinking we had attacked you so you could justify attacking us. Cronus switched his glare from Neardy to Hammond and snorted. We would do no such thing. If we cannot come to an agreement, then we will attack and wipe you out. He glanced at you and they stared at each other a moment, then you nodded. Cronus looked back at the handcuffed Neardy. We need to take care of this problem, so the negotiations are suspended for 5 days. We will return then, and you will tell us if you accept our demand that you give up both of your stargates. He paused and stared at Hammond. The delay is acceptable. Release her, ordered Cronus. The airman rapidly complied after Hammond gave them a nod to proceed. Once she was standing, both you and Cronus seized her arms and started for the door. 5 minutes later, the trio was passing through the Stargate. Harry and Hammond retired to his office. Hammond studied him, but Harry could see his eyes slipping from Harry's face to his uniform. Finally, he said, was that the emergency? We could pick up that a Goa'uld was moving around in the halls, but the security cameras showed nothing there. We suspected it was one of the Goa'uld. Naturally, it required delicate handling. At the general's steady gaze, Harry added, we did not arrange for those 3 persons to be together in Cronus' quarters, that was all Neardy's doing. I imagine that Neardy planned to sabotage the negotiations while at the same time expanding her own influence by eliminating Cronus. 2 birds with 1 stone, you might say. Getting caught. I'm sure she thought it was impossible. Hammond slowly nodded. Harry sighed. Well, at the least, this gives us the extra time the DSF needs to complete their project. Just how many of those weapons platforms are you scheduled to make? Harry stared at him a moment, then shrugged. 24,000 is the goal. Hammond stared at him blankly. The plan is to store 3,000 at each of the 5 Lagrange points, 1,000 on each of the battle stars, another 1,000 each at Mars, Venus, and Uranus bases, and then 1,000 each at 2 planets we're colonizing, Rigel Kentaurus and 61V. Genus. There's a third at 107 Piscium that is currently unoccupied, but will soon have colonists. We will build and add platforms there when appropriate. Please notify your government that those 3 systems are off limits without special permission. The inhabitants are going to be quite hostile to humans. None of them have a Stargate, and are in different Stargate sectors with regards to Earth. So, if there are any habitable planets in those two sectors, we can put a stargate on them for your easy access. Hammond frowned. And that is in addition to the two from Rillon and Hodent. Harry nodded. We currently have 8 not committed to any use. Hammond gave him another stare. Harry would hate to play poker against him. When you first contacted SG-1, you said that you only had 1 Stargate, and now you have 8. Harry grinned. The Sioux Song took Stargates from the Talon home planet, P3R233, Rillon, Hodent, Cimmeria, 5C353, Chulik, Svorian, 1 from the planet the Tok'ra were on, PXY887, 1 from the Ritu rebel base, and 2 from Goa'uld ships we destroyed that happened to have a Stargate on them. One of those was from one of the ships that Apophis used to attack Earth, which you are currently using. We're reserving 4 for the Battlestars to give remote access to Stargate Command, so that leaves us 8. All we need are places to use them. 2 are now earmarked for SGC. Hammond shook his head wryly. 8. Hey, it's not your fault the Goa'uld can't count. The general cleared his throat. On the weapons platforms, how good are they? Harry sighed. We don't know, he said, simply. Each one has 24 quad laser units. One quad laser unit has the same power as the 4 lasers on each X-wing. It took 7 of them to disable each Goa'uld ship when they attacked Earth, but that was a surprise attack for them. In a slugfest, Harry shrugged. In theory, each platform could fire 12 quad lasers at a target on one side, completely disabling it, just as the 7 X-wing fighters did that day. He shook his head. Whether that holds true, we don't know. We're hoping that throwing massive numbers of these platforms against the Goa'uld will do the job, even if an individual unit can't take out a Hotak. The DSF didn't waste time, and Harry spent most of his helping make portkeys. The general construction units took 2 days to modify each of the 3 planetary orbit bases, Mars, Venus, and Uranus to carry 1,000 platforms while also altering the bases to have their own 1,000 quad lasers and 450 plasma cannons. The weapons platforms being self-shrinking made it a rather simple operation, too. Setting the self-shrinking charm on each platform would be easy on the platforms that had not yet had their marble blocks powered up. A simple command sent to all the platforms had their demolecularizer carving the needed runes in only seconds. Naturally, each of the marble blocks already had invisibility and shield rune sets cut into them. The contractor that had been hired earlier, Bob, had already powered up 2,000 of the blocks. Bob had 10 teams of 5 wizards. It took 5 wizards to power up each marble block, and they could only do 1 block a day. Bob's teams were working as fast as they could, but it was simple logistics that had them moving so slowly. At that rate, it should take over 8 years to do them all. Which meant that only about 2,000 platforms had had magical protections added since December. Unfortunately, carving the runes for shrinking into those would also take a day each. Part of the new programming for the weapons platforms was to add the self-shrinking to any fuel depot's marble spell stone that wasn't powered up yet. They didn't need all the platforms to be self-shrinking, but adding the rune sets before powering up the marble blocks meant the capability was there if it became important. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. It was decided that powering up the platforms with the shrinking rune set already in place would be a better for now on. 200 crew members doing nothing else after the portkeys were finished, including Bob's teams, should be able to do the 7,000 weapon platforms they needed for the Battlestars. It should only take a bit more than 4.5 months, assuming they were able to avoid the invasion. If not, then they would go with what they had and hope for the best. In the meantime, the platforms would be parked beside the bases and emplaced as each was fueled and shrunken. In any case, getting the 3,000 platforms to each Lagrange point didn't even take a day for a ship capable of hauling an entire city through space. They now had 18,000 weapon platforms prepositioned to protect Earth from any size armada the Goa'uld might send after them. Only a few thousand were properly supplied with sufficient naquadah for an extended slugfest, but that still meant they outnumbered the planned invasion fleet, if the number given by Thor was accurate. Assuming the platforms worked as intended, of course. Then the GCUs worked at modifying the Battlestars to carry 1,000 platforms, each. Each Battlestar's platforms were anchored to the hulls as they awaited their fueling and marble spell stone power-ups. Getting the Naquadah to the platforms would be a priority, of course. It was exhausting work. As scheduled, 5 days after they left, the Goa'uld, Cronus, Yu, and a new Goa'uld, Tilgath, and Thor returned to Earth and SGC. They were pleased at Earth's handing over the gates. The SGC managed to stall another day before finally, and reluctantly, relinquishing their 2 gates. Both stargates had been moved to Earth before the Goa'uld and Thor had made their first appearance to avoid any suspicions the stargates hadn't been there the entire time. Thor was the one who took the gates, not the Goa'uld, although the Goa'uld closely supervised every step. They then left Thor's ship via those same stargates. The DSF managed to sneak through drones with each one, verifying their stargate addresses, as well as their physical positions in the galaxy. The day after Thor and the Goa'uld SGC left, the replacement stargates were installed on the moon. SGC decided to hold back on using the stargates for a time, just to be careful. In the meantime, the Stargate teams and X-Wing fighters would undergo additional training. The DSF inspected both Moon and Earth SGC bases carefully, searching with tech and magic for any hidden surprises the Goa'uld might have left behind. And they had left behind a few gotchas on Earth that would have caused quite a few problems if left in place. 2 were deadly aerosol viruses left in timed containers set for 1 and 2 months. 3 were bombs, Naquadah enhanced, each capable of reducing Cheyenne Mountain to a crater. Those were set for 1 year. All 3 would have pumped enough material into the air to force a winter that lasted at least 2 years, if not more. Not to mention the vast number of earthquakes and tsunamis they would have set off as the blast rattled the insides of the planet and initiated earthquakes years, decades, and centuries before they would normally have slipped. Following on the impact of the viruses, which could have killed as much as 50% of the population, the resulting famines would have completed the devastation of every society. The humans would be lucky if the surviving world population reached up to 20%. It would be even lower if the winter lasted longer than 3 years. With the Goa'uld invasion now not a concern, the DSF again found themselves with a shortage of Naquadah. They wanted to bring all the weapon platforms up a full tank, which they estimated at 20 pounds, 9 kilograms, each, a bit more than the original estimate just for safety's sake. Unfortunately, they had underestimated how many tons of Naquadah they had already used in equipping the battlestars, bases, X-Wing fighters, runabouts, and medical units. They needed 216 tons, 57 tons short of what they had on hand even if they liquidated all 6 stargates they had left. If they kept the gates intact, that jumped to 87 tons. The 25,000 fueling depots they had in other star systems would give them only 3/4 of a ton a month and take bit over 9.5 years to make up the shortfall. The solution was fairly simple: rebuild their fleet of 49,000 fueling depots. That would give them 1.5 tons a month. Fortunately, they still had 25,000 fueling depots, all they needed to do was switch them to replication mode. It would take only a month to have the complete number back. Unfortunately, making 1.5 tons a month would still take 4 years and 10 months to make the 87 additional tons they needed. However, doubling the depots for another month would reduce that to 2 years and 5 months. That was a reasonable time to completion, and would give the DSF the time to distribute the Naquadah at a more leisurely rate than currently. It would no longer be an all hands on deck crisis, and most of the DSF crew members could go back regular duties. The Galileo headed for the first star system with a giant planet, Lalande 21,185, which they estimated at 13 times the mass of Earth. With Uranus at nearly 15 times that of Earth, Lalande 21,185 was a good match in terms of expected atmospheric content, that is, helium-3 was very abundant. Plus, it was only 7.5 light-years away. The first few days they spent finding asteroids of the right makeup, mostly metallic, then another few days of hauling them into orbits above the depots. As a result, every depot was always within range of a massive asteroid for raw material for its replicator, and if one asteroid ran out of a particular element, one of the others would orbit by that did have that element. Then they started the fueling depot replication process. The Su Song went to Gliese 674, which was very similar to Lalande. They followed the same routine. The dogong went to Gliese 687. The bonus was that this star system had two giant planets. The first was a planet 17 times the mass of Earth, barely 12% bigger than Uranus. The second was further out and had a mass only 7% more than Uranus. It was a great training exercise for the new recruits. If any of the depots had difficulty of any kind, it would send a signal to the requirement with the particulars. They expected the problem would be in a raw material being used up. Someone would go out to fix the problem. All told, it took the Galileo and Susong a week to finish their assignments, which meant they could return to their previous activities and research. The dogong was still at Gliese 687. Now they would just have to wait for the 3 months it would take to finish the process, and start receiving naquadah. Which gave them plenty of time to finish with the other 14,600 weapons platforms, and double-check that everything was set up properly on them, with a minimal amount of naquadah to get them operational, if not ready for combat. Not to mention finishing the weapon platforms, housing bays on the battlestars and bases. The requirement stayed in orbit over the Earth and served as the coordination center for everything, primarily distributing portkey blanks and collecting the finished portkeys. They had the naquadah stored on the requirement, and made a daily trip to the Lagrange points to distribute what they had as the portkeys were finished. After that was distributed, they would just stockpile the portkeys until the fueling depots started to come back online in 3 months. Once that happened, then the dogong would fetch the accumulated naquadah each month from the 3-star systems as a training exercise. The dogong would also fetch fueling stations from each system until Earth's system had 49,000 stations in service, shared between Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. Then it was just a matter of waiting until the Goa'uld system lords caught on to how they had been hoodwinked. Hopefully, it should be well after the battlestars had been completely refurbished with their fully fueled shrunken weapon platforms sometime in February of next year. By Hermione's reckoning, the Goa'uld shouldn't suspect anything until a year from now, when the 3 bombs were scheduled to go off. In the meantime, they would be expecting their planted viruses to be decimating the world population. Any reports of SGC teams in the field would be ignored as old rumors because they knew the Tory did not have any stargates. In mid-September, the SGC teams once more started going through the stargates. A short time later, Hermione came to him on the requirements bridge. She sighed heavily. "We have a problem with the portals." He looked at her. She rubbed her forehead over her right eye. "While we can get them to anywhere we want in the solar system, it seems getting them to reach any of the other star systems isn't working. It simply takes too much magical power." She shook her head. "It seems to try to form, but nothing happens." Harry leaned back. This was a problem. Having a portal for the goblins was essential. It also made it monumentally more difficult for them to round up the more difficult magical creatures and get them to other star system, especially the dragons. Portkeys could make the trip, but the exposure to space with no atmosphere would deliver an icicle to the destination, not a magical creature. Apparition was right out with its limit of about 600 miles. Vanishing cabinets were similarly limited in range, even if it was a much greater distance. The room of requirement had connected them to the ship, despite it being over 1 billion miles away, and Hermione had used similar magic to create the portals. At least, that's what Harry assumed. Harry frowned. It felt like the answer was right there, just out of reach. "Hermione, vanishing cabinets," he said, "are kind of like the portals, aren't they? Only they don't do anything until you close the door and they have to have a matched cabinet as a destination, right?" "In a way," she said, "much of the arithmancy is the same." "So, what if you," he said slowly, "did the same thing, paired them up, I mean?" He paused. "Maybe the portals need a dedicated target to make the distance." Hermione frowned at him. Her expression slowly changed to surprised, then back to frowning in concentration. She grabbed her tricorder and started working, drifting over to a nearby control chair and sat, concentrating on what she was reading and writing. It would mean this whole section could be deleted and a simple search for this pattern used, she mumbled. She continued working for a while. Harry watched, smiling. She was already lost to another world. He went back to reviewing some of the reports Lee had sent him on his tricorder. A couple of hours later, she suddenly stood. I need to talk to Angela and Lee, and rushed off the bridge. Harry shook his head wryly. Just before October, the Mars portal was closed, the atmosphere was up to Earth standard, nearly 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Unfortunately, it wasn't a nice nitrogen and oxygen mix of 78 and 20% respectively. The carbon dioxide was at nearly 0.03%, much higher than Earth's. Fortunately, that wasn't a bad thing as long as they could get the oxygen content up to 20.9%. It was also still beastly cold. The Mars team estimated they should be able to correct the ratios to what were needed in only a few months, then they would work on bringing the temperature up. The Venus team had a much tougher time of it. While they had vented a great deal of superhot carbon dioxide to Mars, the Venusian atmospheric pressure had barely changed. The teams were now pumping water into the atmosphere by the cubic kilometer, mined from comets in the ice asteroid belt between Uranus and Neptune. The intent was that the water would absorb some of the carbon dioxide, as it did on Earth, bringing down both the temperature and the atmospheric pressure. If they could drop the carbon dioxide content down from 96.5% to the same as Earth, 0.04%, that would make the nitrogen content account for 70% of the atmosphere, the same as Earth. The remainder would, hopefully, be oxygen. At the same time, it would reduce the atmospheric pressure to something close to Earth's. They also were dispersing millions of tons of iron dust, gathered from the Martian Jupiter asteroid ring, into the upper atmosphere to bring the sulfur dioxide under control. The newly tremendously expanded contents under pressure was a huge assist. They now carry entire comets. A once-over with the improved dematerializer removed those elements they didn't want to take to Venus. It took a bit longer for that scan, but was well worth the effort. They were able to acquire and deliver exactly what they wanted. At the same time, in the upper atmosphere where the pressure and temperature approached Earth normal, they were seeding it with atmospheric plankton that broke up the carbon dioxide, keeping the carbon for growth and releasing the oxygen. Featherlight spells on the plankton platforms prevented them from simply falling into the lower atmosphere. At least, those were the rough outlines of what they intended. There were far more details in what they doing that Harry simply didn't understand. But, then again, he didn't have to. All he had to do was make sure they had the resources they needed. Which, with a good-sized replicator and the naquadah they already had in it, was simplicity itself. Merworld had a steady flow of merfolk colonists, now. The Wers not at Uranus base acting as overseers for SGC teams, were very happy with Lysown. They were now getting immigrants from all over Earth as word slowly spread that there was a sanctuary for them that wasn't the stark wilderness. The goblins were still mistrustful of the DSF, and, based on how wizards had acted in the past, Harry could hardly blame them for that attitude. While the goblins were debating if they should trust the DSF had managed to stun and stasis a tribe of trolls and a tribe of giants from the continent and move them to the as yet unnamed planet orbiting 107 Piscium. They were simply calling it 107D. There were two super-Earths orbiting inside the third planet's orbit. Both were too close to the 107, the star, to be of any use. One was blasted like Mercury, and in a close 10-day orbit, and the other made Venus look positively pleasant with its average temperature of over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and 50-day orbit. Meanwhile, SG-1 had their own problems. First with a Goa'uld-killing weapon designed by Michello that got out of hand, and then with Orbanian children who seemed to learn at fantastic rates, but who turned out to be being used to manufacture nanites that were then harvested, for adults to save the adults the chore of actually learning new material. For that last, they managed to peacefully convince the Orbanians that their approach to education left a lot to be desired. And while it worked, the children of the next generation would have to be conscripted to do the same thing because their adults never kept the information they learned as children. In October, the fecal matter hit the rotating fan, as Hermione later put it, and it wasn't even their fault. It started when two people were captured in a secure storage facility in Area 51. Turned out that while they appeared to be Major Samantha Carter and Major Charles Kowalski, fingerprints came back positive for both. They were actually from a different reality and had come through the quantum mirror from the planet P3R233. The same mirror that Daniel had fallen through and returned from to warn SGC that the Goa'uld were on their way. In their reality, The Goa'uld had just suddenly appeared just 5 days ago. The astonishing part was that in their reality, it was December 10th. Their SG-1 team had tripped across the quantum mirror months before, not the week it had been in this reality. They hadn't had a Daniel Jackson on their SG-1 team, and none of their team had fallen through the mirror. Thus, while having discovered the mirror, they hadn't received a warning of the impending attack. Their Dr. Samantha had built a remote control for the mirror months ago, which they had brought through with them. Plus, unlike this reality, their Stargate agency, not Stargate Command, had kept the mirror at the Stargate facility instead of in Area 51 because they were still experimenting with it. A direct Goa'uld assault on their Stargate agency that had started days before had finally sent the two of them fleeing through the mirror as the agency resistance fell. Lieutenant Liu had participated in debriefing the two, after watching the same interrogation videos as the SG-1 team. The two interlopers were quite surprised to see him wearing the DSF robes. Naturally, Liu was wearing a notice this not spell on his face and his spacesuit under the uniform. Clearly, there was no equivalent to the DSF in their reality. Everything appeared to be fine. The president gave permission to give sanctuary to the two alternate people, and they planned to integrate the two into the SGC. Then Dr. Carter began to suffer entropic cascade failure, the result of two Carters in one universe, 48 hours after arriving in this reality. A condition she had predicted but had not expected to start so soon. Daniel managed to convince both SG-1 and the General that the only solution was a risky trip back through the quantum mirror to contact the Asgard. The alternate Asgardians might be willing to set up Earth as a protectorate, just as they had done to this Earth. Which was when Harry and Hermione were requested for consultation. They decided they needed Luna along, as well. They did not walk into the meeting uninformed, however. Lieutenant Liu, the day before, had sent them his memories of the meetings he had attended. General Hammond, Harry after they apparated into the teleportation room. Admiral Potter. Number 1, the general replied. He looked at Luna curiously. Harry smiled. This is one of our combat operations commanders. The general nodded to her. Turning back to Harry, he said, sorry to bother you, but I believe you might have ideas we missed. He led them out of the room. Harry was happy to see the walls had been reinforced and there was a machine gun turret covering the door. Squinting, he could see the unbreakable and imperious charms cast on the weapon. The gun tracked them as they exited the room. The two also felt the anti-apparition spells cover them as they passed through the doorway. Any unauthorized person arriving in that room was in for a world of hurt if they didn't cooperate. Lieutenant Liu filled us in on the situation, Harry explained as they followed the general. Good. That will save time. When they arrived, it was only O'Neill and Teal'c waiting for them. Seeing their questioning looks, the general explained. Dr. and Major Carter are working on the Asgard power generator. Major Kowalski and Dr. Jackson are using the quantum mirror dialing device to locate the correct other alternate reality. Then the general explained what they had come up with to secure the Stargate and contact the Asgard. Luna was almost bouncing in her seat. Oh, send us. Send us. My Marines have been chomping at the bit to go against the Jaffa. Let us clear the base. The three from DGC were staring at her, unable to hear her comments over the comm to Harry and Hermione. Harry held up his hand to indicate the three DSF were in a discussion. How many do you think it will take? Hermione asked her. Send all 4 requirement platoons, 111. They could secure the whole mountain in under half an hour. And then what? Harry asked. What's to prevent them from just bombing the mountain and burying the gate? We could shrink a squadron of XE-wing fighters, Lee suggested over the comm. Most of the department heads were listening in. They would provide all the air cover we need. Especially if the first thing they do is take out the 2 Hotax Apophis brought. Ron was laughing. Why not send through a shrunken general construction unit after we get the base? Ron said, still chuckling. Then we can do like we did at Chulik. Beam all the Jaffa into a desert, the Sahara perhaps, and the Goa'uld into a jail cell in the base. Can we do that? Hermione, Lee. A GCU isn't that large, actually, Lee said. Not much bigger than Hogwarts, Hermione added softly. It is mostly the power plant, demolecularizer replicator, and station-keeping engines with a small control room, kitchen, and bunks for emergencies. It would take several wizards working together, but we could get it down to toy size, I should think, without too much effort, continued Lee. If we could make a similar sized cavern beside the base, we wouldn't even have to take it to orbit, Ron said. But we would still need to handle the Hotax and they are way out of range for the GCUs, Hermione reminded them. Instead of shrinking them, why not use an expanded bag? We could make one for each XE wing, and have each pilot carry his own ship. Lee said excitedly. Once on the other side and outside, pull them out, get in, and head for orbit. One of them could carry a bag with the GCU, and pull it out once they were close enough to the Hotax to clear out the Jaffa and Goa'uld. With both tech cloaking and magic don't notice this spells, the Goa'uld would never see them, Ron added. Then the GCU could start making weapon platforms and the XE wings placing them in stationary orbits to defend the planet against other Goa'uld ships. It would be better to take through a couple of hundred we've already made, and have them start replicating themselves using the Hotax for the resources. They should have enough naquadah on one of them to make 10,000 weapon platforms, Hermione said, referring to her tricorder tablet. We'll still have to haul a few asteroids into Earth orbit. A shrug. That's doable. They could reach 10,000 in 7 months, Hermione said. In the meantime, the GCU could start preparing for a full medical unit in the Atlantic, like we did here, and emplacing it. They're going to have a severe problem with famine, though, so I think we'll probably be using the GCU for that for at least a year. We can use one of the spare medical units from one of the battle stars. Each does have a spare for when we run across a planet that is sophisticated enough to use one. Preparing a spot for it shouldn't take more than a few hours. One portkey later and it's running in place. What'll we do about all the Jaffa on the ships? Lee paused. Space them, he said distastefully. It'll only take seconds for the GCU to identify their mess hall, seal its doors, and remove the furniture. Yeah, but then we have to feed them. Once they're all in the room, put the room in stasis and let the alternate Earthers worry about that problem later. Ron suggested. Angelina broke in. We could easily modify the programming on the GCU to do that, use a setup like we were planning for the evacuation. The GCU could add each sleeping cell as it beamed in a Jaffa, and give each one a sedative. Once it's done, a pilot could go over and cast a stasis spell on the whole room. Hermione hummed a moment. It'd probably take several pilots working together. She shrugged. Later, find a primitive agricultural world and shove them through to that. They could adapt and grow their own food. What about the primitives? She shrugged. Is there a way to render a primitive brain dead? They never wake up to become a problem, and their autoimmune system still works. I'll have a team start researching that immediately, Angelina said. Dean, here. What about the magicals? Do they not exist there? Or did the DA never find the requirement spaceship? How are they faring? Harry sighed. We'll have to send a team to London to see if the leaky cauldron is still there. Harry blinked and looked around the table. The Stargate people were waiting patiently. Okay, Harry said to them, sending in just SG-1 and hoping they make it is a bit suicidal. So, instead, let's do this by the numbers. They gave him curious looks. We'll send 4 platoons, 111, Marines through. First to clear this SGA of any Jaffa and Goa'uld, then the entire mountain base. She glanced at Hammond. You did say that SGC was only one of many commands hidden under Cheyenne Mountain, right? Yes, he said nodding. There are 5 other command centers. Harry nodded back. Once we have SGA under our control, SG-1, Major Kowalski, and Dr. Carter can get to work on contacting the Asgard. In the meantime, we'll push through 4 squadrons of X-Wing fighters to give us air coverage and take out the Death Gliders. We'll also push through a general construction unit. Once it's on station, we'll take out the 2 Hotax, which will remove their ability to resupply either personnel or equipment, or escape and warn others of what we're doing. The other 3 were staring at him as if he had lost his mind. After that, we can bring through a medical unit and a few thousand pimps. It'll take a while, but the medical unit will be underused at first, so it can devote some of its time to duplicating more pimps. How the hell will you get X-Wing fighters through the mirror? Jack said incredulously. Not to mention the construction and medical units. Harry shook his head. Tech we will not share with you. It is far too easy to end up being abused by governments unwilling to look beyond their petty grievances with their neighbors. With the Hotax eliminated and the Stargates under our control, we can then bring through a few hundred of the weapon platforms and place them around the planet. With some careful planning and a few asteroids in orbit, they can replicate themselves to 10,000 in the next 8 months. That should be enough to forestall any attempt by the Goa'uld to repeat their invasion, regardless of what the Asgard decide. If we're lucky, Harry went back to explaining, we can capture Apophis, which will stall all Goa'uld activity regarding the alternate Earth as the others wait for him to either reappear or be confirmed dead. That should give us the time the alternate Earth will need. He shook his head and sighed. That only leaves the problem of what to do with the thousands of Jaffa prisoners we'll have. It's going to be anarchy on most of the planet, and asking the surviving governments to take custody is problematic. They will barely be able to control and feed their own citizens, much less the captured Jaffa. We can't bring them through to here. I'm sure that at least half of them would succumb to entropic cascade failure. We do have an accounting of the Jaffa we captured back in December. If we interview the ones we take this time, we can weed out the doppelgangers and only bring in the ones who died here, then shove them through to Chulak. I'm sure their families, in this reality, will be overjoyed to see them returned, alive. He sighed. The Marines are assembling and preparing right now. As soon as we get the confirmation that you've found the right alternate Earth, we can start passing them through. He chuckled dryly. They are actually quite enthused over the opportunity to go up against the Jaffa in full combat. So, Harry leaned back, will you let us? Luna was bouncing in her chair excitedly. Thank Merlin they couldn't see her making puppy eyes through her suit's visor. Ready, Commander Ginny said. The quantum mirror had been moved from Area 51 to a wide corridor in the secure storage facility on the base. It was facing the wall and the Marines were lined up on either side of the corridor behind the mirror. There was a cloaked camera hidden on the wall relaying what it saw in the mirror to a display facing Ginny and other Marines. The dark wall did a good job of making it look as if the mirror was inactive. If any Goa'uld saw the mirror activating, all they would see would be the dark wall and not the platoons of Marines waiting for the go signal. They probably wouldn't even realize anything had happened. Okay. First team, guard Dr. Jackson and the mirror on the other side. Second team, secure the door to the room. Third team, secure the room. Once the room is cleared, second team remain on the door. First and third, move out into the hall. The rest of the platoon will join you. As they come through, start clearing the floor, then the rest of the SGA facility. She was repeating what they had already been told, several times. First platoon, take your gel tabs now. Ginny waited a moment for them all to take their Felix Felicis. Dr. Carter nervously looked at the tablet given to her earlier, then took it. Everyone was on their hoverboards for truly silent movement, even if they hadn't magically silenced any sounds they made, and blocked their sense. The only way a Goa'uld would notice them would be if a Marine physically ran into them. For the most part, they would be firing stunners at near point-blank range. The two from the alternate reality had been outfitted with standard SG team spacesuits and given the maximum of practice that could be fit in an hour. At the end, they were somewhat competent on the hoverboards and could control the basic functions of the suits. After seeing the non-magical invisibility tech of the suits, Dr. Carter shook her head and muttered, no wonder they beat off the Goa'uld. Major Kowalski had been astounded at the heads-up tech in his helmet that let him see and communicate with the Marines while they were invisible. Ready. Dr. Carter signaled the quantum dialing device was at the proper alternate world. Go. Ginny said. The three Marines and Dr. Carter reached from the sides of the mirror to place their hands on the surface, two on each side. Luna suddenly darted forward, crouched low on her hoverboard to slip under their arms to join them. An instant later, all five were on the other side. They immediately activated their tech cloaks and vanished from sight. Ginny, Harry, and Hermione all sighed. The Marines chuckled and laughed. They had never doubted she would in the first group, regardless of planning. Teams 2 and 3 immediately moved up to beside the mirror. Go. The 6 Marines, 3 to a side, touched the mirror. They, too, appeared on the other side, then vanished. The next 6 waited for the signal. It was a tense 5 seconds before 2 members of Team 3 appeared on either side of the door, then vanished again. That was the signal that the room hadn't any Jaffa or Goa'uld in it. Revelio was a simple method to determine if there were any hostiles in a room, or even nearby. One of them cast an illusion on the door to look as if nothing had changed in the room if any Jaffa or Goa'uld happened to walk by. Go, ordered Ginny. As fast as was practical, sets of 6 Marines moved up beside the mirror and touched it. As they started to go through, she added, "Platoons 2, 3, and 4, take your gel tabs now." It took less than a minute for first platoon to go through. Ginny provided the go signal for each group. Second platoon, secure a way to the surface. They also took less than a minute to pass. Third and fourth platoons, clear the rest of the mountain. As you catch up to second platoon, they will join you. Third and fourth platoons were just as quick to pass through and scatter towards their different objectives. All 111 Marines, including the platoon major and his 2 lieutenants, were through the mirror. Then the rest waited for the SGA all clear signal from Dr. Carter. Ginny looked at SG-1 and Major Kowalski. "Take you gel tabs, now." The 5 non-wizards looked at the gel tabs they had been given earlier. Ginny sighed. "Trust us, those gel tabs will help you survive." Shrugging, they finally took them, then pulled up their helmets. Between their magic, tech cloaks, and hoverboards, in under 5 minutes the Marines had the important sections of SGA under their control, and the entire facility in 10. Revelio made it possible to hunt down the Goa'uld and Primata no matter where they were, and the hoverboards made the Marines' movement silent and fast. Magic ensured the Goa'uld never had a chance to see the Marines, should they somehow have been able to break the tech invisibility. The Jaffa never knew what hit them. As soon as Dr. Carter reappeared in front of the mirror, the 5 transited the mirror and headed for the Stargate. Ginny followed on their heels with 2 teams of Marines. As soon as they got to the Stargate, the 2 Carters would install a proper dialing device and shut down the Stargate to all traffic. No one would be coming in or leaving without their permission. O'Neill and Kowalski would be splicing the power booster into the power conduits to reach the distant Ida galaxy, home of the Asgard. At that point, Dr. Carter would take over in contacting the aliens. Hermione took Ginny's place and turned the mirror around for easier access. She looked at the eager and waiting 162 pilots now lined up to either side of the mirror. "As soon as we get the go-ahead from second platoon, take your gel tabs and go through. The exit tunnel is a service tunnel and should be wide enough to easily fit one of the XE wings, hopefully without folding the wings. Make sure you activate all cloaking before exiting the tunnel. Requirement squadrons. First squadron, secure the airspace over the mountain. Second, third, and fourth squadrons, start a sweep across the world. Any cargo or passenger ships are to be forced to the ground. Use your best judgment. The 3 assigned to the GCU are to immediately head up to the Hotax. The GCU has all the programming and cloaking tech and magic already engaged. Just pull it out of its expanded bag, and send it the activation code as soon as you are within 5,000 miles of the targets. It will signal when it is done. When it's done, haul it back to low Earth orbit with your tractor beams. Send the second activation code. All Jaffa resistance should cease once it completes an orbit, about 90 minutes. It'll build an underground storage room and send the Jaffa there, sedating them as it did the ones on the Hotak. It will send you the ground location for the Jaffa on planet. The designated XE wings will maintain overflight in that region until the captured Jaffa are dealt with. The Goa'uld captured will be in the brig in SGA. Galileo squadrons. After emplacing the platforms in L4 and L5, the designated units are to tow a Hotak to each for the cluster of weapon platforms to use them as raw materials as they duplicate themselves. The rest of you head for the asteroid belt to bring back a few asteroids to supplement what the Hotaks supply. Remember, full cloak at all times, including the special tech. 10 minutes after the all clear was given for SGA complex, the route to the surface was declared secure. The pilots processed through the mirror as quickly as the Marines. Honestly, getting the pilots to the surface, even on the hoverboards, took longer than clearing out the SGA. As planned, each pilot carried his ship in a featherlighted expanded bag. While each bag was far bigger inside than normal, it hadn't taken more than an hour for the teams powering up the marble spell stones on the weapon platforms to make the full set of 400 expanded bags, a bit more than they needed, but it never hurt to have extra. It did delay the powering up schedule of the weapon platforms in their reality by a couple of hours, but that was well worth the sacrifice. As soon as the Xe-Wing fighters cleared the area around Cheyenne Mountain, they would start sweeping across the planet. They wanted to actually use their ships instead of simply training all the time, and who knew how long it would be before they could do this again. Besides, they all wanted to paint that silhouette of a death glider just below the cockpit window on their Xe-Wing, if not several. Plus, they were in a race against how fast the GCU could round up all the Jaffa, which would put a stop to their fun. They didn't know that Luna had slightly altered the programming on the GCU to only collect the Jaffa from a death glider as it was hit by the lasers or plasma bursts from the Xe-Wings. It would also collect the pieces before they hit the ground to decrease collateral damage as much as possible. With several hundred death gliders currently in the air, most of the requirements pilots were going get those silhouettes. The last group of Xe-Wing fighters through the mirror were the 4 squadrons from the Battlestar Galileo. 3 squadrons, pilots, 57, each had 5 expanded featherlighted bags, 1 for their ship and 4 for the weapon platforms they needed to emplace. The 4th squadron would fly cover for the other 3. 7 of the pilots were carrying fuel depots. Those were to be placed in orbit around Uranus and Neptune with an eye towards resupplying the naquita consumed by the medical unit, the food replicator unit they planned to build, and for any new X-Wing fighters and runabouts that might be built in the future. The fuel depots had the patterns for those in their memory banks. After much debate, the DSF had decided that they wouldn't include the Battlestar plans, or any other heavier offensive ships. Harry and Hermione followed the last pilot through to the other world. They would be taking the runabout in his bag to London. Were there wizards in this world? He had barely stepped through the mirror when a lieutenant standing beside the mirror snapped to attention and delivered a crisp salute. "Admiral, sir," he quickly barked out. "Major Haskell said to tell you that we captured 2 Goa'uld in the SGA complex, Apophis and his son, Chloral. Both are in the brig, stunned." Harry glanced at Hermione, then nodded to the serviceman. "Thank you, Lieutenant. Tell the Major to give them draft of living death, if he hasn't already. We will deal with them later." They had been hoping they could catch Apophis, this time. Removing him now meant less problems in the future. Which was why they had brought a variety of potions with them, including Veritaserum. There were quite a few questions they had for the System Lord. Things like, what secrets don't you want anyone to find out? And what secrets about your fellow Goa'uld do you know that could be used to set them upon each other? As well as, how would you entice your fellow Goa'uld to attack each other, wasting their time and resources? "Yes, sir," the lieutenant said. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, sir. We have rescued Major General Hammond. He is currently receiving an update from the Major on our situation." Harry glanced at Hermione again, with raised eyebrows. She nodded back. "Lead on, Lieutenant," Harry said. On the way, the lieutenant informed them that one of the Hotaks had landed on the mountain, which was how they had captured the 2 Goa'uld leaders. It had also changed plans, a bit. First Squadron had to wait until they were all in position over the mountain to engage the Hotak. As per their training runs over the previous months, they planned to take out the power distribution systems. First, the ship's communications systems. Second, the defensive batteries. Third, then take out the death gliders that had been launched in the meantime. Second, third, and fourth squadrons planned to assist first until the Hotak was not an issue. Once the local Goa'uld death gliders were wiped out, then they would start their sweep across the world. A few minutes later they walked into a meeting room where Major Haskell was finishing his briefing for General Hammond. It looked as if the man had had a few rough days. Harry walked up the man and held out his hand. "My name is Admiral Potter, head of the Defensive Space Force." He turned and waved his arm at Hermione. "And this is my number 1. Admiral, number 1, the general cautiously replied, and somewhat put off by the fact everyone was still fully suited and the helmets hid their identities. Harry grinned, even if the general couldn't see it. "I have an excellent working relationship with Lieutenant General Hammond in our reality. He asked me to relay his best wishes to you, if you were still alive. He's been given an invigoration draft and most of his medical issues were superficial wounds and cuts, Major Haskell said, after saluting. You'll be happy to know that all of Cheyenne Mountain is now under our control, and the Hotak parked on the mountain will soon be a non-issue, Harry said to the general. There was a tremendous crash and shaking as something massive slammed into the mountain. Dust knocked loose from the ceiling lights drifted down on them. The other Hotak will soon be taken care of as well, he added. He looked over at the major, then back at Hammond. I'd like to stay and explain things further, but I have other pressing obligations at the moment. He reached into the bag slung across his side, pulled out a folder, and handed it to the general. This includes a summary of the equipment we brought through from our reality that we will be leaving in your control, as well as summary instructions on each one. Full instructions are available from the units themselves. Also included is a master plan of the programming for the weapon platforms and fuel depots for the next few months as they duplicate themselves and make more X-Wing fighters and runabouts. He paused. They would be bringing through a squadron of X-Wings to leave behind when they took the XE-Wings back through. While he was talking with the general, the lieutenant was informing the major of Harry's instructions regarding Apophis and Chloral. Harry looked over as the lieutenant stepped back. Major, Harry said. Yes, sir. Stay with the general and help him with the documents. I'm sure he'll want to inform whatever officials are still in Washington about what's going on. He looked back at the general. You Yanks are going to have to do some serious groveling to the rest of the world for your rash actions in sending a nuclear bomb through the Stargate and getting Apophis to send a conquering force to Earth. He frowned. You can tell the officials that they cannot hide that information as we will be telling every major government the truth when we inform them that the Goa'uld and Jaffa have been removed. Additionally, the Asgard are coming to ensure that the Goa'uld do not come back. One of their conditions will be the removal of your Stargate. If you ask nicely, they might allow you to connect to Beta Site and retrieve the personnel you sent there, first. It's not a disaster to lose the Stargate, there's a second one in Antarctica you can dig up, just don't let anyone else know this until after the Asgard and Goa'uld have left. When the Asgard arrive, there won't be any trace of the Hotaks, Goa'uld, or Jaffa here. Tell them the Goa'uld, Apophis and Chloral, immediately left with their Jaffa when they heard the Asgard were being petitioned for protection and were considering saying yes. Hammond was listening with narrowed eyes. General, Major, Harry addressed them both. I must be off. Good day. He turned and left with Hermione only a step behind him. And now, Harry said to Hermione, let's see if there is a leaky cauldron in this reality. The trip to London was fast, once they took their runabout from the expanded bag. Once outside, they could see Hotak was in 3 large pieces and the battle for air supremacy had been easily won by the XE-Wings. It took them longer to get above and back down through the atmosphere than to travel between the two cities. The time zone differential made it late afternoon in Britain, rather than the early morning it had been at Cheyenne Mountain. They took pictures as they approached London, which had not escaped damage in the invasion. Death gliders had raised large streaks through the city to demonstrate their superiority. The airports, both civilian and military, were pockmarked with ruined planes, burnt buildings, and crater-decorated runways. There were numerous sections still ablaze, with the local fire departments doing their best to bring them under control and put them out. It took them a bit of time to orient themselves, but Whereas took them right over the old pub. From above, it was easy to see the alley, for them. A quick check showed the entire alley had a Muggle aversion charm on it. While that would prevent any Muggles from seeing and noticing it, a strafing run by a death glider ran right through part of the Nocturne alley. You didn't have to see the alley to accidentally hit it while targeting the buildings on either side. While they could see people in the alley, they were mostly to the edges and moved quickly from one store to the next. There was none of the dawdling that Harry and Hermione were used to seeing in the alley. They quickly notified the DSF forces with a general alert over their radios that there was a version of Diagon Alley in this reality. That meant that some, if not all, of their personnel would be subject to entropic cascade failure if they stayed longer than 48 hours. They couldn't take any chances and all personnel would be rotated back to their native reality at the end of their shift while others took their place until the situation was settled. Under no circumstances was anyone to stay for longer than 40 hours. Their own notice this not spell on the runabout prevented any of the people and other creatures who were in the alley from seeing them pass overhead and set the ship onto the burnt out remains of the section that had been destroyed in Nocturne Alley. On the trip over, the two had discussed what they should do in the event they found the leaky cauldron. As soon as they were down, they hopped out and picked their way through the wreckage to Nocturne Alley's little street. They took a quick look around, then stopped and stared. On every shop's window was a large poster. Across the top in large black block letters, it said, "Undesirable number 1." Below that was a close-up picture of Harry. In red print below that it had his name, Harry Potter, with a black banner underneath proclaiming, "Reward 10,000 galleons for information leading to his arrest. Contact the nearest Auror Ministry employee if cited." They exchanged disbelieving glances. What in Merlin's name happened here? Harry said incredulously. Hermione just shook her head. We definitely need information, she said dryly. They turned around and made their way back to their runabout. We can't trust anything the prophet says, Harry stated. And all our friends are at Hogwarts right now. Trying to start a conversation in the leaky cauldron, or elsewhere, would have people asking us how we didn't know this. The ministry is too dangerous, obviously, Hermione said pensively. Plus, what would we say to anyone? Hi, we're from an alternate reality and you should trust us. He snorted. From that poster, I'd say they'd immediately think we were polyjuiced or transfigured to look like Harry and Hermione in order to trick them into telling us where he is. They sat staring out the windows into the ruined section of Nocturne Alley for several minutes. Gringotts, Hermione suggested. Harry shook his head. While I could give blood that proved I was Harry Potter, I doubt our story of being from an alternate reality would be believed, despite our spacesuits. He paused. We need someone who would know we were telling the truth. He stared glumly into Nocturne Alley. Dobby, Hermione exclaimed. Dobby would both know you were Harry and know there was a second Harry, too. She looked at him excitedly. With two Harrys he would have to believe us. And he could get us the information we need. Harry got excited, too. And he could either take us to Harry or bring him to us. He stood up from the pilot's seat and faced the back of the small cockpit. He cleared his throat. Dobby, he said authoritatively. Nothing happened for a second. He glanced at Hermione and sighed, then said, Dobby. Again. This time there was an immediate pop. And the house elf was standing there. Dobby be here Harry Potter sir. Dobby be happy Harry Potter sir called him. What can Dobby do for Harry Potter sir? The house elf was excitedly bouncing up and down on his toes. He glanced around curiously at the inside of the runabout's cockpit. Dobby wonders where Dobby is, he does, he said softly. You're looking good, Dobby, Harry said. He had been worried that if there were posters calling Harry an undesirable, then maybe Dobby might be in trouble, too. Fortunately, it looked as if he had worried over nothing. I'll get right to the point, Dobby. I am not your Harry Potter, I'm a Harry Potter from another reality. Dobby looked at him with no understanding in his eyes and stopped bouncing. But, Dobby said slowly, magic says you are Harry Potter sir. He stared at Harry with his head tipped in curiosity. Harry nodded. Yes, I know. I want you to find the other Harry Potter, your Harry Potter. I think that if you look hard enough, you will notice very subtle differences between us. He paused. For one, I think I'm older by several months. Dobby frowned and tugged reflexively at his ear with one hand. Go on, Harry urged him. Maybe closing your eyes will help. Dobby slowly nodded and closed his eyes, frowning heavily and tugging hard on his ear. He slowly shook his head. Dobby be feeling only you, he said sadly and pulled his ear again. That's all right, Dobby, I know this is hard. Maybe you're too close to me. He thought a moment. Maybe go to Swansea, and see if you can sense anything from there, besides me. If not, then go to Manchester, Carlisle, and Hogwarts. When you find the other Harry, or can't, then come back here. Dobby gave him an uncertain look, then nodded and disappeared. He returned almost immediately and took a defensive stance. He stared at Harry and Hermione with narrowed, suspicious eyes. As you using time backer? Harry shook his head. We are not using a time turner. As I told you, We are from an alternate reality where things are very different from here. That's why I wanted to talk to you. He held up his wand. I swear on my magic that what I have told you, and will tell you, is the truth as I know it. So mote it be. He paused a second, then said, Lumos. His wand lit up. Dobby nodded slowly, then the wariness disappeared and he began bouncing again. Harry Potter, sir, is even greater than Dobby realized. He declared happily. Calm down a bit, Dobby, I need your help. Dobby stopped immediately and stared at Harry intently. Dobby will listen closely to Harry Potter, sir. I would like you to tell me about the world so we can figure where things changed between our reality and this one. He paused. I'll start with how I met you. He described Dobby appearing in his room, and then blocking the 9 3/4 portal. He followed that with Dobby hexing the bludger, and their conversation in the hospital wing that night. He then recounted meeting Malfoy and Dobby after killing the basilisk and saving Ginny, and subsequently freeing Dobby. Dobby confirmed it all. Dobby didn't know about third year because he hadn't been at Hogwarts until November of fourth year. But he confirmed everything that had happened during the Triwizard Tournament. It was the next year that things went off the rails. While Dobby had shown his Harry the room of requirement for Dumbledore's army, his Harry did not find a spaceship. Unfortunately, Dobby's knowledge of current events wasn't nearly as helpful as they had hoped. He had stayed at Hogwarts, and only things that impacted Hogwarts had attracted his attention. One piece of shattering news was that Sirius, in this reality, was dead. The following year in Hogwarts at least seemed to be the same, with Slughorn being the potions professor and Snape moving to Dada. The next note of a major change was that Dumbledore had somehow ended up with a cursed arm. Dobby told them the house elf rumor mill said that he had been cursed by a ring he found while hunting for something he thought important. The rumors had said he was dying. Christmas passed without an issue of any sort. Dobby was in tears when he recounted how, at the end of sixth year, Draco had let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts with a vanishing cabinet, and Snape had killed Dumbledore before running off. Dobby knew from the other house elves that he who must not be named had taken over the ministry over the summer, and Harry Potter had gone on the run with Hermione and Ron. And now, Snape was headmaster at Hogwarts. Harry sighed. Can you bring Harry, Hermione, and Ron here? Tell them I can tell them exactly where all the things they're looking for are. He paused. Tell them I made a wizard's oath that effect. Dobby popped away. While they were waiting, they received word that the GCU had been put into low Earth orbit with the Hotak and was moving the Jaffa to the Sahara Desert, as planned. The weapon platforms had all been placed at the two Lagrange points, and that fuel depots were also in place in orbit around Uranus, and already at work making duplicates with helium-3 power plants. They were also waiting for the temporary shutdown signal. As soon as the Asgardian ship was detected, everything would be reduced to minimal power to avoid detection, not more than a 9-volt battery. They weren't sure if the Asgard could detect the tech cloaks used, and they didn't want to take the chance. The X-Wings fighters would also power down, using only their magical invisibility and notice this not spells to avoid detection. So far, the Felix Felicis had worked exactly as it was supposed to. They had no losses of personnel or equipment at all. Harry could only hope the luck would last until after the Asgardian ship left. The Death Eaters were in control of England, and they needed to do something about that. Harry sent the order back that 4 dropships from the requirement, and the 4 marine platoons from the Galileo, were to be brought through the mirror. The Galileo platoons were to keep watch over Cheyenne Mountain and assist the general in getting word out that the Goa'uld and Jaffa were gone. With the Death Gliders wiped out, the X-Wings were to assist in moving the Goa'uld Hotaks to the Lagrange points. The requirement platoons, those Marines with the most experience in handling Death Eaters, were to come on the drop ships to England. He would have more information for the Marines, shortly. Then Dobby popped back. Without Harry, Hermione, or Ron. He was tugging his ears fearfully. Harry Potter, sir. Harry Potter, sir, says he wants to meet somewhere neutral, the house elf stated and tugged hard on his ears. Harry looked over at Hermione. Gringotts. She slowly nodded. We can rent a meeting room there. He turned back to Dobby. We will rent a meeting room at Gringotts. Go tell Harry, Hermione, and Ron to change their hair and eye colors. The charms are simple enough. Do the same to their robes. Disillusion Harry's glasses and hide the scar with a bit of skin-colored cloth and put a don't notice this spell on the cloth. He paused. In fact, put a mild don't notice this spell on all of them. Not much, just enough that people won't give them a second look. Dobby was nodding. That should make it so they can get to Gringotts unnoticed. I'll see if I can talk the goblins into letting them apparate or you bring them to their front steps to save time. In any case, listen for my call when we get this set up. Dobby was still nodding. That's all, you may go. Dobby popped away. They once more headed out to Diagon Alley, this time with a more definite destination. On the way, they discovered that the GCU, being in a low orbit, could reach everywhere on the planet, which they should have realized. As a result, it had already finished moving the Jaffa to an underground bunker in the Sahara. It immediately started working on the food replicator metal in the Earth's mantle as source material. The Marines had already used portkeys to remove the naquadah. Most of the XE wings were now fetching asteroids to both Lagrange points. The alley was unlike any time Harry and Hermione had ever seen. There weren't that many wizards or witches in sight, and they all were staying close to the edges of the alley and scurrying from place to place fearfully. They exchanged glances, and copied what the others were doing, that is, staying at the edges and moving quickly. On the way to the bank, they saw 3 people dressed as Aurors walking in the alley as if they owned it. They also noticed how people avoided the Aurors by ducking into any open shop as soon as they saw them. They were dismayed to see that both Ollivander's and Fortescue's ice cream parlor were shuttered, and appeared to have been that way for months. Their mild notice me not spells seemed to have worked exactly as they had hoped as they made their way into Gringotts unbeeped and unnoticed by everyone except the goblins. They quickly found a clerk without a customer at his counter. We are here to rent a meeting room for the rest of the day, say 8 hours. We need a room so that 2 parties that don't trust each other can meet on neutral ground. He leaned over the counter. We are disillusioned for Gringotts, protection. If any wizard or witch were to see us, the ministry would be sending Aurors in. We will, of course, remove the disguises once we are in a room in which no random wizard or witch can view us. He paused. If you could let us use our house elf to bring in the other party, and take all of us out at the end, we would be willing to pay more. He studied them with a sneer, then opened a book. After a moment, he looked up. 1,000 galleons, in advance. The house elf access will cost 500 galleons, also in advance, to call it, and 500 galleons for each trip. Harry stared at him a moment. So, 500 to call the house elf, Hermione said and raised an eyebrow, 500 for him to leave, 500 for him to bring in a person, and so forth. The goblin scowled at them, figuring out that it wasn't a single cost. Yes. Harry looked at Hermione and shrugged. It wasn't as if they really cared. She nodded and opened the bag slung across her shoulder. We don't have galleons, so you'll have to convert these gold bars, she said, pulling a kilogram bar out of her bag. The clerk scowled at her. Each bar is roughly 6,000 sterling pounds, 1,200 galleons, so a bit over 1,000 galleons after you convert them to galleons and take the attendant fee. The room is 1,000 galleons. She placed the first bar on his counter. He grabbed it and began inspecting it. We expect our house elf to be bringing and returning 3 people, which will be 3,000 galleons, plus taking ourselves at the end of the meeting, which is another 1,000, she said, continuing to pull gold bars from her bag and stack them on the counter as she spoke. The original call for our house elf is 500 galleons, she placed a final bar on the counter. I don't have any smaller bars, so whatever is left over is to be placed in the vault for Heir Harry James Potter. A goblin guard had come over and was standing behind them. The clerk weighed the bar, then submerged it in water. He gave them a distrustful look. Hermione shrugged. Cut them in halves or thirds or whatever strikes your fancy to see that they are solid gold and not a gold layer over lead or another heavy metal. He narrowed his eyes, then did precisely as she suggested. He took each bar and cut it in half, but each cut was at a different angle and direction. No one could have predicted his cuts and created bars with gold all the way through only in the places he cut. He looked up at the guard, then down as he wrote something on a parchment he pulled from a drawer. Take them to meeting room 5. They are allowed to call 1 house elf, who will fetch 3 others. At the conclusion of their meeting, the house elf will take them all away. Remain with them and ensure they obey all rules. Give this to the lobby head. He held the parchment out to the guard, who took it. The guard turned and headed for the back of the lobby at a quick pace. Harry and Hermione followed, having expected that response. The lobby head goblin stared at them suspiciously. At a signal, 4 other guards quickly came over, as well as a goblin he recognized. Griphook. He handed 3 parchments to Griphook. Meeting room 5. Verify their identities. He turned back to his bookkeeping. Griphook wasted no time. They went through the door beside the lobby head, took a side corridor, passed 2 doors labeled simply 1 and 3, and entered the final room. There was a desk by the door, which Griphook sat at. The 4 guards each moved to a separate corner in the room. The goblin pulled open a drawer and took out a knife. He slid one of the 3 parchments and the knife towards Harry. Drop the disguise. 7 drops of blood. Harry nodded. Do I have permission to use my wand? For the purpose of dispelling your glamour, only, Griphook said. It took only a moment to do. They watched as the parchment filled out with a short genealogy of Harry James Potter, head of the Potter family, and his parents and grandparents. It also noted that he was heir secondary to the Black family and 18 years of age. Hermione used the second parchment. Hers was similar except it listed her as Hermione Jean Potter née Granger, with an age of 19. Griphook studied them and the 2 parchments. Apparently satisfied, it was hard to tell with his almost permanent frown. He opened a drawer and tapped something inside with a finger. You may call your house elf, he said looking up at them. Dobby, Harry firmly said. There was a brief pause, then a pop. Dobby be here, he said. Then he looked around. We are in Gringotts, Dobby, what the goblins call meeting room 5. You can go get Harry, Hermione, and Ron, now. Tell them they don't need disguises, and they should look as they really are. He paused. Also tell them that they have to ask permission of the goblins to use their wands. We are under the same restrictions. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter sir, but Dobby can only bring Harry Potter sir and his Hermy. Ron is not with them. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. What had happened? That will do, Dobby. Just bring the Harry and Hermione. Dobby popped away. Several minutes later, he returned with 2 people, Harry and Hermione. The 4 stared at each other. The goblins stared at 2 sets of identical people. The 4 guards pulled out their swords. Griphook stood and pointed a finger at the 2 newcomers. You are wearing glamours. Take them off, immediately. No, they are not, Harry Alt said quietly. The new Harry and Hermione were staring at 2 from an alternate reality in shock, and exchanging glances with each other. Have them sign the paternity parchments, there is plenty of room on the backsides. 2 minutes later the 3 were flipping the parchments back and forth, and looking at Harry Alt and Hermione Alt in shock. There were only 2 key differences between the results. First, while Harry's listed the same parents and grandparents, he was listed as the head of the Black family, not heir secondary. Second, his age was given as 17. Hermione's listed her last name as Granger, not Potter, and she was 18. This will take a while, Harry Alt said. But before we begin, Griphook, do I have permission to have Dobby check these 2 for listening, tracking, and alert charms? Harry and Hermione looked shocked at the thought. They were even more shocked to discover that both had listening and tracking charms on themselves. And Harry had several alert charms. With Griphook's permission, Dobby removed them all. With that detail taken care of, Harry Alt gestured at the meeting table. We should make ourselves comfortable. He looked at the goblin. Griphook, you, too, and you will want to record this meeting for your superiors. Scowling, the goblin pulled a crystal out of the desk and sat at the end of the table. Harry and Hermione took one side and Harry Alt and Hermione Alt took the other, across from each other. Harry Alt took a deep breath. As the paternity parchments proved, 2 of us, he gestured at Harry across from him, are Harry James Potter, whose parents were Lily and James Potter. He paused. Similarly, they proved these 2. He gestured at the Hermione Alt beside him and the one across the table, are Hermione Jane Granger. With this Hermione, he gestured at the girl sitting beside him, now my wife, Hermione Jean Potter. First, I will state that we are not using a time turner or similar device to come from your future. He glanced at Griphook. Do you need me to swear an oath to that? Griphook studied him a moment. My superiors might demand that in the future. Harry nodded. That's reasonable. Second, we come from an alternate reality that we think deviated from yours on October 23rd, in our 5th year at Hogwarts. That was a major event for us in our reality, although we didn't realize it, at first. That night was our 3rd meeting of the DA. He looked over at Harry. Do you recall it? The other Harry shook his head. I had decided to skive off the late afternoon astronomy lesson, Harry Alt said, and hit the room, instead. I had some things I wanted to think over. He raised his eyebrows at Harry in question. Harry frowned. Both Hermiones were watching the Harry opposite their own, fascinated. I found Fred, George, and Lee there already. Only, they were outside the room and Lee was walking back and forth. He paused. The other Harry frowned harder. They had been experimenting with the room for the previous 2 weeks. They made an ice rink, a room with reversed gravity, a water park, and several other things. The other Harry was starting to slowly nod, but was still frowning. Anyway, Lee had been trying for a while to get the room to make something special, and not having any luck. Harry's frown went away. I remember that, he said triumphantly. Lee gave up and told me to do what I wanted. I pulled up the dueling room. Harry Alt and Hermione Alt nodded emphatically. And that must be where we deviated. Harry Alt said, and smiled. In our reality, I had a big headache from my scar. It didn't have to be the DA room, I just wanted a space to think. Harry was nodding, muttering, me, too. Anywhere would be fine, even what Lee was trying to do. I told the room to just give Lee what he wanted so I could use the room. I also wanted to be far, far away, somewhere where my head didn't hurt so much. He shook his head in wonder. What we got was an oval-shaped, recessed, metal wall with a shiny steel rim, without a trace of either a handle or a seam. He paused, and smirked at the other two. Hermione Alt was grinning. It was a spaceship. Harry and Hermione's jaws dropped. Griphook looked puzzled. The twins insisted it was a fake ship. He shook his head. Needless to say, we used the ship for the DA simply because it was ace, and fun. All the muggles and nearly all the half-bloods wanted to do that. Everyone thought it was simply the room making a realistic-looking ship that was huge, but we kept seeing things that didn't make sense. It took us a month to realize that it really was a spaceship. What proved it was real and not just something the room had created for our convenience was that we created a radio communicator on the ship. I took it out of the room into Hogwarts, and it still worked. He paused. Anything created in the room cannot be taken out, remember? The other two nodded. We still don't know what happened, but the ship appeared to have been abandoned many thousands of years ago and barely had power to keep the ship from freezing solid. It was also much bigger than Hogwarts. He shook his head. And here's the best part, Hermione, it had a Star Trek-style replicator. Hermione sat still for a second, then her eyes shot wide open, and her jaw dropped. Hermione Alt was giggling, and nodding. Yes, myself, anything you can imagine except magic. Harry looked puzzled. Hermione will be happy to explain, later, Harry Alt said consolingly to Harry. All right, he continued, we know where the separation came. Now it's your turn. Tell us what happened after that point in your 5th year. Harry started with Harry, Fred, and George being banned from Quidditch at their first Quidditch game in November. That happened to me, too, Harry Alt said. Next came Arthur Weasley getting bit by the snake, and Harry sending a rescue party by telling Dumbledore, and Harry and the Weasleys being moved to Grimmauld Place, with Hermione showing up that weekend for the halls. Harry Alt had been sleeping on the requirement every night, he explained, and missed seeing the snake bite Arthur. The wizard had found by someone in the Order of the Phoenix later that night morning, barely alive. Then Harry Alt asked, didn't you notice anything unusual in Grimmauld Place when you got there? Harry shook his head. I'd been having severe headaches for months, and that didn't change in Grimmauld, so no. Harry Alt had nodded his understanding and said he would explain the question later. Harry sighed. My vision meant Dumbledore had Snape start teaching me occlumency when we got back to Hogwarts. He shook his head. All it did was make the headaches worse. He just used the lessons as an excuse to torture me with mental attacks. I guess that didn't happen to you. Harry Alt shook his head. The rest of the second term was headaches, visions of a corridor in the ministry, and Umbridge running roughshod over the professors. Then came his vision of Sirius being tortured, breaking into Umbridge's office, riding the Thestrals to the ministry, finding out it was a trap, and then fighting off the Death Eaters, Sirius falling through the veil, Dumbledore and Riddle fighting in the main atrium of the ministry and being seen by dozens of witnesses. Harry Alt recounted how the twins had developed spacesuits for them. Hermione had created the hoverboards, they had dealt with Umbridge and then started taking out Death Eaters during those months, instead. Then came Dumbledore giving Harry the wording of the prophecy, and exile back to the Dursleys. Over that summer, Amelia Bones and Emmeline Vance were killed, a Muggle bridge was destroyed, and Dementors had been released into Britain and were attacking Muggles. Sixth year went mostly the same for the two Harrys, except with more hostility from the Slytherins and Harry stalking Draco. Draco, Harry told them he now knew, had been fixing a vanishing cabinet in the ROR, then later hit him with Sectum Sempra and got in detention from Snape for rest of year. Then came the mission with Dumbledore to secure a Horcrux, not that Harry said that. He just said it was something important to ending Riddle. It was a failure, and on returning to Hogwarts they had found that Draco had led in Death Eaters. Snape had killed Dumbledore. Summer had been terrible for Harry. Professor Charity Burbage was kidnapped and murdered. Hedwig and Mad-Eye Moody had died when Harry was taken from the Dursleys to the Weasleys. With Dumbledore dead, Grimmauld Place was too dangerous. Snape had probably revealed the secret to Riddle. The Muggle-born Registration Commission was established by Umbridge and Snape became the new headmaster. The only bright spot had been Bill and Fleur's wedding, which the new ministry invaded. That was when Harry, Hermione, and Ron had gone on the hunt for those things that had allowed Riddle to return. They had first hidden at Grimmauld Place. Creature found that Dung had stolen Slytherin's locket, and they had stolen it in turn from Umbridge. Harry also revealed that Riddle had made his name a taboo. Speak his name, and it tells him where you are and leaves a hole through any protective spells that lets him send his Death Eaters straight to you. Hermione Alt sat up at that statement. He sends his Death Eaters after anyone who says his you-know-who name. She said excitedly. The other Harry and Hermione nodded, puzzled at her excitement. She grinned at Harry Alt. She grabbed the collar of her robes and pulled up her helmet. One moment as we talk, Harry Alt said, and pulled up his helmet, too. The others looked startled at the helmets that now completely enclosed their heads. We can start right now cleaning up those Death Eaters, she said excitedly. The drop ships are currently just waiting for orders. It had taken time to move the Marines from the Galileo and their ships to the moon base. Getting them through the mirror had been easy with the SGA base totally under their control. Then they had taken the drop ships to Holding Station over London. While that had been time-consuming, so had Harry's stories of his difficulties over the last few years. Harry Alt nodded. Go for it. Attention drop ships. Every Marine in each of the 4 ships came to full alert at her pronouncement. Voldy was stupid enough to make his name a taboo, that is, if you speak his name, he knows where you are and sends Death Eaters straight to you. I'm sure you see the opportunity this gives us to severely winnow his ranks. Each ship is to pick a remote location and set up an ambush. One Marine says his name, then heads to the perimeter. Take out the Death Eaters who arrive with Stupefy, if possible. If not, take them out with Prejudice. Stasis them, then transfigure them marbles. Once you have them all from that location, move to a new one, wait 10 or 20 minutes, then do it again. Repeat until saying his name gets no response. Then everyone starts saying his name. Take your gel tabs now. Remember, they only last an hour at a time. Make sure to use both magic and tech to hide yourselves, and the hoverboards to maneuver close before engaging. Start now. Executing drop. Now, came the response. It would take the ships a minute or two to drop from their high altitudes to ground, giving them plenty of time to select remote landing spots. Harry reached up and pulled down his helmet. What was that about? Harry said. Just telling the Marines that Riddle is an idiot. Harry Alt smiled. They are moving into position to ambush his Death Eaters by surrounding a location, then having one of them say the wanker's name. Marines. Hermione said. Muggle-borns who joined us in hunting down the Death Eaters in our reality, Hermione Auld explained. When on the hunt, they are invisible and use hoverboards to silently move. The Death Eaters will land in an apparently empty field surrounded by 27 invisible soldiers who will attack them at point-blank range. How many Marines? Hermione said. 111. The others again had slack jaws. Harry Ault smirked. Tommy Boy will regret ever doing that to Boo. He paused. Do you have the locket with you? The other two looked at each other. We were worried this might be a trap of some kind, so we left it behind. Harry Ault nodded. A wise decision. Unnecessary, but wise. Would one of you go with Dobby and get it? The two exchanged glances. Hermione stood. I'll get it. Harry Ault looked at Griphook. Because Dobby brought both Harry and Hermione in one trip, and not two, this will count as Hermione's trip. The goblin reluctantly nodded. Less than a minute later the locket was on the table between them. Harry Ault turned to Griphook. Griphook, this is where Gringotts comes in. That, he pointed at the locket, is what wizards call a Horcrux, something that holds a piece of a being's soul. Griphook recoiled. We will give one of these gold bars for each of the others of these Horcruxes you retrieve and destroy, as well as the ones we give you to destroy. Destroying them in situ is allowed. She pulled a gold bar from her bag. There are 5 of those in existence, plus their creator. There were 7, but 2 of them have been destroyed, one by Albus Dumbledore and the other by Harry Potter. He gestured at the other boy. Harry and Hermione were staring at the gold bar. I can tell you the approximate locations of 3 other Horcruxes, based on where they were in our reality. The closest is Hufflepuff's goblet, which in our reality was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, here in Gringotts. It should be here, too, but no guarantees. Ravenclaw's diadem is in Hogwarts, we can get that one and bring it here. The third is he who must not be named's pet snake, Nagini. She is located in or around the Malfoy mansion. The 4th Horcrux we will handle ourselves as the host must be kept alive. The last is that, he said, pointing at the locket. As he had been speaking, Hermione Ault had been stacking gold bars on the table for each Horcrux he mentioned. 4 gold bars glittered on the table. This is outside my authority, Griphook said reluctantly. He moved back to the desk by the door and started writing. After a minute, he pointed at one of the guards. Take this to the lobby head, he instructed. He sat at the desk after the guard left, and stared at them. Harry Ault turned to Harry and Hermione. Can you get us into Hogwarts? The two exchanged glances. Maybe, Harry said slowly. All the secret tunnels to Hogsmeade are known to Wormtail and are probably watched or have alarms on them. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry suggested hesitantly. We might be able to apparate to it. It is far beneath the ground and might be outside Hogwarts' anti-apparition spells. Harry Ault turned to Dobby. Dobby, you can apparate to Hogwarts, can't you? Couldn't you take us with you? Dobby shook his head. House elves can't take wizzies or witchies into Hogwarts, that is forbidden. Hermione Ault stared at him. As that only Hogwarts elves are prohibited? Or is it all elves? Dobby frowned. It be part of Hoggy's very old spells. Long ago, house elves cast it to prevent house elves from brings or takes people. What happens if you were to try? Dobby shrugged. I goes and witchy or wizzy stays. Harry Ault turned to Hermione Ault. Stasis me, then transfigure me to marble. The 3 stared at him, appalled. He shrugged. If it works, I'm in. If it doesn't, I stay here. In both cases, you can easily restore me. Griphook, Harry Ault called. We wish to make an experiment. I want Hermione to stasis me and transfigure me to a marble. Then Dobby will take me to Hogwarts and come back. Because Ron didn't come, we still have a credit for a 2-way elf trip. He studied them a moment. You may cast those 2 spells, only. Harry Ault stood. Hermione Ault looked at him as she stood and took out her wand. I really don't like this. He shrugged. It might be the only way in without a direct assault. She sighed and pointed her wand at him. He blinked. She was grinning widely, as was Dobby. It worked, was all she said. Huh, he said and sat back down. Harry and Hermione were staring at him. Griphook had a slightly amused look. Before anything more could be said, 3 goblins came in with a guard. The guard took up position in the unoccupied corner of the room. I am Irgit, said the fancier dressed one. What is this job which you want goblins to do? Harry Alt repeated what they had told Griphook. Irgit took several moments to examine the paternity parchments. It took only a few minutes to draft and sign the contracts. As I mentioned, in our reality, Harry Alt said, there was one of these, he pointed to the locket, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Before we do anything else, you should check that. If Helga Hufflepuff's cup, a small golden cup with two finely wrought handles and a badger engraved on the side, isn't there, we will pay a gold bar as penalty. It was high on a shelf. Be careful, I wouldn't doubt that Bellatrix has added a few curses of her own to the vault's contents. Irgit stared at him. In advance, he said. Hermione Alt took one of the bars from the stack on the table and held it out. With the understanding that if Helga Hufflepuff's cup is there, the gold bar is the payment for the destruction of the Horcrux. The goblin scowled, but walked over and took the bar. He barked an order to one of the guards, who hurried out of the room. We will charge extra for the basilisk venom. Harry Alt shrugged. You won't have to. He turned to Harry. Remember, the sword of Gryffindor always comes to a true Gryffindor in times of need. Hold up your hand and call for the sword to destroy the despicable evil that is a Horcrux, to destroy Tom Riddle once and for all. Harry looked at him as if he were barmy, then shook his head. He stood, then held out his hand as if he were brandishing a sword up over the table. He gave Harry Alt an uncertain look, then closed his eyes and apparently concentrated. Harry Alt fought to not laugh. The other boy looked as if he were constipated and on the toilet. The air shimmered around his hand, and suddenly they saw the sword of Gryffindor appear in it. Harry's eyes shot open and he stared dumbfounded at the sword as he slowly lowered it to the table. The sword, Harry Alt said, is imbued with basilisk poison. He looked at Irgit. Goblin silver absorbs only that which strengthens it, and it was used to kill a basilisk. So, just stab whatever you want with the sword, and the basilisk venom will do the rest. Harry gently laid the sword on the table. The sword is goblin made, of course, and we return it to you. Just know that any true Gryffindor that needs the sword may summon it. Irgit scowled at him, but came over and picked up the sword. How do I know it is truly imbued with basilisk poison? You could make a small cut on your hand. Then, as you lie dying on the floor, you'll know it does, indeed, have basilisk poison, Hermione Alt said. Irgit scowled at her. Harry Alt sighed. Or you could have Harry, he gestured at the other, show you his memory of his battle with a 60-foot-long basilisk with naught but that sword. Irgit scowled at all of them. He said something in Goblinese to one of the other two goblins he came in with, and the goblin hurried from the room. Half an hour later, the three goblins and Hermione reeled back from the crystal. Having lived it, neither Harry had been interested in seeing that memory again, and the time Hermione Alt had seen it before was enough for her. Irgit studied Harry with a new respect. Hermione stared at Harry in disbelief. You never said it was that big. Harry shrugged, embarrassed. The goblin stared at Harry a bit longer, then said in patently fake casual tone, what has been done with the basilisk? Nothing that I know of, Harry responded. You do need Parseltongue to get into the chamber. Can you still get to this chamber of secrets? The goblin's quick question showed that his eagerness had leaked past his facade of casualness. Harry shrugged. Maybe. It is in Hogwarts, which the Death Eaters control. They would interfere, I'm sure. Irgit glanced at the 4 teens. So, he shrugged, we do it after you kill Riddle, and take down the Ministry. We are patient. He paused. If you can get a Gringotts team in to render the creature, assuming it is still there, Gringotts will credit the Potter vaults with 50% of the profits. 90%, interjected Hermione Alt, and 10% of the renderings. They settled on 69.75% of the profits, and 6.33% of the renderings. All contingent on Harry getting them into the chamber and the basilisk being intact as Harry had left it, except for any natural decay, of course. When they had access to Hogwarts, they would notify the goblins if the snake was still there. Then all they needed to do was schedule a convenient time, which Hermione said would be a time with the least likely amount of possible interference, to go in for it. Just as Harry was signing the contracts for rendering the basilisk and collecting and destroying the Horcruxes, a team of 5 goblins came rushing in, 4 guards and one carrying a large, for him, box. He headed straight for Irgit. The cup was in the Lestrange vault and is cursed with a soul fragment. There are other curses and spells on it. He placed the box on the desk. When Irgit opened the box, he noticed Harry winching. He closed the box, then reopened it, again not missing Harry's winch. He nodded. We do not allow wizards, or witches, Irgit's eyes flicked to the Hermione's, to store dangerous items, such as that, without paying for extra protections. 10% of the vault's value has been credited to your vault, Mr. Potter, as the search was paid for by yourself. We took half of the vault as penalty for failing to advise us of the thing they had stored. He glanced down at the gold bar. You, and we, already have made a profit on the contract. He glanced down at the signed parchments. One moment, please, Harry Alt said. He walked over to the desk and put his hand on the box. This should only take a short time. He pulled his helmet up over his head. Connect me to the GCU, he ordered the suit's computer. Scan the cup in the box I am touching. When you finish, replicate it beside the box on the desk. Acknowledged. There was a slight pause, then a copy of Helga Hufflepuff's cup appeared on the desk. It was a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles, and a badger engraved on either side. It was indistinguishable from the one in the box. Irgit, his assistants, and Griphook turned to Harry Alt angrily. You were not given permission to use magic. Harry Alt pulled down his helmet and shrugged. I didn't use magic, that is strictly Muggle technology. He grinned. I'll show you. He turned to Harry and Hermione. Are you hungry? They glanced at each other. Yes, they both said, nodding. He turned back to the goblins. Use whatever magic you use to detect if I am doing anything magical. Griphook opened a drawer in the desk and handed what looked like a large magnifying glass to Irgit. Irgit turned and looked at Harry Alt through it. Harry Alt moved to the table, beside Harry and Hermione. He touched the comm on his robes. GCU. Replicate 2 plowman's platters with butterbeers on this table in front of me in 1 minute. Place them here. He tapped the table in front of Hermione, and here, he tapped the table in front of Harry. Acknowledged. Did I do anything that might be considered magic? He said with a raised eyebrow to Irgit. No, Irgit said, scowling. Harry Alt moved out of the room into the corridor. Hermione. He nodded his head to the side. She stood and joined him. He looked at the goblins. You can see us, we can't see where Harry and Hermione are sitting. In a few seconds you will see the plowmans and butterbeers appear on the table. You'll see that none of us are casting spells. Join them, Irgit said to Harry and Hermione, gesturing angrily. They did. He made Dobby join them. Irgit moved until he could view the teens in that section of the table at the same time. He had Dobby move until he was standing in front of the 2 outside the room. The platters and butterbeers appeared where Harry Alt had indicated. The teens were standing with their hands in front of each of them, fingers spread to show they weren't touching their wands or anything else. Dobby was fidgeting, standing in front of them. Irgit lowered the device he was holding and glared at them. I did not see magic, he stated angrily. If it would help, we could swear on our magic that none of us used magic to create the duplicate of Helga Hufflepuff's cup nor the plowman platters and butterbeers right now. He studied them. Do that. They did. Even Dobby Elf swore he hadn't cast magic to do those things. Why? Irgit said angrily, did you duplicate the cup? I thought you might enjoy the joke of selling the exact duplicate of Helga Hufflepuff's cup to a wizard collector, Harry Alt said, shrugging. Just say that the spells cast by Helga so long ago must have worn off. Irgit stared at him, frowning. Harry and Hermione had sat down and were devouring their meals. They hadn't been eating well for the few weeks. While they were eating, Harry Alt replicated the Slytherin's locket. By the way, Harry Alt continued. Now that Harry is of age, he does have access to all his vaults, correct? Yes, was the surly reply from Irgit. Harry Alt said. There is a vast miscommunication between wizards and goblins regarding goblin-made items. Wizards assume that when they buy a goblin-made item from a goblin, they now own it. The goblins, however, Expect the item to be returned when the wizard dies, and that by keeping it, the wizards are liars and cheats. The truth is that the goblins are actually leasing the items to the wizards, not selling them. Imagine how your uncle would react if someone bought a large number of Grunning's drills on a 1-year lease, and then refused to return them at the end of the lease. Harry's eyes shot wide open, and he nodded. Harry Alt turned to Irgit. Any time a wizard wants a goblin-made item, you should have them sign a lease to keep the item in good shape, and that they agree to have their estate return it when they die, barring extenuating circumstances, such as someone stealing it before then or another mishap over which they have no control. Lease. But that's for property, he said. Harry Alt shook his head. The Muggles will lease almost anything, including weapons of war. Send one of your Muggle-born employees to a bookstore and buy a book on leasing things, one that has several examples. He paused. Consider that a gift to make up for the miscommunication about us using magic without your permission. He turned back to Harry. Now that you have access to your family vault, it might be a good idea to return any items in it that are goblin-made, he said, and then turned to Irgit, excluding galleons, sickles, and nuts, of course. Irgit was giving him a surprised look. Griphook was making notes. Yes, Harry said as soon as he finished chewing. Harry Alt raised an eyebrow at Harry. Well, ask for your key and then tell Irgit what he wants to hear. That took only a few minutes for one of the runners to retrieve the proper key. You might want to fold your vault into your family vault, now. It'll cost a small fee. He flashed a grin at Griphook and Irgit, but long-term, it's cheaper. After several housekeeping tasks regarding his vaults, they turned back to the subject that had started the whole recent mess, the cup. I suggest we test the sword's abilities by having it destroy the Horcrux in the cup, Harry Alt said. And we should probably move to a more secure location where there is less to harm, should things not go as we think. Irgit stared at him. Harry Alt shrugged. I wouldn't want any of the venom to leak onto anything in this room, and who knows how the protective enchantments Riddle placed on the cup might react. Irgit nodded. And the locket? Harry Alt shrugged. I think we should save it for last, maybe use it to track Riddle and Nagini when we've disposed of the other Horcruxes. The goblin nodded. He turned to one of his gophers and issued an order. That goblin hurried out of the room. We will secure the locket first, then. Harry and Hermione had barely polished off the food on their platters when the goblin returned with another box, into which they quickly dropped the locket. As soon as the box was closed, Harry's expression seemed to soften slightly as the headache stress decreased. They were headed for the more secure room when the message came. The Asgard were coming. The DSF Marines in the field shut off their equipment and relied on magic to conceal them from everyone. The GCU followed suit. With the Naquita removed from the Hotax, they hoped the Asgard would not notice them at L4 and L5. The XE wings immediately landed, and did the same. The captured and sedated Jaffa had been moved to an expanded trunk in one of the runabouts. Destroying the cup was rather anticlimactic. The room they used was very deep, deep enough to require a long cart ride to get to it. It was carved out of solid rock and Harry Alt had the thought that it might have been one of their first vaults. Harry took the sword, and swung it down on the cup. It didn't even dent it, at first. There was a pause, then the edge of the sword sunk a tiny distance into the cup, and the cup started hissing as the basilisk venom began to eat away at it. Harry started to pull the sword back, but Harry Alt said, "Leave it." Dropping the pommel, Harry retreated to the room's door and watched as the sword sank lower and lower until black smoke began to pour from it. There was a terrible screeching noise that became a scream as a distorted face formed in the smoke before finally just dissipating. Harry Alt looked around. I believe we can safely say the Sword of Gryffindor has basilisk venom as a part of its permanent makeup now, right Irgit? He looked down at the goblin. Not a bad profit for an hour of your time, I would say, Hermione Alt said. The Sword of Gryffindor, a gold bar, half of the Lestrange vault, and permission to remove from the Potter family vault any goblin-made items that should have been returned to the goblins years ago. Not to mention the meeting room rental, Harry Alt added. Irgit looked at them and slowly nodded. Harry gingerly picked up the sword and brought it to Irgit. Speaking of the room, Harry Alt said. I think our business in Gringotts is concluded. We should head back so Dobby can take us to Hogwarts to retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem. We will send Dobby with the diadem once we get it. Irgit waved to one of his runners, who gathered the pieces of the cup and stuffed them in a bag. On the way back to the room, Irgit told them they could send Dobby to the bank's front steps. He could then go to the lobby head and tell him that Irgit was expecting him. Dobby was waiting patiently when they returned to the room. Harry's and Hermione's plates, bottles, utensils, and napkins were still on the table. Hermione Alt walked over, pulled a plastic bag from her expanded bag, and stuffed everything in it. Dobby, Harry Alt said, take Harry and Hermione to where I originally called you. He turned to the two. It's a safe place where we can talk undisturbed and plan what we need to do. Considering the time, it's probably dark. You can light your wands if you want, but don't touch anything. We'll join you as fast as Dobby can come and get us. Thank you, he said to Irgit and Griphook while Dobby popped the other two teens away, for your understanding and patience with us today. May your business always be profitable. He bowed. Dobby popped back, grabbed his and Hermione's hands, and PO'd them both away. As Harry Alt had predicted, the runabout was quite dark, despite the windows in the cockpit facing Nocturne Alley. Not so surprising, when he thought about it. Harry and Hermione had not lit their wands, and were instead staring out at the devastation revealed by the moonlight just peeking over the horizon. They were sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. What happened? Hermione said, gesturing at the damage outside, bewildered. That's what we need to talk about. You've clearly been isolated from the Muggle world for a while, Harry Alt said. This is the result of an attack by aliens, as in people not born on Earth. They arrived in 2 spaceships about 10 days ago. They immediately started bombing the big cities on the planet. They intended to make abs of everyone. But, Diagon Alley. How did they find it? They didn't. It was a strafing run through London and they hit Diagon Alley without even realizing it. He paused. On the other hand, from orbit, all the wizarding areas are clearly visible. Few wizards are powerful enough to cast an illusion spell that affects people 100,000 miles away. From orbit, Hermione said, astonished. Oh, yes, Hermione Alt said. Coming down in this runabout, which is a spaceship, we took pictures of Diagon Alley. We'll show them to you later. Right now, we have to stay powered down to avoid detection by the Asgard. Which led into a brief explanation of Stargate Command and how they were responsible for the Goa'uld attack by Apophis. That led to Dr. Daniel Jackson discovering the quantum mirror, and warning Stargate Command about the coming attack. They had just concluded explaining how they had carved up the 2 Hotacs with lasers when Harry Alt and Hermione Alt received word that Thor had departed to arrange a time for the Goa'uld to meet with the SGA. The Asgardians hadn't seemed to have noticed the destroyed Hotacs, the captured Jaffa, nor the various bits of DSF equipment on Earth and at Uranus. The 2 Goa'uld had been moved through to SGC, temporarily. They had accepted the excuse that Apophis and Chloral had fled on hearing that the Asgardians were on their way. The Marines in England reported that they had captured 53 Death Eaters before the Death Eaters had stopped falling for the ambushes. They planned to try 3 more times now that the Asgard had left, and if no one arrived, they would all start insulting Voldemort non-stop. He would either have to cancel the taboo, or be incapable of coherent thought. Hearing how the DSF had defeated the Goa'uld in their reality led, naturally, to the 2 wanting to know how their alternate selves had ended up with spaceships. By the time they finished with their story of alternate Earth, Harry and Hermione were too stunned for words and it was in the wee hours of the morning. Well, Harry Alt said, as interesting as all this is, from your point of view, the first problem is riddle. We should get the diadem as soon as possible. Once that's out of the way, we can see about getting to your reality's version of the DSF. Requirement. Once you power it up, you can deal with Nagini, Riddle, and the Death Eaters once and for all. Now that the Asgard have left, we can use our medical unit to deal with your scar, Hermione Alt said as she pulled a pimps out of her expanded bag. Medical unit, Hermione said, looking at the thick book-sized block. This isn't the full medical unit, this is the portable medical problem solver. We call it PIMPS, for short. The medical unit itself we buried somewhere under the Atlantic Ocean, it should be safe there for several million years. Harry Alt moved between the pilot and co-pilot seats and reached past Harry to power up the runabout and bring light to the cockpit. Hermione Alt placed the pimps on the navigator's seat and used her wand to convert the gunner's seat to a flat surface. "Lie on this, Harry," she said, picking the pimps back up and stepping back to give him room to move past her. Harry Alt took his place in the pilot's chair and turned it to face the others. Moments later, Harry and Hermione were staring in shock and horror at the screaming black smoke face that slowly dissipated. That was in the scar. They both cried out. "Yes," Harry Alt said tiredly. "And, yes, Dumbledore knew about it when he left us with the Dursleys. He didn't know about the other Horcruxes, but he thought that the only way to destroy a Horcrux was to destroy the container, or, in our case, killing the host. Then, he would step in and kill Tom, becoming a hero greater than Merlin." Harry Alt began to get agitated and started talking louder. "That is why we had such a miserable life. Why waste time teaching us anything when he knew we had to die? I always wondered why he gave us to the Dursleys instead of someone competent. Now that I've heard the full prophecy, which my Dumbledore has never bothered to tell me, I now know he knew that Voldy had to kill us. He knew he needed a compliant patsy, someone who would look on him as a savior for getting him out of a terrible situation, who would do anything he asked. Hence sticking us with the Dursleys to keep us safe." He made air quotes with his fingers, "from the regular Death Eaters. We would have no friends, he would make sure of that, we would have no one to depend on except him. We would follow his directions and cheerfully walk to our deaths. Once we were dead, making Voldy mortal, then he could kill Voldy and get all the glory. Greater than Merlin, even. That's all we were to him, a doomed stalking goat, a pig being raised for slaughter." He stared at Harry with narrowed eyes. Then the diary came up in second year, and he knew, there were more Horcruxes out there. Did he try to find them? No. From what you've said, it wasn't until summer before sixth year that he started actively looking. His cursed arm is proof he found the Gaunt's ring Horcrux. I know it was the ring because Dobby, here, told me the rumor was that Dumbledore got cursed by a ring. Plus, from his lessons with you over the sixth year, he knew what the other Horcruxes had to be. Or he had to at least suspect what they were, Hermione said as she returned the table back to a chair. Harry stayed in the chair, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. All the memories he showed you. He clearly had collected them years or even decades before. He didn't trust Riddle, even in Hogwarts. He began tracking him way back then. Just think. Remember, he said Hepzibah Smith died in 1961. Her house elf Hoki was very old and forgetful, and claimed to have accidentally put poison into her mistress Evening Cocoa. You've seen how Winky was about getting clothes from her master. Do you think an old fiercely loyal house elf would react any better to actually killing her beloved mistress? She must have died way back in the 60s. There's no way he managed to find Hoki in 1996 and got her memory of what happened. And Morfin Gaunt. He was sent to Azkaban after Voldy killed the Riddles in 1948, while Voldy was in Hogwarts. Do you really think he somehow survived over 40 years in a place that kills most people in 10? Voldy even visited Hogwarts to apply for the DADA in 1971, yet Dumbledore doesn't think to check the castle, not even once. Especially when he knows about the Chamber of Secrets. And, Harry Alt started waving his arms angrily. From what you said about that room with chamber pots, he knew about the room of requirement. Or, at least, a room he couldn't find later. So why wasn't he searching for Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket after the diary surfaced? After all, he knew Voldy had to have them. Hepzibah Smith's family claimed they had gone missing at that time, as had Voldy. He's supposed to be brilliant, from what everyone says. So, if he did search for them, and couldn't find them, why did he think you could? After all, he lived through those times. He knew things he never mentioned that you could never find out on your own. What if the other items were as well protected as the ring? You don't know a fraction of the spells he did, yet he expects you to disarm them and secure the items. How? If not for Creature, you would never have found the locket. And would you ever have thought that Bellatrix has one in her vault? He could have had Sirius get it for him 4 years ago. Recall her black family dowry for failing to have kids or something. How would you have gotten Hufflepuff's cup from a vault in Gringotts? You haven't even finished Hogwarts. Or would you even think that one was actually at Hogwarts in the room of requirement? Ravenclaw's diadem, a golden tiara, a crown with a large blue stone. Harry and Hermione exchanged appalled looks. He was talking about Horcruxes that they hadn't even thought of, yet. It's obvious Dumbledore never did. Harry Alt snorted. Did he somehow think you were smarter than he was, that we were somehow more capable than he was? He spent years making sure we didn't learn how to analytically think. You've spent months on this, he had 5 years. Harry and Hermione were both white-faced in shock. He was obviously setting you up for failure with his lessons, so that you would have to come to him for advice, so everyone would remember him as the wise old wizard. But he didn't factor in the Death Eaters invading Hogwarts and him dying when they did. That meant that all his planning to be remembered as a great wizard was useless. It would take a miracle for you to find those Horcruxes. How did Gringotts find them? Hermione interjected. They used the locket and a like-to-like spell, Hermione Alt said dryly. Which Dumbledore could have used on the diary, the ring, or even you, Harry. Harry Alt shook his head. Then there's the fact that he's a hypocrite. He told us to always use the proper name for things, that fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. And yet he refused to call Voldy by his proper name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He refused to tell people that the much-feared Voldy was a half-blood of the meanest sort. Dumbledore wanted people to fear Voldy so it would make him look greater when he killed him. He pointed a finger at Harry, after Voldy had killed you. Plus, notice how he never told you, Hermione Alt said, that in the First War, Voldy turned his name into a taboo, just as he did this time. After nearly 2 years of avoiding saying his name because it would get you horribly tortured and killed. Even if you were behind powerful shields such as the Fidelius or Hogwarts was no protection, as by breaking the taboo, you made a hole in them that he could use. People had a really good reason to refuse to say his name. They didn't know if one of his followers would suddenly appear. Remember, they were still active for months after he was turned into a wraith by our mum. He wanted us to be in the habit of saying that name, Harry Alt said, so that Voldy could find us and kill us after he regained a body and restarted the taboo. Then Dumbledore could sweep in, save the world, and be remembered as the greatest wizard since Merlin. Except he foolishly put on a cursed ring and died. When I told my Dumbledore that I had used the goblins to hunt down the Horcruxes, he was very disappointed in me that I didn't come to him first. He said it was a very dangerous thing to do. However, every attempt I had made in that 5th year to speak to him was ignored. He refused to talk with me. And, somehow, it's all my fault. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks, again. He avoided me, too, that year, Harry said quietly. Harry, Hermione Alt said quietly, calm down. We need to get the diadem from Hogwarts. Harry Alt leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and turned to look out the front windows, fuming. Hermione Alt pulled a quill from her expanded bag and cast 2 spells on it in quick succession. All right, Harry Alt said, looking at Harry and Hermione, you want to come along, right? Harry nodded. I think I have to. I think I saw the diadem in the room of requirement in 6th year, so if I go it'll save you hours of looking. And you, Harry Alt said looking at Hermione, won't let him go alone, no more than my Hermione would let me go alone. Both girls looked at him, each with an eyebrow raised. Didn't think so. I'll stasis and marble each of you, Hermione Alt said, and use the trap spells I put on this. She held up the quill, to do the same to myself. Dobby can use his magic to dispel both spells when we arrive. Right, Dobby. Dobby nodded eagerly. Yes, other Harry Potter's Hermy. After checking the Marauders' map of Hogwarts to make sure no one was even close to the room, Dobby took them all to Hogwarts. Harry had been right. Harry Alt had forgotten just how big the room of hidden things was, and how packed with junk. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Harry to retrace his steps to the vanishing cabinet, then he had to stop and think. Quickly enough, he led them to a blistered old cupboard. On top of it was a pockmarked stone bust of Warlock wearing a dusty old wig and what looked like an ancient, discolored diadem. He started to reach for it when Hermione Alt stopped him. Wait a second, she said, then pointed her wand at the bust and transfigured it into a silver box, into which the diadem promptly fell. She flicked her wand and the lid closed shut on it. There, now it's safe to move. Harry nodded and grabbed the box. On the way out, Hermione Alt stopped them at the vanishing cabinet. She began levitating it behind them as they headed for the exit. Along the way, she told Harry and Hermione about the DSFs using vanishing cabinets to travel to the ship for those who had not yet learned apparition, as well as their range not being much greater than apparition. She then had to show Hermione the ambient-powered spell they used to keep a cabinet closed if the other one of the pair was too far away, and the spell to repair the broken cabinet. While Reparo returned the cabinet to pristine condition, it couldn't repair magic. That lack of magic in those small repaired sections was what prevented the cabinet from working properly. The cabinet repair spell pushed magic into the section of wood that had lost its magic with the Reparo. Unfortunately, you couldn't cast the magic only on those small sections, you had to cast on the entire cabinet, which meant only a tiny portion of your magic made it to where it was needed. It would take an average wizard a long time to recharge those small sections enough to bring the cabinet back into full performance. Kinda like jump starting an engine. Lots of work beforehand checking the engine, but once it starts it can easily continue, and you usually don't need to jumpstart it again, later, when you need it. Hence, Draco taking all school year to fix the broken cabinet. They also told them about the species of magical trees at the Longbottom estate from which more cabinets could be made. A few minutes later, they were in the corridor outside the room. Harry handed the box to Dobby, and off he went to Gringotts with the message that they had dealt with the fourth Horcrux, and by Harry Alt's calculation, there should only be 2 Horcruxes left, Nagini and the locket. With those disposed of, Riddle would be mortal. He agreed that the goblins double-checked that there weren't any other Horcruxes out there before destroying the locket. As soon as he left, Harry Alt was walking back and forth in front of the room, thinking of a spaceship like the one he had found in his alternate universe, floating somewhere beyond the orbit of Mars. As he started his fourth pass, an oval-shaped, recessed, metal wall with a shiny steel rim and no traces of either a handle or a seam appeared. Harry Alt grinned, as did Hermione Alt, and they both looked triumphantly at Harry's and Hermione's shocked expressions. Harry Alt turned and walked straight at the metal wall, which was a door, the other two saw, as it split diagonally in the middle, the two halves sliding silently into the walls. Whatever was on the other side of the door was dark, and they felt a wave of cold air sweep out. Harry Alt confidently walked inside, and they heard him cast a Lumos and a warming charm. Hermione Alt glanced at the other two, nodded her head at the open door, and walked through. They heard her cast the same charms. They quickly followed, the doors sliding shut behind them. A few minutes later, they were on the bridge. Harry and Hermione moved right up to the windows, and stared in awe at view of the stars out the windows, with the asteroid in the distance. Bloody hell, Harry breathed. He turned his head to look at Hermione, who was just as gobsmacked as himself. He looked over at the two others, who were grinning at him. Hermione Alt sighed, and moved to one of the tables with glass-like tops, and their chairs, that were arranged across room. She sat, pulled her command stone off her robes, and started querying the ship on its condition. Harry Alt joined the other two at the windows. Lee Jordan and the twins were the backbone of the defensive space force, at first. The rest of the DA ended up coming onto the ship, first to escape Umbridge, then because it offered us everything we had wanted in life, the ability to do whatever interested us without having to worry about working at a job we didn't like. Cho Chong and Marietta Edgecombe became our pilots and navigators. Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley are our combat officers. Zachariah Smith took up navigation and navigation research. Angelina Johnson, Padma Patil, Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot are in charge of our computer systems and ship's library, and Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones delved into medical. We pay them with the gold bars you saw. He followed that with an explanation of the demolecularizer keeping the ship clean, which led them to the molecularizer, conjurer, they found, which they decided to call the replicator to keep things from becoming too confusing. He included that the unit could replicate magical objects, but without their magic. Ruined objects could be replicated, and then powered up without issue. Hermione alt stood. I'm going to the engine room to give the DSF a destination for the naquadah we need. We should have the ship completely powered up in about an hour. Harry alt started explaining about the ship, how they used the replicator, and what they had done in playing around with being spacemen, using Star Wars and a dozen other space franchises as models. Both were amazed at the lightsabers, although for different reasons. At about 45 minutes, the bridge came to life from its low power, cold, almost off state. It would take a few hours to bring up the temperature, though. Harry alt looked around, grinned, and continued explaining some of the things they had done, and their current strategy regarding the Goa'uld, moving some of the weapon platforms and fueling depots to other star systems, and arranging for some of the magical species to move to other planets where there weren't any wizards to bother them. It was another hour before Hermione alt returned. I was setting up the replicator with a few jobs, she explained at seeing his curious look. She handed several gold bars to Harry and Hermione. Changing several of the barracks into prisons for the Death Eaters, she explained, with a thin veneer of stone over the steel. The runes will already be in place, we'll just need a few minutes to activate them to expand the space as needed. The walls also have the warnings about not disapparating or using portkeys. I also instructed one of the fueling depots at Uranus to convert itself to prison base large enough for the prisoners we have. It should be finished in a week. She gave Harry alt a significant look. The Death Eaters in their universe had gone through trials in the Ministry, after the DSF had put up strong and reinforced anti-apparition and anti-portkey jinxes. Unfortunately, in this universe, Riddle was in control of the United Kingdom. They couldn't turn the prisoners over to the Ministry, any prisoners they turned over would simply be freed. Which meant the prisoners had to remain in their hands until a new government was in control, one not at the mercy of the purebloods. This universe's Harry and Hermione would not be able to supervise the prisoners and maintain the spells keeping the prisoners from trying to escape. They did not have a small army supporting them, an army that had trained for months at taking the battle to the Death Eaters. The two were, at this point, the only ones who knew of the potential of the DSF. Getting the others, who had made up the alternates, Space Force and Army, would be difficult. Several had graduated, others had fled the country, the rest were trapped in a hostile Hogwarts. Many of the werewolves had flocked to the banner of better treatment that Voldy had offered them. They were still heavily discriminated against, but they were no longer banned from getting employment or housing. On the other hand, they would find it ridiculously easy to recruit Muggle-borns and half-bloods from all over the world once word got out about the DSF. The Goa'uld attack, when they heard about it, would be a big motivator for all those with one foot in the Muggle world. In the meantime, though, the two would be dependent on help from the alternate universe. Unfortunately, the time limit of 47 hours to work in this reality, with an hour cushion, before heading to their home reality would be a big handicap in their efforts. Harry alt and Hermione alt knew this meant that a large number of the Death Eaters would have to be kept in the prison barracks. Naturally, they would arrogantly ignore the warnings and use one of the two methods to escape, only to find themselves dying in a vacuum, millions of miles from any planet. I instructed a second to make a spider base, a third to make a dozen runabouts, a fourth a squadron of XE wings, a fifth a squadron of X wings, and a sixth to make 8 dropcraft. Those will start those orders when they finish duplicating themselves, then resume duplicating when they finish. She glanced back at the other two. Those bars should prove your story when you approach the others about getting on the ship. She reached into her pocket and handed them command stones. What followed was a detailed lesson on how to use the stones to control the ship, as well as communicate with each other. Also, I stopped by the room of requirement entrance and contacted the Marines, she said. Voldemort's name is no longer a taboo, it seems, she explained. The Marines have either worn him down or he ran out of minions to send on those hunts. The total is 66 Death Eaters, only half of whom are marked. They are now marbleized and awaiting transport. Unfortunately, they couldn't do the ambushes too close together, or even the dim-witted pure bloods would have quickly figured out that the wizards saying, Voldemort, were traps. So, to kill time between ambushes, they interrogated the captured Death Eaters. They now know the locations of the camps the Muggle-borns and their families are in, as well as several of their safe houses and supply caches. She smirked. The Marines didn't even have to use their Felix Felicis gel tabs after the first hour of ambushes. They have plenty left. So, that being the case, I gave the Marines the go-ahead to clean out all those locations. They will marbleize all the people in the camps and safe houses, both the incarcerated and the guards, and move them to the requirement 2 for later interrogation and access to medical pimps. I further told them that if they managed to finish that before 6 in the morning, local time, and they still had any gel tabs left, they were to take the ministry and then capture the incoming ministry workers as they came in for their day to start. She glanced at Harry and Hermione. It shouldn't be difficult to take the ministry, she explained. The Marines' cloaking tech will allow them to infiltrate without anyone knowing they are there. The first Marine to go down will use the telephone booth from the street, then put up silencing charms and an illusion of an empty entry while the others follow. From there, it will be easy to cover the rest of the ministry, floor by floor while one platoon keeps watch on the flows. Once ministry people stop arriving, the Marines will start interrogating them to find out who are Imperiist, who are Quislings, and who are supporters of the Death Eater agenda. There's already an X-Wing on the way with the marbles they have, so far, Hermione Alt said. We can mass untransfigure them, then renervate them. And the same for the captured Jaffa, Harry said. She nodded. Yes. The X-Wing pilots started transfiguring them as soon as they started capturing them to cut down on possibilities they might try to escape and for easier handling. They have just over 15,000 marbles. Harry's and Hermione's mouths dropped open. 15,000. Hermione said breathlessly. Harry Alt just shrugged. Given the size of the ships, several times larger than the Enterprise aircraft carrier, I was surprised that they only had 10,000 Jaffa in each ship, the first time we ran into them. The two frowned at the difference in numbers. The armies and air forces of the world have been putting up a stiff resistance, it seems, Hermione Alt said. The other two just exchanged glances. They explained everything to Harry and Hermione, including how they had freed the Jaffa from their primitives and gained new allies as a result. In fact, that might be the best approach for those two, free the Jaffa who want to be free. Harry and Hermione, in their version of the requirement, would need to go to Chulak to get the Stargate and dismantle any Hotaks that were there before anyone realized that Apophis and his son Chloral were not coming back. Fortunately, they could hold off on that for a few weeks. Not being the home to the Tory meant they would escape notice from the Goa'uld for a while, and it was doubtful that the Goa'uld would organize a fleet just to take over a planet with Jaffa on it. Leaving a medical unit, some weapon platforms, and securing the safety of their families, would go a long way towards earning the Jaffa's loyalty. The platforms, of course, would have instructions to replicate themselves to an adequate number, say 1,000, to protect the planet from being seized by another Goa'uld when they realized Apophis was dead. That assumed that there was at least one Hotak at the planet. The delay in going to Chulak would give the GCU they had brought through the mirror time to construct a duplicate of itself as well as another medical unit. You can see that even if we only get a fraction of them to defect to helping us, it's still a very large number. The Jaffa, at least, would stay put until arrangements could be made to return them home. Or they could simply leave all the prisoners as marbles, couldn't they? That would require a lot less work and give them more leeway. It would also let this reality's Harry and Hermione make the decisions. Harry and Hermione quickly agreed to that strategy. As soon as the X-Wing arrived and was parked in a storage area converted to a hangar, Hermione Alt moved both ships to over England, within apparition range, for Harry's and Hermione's convenience. While she did that, Harry Alt and the X-Wing pilot put the marbleized prisoners in their respective barracks. They left them as marbles, of course. This universe's Harry and Hermione would deal with the prisoners, both Death Eaters and Jaffa, later. Harry Alt and Hermione Alt had already told them how they had convinced a large number of the Jaffa that their God wasn't one, and that they could remove the primitives so the Jaffa could have normal lives. Then Hermione Alt led them to the replicator room. Alright, before we do anything else, we need to get the two of you suited up, Hermione Alt explained. She glanced at the other two, and smirked. If you haven't guessed by now, she said as she started to strip off her armored robes and clothes. Harry and I are in a relationship. I don't know if you two are. It sounds like you two aren't. So, don't look if it bothers you. Harry was blushing madly and looking everywhere but at Hermione Alt. Hermione, on the other hand, studied how close-fitting the spacesuit was. Hermione Alt climbed up on the platform and laid down. Computer, she said. Scan the suit that I am wearing and prepare a replica for the other Hermione. Save the pattern for adjusting to other females. There was a flash of light, and a light on a panel turned green. She got back off the platform and started dressing. Then it was Harry Alt's turn. It was Hermione's turn to look away in embarrassment while Harry studied the form-fitting suit. Then they replicated two of the lightsabers. Both Harrys went into a different room so Harry Alt could assist Harry in putting on the suit the very first time, and fill him in on some of the idiosyncrasies of the suit, including the hoverboard. The Hermiones did the same in the replicator room. There now, Hermione Alt said once they were together. Again, you are protected against almost anything the Muggles can throw at you, as well as most minor spells. Practice with both putting up and taking down the helmet until it feels natural, Harry Alt said. The same goes for the hoverboards. He stopped and looked at the two. They have saved our lives. Make sure both Ginny and Luna get suited as soon as possible. She shook her head. As Harry mentioned before, those two are our combat specialists. They can out-duel everyone in the DSF in one-on-one encounters, and they both usually win with multiple opponents, too. Make sure to find as many military Muggle-borns as you can. They are the mainstay of our Marines. Tell them they will be taking the fight to the Goa'uld. And learn the Fidelius as soon as possible. You can use it to hide your involvement with this high-tech stuff from both the Muggles and the Wizards. Harry Alt said. Hermione Alt raised an eyebrow. Actually, why not cast that right now? Quickly enough, they had cast two Fidelius charms on Harry and Hermione. They were nearly the same as the ones they had cast on themselves. Only Defensive Space Force crew members know that this reality's Harry James Potter, also known as the Boy Who Lived, is a magical being, a wizard, and started the Defensive Space Force, and is now the head of it. The other was, only Defensive Space Force crew members know that this reality's Hermione Jane Granger, is a magical being, a witch, an officer of the Defensive Space Force, and number 1, the executive officer, first officer, to Harry James Potter of the Defensive Space Force. After some discussion, they decided to cast a third Fidelius, with Dobby. Only Defensive Space Force crew members know that some crew members of the Defensive Space Force are wizards, witches, werewolves, or other magical beings that can cast magic. They also informed Dobby that he was officially a member of the Defensive Space Force and that they expected him to wear a uniform when he was on duty, and his duty was to take care of Harry and Hermione. At the moment, though, they didn't have a uniform for the House Elves. They would inquire of the House Elves in their alternate universe to see what opinions they had. They also would have a spacesuit made for the House Elves and bring that design back with them. Why they hadn't thought to make one for their House Elves mystified them, especially Hermione Alt. We'll give you a complete review of everything you need to know, both written and in memories, tomorrow when we return, Harry Alt concluded. In the meantime, get a good night's sleep. Then Harry Alt and Hermione Alt bade their doppelgangers goodbye for the day, left the ship via the room, and apparated to the runabout. Harry and Hermione would remain aboard the ship to get some sleep in a place they knew was completely safe, and to talk things over and assimilate everything they had learned. They had, after all, been up since dawn, and their alternates had contacted them in late afternoon, and it was now in the wee hours of the morning. They also had a couple of the communicators to contact any of the DSF personnel, if they had questions. Once back on the runabout, Harry Alt and Hermione Alt headed to Stargate Agency and through the mirror for their night's sleep. With the preparations and planning from before they went through the mirror, they had been up for much longer than their counterparts. They hoped going back through the mirror for 8 hours would reset the time to entropic cascade failure back to 0, and give them a full 48 hours next time. Plus, that would also give time for Angelina, Cho, and Zachariah time to gather the records they needed to prepare a complete download of everything, memories included, that they had done on the ship since getting it. Which would help Harry and Hermione of this reality cope with the future, and avoid some of the mistakes the SGC had made in their reality. Once at SGA, they parked the runabout in Harry Alt's expanded bag and headed inside. Stargate Agency was once more teeming with American soldiers, and bustling with activity as they repaired the damage done in fighting the Jaffa. It would take days, if not weeks, of hard work. The duo once more met with Lieutenant General Hammond. He was clearly running on coffee and stubbornness at this point. Most of the United States government is intact, they all safely evacuated to underground bunkers shortly after the attacks began. So did most of the other governments. He sighed and ran his hands over his face. The Air Force is non-functional. At this point, almost all the airfields are destroyed, and most of the planes were shot down. The same is true for the civilian airports and planes. The Army is enforcing martial law. The Goa'uld pretty much ignored the Navy except for the ports, which they heavily bombed and strafed. The worst damage was in the big cities, they were the easiest targets. The Goa'uld seemed mostly interested in random destruction and terrorizing the populace. He shook his head. It'll take decades to recover. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. The Marines that had come through earlier had also brought pimps with them, and left them with the SGA. Get as many of those pimps out as fast as possible, Harry said. Now that the medical unit is emplaced and powered, it can save anyone you can get to one. I'll have 1,000 of them beamed to the front gate to the mountain in a few minutes. The GCU is currently duplicating itself and making a few other things. Once those are finished in a few weeks, it can start supplying food to prevent famine. Unfortunately, both the GCU and the medical unit need one of our people on hand to direct the beaming. There are a few conditions on our help, though, Hermione said. The general gave them a sharp look. No discrimination is allowed on who or who cannot be treated by the pimps. No telling any group that they have to wait for everyone else, first. It should always be first come, first served. Triage based on the severity of the wounds or ailments is allowed, however. We don't want someone bleeding to death from a severed arm while a person with a broken tooth is treated first. The same is true for the food drops. You can't avoid certain populations just because you're a bigot or don't like them for religious reasons. Countries or groups that do restrict the pimps or food drops will no longer receive either. The general nodded. Those seemed fair enough conditions. The next thing you need to know is that we aren't a part of the United States Armed Forces, or even citizens of that country. The general leaned back in shock. Our people have been living alongside the other realities people, all across the globe, for thousands of years, hidden in our own enclaves and hiding in plain sight. We have our own governments, police forces, and disputes. He shook his head. As I told our Lieutenant General Hammond, we have special technology, some of which we only recently discovered. An example of that technology was how we brought our X-Wing fighters, medical unit, general construction unit, fueling depots, and weapon platforms through the mirror. He cleared his throat. We did use extremely powerful lasers to shoot down the Death Gliders and take apart the Hotaks. He paused. We did manage to contact our people in this reality. We weren't sure they would even be here, Harry admitted. Our people in this reality have yet to fully exploit what they know, and we will be helping bring them up to speed. So, we will be going back and forth for a few days. There are problems with an insurgency that our government on this side of the mirror needs assistance in rounding up. We've gone through this before, years ago, so we know what to tell the government to set things right, quickly. Then he explained that their people had not even noticed the Goa'uld activity, and had been quite surprised when told of the invasion. While one of their hidden locations had been accidentally hit by the Jaffa, their government had attributed the damage to an attack by the insurgency. In view of the potential threat to them, their people would be gearing up to deal with the Goa'uld, as their alternate reality was doing at present. For the time being, Harry suggested, the mirrors remain in the hands of both Stargate Command and Stargate Agency until SGA's first group of international X-Wing fighter pilots completed their training, as well as setting up the Stargate Agency on the Moon with ring transports. The design of the two bases, one in Cheyenne Mountain, the other on the Moon, would closely match the setup at Stargate Command. The new location would be kept a secret, just as it was at Stargate Command. No one would know they weren't in Cheyenne Mountain. However, once those objectives were complete, their Lieutenant General Hammond had already ordered that the mirror in their reality be destroyed. Instead, the DFS would take the mirror when SGC declared they were through with it. The DSF would continue to use it until the insurgency on this side of the mirror was dealt with, and their people were ready to deal with the SGA and the rest of their world on their own. That would probably take a month, possibly more. Because the SGA had been experimenting with their mirror previously, what the SGA did with it after that was up to them. Harry did suggest they work closely with this world's version of the DFS to help prevent calamities. Harry and Hermione did not explain their plans for the SGC's mirror once the DSF had it, beyond using it to assist this reality's version of their people. When they came back through the mirror tomorrow, they told Hammond they would bring 4 platoons of Marines from the Dogon with them to deal with the insurgency. They explained that the platoons currently in the SGA facility would return to their reality. They didn't explain that by that time the requirements platoons should have cleaned up the Muggle-born camps, as well as cleaned out the safe houses and secret supply locations. If things went well, they would have all the Death Eaters and prisoners aboard the requirement too. Hopefully, by that time, they would also have control of the ministry. If not, then that became the Dogon's Marines' first objective. They would land in the destroyed part of Nocturne Alley, then use the flows in some of the surviving stores to slip into the ministry, just as they had planned. It would be more difficult, at first, but with the invisibility tech, they should be able to do it rather quickly. Once the ministry fell, they would leave 1 platoon there and the other 3 platoons would move on to secure Hogsmeade and then Hogwarts. That shouldn't be that difficult considering both of those locations probably had only a few Death Eaters in place and were depending on getting reinforcements from the ministry. After bringing the Major General up to date, they went through the mirror and updated Lieutenant General Hammond with the story they had told the other Hammond about an insurgency. There was news waiting for them when they returned to the requirement. It's Machello, the Dendered SG-1 found on the planet Tonum, Commodore Jordan told them. He's apparently been quite busy over the last month since his waking from stasis and rescue. Between the time of his agreeing to help SG-1 and now, he has been hard at work on a new way to combat the Goa'uld. His previous method of delivery to his targets was too cumbersome. With our help, he has managed to create a virus that is undetectable by the Goa'uld, and thus, unable for them to resist once infected. As we had hoped to do, he and his team, along with our experts, managed to make it render the Goa'uld brain dead so that only their autonomous abilities are functional. So, any infected host renders the adult Goa'uld incapable of conscious action, and the host regains complete control. He grinned. Primitives who reach the end of their juvenile period and start to wake in Jaffa are stopped as soon as they begin to wake, leaving the Jaffa unharmed and with an intact Goa'uld immune system. He sighed. Unfortunately, SGC doesn't want to use it because of the impact on their potential allies, the Takra. But in this other universe, maybe it would be worth releasing there. He paused, then continued, once we get it in production, we could inject it in the captured Jaffa who don't want to join the resistance. We could start by going to one of the dead worlds and dialing up all the known addresses for Goa'uld worlds and sending through groups of infected Jaffa. We could memory charm them to think they were fleeing an attacking force to an Apophis-friendly ally, but they misdialed. They could almost hear his grin over the comms. The virus is airborne and highly virulent, so all they need to do is spend some time with other Jaffa to ensure it spreads. Even if where they go ends up executing them for daring to come to that world, the virus would still have a foothold. With a gestation time of only a few days, there would be plenty of time for it to spread quite far before any of the Goa'uld began to notice. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. I suggest we keep that in mind if things go tits up in our reality, Harry said, but we'll need to discuss this with the other Harry and Hermione to see what they say. Hermione frowned. How about using a drone to fly around a facility and spray the virus? How long can the virus remain viable in the air? A drone could cover more territory quickly, especially if we equip it with an infrared camera to track where the most activity is. Give the drone a small computer to seek out places like mess halls and barracks, or even just stay close to the Stargate to infect people as they enter or leave. With invisibility tech, it could basically hide there until the battery died, which we can make last months. I'll see if I can put a priority on that using drones to spread the virus, Lee said. Then it was their turn to give Lee a briefing on what they had done with their alternates, and the tentative plans they had made on the way back from London. Especially those regarding beginning the search for Riddle. Unfortunately, they knew from previous experience that the requirements computers could not distinguish Death Eaters from other magical wizards and witches. Adding to that difficulty was that Voldy appeared to be staying at Malfoy Manor, which was currently unplottable and, thus, invisible to the requirement to without a beacon emplaced. They would have to wait for Riddle to reveal himself, somewhere else. On the other hand, could they plant beacons around the perimeter and maybe beam the entire plot of land, house and all, into space? Once the DSF had the mirror, they intended to use it to take back any of the alternate Earths the Goa'uld controlled, or prevent the Goa'uld from succeeding if they were in the process of invading. While it was debatable if the Goa'uld could find the wizards and witches, why take the chance? Now that they had some experience in dealing with alternate realities, tiny though it was, they could get a jump on what they needed to do in each one. Besides, it made for excellent training for their realities pilots and marines, and possibly others. Lee and the rest of the command group would flesh out those plans, as needed, overnight. Not to mention improving them. Then it was time for the two to head for bed before they collapsed. The invigoration drafts were about to wear off. Despite the very early morning start to their day, changing time zones back and forth, the lateness of the night in England, and the hours spent in briefing and debriefing, Harry and Hermione woke in mid-morning, Cheyenne Mountain time. During their quick breakfast they discovered that Lee had sent the Dogon's Marines through not long after Harry and Hermione had returned. The night staff at the ministry had been easy for a platoon of the requirements Marines to take over. Then they had captured the other employees as they had shown up to work. By the time work at the ministry was scheduled to start they had all 4 platoons there, with several Marines at each entry point. In the meantime, the Dogon's Marines had been more than happy to handle taking over Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. The alarms the Death Eaters had set in Hogsmeade in an attempt to catch undesirables 1 and 2, or anyone out past curfew, played right into their hands. The alarms were quite handy in directing the Death Eaters right into the ambushes set by the Marines. Most of the Death Eaters had never even realized they were under attack before being stunned and marbleized. The operation had been rather quick, as the Hogsmeade residents had been asleep until the alarms sounded. That meant most had been still groggy from sleep, allowing for quick and easy infiltration. Also, most of those responding had come from the ministry, whose pool of responders had been radically reduced due to the taboo ambushes. Once that was finished and they had marbleized another dozen, both Death Eaters and their active helpers, they had called on Dobby for assistance. He had been more than happy to pop one of them to the room of requirement, who then made a portal to Hogsmeade. In short order they had 3 platoons of Marines in the castle, and quickly rounded up the Death Eater professors in residence, including Snape. Again, an easy task as everyone in the school had been asleep. They had simultaneously invaded each of the houses, and immediately started interrogating everyone to find out who had been Imperious, who were Quislings, and who were supporters of the Death Eater agenda. Veritaserum was used. Anyone with a dark mark, or who had actively helped the Death Eaters, had been marbleized. Special attention was paid to students as to who had been reluctant to harm other students and who had relished the power given to them by the new professors. If they enjoyed casting the Imperious, the Crucius, and other curses meant to harm on students, or they demanded say, Dodul favors, or other unsavory favors, to not cast those on particular students, they were marbleized and put with the Death Eaters. The same questioning was being administered to the people in both Hogsmeade and the ministry. This was a simple, yet tedious process. They had known they would be interrogating everyone and had brought through more than enough Veritaserum. As with the students, the ones who had voluntarily used unforgivables on others were quickly marbleized and set aside for trials under the laws as established before the Death Eater rebels had taken over the ministry. A large number of students from Slytherin were going to be spending the rest of their lives with all the Death Eaters in a prison ship orbiting Uranus, Harry knew. No easily escapable Azkaban for them. The students would be sent there because if they hadn't wanted to hurt the other students, they couldn't have cast the Crucio, for example. As Bellatrix had told this world's Harry, you need to mean them, Potter. You need to really want to cause pain. To enjoy it. Righteous anger won't hurt me for long. The Veritaserum would reveal if they had enjoyed torturing their fellow students. If they did, then they were too dangerous to not be in prison. Naturally, there might be mitigating circumstances, such as a victim being happy to cast the crucio on someone who had been a bully to him or her, as this alternate world's Harry had tried to do that one time in the ministry. The Imperious, likewise, might be excused if the student feared the punishments from their professor, depending on the exact circumstances and the actions commanded. As a result, between the Dogon Marines taking Hogsmeade and Hogwarts and the Requirement Marines baiting the Death Eaters and then taking over both the Muggle camps and the Ministry, the DSF Marines had reduced Voldemort to being trapped in the Malfoy Manor with only a handful of followers in attendance. They thought he hadn't even been told, yet, of what was happening. No one wanted to the bearer of such bad news, the punishment would probably be death by crucio. Interrogating the students at Hogwarts had allowed them to find those who knew where Malfoy Manor was. It might be unplottable, but that didn't mean no one knew where it was, just that you couldn't find it on a map. As soon as they finished their interrogations, they had more than one volunteer who was happy to show them the manor's location via a pensieve. 2 platoons quickly surrounded the manor, and set up location beacons. Just as the Death Eaters had known that the Black House was on Grimald Street, just not exactly where on the street. They knew the manor was inside their perimeter, just not exactly where. Shortly before Harry and Hermione woke in the morning that day, the Ministry, Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts were all under their control. Hogsmeade and Hogwarts had a platoon each, the Ministry had 2 platoons to maintain control. The other 4 platoons of Marines, 126, had managed to cast anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and a stasis charm over the manor. Voldemort would not be going anywhere to either cause problems or escape. The goblins had not been idle that night, either. According to them, an hour later, there were no more Horcruxes outside of Malfoy Manor. The Marines cancelled stasis for the few seconds needed for the goblins to verify that all the Horcruxes except the locket and snake were, indeed, gone. The Marines re-established the stasis charm. The goblins went back to Gringotts and destroyed the locket. Later, Harry and Hermione decided, after telling the alternate world's Harry and Hermione what was planned, to move the requirement to its maximum beaming range from England. Marines would cancel the stasis once more and have the requirement beam every snake inside the ring of transponders into space to the other side of its maximum beaming range. Well beyond the range of any conventional portkey or apparition. At the same time, they would have Dobby check the mansion for any prisoners, and rescue them. He would know if Voldemort was trying to fool everyone by taking over one of the prisoners. Even if the snake Horcrux somehow managed to portkey back to a safe location, the magic holding the Horcrux from passing on would be gone. Seconds later, so would be the Horcrux. That would leave Voldemort mortal. Then they would broadcast that information via sonorous into the manor, and offer 1 million galleons and total amnesty to the wizard or witch who killed Voldemort. The only condition would be that the survivors would have to swear on their lives and magic that they were not Voldemort, nor a host to Voldemort's wraith. They doubted that anyone would get the drop on Voldemort, but it would reduce the number of opponents they found when they stormed the manor. While several might team up, as soon as they verified Voldemort was dead, they would probably turn on each other rather than share the bounty. With luck, he would be the only one alive by that time. If he was the only one alive, then they would have the requirement beam him into space. Having his magic stripped from him during the beaming should do the trick. So, at the moment, 1 platoon of Dogon Marines patrolled each of Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts. 2 platoons of Requirement Marines patrolled the Ministry, with the other 2 watching Malfoy Manor. The Marines from the Susong and Galileo were getting a good night's sleep after preparing to take over at the 36-hour mark, which would be in another 8 hours. Harry and Hermione spent an hour loading up vials with memories of the missions they had covered, as well as many of the discoveries they had made about the Requirement, Stargate Command, and things they had done in their world to integrate with the Muggles. Armed with a pensieve and a set of computer records and plans for the other requirement, they headed back to England. This time, rather than in London, they landed in a partially complete landing bay on the other requirement, and apparated to the bridge. Dobby, when called, was more than happy to see if the other Harry and Hermione were awake. Yet, they had had a rather late night and weren't in the best of shape, either. While the other two were getting themselves together, Hermione Alt updated the ship's library on what its counterpart already had in its files, including all the items, both magical and not, that they had scanned into the replicator in their universe. The rune stones to protect their spaceships were one set of very important items for the replicator. They would have to wait for the requirement to be completely made over into its Battlestar configuration before they could be activated. Fortunately, that wasn't a dangerous situation, given that the Goa'uld Hotax had been captured. Harry Alt informed the Marines that they were in the ship but wanted to update this universe's Harry and Hermione before proceeding to eliminate Voldemort. The X-Wing pilots had not been idle after the Asgard ship left. As soon they couldn't pick up the ship on their instruments, they had started broadcasting prepared messages on multiple frequencies. The messages announced that they were part of the defensive space force and interested only in driving off the attacking Goa'uld. They rotated the broadcasts through the top 50 languages known around the world. They also broadcast that they had medical units that could treat any disease and restore lost limbs to victims of violence or accidents. For that, they said, the governments should contact the Stargate Agency, currently associated with U.S. government, for instructions on getting the units delivered to them. The US, England, Europe, and India had already started getting deliveries of those items. Areas needing food assistance were also told to contact the SGA, and food would be delivered. Plus, they explained that a world government would be needed to deal with the Goa'uld and other galactic civilizations going forward. Any nation that didn't want to abide by the new laws regarding their citizens' rights to life, liberty, and their pursuit of happiness would have their access to the pimps removed, and would not share in the other benefits. Wars with other nations were not allowed. If they couldn't stay inside their current borders, or they couldn't obey the new laws, they would be taken over and a government that could obey them would be installed. It might not happen immediately, but it would happen. Ginny and Luna had been busy, too. They had swiftly recruited their counterparts into the core of this world's DSF. With the help of the house elves and professors, they had managed to contact the families of the half-bloods and bring them to the castle. Most of the surviving Muggle-borns and their families had been treated by pimps for their physical injuries, but many would need to spend years in therapy. The Marines, of course, had been bragging about the things they had done during their interrogations of the obvious non-Death Eaters. They loved the incredulous looks they got when they said they were Muggle-borns, half-bloods, and squibs who had been forced out of the wizarding world. They had joined the DSF when they discovered that they were wanted, no needed, to clean up the wizarding world, as well as fight the invaders from space. The squibs, especially, had loved becoming full wizards and witches. It was their subtle way of recruiting. They had a lot of volunteers. Ginny and Luna had brought televisions across the mirror that were shielded from magic. They had reflected the screens onto mirrors several yards across and placed them in Hogwarts' Great Hall and the Three Broomsticks, and the Leaky Cauldron. It took only a few hours of watching the broadcasts from the BBC to convince everyone of the reality of an invasion from space. That in the X-Wing fighters parked on Hogwarts' lawn, in at the edge of Hogsmeade Village, and in the destroyed section of Nocturne Alley. A demonstration strafing run at the edge of the Forbidden Forest from an X-Wing so high they couldn't see it had proven to the students, and adults from Hogsmeade, that Muggles could not be ignored. Especially when the X-Wing went invisible. And all this was while both Harry's and Hermione's had been sleeping. Harry and Hermione were amazed at the pensieve made by the ship. Weeks' worth of rune carving done in seconds. All it needed was powering up with magic. The memories, on the other hand, were simply astounding. Watching a duel between Luna Alt and Ginny Alt was jaw-dropping. It was here that Hermione had an epiphany. Let me see if I understand this right, she started. You can't stay here more than 48 hours if, and only if, you have an alternate already here. She waited for their nods. So, what if our Ginny and Luna go to your world while your Ginny and Luna come to ours? That would give us your Ginny's and Luna's continuous expertise in our world while our Ginny and Luna learn everything they need to learn in yours without interruptions of having to rush back and forth, without having to worry about any restrictions on their time. The two alts shared chagrined looks. They could easily do that with many of the X-Wing pilots. Hermione all promptly exited the memory they were in to pass the suggestion to the DSF and see if everyone else thought it a good idea. And to have someone relay the option to Lee. Harry Alt stayed in the pensieve to help the other two work their way through the important memories, such as how they had convinced the Jaffa that their gods were fake, and converted them back to humans. He also told them about the virus they had developed, and that it could be offered to the Jaffa as a way to keep their current sleeping Goa'uld until they died a natural death. Which could be a very long time away. The infected Jaffa would have to stay in quarantine for several weeks, but that would be the only drawback. He also shared that the ship could make anyone a magical by adding the proper gene groups. As a result, they should hunt up all the squibs they could find and recruit them with the promise to make them full magicals. The Marines were already doing with the ones they had freed, and made them magicals, first, so they would know they weren't being conned or scammed. It took hours to tour all the memories. On the other hand, the memories were days long, altogether, so it was a great time saver. 3/4 of the way through, Hermione Alt returned to the pensieve. It's done, she said. Voldemort is no more. I even checked the prophecy sphere in the ministry. It's dark. All three of the other exchanged celebratory looks, with both Harry and Harry Alt exclaiming, yes. At the same time. Also, most of the Wizengamot is marbleized as Death Eaters or Death Eater sympathizers. Unfortunately, all of the werewolves are also marbleized, most for things they did while the ministry was under Voldemort, the remainder for safety's sake until we can get a base station at Uranus. She sighed. At the moment, we have Wizarding Britain under martial law. She looked at Harry. Sorry, Harry, but it looks like you are gonna be the Minister for Magic for the foreseeable future. She looked at Hermione. And you're the senior undersecretary. Harry sat down in shock. Hermione nearly joined him. Minister. Harry said wonderingly. She shrugged. Every time someone asked who was in charge, the Marines said Harry Potter. When they asked further, the Marines said you were sleeping after convincing the ICW to cancel their invasion plans for England for all the incidents of the Statute of Secrecy being broken by Voldemort. ICW. Hermione said, aghast. Apparently, according to Ginny, they were slowly building up a consensus to do just that late this coming summer. Hermione Alt sighed. As soon as the Marines had control of the ministry, she apparently went to the French government and talked to Fleur Delacour's father. He contacted the French minister and relayed that Voldemort was being taken care of, and that the chaos from the invasion from space by the Jaffa would keep the Muggle governments occupied for some time. That was when she learned that the ICW was considering it. Hermione shook her head. They knew a war of some kind was going on in the Muggle world, but not that it was an actual invasion from space. She told them we already controlled the ministry, as well as having his headquarters completely surrounded. Naturally, she's telling them right now that Voldemort has been verified as not only merely dead, he's really most sincerely dead, as the prophecy regarding him being alive had gone dark. But, Harry said, Minister. Hermione Alt smirked. It'll be easy. Just require that every ministry employee sign a magical contract that they won't accept anything that might be considered a bribe. That they will deal honestly and fairly with any magical being that they come into contact with, that they will try to execute their duties as honestly and faithfully as they can manage, and that they will not join or encourage any group or organization that wants to violently overthrow the ministry or unfairly discriminate against any magical beings. Unfairly discriminate, Hermione said. Hermione Alt shrugged. Refusing to hire a merfolk to install flow connections is reasonable when they can't maneuver on land. Then, anyone elected to the Wizengamot must sign a contract that they will work for the betterment of all magical beings, and to laws that treat all magical beings the same, where possible. She paused. Lee has a team working on both those contracts right now. He should have something ready by the tomorrow. She smiled. That, and in every Wizengamot trial the accused will be given Veritaserum and have to give a magical vow that they are telling the truth, with copies of any pertinent memories being displayed. She smiled. No more will pure bloods have the advantage, all laws will be applied to every being, equally, in the court. The jurors will have to sign a magical contract that they will base their trial decision on the facts in the case and not on the individuals involved. Unless such facts are pertinent to the case, such as a serial shoplifter, thief, rapist, arsonist, etc., of course. Again, So pure bloods won't have the advantage. The other two stared at her. Well, she concluded, let's get back to these memories. She waved her hand at the frozen scene currently on view. We'll be leaving these with you for reference, this is just so you know what they contain. Tomorrow, she said, Harry, you'll have to make an appearance at the ministry. Harry looked properly horrified. They had the full complement of Marines from the Dogon in the ministry that day. 10 Marines were posted on 8 floors, 20 in the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables were very annoyed at that, but the alternative was to be locked out completely. Several had tried to confuse the Marines to allow them in, and had been very surprised that their spells did nothing. Those Unspeakables were marbleized. The rest complied with instructions, and the remaining 27 Marines were on level 8, most of whom were in the atrium. And the atrium at the ministry was packed with reporters, ministry personnel, and important English, Scottish, and Irish wizards and witches. There were also a couple of wizards from Continental News parchments. To say Harry was nervous was a drastic understatement. Harry Alt was on the stage with him, but with his helmet closed so no one could see that he was also a Harry. Both Hermiones were on the stage as well, with Hermione Alt's helmet up, too. Naturally, Harry and Hermione were wearing their new combat suits, with armor, under their robes. Harry took a steadying breath. They had spent hours on the speech he was about make, and his suit was projecting a copy of it in front of him that only he could see. Last August, Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, he paused for his audience to finish their shock at hearing the wizard's name instead of a euphemism, took over the ministry. As you know, I was immediately branded as undesirable number 1, with Hermione as number 2. It didn't take him long before detention camps for Muggle-borns were established under the accusation that they had stolen their magic from real wizards and witches. A stupid accusation, as if a non-magical could steal a magical's magic. How could they even do that? Plus, if a non-magical Muggle can steal your magic, doesn't that prove they are better at magic than you are? Then the persecution began for anyone who was deemed not good enough for the new ministry-approved Wizarding Society. He was destroying magical society in England, because that is what he was doing, without Muggle-borns, who would replace them as the clerks in stores, the manufacturing workers, the farmers. Can you imagine Mr. Malfoy, for example, letting his son take a job as a menial because there is no one else to do the work and all the management positions already had purebloods in them? Besides, if everyone is a pure blood, then being a pure blood means nothing. He paused as the crowd took that in. While this was happening, Hermione, he turned to look at her, Ron Weasley, who was nowhere in sight, and I were searching for a way to destroy Voldy. After all, it was said that only I could do that, and they were the only ones directly helping me. He stopped again. Sirius Black named me his heir. I explored the Black family library, even the tomes and scrolls hidden from any but the head of the family. And I found a secret there. Something the pure bloods had ignored for thousands of years because they didn't understand it. It was a book so old, it was written in primitive Egyptian hieroglyphics. That book spoke of things that the pure bloods simply didn't believe, they thought it all a fantasy, a flight of imagination. Which is where I found it, stored with other ancient scrolls and books of fables that predated Greece. But I recognized what they were talking about. And it was impossible. Either the person who wrote this book was a seer of unparalleled ability and clarity, or it was a piece of history so old, it predated the pyramids. So, I followed the clues left in the book to a repository. I won't tell you where I found the repository, just that it wasn't in England. What I found there was a remote control, for a starship, and it was packed with a number of surprising discoveries. The audience began to murmur at that. Because almost everyone here today grew up in the wizarding world, I will explain that, Harry continued. A starship is a ship designed to fly between stars and visit other planets. That brought a lot of disbelief. Let me show you some of what I have discovered. He turned to the third suited person on the stage. Colonel. It was Luna Alt, not that anyone else could see her face through her face shield. She reached to her back, released the hoverboard, dropped it to the stage, and stood up on it. Then she silently began weaving back and forth behind them. The interesting thing about that hoverboard, he said looking at Luna Alt, is that it isn't using magic yet, it can fly as fast as the fastest broom. Then she pulled up the strange tube hanging at her belt. A second later, the familiar whoosh and hum of a lightsaber was heard for the first time by magicals. Almost none recognized it. That doesn't use magic, either. It can cut through steel as easily as you use a knife to cut through soft butter. It can also block magic. He nonchalantly cast a stunner at her. Almost as nonchalantly, she used her lightsaber to redirect the stunner into the ceiling. Then she faded from view as she cut off the lightsaber. Invisibility is also available. He looked back at the audience. Then I started recruiting, mostly Muggle-borns, but there were a few squibs. They spent weeks training. That is how we took down the Death Eaters. Late at night 2 days ago, we started. The idiot Dark Lord made his name a taboo. So, we surrounded a field with a dozen people, and someone in the middle said his name. When the half-dozen Death Eaters showed up, the troops zoomed close on their hoverboards, invisible and completely silent, and took them out with stunners at near point-blank range. They never knew they under attack until it was too late. Once the Death Eaters stopped coming in response to them saying his name, they moved on to Hogsmeade and triggered the outpost curfew alarm until those Death Eaters were all captured. Then they moved into Hogwarts, and took care of those Death Eaters and their sympathizers. From there, they moved to the Ministry, which had only a night crew at hand, and they quickly took over, invisible and silent. Then they just captured wizards and witches as they came to work. By mid-morning, they had captured every single person who worked in the Ministry, which includes all the Death Eaters and their supporters here. It was still early morning, so they moved to Malfoy Mansion, which Voldy had made his headquarters, set up anti-Porky and anti-apparition spells. The Dark Lord was not going anywhere. And here's where the genius of Hermione came through. We used a sonorous to announce that we had taken over the Ministry, Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts, as well as shut down the Muggle-born detention camps and raided all their secret, safe houses and caches. We proved the first by naming the Death Eaters that we had captured, and the addresses of the safe houses and caches. Then we announced that we would give 1 million galleons to the person who brought us Voldy's head. He chuckled. Nothing happened for a long time, until they finally figured out that no one was coming to rescue them, that we were telling the truth. Which meant, if we controlled the Ministry, we could actually pay the 1 million galleon bounty. Then, as the Muggles say, all hell broke loose. He laughed. The memory he had seen had been quite fun. When the dust settled, half the mansion was destroyed and the rest was on fire. Unfortunately, no one brave enough to try to collect the reward survived. Then the ones remaining tried to escape. None of the Death Eaters had a chance, not with the Marines being invisible and on hoverboards that can move faster than a wizard can fly a broom. Voldy tried to escape at the same time, but with over 100 invisible wizards moving faster than he expected, he didn't stand a chance. Especially when he was seeing spells at normal height, he never expected the 6 spells coming from almost directly over his head. The invisible Marine from before reappeared several feet above Harry's head, pointing her wand nearly straight down. How many Death Eaters survived? One person called out. All of them. A stunning spell was used on each and every one. We are a nation of laws, and where possible we try to stun our opponents. Then to prevent them from waking, the Marines routinely transfigured their captives into marbles. Unfortunately, the Wizengamot is compromised with a majority of the members being Death Eaters or their sympathizers. Once a legal government is in place, and the laws have been fixed to remove bias, they will be restored and given trials. In the meantime, no resources are wasted taking care of them, and none of them can escape. Fixing the laws. Yes. Gone are the days when pure bloods get preferential treatment under the law. From now on, every accused person will sign a magical contract that they will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth while giving testimony under veritaserum. If they lie, then they lose their magic. Effective immediately, any laws that show preference or discrimination of a magical being based solely on their blood status are invalid. Laws that reference blood status are modified to remove such language from them. That set the audience to grumbling and talking. Do you consider yourself the legal government, then? Someone yelled out, angrily. Harry paused a moment to listen to what his advisors were saying. I'm as legal a government as Voldemort's government. The Death Eaters routinely used the imperious, coercion, and replacing Wizengamot members with their own supporters to get their way, and his. He paused again. I am the temporary head of the government, the Minister for Magic, until a properly constituted Wizengamot is emplaced. And that Wizengamot shall be by election from the populace of Wizarding England, Scotland, and Ireland. He then outlined the requirements for taking a seat in the Wizengamot, based on what Lee and the others had managed to work out as a fair system. After that, he explained the contract that all current, and any aspiring, ministry workers would have to sign to retain their positions. The magical contract solved the problem of bad actors getting into the Wizengamot or ministry. For the Wizengamot, the contract specified they wouldn't take bribes or exchange favors in trade for donations to their re-election campaign, favorite, charity, or any other entity or organization. Nor would they use their position to discriminate against other races or people, especially if it happened to be a race or someone they simply disliked. They would not claim the achievements of others as their own, and would act as fairly as possible in executing their duties. The ministry workers had a similar contract, except they would not accept bribes to expedite, delay, misplace, misfile, or otherwise interfere with the proper execution of any actions required by their departments and the ministry at large. The Aurors had a special contract allowing them a bit more freedom in their decisions, based as they might be upon often incomplete or incorrect information at any given time. No one wanted someone to lose their magic because of a misunderstanding. Oh, and as a last note, he concluded, Azkaban is going to be closed down, and the Dementors will be destroyed. He shuddered. Those creatures have no reason to exist. He shook himself. A better alternative prison is already being constructed. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.